The waiter of Yintian City. Waiter, another bowl of wine. Here comes the guest, Suyu responded. After serving the wine, Suyu couldn't help but sigh. He has been in this world for 2 or 3 years, and he has also become the top waiter in Xuanhua restaurant in Yintian City. At first, he really didn't expect that he would encounter this kind of thing in the novel. When he came home from work, he came to this world as soon as he opened the door. At first, he was ambitious and thought he could do a lot, but reality gave him a big slap in the face. After experiencing many setbacks, he became honest. He was mediocre in Blue Star, and now he is mediocre here. Because this is a world of immortal cultivation, there are legends that great people move mountains and fill the sea, and there are also stories of ascending to immortality. Yintian City is also a small mortal city affiliated with the immortal cultivation sect, but Yintian City is relatively remote. Every 3 years, disciples and elders of the immortal sect come to Yintian City to recruit disciples, and they usually don't get in touch with anything about immortal cultivation. There's only one chance every 3 years, and this year is the 3-year period. At this time, Suyu returned to the counter of the restaurant and said, "Boss, what do you think you will do if I'm chosen by the immortal at that time?" "Haha, I will benefit from IT this time." There was a sudden commotion outside, and then I heard the call from all directions that the immortal was here to recruit disciples. I saw people in the city pulling their children and rushing forward frantically. At this time, Suyu was also moved, and then he looked at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper looked at Suyu's impatient expression and said, "Go quickly, don't miss this opportunity. And if you are selected, it will also benefit my restaurant." Then the shopkeeper looked at Suyu's expression and was moved and said, "I was also ambitious back then, but the reality was not satisfactory." The shopkeeper seemed to see his high-spirited appearance when he was young. "Boss, I'm leaving." Suyu looked at everything in front of him and was still reluctant. After all, the shopkeeper and others have been very nice to him in recent years. Suyu took a deep look and then set off. Then Suyu followed the crowd to the place where Xiantian sect recruited disciples. Suyu was a little shocked when he saw the dark crowd in front of him. There are 2 conditions for Xiantian sect to recruit disciples. First, the age must be below 25 years old and above 8 years old. Unless you are talented, there is no chance if you are over this age. Second, only people with spiritual roots are recruited, so almost all the people who meet the conditions in Xiantian City have come. Suyu looked at an old Taoist with a Taoist style on the stage. His sheep beard was really cool. There were 2 young disciples standing next to him, a man and a woman. The man was also quite handsome, with a face full of vigor and vitality. The woman had delicate features, fair skin, and a slender figure. She was also a rare beauty in Xiantian City. Then Suyu only heard the old Taoist saying, "My name is Wu Cheng, and I am an outer sect elder of Xiantian sect. The 2 people next to me are outer sect disciples who came with me. It has been 3 years since the last time the sect accepted disciples. Now it is opening the mountain gate again. It is still the old rule that anyone with spiritual roots can join our sect." Without saying much, Suyu saw the old Taoist wave his hand. 3 light balls appeared in front of him and then said, "Just put your hands on them. You should know this. Let's start without saying much." The crowd quickly lined up. Suyu was a little excited when he lined up, but he was also a little worried. Worried that he didn't have spiritual roots. As a Blue Star person, that person didn't have a dream of flying with a sword. As the test began, people around started talking about it. One person said, "There haven't been any people with spiritual roots in Yintian City for many years. I hope there will be a few this time." Yes, otherwise what if the immortal doesn't come next time? People had different opinions. Some said that they were different from others since they were young and must have spiritual roots. After a while, the test was still not done, and the crowd behind them became anxious. The man on the stage looked at the situation and said, "Elder Wu has been here for a while. Half of the tests have been done, but there is no one with spiritual roots. This trip to this remote town is probably in vain." The woman next to him sighed and said yes. Wu Wenshu looked at them and said, "In this remote mortal town, it is difficult for people with spiritual roots to appear without the descendants of people with spiritual roots. But there may be unexpected gains. Let's see what happens before it ends." It was almost Suyu's turn. Suyu couldn't help but worry about this situation. At this time, the beads in the field lit up, and Elder Wu Cheng on the stage also showed a happy expression. Elder Wu Cheng walked forward and looked at it and said, "Water and fire spirits." Elder Wu laughed. "What's your name, young man?" Then the young man with water and fire spiritual roots said excitedly, "Elder Wu, my name is Yulin." Okay, come behind me." Yilin was walking in high spirits at this time. The crowd watching the situation below the stage could not help but make a commotion, and finally someone with spiritual roots appeared. After a while, it was finally Suye's turn. At this time, Suye walked to the stage and put his hand on it. After a while, the beads also lit up. Elder Wu also walked over and took a look and said, "Not bad. 3 attributes spiritual roots of gold. Wouldn't fire. What is your name?" Suye stepped back and bowed to Elder Wu. "My name is Suye." "Okay, you go to the back first, and I will take you back to the sect after the inspection." Then Suye also breathed a sigh of relief. Time passed quickly, and the inspection was soon over. This time there were 3 people with spiritual roots. One was Yilin with double spiritual roots. One was Suye with 3 spiritual roots, and the other was Hanshi with 3 spiritual roots. At this time, Suye and the other 2 were sitting in Elder Wu's on a flying boat. Elder Wu came over and said, "We are about to reach Xintian's sect. Let me tell you about the situation of the sect and common sense of cultivation. Our cultivation world is divided into 5 regions, namely the South region, the North region, the Spirit region, the West region, and the East region. Among them, the Spirit region is the strongest and is also in the center of the region. The others are similar. We belong to the South region. There are 8 super sects and 2 dynasties in the South region, namely Xintian sect, Tianwu sect, Wanjian sect, Taiyan sect, Hehuan sect, Tianlai temple, Guangdao sect, and Linghai sect, as well as the Shunfeng dynasty, the Wuji dynasty, and tens of thousands of other large and small sects. The disciples of Tianxian's sect all start as menial disciples, but those with good spiritual roots and talents will be noticed by the elders of the sect and accepted as disciples almost before they have been menial disciples for a long time. As long as you enter the outer gate and perform well, you can be accepted by the masters of the 7 peaks of Xintian sect. As long as you become a disciple taught by the peak master, you can soar to the sky. Among them, I am very optimistic about you. Yilin, your spiritual roots are very good." Yilin quickly thanked Elder Wu for his support, and Yilin was also delighted. At this time, Elder Wu turned to Suye and Hanshi and said, "You 2 also have a lot of opportunities, but it is relatively difficult. Most of the people in the sect have 3 or 4 spiritual roots. If you want to stand out, it depends on your luck." Suye also wanted to have good talent, but since he came, he would make the best of it. At this time, the flying boat also arrived in Xintian sect. Elder Wu took Suye and others to the chores department and left. At this time, Suye had just started his journey of cultivating immortals. Chapter 2, Proficiency Panel. Elder Huang is one of the miscellaneous elders of the Xintian sect. In this time, he introduced the various circumstances of the miscellaneous disciples. Suye and his companions followed Elder Huang to the area where the miscellaneous disciples resided. Elder Huang then explained that this recruitment would include over 1,000 disciples. Only those who reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement could enter the outer sect. Those who could not achieve this in 3 years would be assigned to work in the cultivation market near Xintian City. This arrangement provided a sense of direction. Though returning home was also an option, albeit a rare one, as returning meant forfeiting future opportunities. Elder Huang assured them that if they had any questions, they could come to him for clarification. He subsequently arranged accommodations, sect uniforms, and corresponding cultivation techniques for Suye and the others, with his items in hand. Suye arrived at the modestly sized room assigned to him. Since he was from the same place as Hanshi and Yilin, they also resided nearby. Upon entering his room, Suye took out the cultivation technique provided by the sect, opening the manual titled Guyuanju. It indicated that this was a foundational technique, capable of solidifying one's base and significantly enhancing spiritual power, allowing cultivators to expend more spiritual energy. Suye diligently practiced according to the technique, and as time elapsed, he successfully completed a cycle of cultivation. Suddenly, a panel reminiscent of a game interface appeared before him, displaying character, Suye, age, 22, realm, none, talent, gold, wood, fire. 3 spiritual roots, cultivation technique, Guyuanju, 1, divine abilities, none magic tools, none skills, none. Suye gazed at the panel, realizing that the long-awaited golden finger had finally arrived. Observing the cultivation technique progress, he noted that it resembled a game. One simply needed to accumulate proficiency. This was excellent news. It meant that as long as he persevered, he would succeed. Thus, he resumed his cultivation with renewed vigor. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Suye opened the panel once more. Character, Suye, age, 22, realm, none, talent, gold, wood, fire. 3 spiritual roots, cultivation technique, Guiyuanju, 50, divine abilities, none, magic tools, none, skills, none. Examining the panel for Guyuanju, He realized that with just one more day of practice, he could reach the threshold of entry. However, after a full day of relentless cultivation, he acknowledged the necessity of nourishment, as he was not yet capable of fasting. Such mastery would only come upon reaching the foundation-building stage, unless one possessed fasting elixirs. Deciding to venture out for the first time, he headed to the dining area of the sect. There, he encountered Han Shi, who approached him and inquired, "Suyu, how is your practice progressing? As for Guiyuanju, I still have no grasp of it. I even consulted the talented Yulin, but he is in the same predicament. From what I've learned, the fastest one can comprehend Guiyuanju is about a week." Suyu glanced at Han Shi and replied, "Is that so? I too have been struggling to make sense of it. By the way, do you know how long it typically takes for sect disciples to reach entry-level proficiency?" Han Shi responded, "I've heard that it usually takes around 3 to 4 months to reach that point." "Oh, it seems we may need to wait 3 or 4 months before we can hope to enter," Suyu mused. After their meal, Suyu packed enough food for about a week, preparing to immerse himself in intense practice. He also planned to select 2 additional techniques, as newly initiated disciples were permitted to choose 2 from the Technique Pavilion. Arriving at the Technique Pavilion, Suyu, being a miscellaneous disciple, could only select from the ground floor, where the techniques were primarily suitable for the Qi refinement stage. After greeting the attendant, he began to browse through the available options. After some time, he settled on a technique called Lianqi Shu and another called Beijian Shu. Satisfied with his choices, he returned to his residence. Suyu examined the Lianqi Shu technique with great approval, recognizing its potential to conceal one's cultivation depth, an ideal fit for his strategy of survival. Having spent some time in the workplace on Blue Star, coupled with the challenges he faced upon arriving in this world, he was acutely aware of the perils that lay ahead. Without the panel, he would have had to rely solely on his efforts, but now, with the proficiency panel in hand, he understood that as long as he persevered, he could ultimately succeed. The Beijian Shu technique was equally intriguing, growing increasingly powerful with practice. It consisted of a single move, drawing the sword and striking at the enemy, reaching a level of speed akin to lightning at full mastery, often catching foes off guard. He decided to focus on it for the next week. Time flew by, and soon a week had passed. Suyu opened his proficiency panel once more. Character: Suyu. Age: 22. Realm: Qi refinement level 1 complete. Talent: Gold, Wood. Fire 3 Spiritual Roots, Cultivation Technique. Guiyuanju entry, 10. Lianqi Shu entry, 15. Beijian Shu, 3. Divine Abilities, none. Magic Tools, none. Skills, none. Suyu surveyed the panel with satisfaction, realizing that he would likely break through to the second level of Qi refinement in just a couple of days. His relentless dedication to practice, aside from sleeping and eating, had set him apart. Most individuals would struggle to maintain such focus, lacking a proficiency panel. They often relaxed when faced with uncertainty in their practice. However, for Suyu, the ability to increase proficiency with every session only fueled his determination. After a period of cultivation, he felt compelled to step outside and assess the situation, as his food supplies were dwindling. While wandering, he encountered Yulin, and they exchanged a few words. Yulin then suggested gathering Han Shi for a meal together. The trio made their way to a restaurant in the cultivation market near Shantian sect, ordering several dishes as they engaged in conversation. Han Shi inquired, "Yi, you're the most gifted among us 3. How's your technique practice coming along? Any breakthroughs?" "Actually, I've started to grasp some concepts and estimate that in about 2 weeks, I should be able to enter," Yulin responded. "Impressive, Yi. I, on the other hand, still have no inkling of understanding. What about you, Suyu?" Suyu reflected briefly before admitting, "I must confess, I too have yet to find my footing. I can only take it step by step." "Indeed. That seems to be the only way forward. I have heard that among our cohort, some are already nearing entry. There are 2 prodigies with extraordinary talents, 2 with heavenly spiritual roots, a rarity that occurs perhaps once every century. They say that both are expected to enter in just a few days. One of them is a woman, said to be stunningly beautiful, attracting many suitors, including some from the outer sect. I have yet to encounter her, but I am quite curious." So you teased Han Shi. "I didn't realize you were so eager to join the fray, Han." "Ah, it's not that I wish to pursue anything. I merely seek to understand the situation," Han retorted, eliciting laughter from the group. They continued to drink and converse, with Yulin sharing insights from his practice, and Suyu chiming in occasionally. After all, the path of survival was a long and arduous one. Eventually, they returned to the sect, and Suyu resolved to pack another week's worth of provisions. He intended to immerse himself in practice, aiming to attain entry-level proficiency within approximately 3 months. He knew it was essential to maintain a FAAD of normalcy, neither too weak nor overly impressive. Chapter 3, Second Layer of Qi Refinement. Thus, another week passed, and Suyu opened his proficiency panel. Character: Suyu. Age: 22. Realm: Second Layer of Qi Refinement. Constitution: 3 Spiritual Roots of Metal, Wood, and Fire. Cultivation Techniques: Introduction to the Return to Origin Technique, 30. Introduction to Breath Concealment Technique, 25. Sword Drawing Technique, 23. Supernatural Powers, none. Magic Treasures, none. Skills, none. Gazing at the information on the panel, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Coming back to his senses, he decided to seek out Han Shi for information. On his way to find Han Shi, he fortuitously encountered him and Yi Lin. "Brother Su, you're just in time. We were about to look for you," Han Shi exclaimed. It is said that the two geniuses with heavenly spiritual roots have already entered the first layer of Qi refinement. And one of them is scheduled to share insights at the Disciples' Square today. "Oh, really? It seems I have arrived at the perfect moment." Ziyu replied. "Let us hurry. If we are late, there may be no space left to stand." They arrived at the Disciples' Square, which soon filled with people. It appeared that the genius with heavenly spiritual roots was already on stage. At that moment, the genius introduced himself. "I am Wu Xiaofeng. Thank you all for coming. Recently, many have asked for my insights, so I thought it best to gather everyone together for a sharing session." Instantly, applause erupted from the crowd as Wu Xiaofeng began to share his thoughts. Ziyu listened and found his discourse quite commendable. He couldn't help but feel a touch of admiration for Wu Xiaofeng, who was genuinely caring for his fellow disciples. After the sharing concluded, Yi Lin remarked that he had gained some valuable insights and intended to study them further. However, hunger soon struck, and they decided to head to the city tavern for a meal and some leisure. Upon reaching the tavern, Han Shi said, "Once we reach the first layer of Qi refinement, we can accept miscellaneous tasks. There will be a certain amount of spiritual stone rewards, but since we currently possess none, we cannot afford to buy anything in the city." "Indeed," Yi Lin chimed in. "I feel I am close to entering the first layer. Once I take on tasks and earn rewards, I can help you purchase anything you desire." Ziyu and Han Shi chuckled. "We appreciate your kindness, brother Yi." "Not at all. We are from the same place and should assist one another," Yi Lin replied. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the tavern. Ziyu turned to see a stunning woman enter. While it was not unusual for someone to walk in, this woman's beauty was extraordinary, inciting a stir among the patrons. Ziyu observed her, noting her ethereal grace, akin to a figure stepped out of a painting. With a figure that was perfectly balanced, not a bit too much, nor too little. However, Ziyu had no desire to entangle himself with such an attention-grabbing figure. At that moment, Han Shi exclaimed, "Isn't she one of the two geniuses with heavenly spiritual roots from our sect? She has been quite popular lately, and her portrait has circulated widely. I've seen her before in the sect, but I never expected to encounter her here. She is far more beautiful than in the paintings." Just then, a burly man approached her. "Are you alone, miss? May I have the pleasure of dining with you?" The woman coldly replied, "No need. I prefer to be alone." The burly man felt embarrassed as the crowd's attention was upon him, and his expression darkened. "Don't be so ungrateful. You must accompany me for this meal." The bystanders were intimidated by the man's imposing presence, for most of them were ordinary people. Han Shi, unable to tolerate the situation, prepared to intervene, but Ziyu stopped him. "Do you think someone of his stature should interfere in such matters? There are plenty willing to help her. Such opportunities are rarely missed, and if that man has a significant background, what would we do then? Let us just observe." Yi Lin also chimed in. "Brother Su is correct. We are from a small place without connections or power, and it is unwise for us to draw attention to ourselves." Realizing his impulsiveness, Han Shi conceded, "You're right. This is not something we should meddle in." As expected, a somewhat pretentious voice broke through the tension. "What pleasure do you find in bullying such a woman?" The burly man turned and retorted, "Oh, you intend to stand up for her?" "Indeed, I, Wang, am here to do just that," the newcomer declared. Some patrons recognized him. "Isn't this the young master of the Wang family from one of the 4 great families in the city? He is not someone to be trifled with. This troublemaker is in serious trouble now." The burly man, hearing the murmurs, realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. He was just an ordinary person who had entered due to his cousin's status as an outer disciple of the Xiantian sect. He was now caught between his pride and the realization of his limits. At that moment, the woman spoke again. "I appreciate your kindness, but I can handle this myself." With a swift movement, she stepped forward and struck the burly man, sending him flying. Ziyu observed the scene, unsurprised. An ordinary person could never match a cultivator, even one at the first layer of Qi refinement. He hadn't anticipated that the man would dare to cause trouble here. His audacity was commendable. In the city tavern, 5 foundational cultivators held sway, yet most patrons were ordinary folk, with many descendants of cultivators lacking spiritual roots. Numerous others were disciples of the Xiantian sect who had yet to break through to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Thus, a cultivator at the first layer possessed sufficient self-defense against ordinary people. Surrounded by the unfolding events, the onlookers were left in awe. "Wang, I truly admire you. You are indeed a remarkable woman," the young man said. The woman replied, "I am unworthy of such flattery. If there is nothing further, please step aside." "Of course, please," Wang Yunlong said, sighing as he recognized her identity. She was one of the 2 geniuses with heavenly spiritual roots accepted by the Xiantian sect in a century. The Wang family had hoped to foster a good relationship, but realized the opportunity had slipped away. He knew better than to confront her. The Xiantian sect valued such talents, and causing trouble would only endanger his own position. Perhaps there were others observing discreetly. Thus, the farce concluded. Han Shi, regaining his composure, remarked, "Brother Su, you truly possess foresight. She is indeed beautiful. How wonderful it would be to marry someone like her." Su Yu glanced at him, "While you daydream." Perhaps you should return home for some rest. Who knows, you might dream of her. You would be better off resting too, Han. Such good fortune is unlikely to come your way. The three burst into laughter. All right, we have eaten sufficiently. Let us stroll a bit before returning to the sect. We must thoroughly study Wu Xiaofeng's teachings today, for we shall soon traverse the world, Su Yu said with a smile. Han Shi agreed. You are right. As Su Yu reflected on the day's events, he felt a wave of nostalgia, reminiscent of past banter with friends. Indeed, Brother Su is cultured, Yilin remarked. As their light-hearted conversation continued on the way back to the Xiantian sect, Han Shi and Yilin both expressed their intention to cultivate for a while. And Su Yu also decided to focus on his training. He had purchased 3 low-grade nourishing pills during their excursion in the city, each sufficient to sustain him for about a month, which was quite adequate for now. However, he realized he was nearly depleting the savings he had accumulated during his years as a waiter. However, for him at this moment, 1 is sufficient. The other 2 can be utilized later. This time, Su Yu also intends to enter seclusion for a month. Having observed numerous individuals at the 3rd level of qi refinement in the marketplace, he cannot discern those at higher levels for now. So it is prudent to first reach the 3rd level of qi refinement. Subsequently, he returned to his residence, retrieved the fasting elixir, and prepared for a month-long seclusion. Chapter 4. The first encounter with the great competition. As time flowed on, a month swiftly passed. Su Yu opened his eyes and activated his proficiency panel. Character: Su Yu. Age: 22. Realm: 4th layer of qi refinement. Talent: 3 spiritual roots, gold, wood, fire. Cultivation techniques: Intra-level return to origin technique, 50. Minor success in breath-holding technique, 1. Intra-level sword drawing technique, 43. Divine abilities, none. Magic treasures, none. Skills, none. After a month of diligent practice, he had ascended to the 4th layer of qi refinement. As one progresses, the time required to break through realms tends to extend. However, his current speed was unparalleled within the Xiantian sect. If discovered, it could lead to considerable unrest. During this month, he focused extensively on the breath-holding technique, achieving minor success, rendering his current realm nearly indistinguishable to those in the foundation establishment stage unless a golden core elder were to examine him. Yet, such elders rarely visited the disciples' area, as affairs were primarily overseen by foundation establishment elders, alleviating his concerns. Now, he had met the requirements to apply for entry into the outer sect. Nevertheless, he was merely an unremarkable individual, a fledgling disciple who had only just begun to grasp the return to origin technique, and it was crucial to maintain a sense of humility. He decided to inquire about the cultivation progress of others before making any further plans. Su Yu intended to seek out Han Shi to gather information, as Han Shi was notably well-informed and enjoyed mingling. Upon arriving at Han Shi's location, he discovered he was absent, prompting Su Yu to look for Yilin instead. Upon reaching Yilin's vicinity, he was pleased to find them together. Yilin was imparting his insights on cultivation to Han Shi. Seeing Su Yu approach, Han Shi joyfully exclaimed, "Brother Su, you have finally emerged. Brother Yi has recently embarked on his cultivation journey, reaching the 1st layer of qi refinement." Su Yu expressed his delight. "Congratulations, Brother Yi. You should soon follow suit. I've merely taken the lead. Feel free to approach me with any questions." "Thank you, Brother Yi. Since you're here, we should seize the opportunity to visit the inn today and indulge in some delicacies we haven't tried before. I shall treat you." Surprised, Su Yu asked, "Brother Yi, have you accepted a sect mission?" "Indeed. While you were away, I took on a few tasks for the sect, primarily dealing with nearby mountain bandits. Usually in teams of disciples. I managed to earn a few low-grade spirit stones." "I see. Thank you, Brother Yi." Upon reaching the inn, they ordered 2 dishes of spiritual food. Su Yu found the meal delightful. The flavors were impeccable and offered satisfactory replenishment for cultivators. As they dined, Han Shi remarked, "Now this is the true delicacy of the mortal realm." Curiously, Su Yu asked Yilin, "Is there any danger involved in dealing with the bandits?" "Generally, there is little risk involved. Their leader is typically at the 1st layer of qi refinement, and we mostly send teams of disciples at the same level. So it's quite manageable." "That's reassuring. I've heard there are tasks to hunt down fugitives, but some of them are at the 2nd or 3rd layer of qi refinement, which we have no hope of tackling at the moment, and no one has taken those missions. None of our batch has advanced to the 2nd layer of qi refinement. But I've heard those 2 with celestial spiritual roots will likely break through soon. They are truly remarkable. It is said that 2 peak masters are vying for their tutelage, and once they reach the 4th layer of qi refinement, they will surely be taken as disciples. Those are golden core experts, essentially a leap into the heavens." "Indeed," Su Yu mused, "such talent is enviable. Have you all heard? The sect's grand competition is in 2 months. This time, it's not just our sect. The neighboring Wanjian sect and Taiyan sect will also send a new batch of disciples. These 3 sects take turns hosting the event. This time, it's our turn, and I hear the rewards are quite generous. As long as one finishes in the top 30. There are rewards. Unfortunately, I want to have a chance, but Brother Yi might contend for a high rank. If you can break through to the 1st layer of qi refinement by then, Brother Su, you could participate and gain some experience." Su Yu chuckled. "Brother Yi will undoubtedly succeed. but I cannot guarantee my breaking through to the first layer of chi refinement. I have just reached the first layer. Participating would only invite ridicule. True enough, we are counting on you, Brother Yi. You are our sole hope. I will do my best to secure a place in the top 10. I've made some progress with a technique I selected from the scripture hall. Oh, what technique did you choose, Brother Yi? It is a technique called the Clear Wind Sword Technique. Once mastered, it possesses formidable power and should provide a significant chance of ranking in the top 10. Consider this an early congratulations, then, for good fortune. They all shared a smile. I've heard the Taiyam sect is composed entirely of women, most of whom are exceptionally beautiful. We may have a treat for our eyes. Perhaps some interesting stories will unfold. Observing Han Shu's infatuated expression, Su Yu shook his head. You should focus on reaching the first layer of chi refinement first. You are no different. What is wrong with admiring beautiful women? After exchanging insights on cultivation, they returned to the sect. Su Yu informed Yilin and the others of his plan to enter seclusion for 2 months, aiming to break through to the first layer of chi refinement before the grand competition. He had no intention of participating in such a prominent event. It attracted too much attention, and his breath-holding technique was not yet sophisticated enough to evade detection, posing too great a risk. This was an opportune moment for him to enhance his skills. Han Shu, feeling the pressure, also adopted a more serious demeanor and prepared for a period of focused cultivation. Hoping to reach the first layer of chi refinement, Yilin planned to cultivate while also undertaking tasks for practical experience. Upon returning to his quarters, Su Yu consumed the last 2 of his spirit-replenishing pills, determined to ascend to the 5th layer of chi refinement within the next 2 months and further refine his techniques. Meanwhile, Yilin visited the task hall, surveying the available missions for some time before deciding to accept a task to apprehend a fugitive. After completing the necessary paperwork, he scrutinized the fugitive's portrait in details, noting their current location. The fugitive was only at the first layer of chi refinement, posing a threat primarily to mortals, but their impact was minimal. Such fugitives could never be completely eradicated. They would always resurface. Thus, these missions were well suited for novice disciples to hone their skills. Yilin considered his usual practice of using mundane weapons to train the yellow-tier Clear Wind Sword technique, and he was on the cusp of mastering it. He needed to acquire a suitable sword to face the fugitive. After wandering the marketplace for a while without finding an appealing longsword, he noticed a peculiar sword at a vendor's stall. It appeared somewhat rusty, resembling something discarded by the roadside. However, Yilin felt an unusual allure about it, prompting him to approach the stall. After inquiring about the price from the vendor and finding it reasonable, he decided to purchase it. Holding the sword, Yilin sensed something extraordinary about it. The vendor described it as an ordinary weapon, its material unknown, yet harder than typical swords, thus priced slightly higher. Nonetheless, Yilin felt it was far from ordinary. With the sword in hand, Yilin felt more confident in dealing with the fugitive. Chapter 5. The mysterious long sword. Yilin arrived in the area inhabited by fugitives, observing his surroundings. After half a day of surveillance, the fugitive finally appeared. Yilin stealthily followed him, but the fugitive seemed to sense his pursuit and led him into a deserted area. Yilin noticed this as well. Yet he remained confident and unafraid to follow. They arrived in a secluded alley. Finally caught up, Littletail, the fugitive sneered, recognizing Yilin's attire as that of another disciple from the Shantian sect. Do you think you're impressive just because you've recently broken through to the first level of chi refining? There are always stronger individuals out there. Don't you know? The last disciple from your sect severed his own arms to escape from me. You won't be so fortunate. Is that so? Then I shall avenge that disciple, Yilin retorted. You talk big, but do you possess the strength to back it up? The fugitive challenged. Strength is something you'll have to discover for yourself, Yilin replied, brandishing his long sword and thrusting it forward. The fugitive deflected the attack with his hand and countered with a powerful palm strike. Yilin barely evaded, but the wall behind him shattered upon impact, leaving a large hole. What? Yilin exclaimed, his face pale. How does it feel? This is the Iron Blade Palm, an entry-level technique. Your mediocre swordplay is ineffective against me, the fugitive taunted, swiftly delivering a strike to Yilin's abdomen. A metallic taste filled Yilin's mouth as a trickle of blood escaped from his lips. The fugitive laughed derisively. Is this all you've got? You're even weaker than that last kid. With your level of power, you might as well go home and sleep. But don't worry, it'll be over soon. At that moment, the fugitive lunged forward. Yilin raised his sword to defend himself, channeling the Qingfeng sword technique in preparation for a counterattack. However, he realized he was surrounded by walls, making it difficult to maneuver. The fugitive had cleverly utilized the narrow space to his advantage. You figured it out. Haven't you? Do you really think I brought you here by chance? You fell right into my trap. You're all just inexperienced novices. Unable to discern an unfavorable environment, the fugitive mocked, unleashing a barrage of palm strikes. Yilin attempted to parry but was ultimately overwhelmed and sent sprawling to the ground. Sitting there, Yilin wondered if this was truly the end. The fugitive, observing his plight, roared with laughter. Now let me send you on your way. As the fugitive prepared to strike, Yilin sprang to his feet, channeling all his spirit energy into a defense. Just as he felt himself falter, a gust of refreshing wind enveloped him, and a warm current surged through his longsword. In that moment, Yilin experienced an epiphany as the essence of the Qinfeng sword technique crystallized in his mind. He finally grasped its profound intricacies and successfully mastered it. The technique embodied the courage of a warrior, refined within the gentle breeze. With newfound clarity, Yilin gathered the last of his spirit energy and executed the Qinfeng sword technique with all his might. His sword glowed faintly with a verdant light. The fugitive, witnessing this display, scoffed. Didn't I tell you this would be useless against me? Stop wasting your time. Even an entry-level sword technique can't affect me. Don't waste your energy struggling. However, as the fugitive spoke, he suddenly sensed something amiss. By the time he reacted, a gaping wound had already appeared in his chest. How did you do that? The fugitive fell to the ground in shock. Yilin exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. He then noticed the long sword in his grasp. A stream of information flowed into his mind, revealing that it was the Qingyun sword. A weapon capable of growing alongside its wielder's cultivation. The sword possessed a spirit, but its current tier was too low for it to awaken. Its origins remained a mystery, but Yilin would have to wait until its tier increased to uncover its secrets. A wave of joy surged through Yilin. It seemed he had stumbled upon a tremendous opportunity. This journey had proven to be immensely worthwhile. The Qingyun sword was already classified as a low-grade yellow-tier weapon. And for Yilin, it was more than sufficient. Under normal circumstances, he could not afford such a treasure. Now, he could focus on consolidating his cultivation. And with the upcoming sect competition in 2 months, he felt confident about securing a place in the top 10. Time flew swiftly, and before long. The 2-month period had elapsed. Suyu opened his eyes and accessed his proficiency panel. Character, Suyu, age, 22, realm, 5th layer of Qi refining, aptitude, gold, wood. Fire 3 spiritual roots, cultivation techniques, return to origin technique, minor accomplishment, 2. Breath concealment technique, major accomplishment, 1. Sword drawing technique, minor accomplishment. 50. Divine abilities, none magic treasures, none skills, none. After 2 months of diligent training, Suyu was quite pleased with his progress. He had distanced himself from other disciples and realized that he must remain humble and grounded. He was particularly satisfied with having mastered the breath concealment technique, having dedicated a significant portion of his time to its study. Now, even those at the golden core stage would have difficulty discerning his true realm unless they scrutinized him closely. As long as he continued to cultivate, his realm would naturally rise without the need for resources. He simply needed time, and in the end, he would emerge victorious, content to remain an inconspicuous presence. The sect competition was approaching, and Suyu decided to join in the festivities, albeit as a mere spectator, cheering from the sidelines. After all, his friend Yilin would also be participating. Suyu soon found Yilin and Han Shi. While drinking tea, Yilin noticed Suyu. Brother Su, have you broken through to the first layer of Qi refining? I just achieved that breakthrough a couple of days ago. Thank you. Suyu replied. Han Shi chimed in. I also often trouble brother you with questions. I feel that I'll break through soon too. Hearing this, Suyu felt genuine happiness. As these two were among his few friends, let us go out for a meal, my treat. On their way to the restaurant, Suyu observed Yulin's aura and realized he must have advanced to the second layer of Qi refining. It seems you've made great strides, brother Yi. Do you have confidence in securing a spot in the top 10 of the sect competition in 2 days? Brother Su, you may not be aware, but I recently broke through to the second layer of Qi refining and acquired a suitable weapon. I believe I have a decent chance of making it into the top 10, Yilin replied. I've heard that the strongest contenders are currently at the second layer of Qi refining, though some are rumored to be on the verge of breaking through to the third layer. Whether that's true remains to be seen. Oh, it seems it won't be that simple, Suyu remarked. By the way, since you've broken through to the first layer of Qi refining, are you not considering giving it a try? Suyu waved his hand dismissively. I'll pass. The techniques I've chosen are still unclear to me. I have no intention of entering as the lowest ranked competitor. At the very least, I want to secure a mid-tier ranking before considering participation. Yilin chose not to press further, conceding. Then do as you wish. Han Shi and I will cheer for you from the sidelines. Upon returning to the sect, with only 2 days remaining until the competition, Suyu resolved to visit the task hall to seek out some quests. Although he could cultivate without the need for resources, he understood that as a mere bystander, he couldn't afford to be idle. Otherwise, others would notice something was amiss. He casually selected a few simple tasks, as he was in need of spirit stones. Despite receiving 10 low-grade spirit stones each month after breaking through to the first layer of Qi refining, it was insufficient for his needs if he wished to purchase anything. Arriving at the task hall, he registered his information and surveyed the myriad of tasks available. After some deliberation, he settled on a quest to clear weeds and pests from a medicinal herb garden. After all, he prided himself on being a skilled gardener. And although the reward was only 1 low-grade spirit stone, he felt content with it. As for why I do not undertake the bounty mission, why would someone like me, who has just broken through to the first layer of Qi refinement, accept such a task? It is no different from courting death and completely fails to meet the standards of an ordinary individual. One must proceed with caution thus. Suyu has also ventured to the medicinal garden to embark on a journey of weeding and pest extermination. Chapter 6, The Gathering of All Parties. 2 days passed, and the grand competition of the sect was finally about to commence. Today, the Xiantian sect was particularly lively, with numerous outer disciples arriving to witness the event, reminiscing about their own experiences in such contests. After all, these grand tournaments among the three sects are not always held at Xiantian, and there would be elder representatives from the outer sects and possibly even peak masters in attendance. Su Yu and Han Shi arrived early at the competition stage, securing a prime spot. Han Shi was especially exhilarated. Brother Su, the participants from the other two sects will be arriving soon, particularly from the Heavenly Maiden sect. Just thinking about it gets me all excited. I can't wait to see the beauty of their disciples. Calm yourself, Su Yu replied. You want to tone it down a bit. Am I not allowed to be excited? This is my first time witnessing the sect competition. Han Shi scratched his head. By the way, who do you think will win this time? Last time, it was a disciple from the Sword sect. I've heard that the Heavenly Maiden sect has produced a water spirit body this time, which is said to be even more exceptional than a heavenly spirit root. They are quite confident about securing first place this time around. Then there's the Sword sect. Although there haven't been any notable figures announced, most of their disciples are sword cultivators, and their offensive capabilities are quite formidable. Our Xiantian sect also has two popular candidates with heavenly spirit roots. It seems the general consensus is that the champion will likely emerge from either the Heavenly Maiden sect or our Xiantian sect. Su Yu cast a surprised glance at Han Shi, who seemed well informed. Brother Han, this competition will truly reveal the genuine abilities of the participants. It's hard to predict. After all, an unexpected dark horse could emerge. Han Shi nodded in agreement. True enough. We're here to cheer for Brother Yi and enjoy the festivities. As time elapsed, a colossal sword sliced through the air, captivating the attention of the crowd. Upon the giant sword stood hundreds of individuals, each bearing a sword on their back. The youthful figures exuded a sense of fervor reminiscent of chivalrous swordsmen. Observing this spectacle, Su Yu surmised, it appears this is indeed the Sword sect. Their entrance is as grand as their name suggests. At this moment, the elder presiding over the competition rose to welcome them. Welcome, esteemed members of the Sword sect. Please follow me to your seats. The elder from the Sword sect surveyed the area. Where is Elderly? Has he not arrived? The presiding elder quickly responded. Elderly will be here shortly, along with the other outer sect elders. Oh, I see. It seems I arrived a bit too early, the Sword sect elder remarked. He then led his disciples to their designated seats. The elders accompanying the Sword sect were primarily from various outer sects, all possessing golden core cultivation. So you recognized many of them, and some even shared good rapport with him. Gradually, the outer elders from Xiantian sect began to arrive as well. Some were absent, while those who came were primarily scouting for promising disciples. The top contenders were not within their reach, yet there were still plenty of outstanding talents to be found. At this moment, Elderly Feng from the Sword sect also made his entrance. Upon recognizing the leader of the Sword sect, he approached them. Elder Wang, I knew it was you leading the team. No wonder I sensed a hint of arrogance as soon as I stepped outside. It emanates from you. Elderly retorted. It's been a while since we've seen each other, and your tongue remains as sharp as ever. Are you already anticipating a loss to our Sword sect disciples? Elder Wang replied with a knowing smile. It's not certain yet. You'll find out soon enough. Oh, it seems you were quite confident, Elderly remarked. Indeed. This year's championship will undoubtedly be ours. Elder Wang chuckled. Anyone can boast. This year's champion will belong to our Xiantian sect. How about a wager? Let's wager your century-old Huer wine. If I win, it will be mine. If I lose, my century-old Fingli wine will belong to you. Agreed. But make sure you're not the one to cheat when the time comes. Elderly responded with a wave of his hand. Just then, a massive spiritual vessel appeared in the sky, eliciting a chorus of gasps from the crowd. Observing the unfolding scene, Su Yu realized that this was the Heavenly Maiden sect. He had heard tales of their unparalleled beauty, but to him, they appeared as mere pink skeletons, lacking the strength to protect them in such a world. What good would passion do without power? Moreover, he preferred to avoid overly beautiful women, knowing that such encounters often brought incessant troubles, including a multitude of suitors and potential family alliances that could complicate matters. He had no desire to be entangled in such affairs. As the spiritual vessel slowly descended, the crowd finally caught sight of the Heavenly Maiden sect's disciples, instantly captivated by their beauty. Su Yu noted that the majority were indeed strikingly beautiful, particularly the leading woman, whose features seemed sculpted by the hands of the divine, flawless in every regard. Adorned in loose sect robes, her figure remained undeniable. Her presence exuded a mature, intellectual allure, sharply contrasting with her ethereal demeanor, rendering her beyond perfection. Su Yu, not impervious to distraction, found himself momentarily entranced. Though he was not alone, the entire assembly seemed spellbound. Yet, he shook himself back to reality, recognizing that even celestial beings could not rival her splendor. He then turned his attention to a younger woman beside the leading figure, who, while somewhat overshadowed, was still a remarkable beauty in her own right, likely the disciple with the water spirit body. Glancing back at Han Shi, Su Yu saw him drooling, utterly captivated. Brother Su, the disciples of the Heavenly Maiden sect are simply stunning. How wonderful would it be to have a story with one of them? Su Yu smirked. You dreamer. One must have dreams, but as for that peak master, I dare not describe her beauty. It feels like an affront to her essence. It's truly a stroke of fortune to witness such grandeur. Look at you, Han Shi retorted. Weren't you just as mesmerized? Su Yu paused, realizing he had indeed been momentarily entranced, but quickly regained his composure. Enough of that. The participants are gathering. The competition is about to commence. Let us focus on the match. Chapter 7. The innate sword body. Now that everyone has gathered, let us not prolong the anticipation any further. The grand competition among the three sects shall commence. At once, dozens of arenas rose in the center of the square. Disciples from each sect drew lots to determine their opponents, and those who advanced to the top 30 would receive rewards from the Xiantian sect, with the rewards becoming increasingly generous for those who ranked higher. As the drawing of opponents concluded, the competition officially began. Among the disciples, some lamented their fates upon facing renowned adversaries, while others erupted in joyous laughter. One by one, the disciples took to the stage, and the battles commenced across the numerous arenas. It was then that Wu Xiaofeng from the Xiantian sect made his entrance, causing a stir among the spectators. Eyes from various sects converged upon him, and the whispers of discussion filled the air. Look, Wu Xiaofeng from the Xiantian sect has appeared. He is a genius with a heavenly spirit root, and it is said that he recently broke through to the third level of qi refinement. His opponent, a disciple from the Wanjian sect, was merely at the first level of qi refinement, rendering the outcome all but inevitable. Wu Xiaofeng ascended the stage and regarded his opponent with a courteous demeanor. I am Wu Xiaofeng from the Xiantian sect. Please, do proceed. I am Wang Gang. Although I know I am no match for you, I wish to ascertain just how vast our differences are. Then let us begin. With a swift retreat, Wang Gang charged forward. Wu Xiaofeng, observing the approaching disciple, extended his palm, and in an instant, Wang Gang was sent flying off the stage. Gradually rising, Wang Gang gazed at Wu Xiaofeng and remarked, I admire your skills. I stood no chance. Wu Xiaofeng inclined his head in acknowledgement. Victory to Wu Xiaofeng on Arena 3. The battles continued with a flurry of opponents changing places. Soon, Yi Lin made his entrance, facing an adversary who was also at the second level of qi refinement. Su Yu and Han Shi were attentive, cheering for Yi Lin. Go for it, brother Yi. Su Yu shouted encouragement. Observing Yi Lin's opponent, who seemed to have just recently broken through to the second level, Su Yu felt assured that Yi Lin, having achieved this breakthrough some time ago, posed no significant threat. On the stage, Yi Lin assessed his opponent, sensing that he had not yet stabilized his strength and opportunity to test his own abilities. I am Yi Lin from the Xiantian sect. I am Qin from the Wanjian sect. I humbly ask for your guidance. Yi Lin assumed a stance as Qin charged forward with his sword drawn. Yi Lin unsheathed his Qinyan sword. As Qin swiftly approached, he thrust his sword. But Yi Lin discerned his intentions just in time. Indeed, just as Qin was about to reach him, he stepped aside, attempting to maneuver behind Yi Lin. Yet Yi Lin was already prepared. With a swift motion, he countered, prompting Qin to acknowledge, you possess remarkable skills, my friend. Yi Lin's gaze sharpened. Here it comes. Retracting his sword, Yi Lin lunged forward, compelling Qin to defend himself. Initially able to hold his ground, Qin soon found himself overwhelmed by the increasing speed of Yi Lin's strikes, which created multiple afterimages in the air. Ultimately, Qin could not withstand the onslaught and found Yi Lin's sword at his chest. Thank you for your mercy, I concede. Han Shi, witnessing the scene, joyfully exclaimed, incredible. The competition pressed on, as numerous disciples were eliminated, and soon only 20 remained. Yi Lin was among them, encountering opponents that were evenly matched. Yet he had fortunately avoided facing those at the third level of qi refinement. Otherwise, he might have struggled. Yi Lin recognized that those who had entered the top 20 were formidable. The Shui Ling body from the Taiyan sect faced opponents who could hardly endure 3 exchanges, eliciting gasps from the audience. The 2 heavenly spirit root disciples from the Xiantian sect also concluded their battles swiftly. Most astonishing was a disciple from the Wanjian sect, whose opponents could not withstand even a single strike, failing to earn the right to draw their swords, capturing the attention of several elders in attendance. Before long, the battle for the top 10 commenced. Yi Lin regarded the opponent drawn before him and realized he had reached a challenging juncture. He was to face the Shui Ling body from the Taiyan sect, knowing full well that victory was unlikely. Nevertheless, he prepared to give his all, determined to leave no regrets. Ascending the stage, he introduced himself. I am Yi Lin from the Xiantian sect. Please, bestow your guidance. Yun Rian from the Taiyan sect. I accept your challenge. Yi Lin saw no need for pretense and immediately unleashed the Qi Feng sword technique. The elders from the Xiantian sect nodded in approval, recognizing Yi Lin as a promising talent. Yun Rian, witnessing the ethereal swordplay, did not dare to underestimate her opponent and swiftly began to defend herself. In an instant, dozens of afterimages manifested in the air, showcasing breathtaking speed. As Yi Lin prepared to exploit a momentary gap in Yun Rian's defenses to unleash the essence of his Qin Feng sword technique, he seized the opportunity to strike. Just as Yun Rian ready to block the approaching sword, she realized she had fallen into a trap. What had appeared to be a genuine attack was merely an afterimage. Yi Lin's true sword had already surged toward her. With no choice but to reveal her true abilities, Yun Rian raised her palm and unleashed the water spirit palm, summoning torrents of water to encircle her. Numerous palm strikes surged forth, forcing Yi Lin to defend himself, but ultimately, he was pushed off the stage. Gradually rising, Yilin conceded, I have lost. Had you been at the third level of Qi refinement, you might have had a chance, but alas, you remain at the second level. Yilin accepted his defeat with grace, feeling content to have reached the top 20. Though he did not break into the top 10. He remained resolute in his belief that he would not necessarily lose should they cross paths again in the future. This competition had unveiled the gap between himself and others. Soon, the finals approached, leaving only Yun Ruyan from the Taiyuan sect, Li Yufeng from the Wanjian sect, Wu Xiaofeng from the Xiantian sect, and another heavenly spirit root disciple. Lu Qinghe. All at the third level of Qi refinement, they became the focal point of attention, with the audience rallying fervently in support of these four competitors. The matches commenced simultaneously, Lu Qinghe against Yun Ruyan and Wu Xiaofeng against Li Yu. Lu Qinghe faced Yun Ruyan with the knowledge that a fierce battle awaited him. The spectators were captivated, drawn to the clash of these two formidable beauties. Lu Qinghe, having witnessed Yun Ruyan's prowess against Yilin, was curious about the full extent of her water spirit palm. Without hesitation, Lu Qinghe invoked his own misty sword technique, enveloping himself in an ethereal aura. Sword shadows and palm silhouettes collided on the stage, eliciting gasps from the audience as the two engaged in an evenly matched struggle. Recognizing the potential for a prolonged battle, Lu Qinghe understood that it would ultimately come down to whose spiritual energy could withstand the test. Yun Ruyan, grasping the situation, resolved to unleash her full power, employing her water spirit palm to expand the torrents surrounding her, dramatically shifting the tide of battle. Lu Qinghe, who had been on the offensive, was forced into a defensive position, struggling to fend off the relentless onslaught of Yun Ruyan. As she continued her assault, Lu Qinghe found himself cornered, ultimately being pushed off the stage. Rising, Lu Qinghe conceded, I have lost, but next time may yield a different outcome. I shall await you. Ling Wanqing, observing the scene from her spirit vessel, nodded in approval before turning her attention to the match between Wu Xiaofeng and Li Yu. Who would have thought that the Wanjian sect has discovered such an extraordinary prodigy? They have uncovered a true innate sword body. This was a being that transcended many physical forms, particularly in the realm of swordsmanship. Such a constitution was naturally gifted for the path of the sword, with an innate comprehension of sword techniques that surpassed ordinary individuals. As long as he did not falter along the way, he was destined to reach the pinnacle of this world. Chapter 8. The conclusion of the grand competition. As the battle resumed on the battlefield, Wu Xiaofeng gradually felt overwhelmed. Fortunately, he had just mastered the Gale Blade technique to a minor proficiency the day before. It seemed that now, in the finals, he had no choice but to employ it. Wu Xiaofeng activated the Gale Blade technique, causing his long sword to summon swirling gusts of wind, leaving the elders on the platform astonished, as they had not anticipated that this young man had managed to cultivate the technique to such a level. Li Feng observed Wang Jun from the Wanjian sect with a smirk. It appears you are destined to lose. Don't forget your monkey wine, Elder Wang. Wang Jun, with a knowing glance, replied, that remains to be seen. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Li Yi, witnessing the unfolding scene, declared, I'm done playing. It seems I no longer need to hold back. With a resounding shout of great river sword technique, an abundance of energy waves spiraled around Li Yi, resembling flowing rivers encircling him, which incited further exuberance from the crowd below. At this moment, Elder Li Feng could no longer maintain his composure. It was indeed the perfected great river sword technique. Upon closer observation, he recognized Li Yi's innate sword body. With the combination of the innate sword body and the perfected sword technique, Elder Wang Jun chuckled. It seems you have hidden your talents well. You have indeed discovered the innate sword body, and now you are set to thrive. Wang Jun laughed heartily, reminding him not to forget his wine. Elder Li Feng understood that with Wu Xiaofeng's current strength, he could not hope to defeat Li Yi. A bet is a bet. I will deliver it to you later. He conceded. Wu Xiaofeng, realizing the power radiating from Li Yi, understood his impending defeat but was determined to fight with all his might. He charged forward, while Li Yi's sword was enveloped in layers of flowing water, drawing the liquid from the nearby pool towards him. As Wu Xiaofeng rushed in, he could only hastily defend against Li Yi's attack, but the combination of the perfected sword technique and the innate sword body proved too formidable. Ultimately, Wu Xiaofeng was swiftly defeated. On the flying vessel, Ling Wanqing observed the situation, acknowledging the prowess of the innate sword body. It seemed Yuner would not stand a chance either. The finals would be a duel between Yun Ruyan and Li Yi. But it was evident that Li Yi would emerge victorious with ease. At that moment, Li Yi stood confidently on the platform, drawing gasps of admiration from the crowd below. The grand competition concluded, and various sects departed from the Xiantian sect. However, the tales of this event spread throughout the southern region, particularly due to the emergence of the innate sword body and the water spirit body, along with two heavenly spiritual roots, a phenomenon not witnessed in centuries. Many mortal towns near the cultivation sects began to share the stories. After the competition, Yilin sought out Suyu. Brother Lin, you have gained some renown within the sect. I hear Elder Li Feng wishes to take you as a disciple. Indeed, Elder Li Feng has approached me, stating that I could become his disciple once I reach the third level of Qi refinement. I estimate I shall achieve that breakthrough within a few months. Congratulations, Brother Yi. Hancher chimed in, when you succeed, don't forget about us. Don't worry, if anything comes up, you two can always find me. Yulin responded. Han Shi laughed. It's settled then. I heard that the two disciples with heavenly spiritual roots have already been taken as disciples by the sect leader and have left their roles as miscellaneous disciples. They have truly ascended in status, which is somewhat enviable. Siyu smiled. Let's not dwell on that. We don't share the same fortune. Let us head to an inn for a meal. It's my treat. After their meal, they returned to the sect, where Han Shi prepared for a secluded training session to break through to the first level of qi refinement, while Yulin aimed to train diligently to expedite his own progression to the third level. Suyu also returned to his cave dwelling to devise a plan, intending to enter the outer sect the following year, as it was the time most disciples transitioned. He was keenly aware of this opportunity. By that time, he was uncertain of his cultivation level. For now, he remained an unnoticed figure. The only aspect drawing attention was his association with Yulin, who, being somewhat renowned in the sect, inadvertently shone a light on Suyu. However, as Yulin rapidly advanced to the inner sect, the impact on Suyu was minimal. Suyu decided to focus on his training for a while, and 3 months passed swiftly. Having spent half a year at Xintian sect, Suyu had successfully reached the 7th level of qi refinement, completing various tasks along the way. He undertook several missions to eliminate fugitives. Yet such menial tasks were trivial for him, easily dispatched without encountering any absurdities. Suyu opened his proficiency panel. Name: Suyu, age, 22, realm, qi refinement level 7, talent, gold, wood. Fire spiritual roots, cultivation techniques, return to origin technique minor proficiency, 90, breath control technique perfection, 25, sword drawing technique perfection, 1, divine abilities, none, magic tools, none, skills, none. He felt quite satisfied with his current status when a call from outside interrupted his thoughts. Su brother, are you there? Suyu opened the door to find Han Shi entering. Could you accompany me on a sect mission outside? I have my eye on a task to gather medicinal herbs. It's rather dull traveling alone, and I'll split the reward with you. Of course, we are friends. Han Shi had broken through to the first level of qi refinement 2 months prior, while Yulin had recently become a disciple of elderly Feng and was now focused on his cultivation. Such tasks involving the collection of spiritual herbs were typically within the jurisdiction of Xintian sect and relatively safe, barring any unforeseen misfortunes. If Siyu remained in the sect without venturing out, it would raise suspicions. After all, he aspired to lead a life as an inconspicuous passerby. When do you plan to depart? Siyu inquired. Tomorrow morning, Han Shi replied. Very well, come find me bright and early. The next morning, Han Shi arrived punctually at Suyu's door, and they set off early. Siyu glanced at the task, which involved searching for a spiritual herb named red sleeve grass in the red leaf forest. The task was not overly challenging, allowing Siyu to enjoy the scenery along the way and cultivate his artistic sensibilities. Before long, they arrived at the red leaf forest, which was devoid of any nearby individuals, as it housed some low-tier beasts, the strongest of which were no more than the first level of qi refinement, a trivial matter for Suyu. After searching for a while, they found the red sleeve grass. During their search, they encountered 2 first-level beasts, but together, they swiftly dealt with them, as Suyu appeared to be at the first level. As for why they did not encounter any second-tier beasts, it was likely that any such creatures had already been stealthily eliminated by Suyu. Just as they finished collecting the spiritual herbs and exited the forest, they stumbled upon a dramatic robbery scene. A carriage driver and 4 bodyguards were confronting a robber beside a palanquin. Upon closer inspection, Suyu noted that the robber seemed to have just entered the first level of qi refinement and had foolishly attempted to emulate others in committing robbery. Inside the palanquin sat a strikingly beautiful woman, undoubtedly from a well-to-do family, which explained the robbery attempt. However, the 4 bodyguards were merely mortals and were no match for the robber. The woman instructed the driver to hand over their valuables. As the robber took the money, he cast a lascivious glance at the woman in the palanquin, declaring, I've changed my mind. You will come with me. The bodyguards immediately blocked his path. This is our lady. Our home has a master at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Are you sure you want to proceed? The robber pondered for a moment, realizing that in this desolate area, he could eliminate them all without anyone discovering his identity. At that moment, the bandits also caught sight of Suyu and his companion emerging from the crimson maple forest. Upon realizing that they were merely 2 cultivators at the 1st level of qi refinement, the bandits hesitated, uncertain of the origin of these 2 individuals. The lady within the palanquin also noticed them and cried out, Young master, save me. I can reward you handsomely upon my return home. Just then, Han Shi rushed forward, reassuring the young lady, Fear not, my lady. I shall take care of this. Chapter 9. 2 years of foundation building before Suyu could finish his words. Han Shi charged forward. Observing the thief before him, Han Shi thought, You've just broken through to the 1st level of qi refinement and already resort to such nefarious deeds. You are indeed unfortunate to have crossed paths with me, Han. The thief, realizing he stood no chance against Han Shi's intervention, contemplated fleeing. However, escape was futile. In no time, Han Shi subdued the thief. Having accumulated some experience since achieving the 1st level of qi refinement, Siyu merely watched the unfolding scene, feeling a sense of danger yet reassured by Han Shi's presence, thus deeming it unnecessary to intervene. At that moment, a woman emerged from the palanquin and expressed her gratitude to Han Shi, saying, "Thank you, young master, for saving me. I am Wang Yuyan." Han Shi grinned and replied, "I am Han Shi, and this beside me is my brother, Siyu." Siyu nodded in acknowledgement. The young woman remarked, "I see you are wearing the attire of the Xiantian sect." "Indeed, we are both disciples of the Xiantian sect," Han Shi confirmed. She expressed her intention to join the sect during the next recruitment. Han Shi chuckled, "Then I shall soon have a little junior sister." Observing Han Shi's childlike excitement, Siyu playfully nudged him with his foot. Han Shi, realizing the jest, said, "You can always seek me if you have questions when that time comes." Wang Yuyan nodded. "Very well. If I have uncertainties, I shall seek you, young Master Han. You two should accompany me back, so my father may offer you some reward." Han Shi waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. It was merely a small effort on our part. We are preparing to return to the sect to submit our tasks. We shall meet again at the Xiantian sect." "Then I bid you farewell for now," she replied. As Han Shi returned to Siyu's side, he exclaimed, "How heroic was I just now?" Siyu glanced at Han Shi's exuberant smile and replied, "Absolutely. Now, let us return to the sect." Upon their return, both prepared for cultivation. Time passed swiftly over the next 2 years, filled with occasional sect tasks and socializing over drinks, while the majority of their time was dedicated to refining their skills. Reflecting on his time in cultivation, Siyu marveled at how quickly time flew. Initially intending to enter the inner sect the following year, he thought a 6-month delay was inconsequential. He then accessed his proficiency panel. Character: Siyu, age, 24, realm, foundation building, level 1, qualifications, golden, wood, and fire spirit roots, cultivation techniques, return to origin technique, perfected, 10, mystical level breath concealment technique, 5, mystical level sword drawing technique, 4, divine abilities, none, treasures, none, skills, none. Examining the panel, he noted that his originally yellow level technique had no upper limit due to his proficiency. Continuous practice would lead to enhancement, and he had now achieved a mystical level standard. For him, the transition from yellow level to mystical level techniques held no significance, as progress was contingent upon his proficiency. With this understanding, he felt assured that as long as he persevered, he need not worry about resources for cultivation. Even commonly found techniques could be mastered in his hands. Presently, his breath concealment technique was such that even a Yuan-ing stage cultivator would find it challenging to discern his true level without careful examination. Previously, he had hoped to seek higher grade techniques, but it seemed unnecessary now. This was fortuitous, as over the past 2 years, Siyu had diligently cultivated and occasionally undertook tasks alongside Han Shi, remaining inconspicuous within the sect. Their interactions with Yulin diminished significantly, primarily because he spent most of his time in the outer sect, only gathering occasionally. After all, not everyone in the outer sect could seek an elder as a mentor. Elders dedicated to imparting experience and techniques frequently held seminars for outer sect disciples, but only the exceptional or uniquely skilled disciples caught an elder's eye. Currently, he was merely a qualified bystander, having secured a middling performance in the previous year's miscellaneous disciple competition hosted by the Xiantian sect, where he competed at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Han Shi also participated, finishing just below Siyu. After the competition, they boasted at and about how they could have defeated their opponents had they not been overly confident. No significant events transpired over the past 2 years. There were no individuals to belittle them, allowing Siyu to live comfortably. Now, he and Han Shi prepared to enter the outer sect, bidding farewell to the miscellaneous disciples who had accompanied him for 2.5 years. Taking a final glance back, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Calculating the time, he surmised that Han Shi should soon break through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, especially with his occasional guidance, despite appearing as a 3rd level cultivator himself. Finding Han Shi, he was greeted with enthusiasm. "Su brother, I was looking for you a few days ago, but seeing you deep in cultivation, I refrained from interrupting. Now that I've found you, it's perfect timing. I have also broken through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Let us enter the outer sect together. You mentioned 2 months ago that you were consolidating your foundation before proceeding. Now seems like the right time." Siyu smiled indeed. "I came to find you for this very purpose. Then let us go together, so we can look after one another," Han Shi suggested. In truth, Siyu had planned to enter the outer sect 2 months prior, but with the anticipation of a breakthrough to the foundation building stage, he decided to wait until then. As they made their way to the outer sect, they encountered many disciples still lingering at the 1st and 2nd levels of Qi refinement. The enthusiasm that once adorned their faces had been replaced by anxiety, as they fretted over their ability to reach the 3rd level by the 3rd year. Siyu, witnessing this, felt a moment of hesitation, but he ultimately departed from the miscellaneous disciples he had known for 2.5 years. Upon arriving at the outer sect, they swiftly completed the necessary formalities upon displaying their cultivation levels and received their outer sect attire. From this moment onward, they truly stepped into the realm of the Xiantian sect. Outer sect disciples were permitted to choose a small courtyard or construct their own dwelling. Aware of this, Siyu intended to build a quaint little courtyard that resonated with his heart, where he could also create some trinkets reminiscent of his past life. Until his construction was complete, he could reside in the accommodations provided by the sect and move out once his abode was finished. Many disciples opted to build their own dwellings, given the vast expanse of the Xiantian sect. Han Shi, however, chose to reside in the provided accommodations, selecting a location not far from Suyu. Together, they sought suitable residences, arriving at a picturesque lakeside surrounded by majestic mountains. A few crooked trees graced the lakeshore, and a grove of maple trees lay ahead. The location was perfect in Suyu's eyes. He decided to construct his small courtyard at the foot of the mountains, by the lakeside, next to the crooked trees, as the nearby residences were few and tranquil. Han Shi, seeing Suyu's choice, resolved to settle nearby as well. Subsequently, they submitted their selections to the elder in charge, and, having completed their housing arrangements, set off to explore the outer sect and seek out Yilin. They soon arrived at the outer sect's bustling square, where many disciples engaged in trading low-level elixirs they had concocted and exchanged insights on cultivation. The atmosphere resembled a vibrant market, starkly contrasting with the surrounding serenity. Chapter 10. The Novice Blacksmith. The birth of Sword 9 in the outer sect. Numerous pavilions stood tall. After inquiring about the whereabouts of Elder Li Feng, Suyu and his companion headed to find Yilin. Upon arriving at Elder Li Feng's residence, Suyu surveyed the spacious courtyard before him, truly remarkable in size. Two disciples stood guard at the entrance, after explaining their purpose. They were allowed to enter and notify Yilin. Before long, Yilin emerged, visibly delighted to see Suyu and his companion. Su brother, you finally made it. Suyu observed Yulin's progress, now at the 5th level of Qi refinement, a significant advancement indeed. Han Shi turned to Yulin and inquired, what level of cultivation have you reached? I am now at the 5th level of Qi refinement, Yulin replied modestly. It seems you have truly excelled, you brother. Han Shi remarked, impressed. Yulin waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing special. I've heard the other two have reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. Truly the brilliance of those with heavenly spiritual roots. By the way, have you decided on your accommodations? Yes, Su brother and I are residing quite close to one another. Suyu responded. That's wonderful. You'll be able to look out for each other. Yulin remarked. Suyu then suggested. Do come and visit us when you have the time. Absolutely. It's been a while since we gathered. Let's head to our usual spot and not leave until we're thoroughly intoxicated, Yilin proposed. After dining, Suyu returned to his temporary residence, ready to plan his future endeavors. Once a disciple of the Xiantian sect entered the outer sect, there were no time restrictions imposed. As soon as one reached the foundation establishment stage, they could select from the 8 major peaks and become a disciple of a peak master. However, whether one could be taken on as a direct disciple depended on one's own fortune. Exceptional talents might be accepted early. But Suyu had no interest in becoming a direct disciple. He found the alternative of becoming a steward elder among the miscellaneous disciples appealing. Many broke through to foundation establishment, and those who wished to avoid complications could settle into the role of a miscellaneous elder. Should they later achieve the golden core stage, they could further elevate their status to outer sect elder. Numerous disciples had left the sect to branch out, but Suyu planned to remain for an extended period, content to become an outer sect elder by the lakeside, fishing in his leisure time. Given the current trajectory, it was uncertain what level of outer sect elder he would be by that time, yet with ample time at his disposal, Suyu intended to acquire various skills to enhance his multifaceted development. Foremost among these was blacksmithing, for he had yet to possess a reliable long sword. And as his cultivation progressed, a low-grade long sword would soon become obsolete. Thus, he resolved to forge his own long sword, enabling him to elevate its quality alongside his cultivation. However, he decided to wait until his house was completed before proceeding. He envisioned constructing a traditional courtyard. Given his current abilities, he anticipated swift progress, followed by ongoing refinements. A month swiftly passed, and Suyu stood before his finished courtyard, filled with satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment. Nestled against the mountains and near the water, the courtyard exuded an artistic ambience. He planned to hang a swing from the gnarled tree to add a decorative touch, ready to move in that very night. With time still on his hands, he intended to visit the training hall to seek knowledge on weapon forging. Soon, Suyu arrived at the training hall, where the sounds of hammering resonated even before he stepped inside. As he entered, a muscular man approached him. I am the senior brother of the training hall. You must be here to learn blacksmithing, he said. Suyu, noticing the man's build, recognized him as a suitable candidate for wielding a hammer. Yes, I am here to learn the craft, Suyu replied. I am Zhuang Tianwu. Follow me, the man instructed. Very well, senior brother Zhuang, Suyu agreed. Zhuang Tianwu led him to a forging platform. You will begin with this forge. Newcomers start with basic iron. I will teach you a hammering technique, and afterward, you may practice here. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions. If you show talent, you might even be accepted as a disciple by the elders of the training hall. Understood, senior brother Zhuang, Suyu replied. After demonstrating the technique several times, Zhuang Tianwu departed, leaving Suyu with the hammering manual. The Li Feng hammering method would grow more potent as Suyu's proficiency and understanding increased. As it was a skill-based technique, thus commenced Suyu and Appo's daily life of blacksmithing. A month later, his comprehension of the craft deepened, and he achieved the rank of an apprentice blacksmith. Suyu opened his status panel. Character, Suyu, age, 24, realm, Foundation Establishment Level 1. Talent, Golden, Wood. Fire 3 Spiritual Roots, Cultivation Techniques, Return to Origin Technique, 15. Mystical Breath-Holding Technique, 15. Mystical Sword Drawing Technique, 14. Divine Abilities, none. Magic Tools, none. Professions. Apprentice Blacksmithly Feng Method now. Suyu was capable of forging low-grade yellow-tier weapons and had constructed a forge at home, wishing to keep his identity as a blacksmith a secret. After a month of relentless study, coupled with the boost from his proficiency panel, he felt ready. Occasional visits to the training hall would suffice. Should he showcase his blacksmithing skills there, he would inevitably become the center of attention. He only needed some materials, which he had thoroughly memorized during his time at the training hall. He was well aware of where to procure various materials. And now yellow-tier forging materials could easily be purchased in the cultivation market, eliminating the need to search far and wide. Over the years, he had completed numerous tasks. Buying some low-grade yellow-tier materials should be manageable. Soon, Siyu arrived at the market, purchasing the necessary materials before returning home. Surveying the materials before him, he sighed. This nearly emptied my little treasury. Thankfully, he could later sell weapons to replenish his funds, but first, he would forge his inaugural weapon. Gathering all the materials and following the forging steps, he utilized the Li Feng hammering method. As he plunged the weapon into water, the long sword was finally complete. Siyu grasped the sword, shimmering with a faint cold light, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. This was indeed his first weapon. He decided to name it Sword 9, etching the name onto the hilt. Having aspired to try flying with a sword since reaching the foundation establishment stage, he now had the perfect opportunity. He stepped onto the sword and glided around the house for a moment, savoring the thrill. He planned to find a chance to venture outside for a proper flight later. Additionally, Siyu intended to visit the technique hall to select 2 new techniques, as he currently only possessed the sword drawing technique. Upon arriving at the technique hall, Siyu began his selection process. After considerable deliberation, he chose the no-birth sword technique and the drifting dragon steps, both versatile for offense and evasion. Returning home, he prepared to commence his cultivation. With the advancement of his cultivation, the duration of his closed-door training grew longer, and soon 4 months had elapsed. As Siyu opened his eyes from meditation, he reflected on the 3 years since joining the Xiantian sect. He felt a mix of nostalgia and contentment. His cohort of outer sect disciples had begun to establish their own paths, while a new batch of disciples was soon to arrive. Among them were several renowned individuals, particularly 2 with heavenly spiritual roots, whose names had spread throughout the southern region. Yet, Siyu found great satisfaction in his current lifestyle, cultivating in peace. Fishing by the lake, playing chess with Han Shi, and occasionally enjoying a drink. He had also undertaken several sect tasks, living a life of leisure. Remarkably, his cultivation had advanced during this time, prompting him to check his proficiency panel once more. Chapter 11. Astonishing Swordsmanship. Siyu gazed at his proficiency panel. Character: Siyu, age, 25, realm, foundation establishment, second layer, aptitude, 3 spiritual roots of metal, wood, and fire, cultivation techniques, return to origin technique, completed, 25, mystical level breath control technique, 23, mystical level sword drawing technique, 21, whooshing sword technique, minor accomplishment, 13, dragon step, minor accomplishment, 12, divine powers, none, magical artifacts, low yellow rank sword, 9, skills, elementary forging technique, wind hammer method, quite impressive. Returning to his senses, Siyu suddenly recalled that a new batch of disciples was arriving at the Xiantian sect today, making the sect unusually lively. Many disciples flocked to witness the event. Some hoping to catch a glimpse of beautiful female disciples, thinking that perhaps fate might lead to further developments, while others sought to identify any formidable newcomers. Siyu, however, felt little interest in such matters. He would rather fish by the river or engage in chess with others. He had heard that this year's batch was rather mediocre. Indeed, in the past few centuries, his own cohort had been the most outstanding. A few days after the arrival of the new disciples, Han Shi brought an unexpected visitor to Suyu's residence. Upon seeing the person Han Shi had brought, Siyu couldn't help but smile. It was the same young woman Han Shi had rescued previously. It seemed this fellow had some skills. As Han Shi approached with the young woman, he introduced, Brother Su. This is someone you've met before. Ah, is that not Miss Wang? Indeed, I happened to encounter Miss Wang a couple of days ago. I've been sharing some cultivation insights with her. I thought it would be nice to bring her along since I hadn't visited you in a while. At that moment, Siyu was preparing to eat. With Han Shi's arrival, he welcomed him warmly. Come, try my fish and meat hot pot. The fish was just caught from the lake. Han Shi's eyes sparkled at the sight of the hot pot. You always have good ideas. It looks delicious. And I shan't hold back. At this point, Wang Yuyan spoke up. Young Master Su, I apologize for this sudden visit. Not at all. A friend of Brother Han is a friend of mine. Let us dine together. Wang Yuyan felt at ease and joined in. Siyu watched them with a knowing smile. How does it taste, Brother Han? Simply remarkable. You truly understand culinary delights, Su brother. You have a knack for living well. Indeed. Maintaining a calm mind is part of cultivation. Eating well and sleeping soundly are forms of practice too. Han Shi nodded, visibly moved. You are right, Su brother. Your perspective is refreshing. After their meal, Han Shi bid farewell with Wang Yuyan and departed. Su chuckled, pondering how their relationship might develop. Later, Su prepared to undertake an outer sect mission, having not done so for a while. Soon, he found himself on the path to Wanling Valley, tasked with collecting Wanling flowers. These flowers were exceptionally beautiful, and he intended to cultivate a few in his courtyard. This was also his reason for accepting the task. Despite its inherent dangers, the distance from the sect was considerable, but it was merely a minor concern for Su, who was at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Before long, Su arrived at Wanling Valley. Guided by the map, he quickly located the area where the Wanling flowers grew, typically flourishing near pools. To his surprise, he found the flowers with ease. Just as he planned to gather more and return to the sect, he noticed a 3rd-tier serpent demon lurking in the shadows. This creature possessed strength equivalent to a human at the Foundation establishment stage, had he truly been at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. He might have met his end today. Seeing the situation unfold, Su recognized he was being targeted. The serpent demon, realizing it had been discovered, no longer concealed itself and lunged at him like a bolt of lightning. Without hesitation, Su grasped his sword sheath in one hand and the sword hilt in the other. As the demon closed in, dark clouds gathered above him, and the daylight dimmed in his vicinity. Suddenly, bolts of lightning surrounded him, accompanied by a resounding crack that split the air. In an instant, the serpent's head was severed. Su stood momentarily stunned, realizing he had underestimated his own strength. He observed a 100-meter-long gash in the rock wall behind the demon, acknowledging the formidable power of his swordsmanship. Yet, he reminded himself to remain humble. After all, he was still at the Foundation establishment stage. Approaching the fallen serpent, he collected its inner core, typically used in alchemy and possessing considerable value, saving it for future use. Generally, beasts above the Foundation establishment stage had inner cores, so this outing had yielded unexpected rewards, allowing him to better comprehend his own capabilities, as he seldom had the opportunity to showcase his true strength. Upon returning to the sect and submitting his mission report, Su prepared to resume his cultivation. The passage of time during his training was swift. 3 years had flown by in the blink of an eye. With the arrival of a new group of disciples, it was time for the previous batch's tales to fade into memory. Looking at his courtyard, Su noted how it had transformed over the past 3 years. He had collected numerous spiritual herbs and flowers during his missions, using the surplus to adorn his space. He had also learned a technique for cultivating spiritual rain, facilitating the care of his garden. With the blooming flowers, his courtyard resembled a celestial paradise. Even the chessboard at the entrance, crafted by his own hands, was now a fine-quality yellow rank board, which he named the Starry Sky chessboard. Reflecting on the swift passage of time, Su realized he had been at the Xiantian sect for 6 years. He remained an inconspicuous figure, unnoticed by most, save for a few friends. Over the years, he had made several new acquaintances. His cultivation had reached the later stages of Foundation establishment, though outwardly he still appeared as a mere 6th-layer Qi refiner, with no one aware of his true prowess. From what he gathered, those with dual spiritual roots had already reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement and were preparing for Foundation establishment, likely to advance in the near future. Yilin, under his master's guidance, had reached the 8th layer, while Han Shi had also attained the 5th layer. It was then that Han Shi returned, accompanied by Wang Yuyan. Han Shi frequently brought Wang Yuyan to visit, and as time passed, Su had grown familiar with her. However, this time felt different. Wang Yuyan appeared somewhat shy, and Han Shi seemed a bit fidgety. Observing their demeanor, Su understood. It seemed Han Shi had made some progress in his romantic endeavors. With a smile, Su teased, "Are you suggesting I should unveil your little secret?" Wang Yuyan and Appo's face flushed instantly, while Han Shi chuckled awkwardly. "Su, brother, we just became partners recently. Yuyan is now an outer sect disciple and has moved into my residence." Su felt genuinely happy for Han Shi. "Congratulations to both of you. By the way, have you informed Yilin about this?" "I did, and he said he would be here shortly." "Excellent. I'll prepare some food and fine wine for when he arrives." Before long, Yilin arrived. After explaining the situation, he offered his congratulations as well. During the meal, Han Shi playfully asked, "Su, brother, I have found a wonderful partner. When do you two plan to find one as well?" Yilin replied, "While companionship, wealth, and opportunities are important on the path of cultivation, finding a good partner can be challenging. We shall let fate decide. If the right moment comes, we will embrace it naturally. After all, enjoying life with a few good friends over chess and wine is equally delightful. My thoughts align with yours, and as cultivators, we have 300 to 400 years of lifespan upon reaching Foundation establishment. The journey ahead is still long." Han Shi also chuckled, saying, "Indeed, Brother Yi and Brother Su. After the Rain Yin family learns of our union as partners in the way, they are hosting a banquet to celebrate the day after tomorrow. I would like to extend an invitation for you both to join us." Su and Yilin exchanged glances, affirming, "There is no need to mention our bond. We shall attend together." Chapter 12. The Royal Banquet. Early one morning, Han Shi and his companions arrived at Suyu's doorstep. Once everyone gathered, they prepared to set off for Wang Yuyan's residence. Shortly after, Yilin joined them, and after organizing their belongings, they departed. Han Shi utilized his modest treasury to rent 2 spirited steeds from the marketplace. Otherwise, the journey would consume considerable time. Although Su Yu could have flown them there on his sword, he wished to keep his cultivation concealed. After a day of travel, they finally reached the city of Jinsheng, where Wang Yuyan resided. Upon observation, Su Yu noted that the city was home to a fair number of cultivators, albeit mostly of lower ranks. As they ventured into the bustling city, Su Yu couldn't help but compare it to Yuntian City, which paled in prosperity to Jincheng. The presence of numerous cultivators here contrasted sharply with his previous abode, which was rather remote and lacked such a population. A further assessment revealed that the highest cultivation level among the locals barely reached the second stage of qi refinement. They meandered through the streets until they arrived at Wang Yuyan's grand estate. The site of the Wang residence indicated a significant standing within Jincheng. At that moment, Han Shi began to exhibit signs of nervousness, which Wang Yuyan quickly noticed. "My family is quite amiable. There's no need for concern," she reassured him. Han Shi felt somewhat calmed by her words. The guards at the entrance recognized Wang Yuyan and swiftly approached. "Miss, the master has been expecting you. Please, come in." As they crossed the threshold, Su Yu spotted a middle-aged man approaching with a broad smile. Assessing the man's cultivation revealed he was at the 4th stage of qi refinement, indicating he possessed considerable strength. Wang Yuyan introduced the man. "Father, this is my partner, Han Shi, and these are his brothers, Su Yu and Yi Lin." The man, Wang Lu, welcomed them warmly. Han Shi, feeling anxious, blurted out, "Uncle, rest assured, I will treat Yu Yin well." This prompted laughter from Su Yu and Yi Lin. With Yi Lin teasing, "You, so bold and confident, turned timid before your father-in-law." The atmosphere lightened significantly. "I often receive letters from Yu Yin, and you've been mentioned frequently. I trust her with you," Wang Lu said, his demeanor easing. "Rest easy, uncle. I will cherish Yu Yin," Han Shi replied earnestly. Wang Lu responded with 3 affirmations. Good. Good, good. I have arranged accommodations for you. The day is waning, and after a good rest, the banquet will commence tomorrow." The following morning, before dawn, the Wang household began preparations for the banquet. With time to spare, Su Yu and Yi Lin decided to explore the surroundings once more. Shortly into their stroll, they encountered a man harassing a young woman. Su Yu found the woman's face vaguely familiar but couldn't place her. Both he and Yi Lin chose not to intervene, preferring to continue their exploration. As noon approached, they returned to the Wang residence, where the banquet soon began. Guests arrived in droves, including many from other families, whom Wang Lu graciously received. As the attendees gathered, Su Yu spotted the earlier harasser, now mingling among the guests. To his surprise, the woman he recognized was indeed Wang Yuyan's sister. Deciding against mentioning the incident, they aimed to keep the gathering drama-free. As the guests settled, Wang Lu introduced Han Shi to the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is my son-in-law, Han Shi, a disciple of Xiantian sect." Han Shi greeted everyone graciously, expressing gratitude for their attendance. "Today is a day of great joy. Please indulge in the abundant delicacies provided," he announced, eliciting cheers from the crowd. As the festivities drew to a close, and with Wang Lu bidding farewell to the departing guests, the earlier interloper spoke up. "Uncle Wang, your family and mine are well acquainted. I wish to propose to your second daughter." Wang Lu responded, "You may propose, provided she consents. Should she decline, however, I advise you to drop the matter." At that moment, Wang Xian stepped forward, declaring, "I have no interest in you. Please do not pursue me any further." Li Gui, taken aback, turned to his father for guidance. "Brother Wang, perhaps you could mediate?" Wang Lu replied firmly, "Let them resolve their own affairs. Disinterest is disinterest." Wang Xian, with a gleeful expression, warned, "If you continue to bother me, I shall have my brother-in-law deal with you. He is at the 5th stage of qi refinement." "Is he not, brother-in-law?" She then made a playful face at Li Gui, who found himself at a loss for words and eventually retreated in defeat, aware of the disparity in their strengths. With that episode concluded, Su Yu and his companions prepared to return to their sect, realizing such matters were best left untouched. This incident served to strengthen the bond between Han Shi and the Wang family. Soon, they were back at the sect, where Su Yu bid his friends farewell and returned to his training. 2 months passed, and news spread throughout the sect. The dragon spirit secret realm would manifest in a month. The timing of its appearance was entirely unpredictable. It could remain hidden for centuries or reappear within mere decades. For disciples below the foundation establishment stage, this presented an extraordinary opportunity, as only those of lesser cultivation were permitted entry. The realm housed an abundance of spiritual herbs and numerous cultivation techniques. Each time it surfaced, disciples would seize the chance to ascend to new heights, as only those below the foundation establishment could enter. As the announcement spread, various sects prepared to dispatch their disciples into the realm, which, while fraught with peril, also brimmed with unparalleled opportunities. Upon learning this, Su Yu sighed. "Even if I wished to go, I would not be able." Without any exceptional circumstances, he had no intention of risking entry. If something went awry, it would spell disaster. If he had a proficiency panel, he would have eagerly pursued the chance, but now, it seemed unnecessary. Instead, he would simply observe and expand his understanding. Determined to inquire whether Yi Lin and the others planned to participate, he expected Yi Lin would certainly attend, though Han Shi's intentions remained uncertain. Soon enough, he found Yi Lin, who confirmed his plans to venture forth. Han Shi and Wang Yuyan, however, wished to remain behind and savor their newfound joy together. They opted to accompany Su Yu merely as spectators. Yi Lin aimed to strive for a breakthrough to the 9th stage of Qi refinement within the month, enhancing his prospects for the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm. He anticipated that many seasoned 9th stage disciples would also seek entry, including those with little regard for their lives. Determined to seize the opportunity, those driven by such desperation were not to be underestimated. Their hidden abilities could be formidable. Chapter 13. The Dragon Spirit Secret Realm. A month swiftly passed, bringing the day of the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm's emergence closer. On this day, nearly all disciples below the Foundation Establishment stage gathered at the sect square. The air buzzed with discussions regarding the Secret Realm, with many boasting about their anticipated feats, while others displayed signs of apprehension. Su Yu and a few companions also congregated together. Soon, 2 figures appeared in the sky. The disciples fell silent. I am Qi Liang, the sect master of Xiantian's sect. This was the first time Su Yu had seen the sect master in years. It was said that he was a venerable figure at the peak of the transformation stage. I trust you are all aware of the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm. Disciples below the Foundation Establishment stage have the opportunity to participate, and any gains made within can be exchanged for contribution points at the sect. I understand your excitement. Many of you wish to showcase your skills. However, I urge you to act within your capabilities. The future of Xiantian's sect rests upon you. For those who do not wish to participate, you may observe. We will distribute projection stones to those taking part, allowing them to project their experiences for others to see. It is advisable to keep the projection active, as there are those with ill intentions amongst us. The presence of the projection stones may temper their actions, knowing they are under scrutiny. That said, let us not dwell on this further. The expedition will be led by Peak Master Liang Wenjing. I have full confidence in him. At this, Liang Wenjing nodded to the crowd. Qi Liang gestured, and a colossal spiritual vessel appeared in the sky. Su Yu marveled at the grandeur of the vessel, which dwarfed the one he had taken upon arriving at Xiantian's sect. Once everyone boarded the vessel, the sect's party officially set sail. Standing at the front of the vessel, Peak Master Liang stated, "The Dragon Spirit Secret Realm is some distance away. We will need 3 days of travel to reach it. Use this time to rest and prepare." Su Yu and his companions approached the vessel, expressing their astonishment at the vessel's speed. Han Shi was equally taken aback. I didn't expect the sect to prioritize us by sending Peak Master Liang to lead the expedition. He is a formidable figure in the late stage of the nascent soul. Yi Lin remarked, Wu Xiaofeng happens to be Liang Peak Master's disciple, with 2 spirit root disciples in our party. They initially intended to break through Foundation Establishment, but chose to suppress their realms for the sake of the Secret Realm. They are indeed the pride of Xiantian's sect. Han Shi responded, well then, I wish you good fortune, Yi brother. The environment within is bound to be chaotic. I still possess some confidence, Yi Lin replied. As time passed, they soon arrived at the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm. Apart from the 2 major dynasties, all 8 sects had gathered, observing the diverse representatives. Su Yu noted the unique characteristics of each sect. The disciples of Tianwu sect predominantly exuded a rugged demeanor, while the members of Guangdao sect were armed with blades. Hehuan sect's attire was bold and alluring, captivating all who beheld them. Tianlai Temple was comprised mainly of monks, while Linghai sect presented a balanced mix, similar to Xiantian sect. At that moment, the elder leading Hehuan sect spoke up, addressing the elder from Tian sect. Why hasn't your spiritual peak master arrived? I came specifically to see Yunfeng master again. I was hoping to invite her to gather at Hehuan sect, ever since our last meeting. I have been unable to focus on anything else. Cease your frivolous thoughts. Yunfeng is not someone you can summon at will, Liang Wenjing interjected, observing the unfolding scene. Now that we are gathered, let us refrain from excessive chatter, especially from your sect. I do not wish to repeat myself. As the highest cultivator present, Liang Wenjing's authority was unquestionable, with the others largely being at the early stages of the nascent soul, save for a mid-stage figure from Wanjian sect. Thus, no one dared to oppose him. Since everyone is here, I invite the disciples to enter the secret realm. The duration will be 7 days. Those who do not exit within this period will be trapped until the secret realm reappears. Do not forget this. I hereby declare the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm to be open. As Liang Wenjing's voice faded, disciples from various sects surged forward. In a short while, all participating disciples had entered, while many from other sects chose to remain outside and observe. With a wave of Liang Wenjing's hand, a vast light curtain appeared in the sky. Su Yu gazed at the spectacle, reminiscent of watching a movie in a past life, albeit on a grand scale. Subsequently, the leaders of each sect equipped their disciples with projection stones, ensuring each sect had a large light curtain for viewing purposes. As Su Yu watched the scenes projected from the stones, the Dragon Spirit's secret realm revealed floating islands and scattered buildings, evoking a sense of wonder. When Yi Lin entered, he briefly paused to take in the surroundings. Most of the disciples who had entered had already formed teams for safety, and although some invited Yi Lin to join, he declined, feeling confident in his abilities to explore alone. The first day swiftly passed without major incidents. Those outside observed minor skirmishes, primarily focused on exploration. Disciples with sufficient strength typically refrained from using projection devices, preferring to keep their capabilities concealed. As the second day dawned, the atmosphere within the secret realm grew lively. A group of disciples discovered a low-grade profound long sword within a grand hall, a weapon suitable even for those in the golden core stage. Instantly drawing attention from those nearby, all gazed at the sword embedded in the ground, hesitant to approach, fearing hidden dangers and the possibility of others claiming it first. As the crowd swelled, someone could no longer contain their eagerness. A disciple from Hehuan's sect boldly declared, "Since no one else is stepping forward, I, Wang Li, shall claim this long sword." He strode towards the blade, his heart racing with trepidation, uncertain of the risks. Yet, taking a deep breath, he grasped the hilt and surprisingly pulled it free. Momentarily stunned, Wang Li quickly regained his composure and fled, shouting, "Hehuan's sect disciples, lend me your strength. I shall reward you handsomely upon my return." He activated his movement technique and dashed away. The surrounding crowd reacted swiftly, unleashing their spells in pursuit, while other disciples from Hehuan's sect scrambled to impede his escape. Despite their efforts, the combined forces of the 8 sects proved formidable, and Wang Li found himself surrounded. Though he was at the 7th level of Qi refinement, a respectable tier among the disciples, it was insufficient to withstand the onslaught of those with higher cultivation levels. Chapter 14. The contest for the spirit sword. Surrounded by a throng, Wang Li found himself in a moment of perplexity. For it was clear that he alone could not safeguard the long sword. Just then, a voice echoed through the air. "Wang Shidi, I cannot believe you have acquired such a precious treasure." Wang Li turned to face the newcomer and felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was the mightiest individual beneath the Foundation establishment rank from their Hehuan sect. Someone who had suppressed his own breakthrough to the Foundation establishment for the sake of the Dragon Spirit secret realm. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Li extended the sword towards Xiaojun. "Brother Xiao, I believe the sword is better suited for you. I cannot protect it." Xiaojun scrutinized the sword being offered. "Are you certain you wish to relinquish it? There will be no turning back." "I will not have any regrets," Wang Li affirmed. "Very well. Should you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." "Thank you, Brother Xiao." The surrounding disciples were at a loss, with some of the less skilled ones stepping back, leaving only those of higher cultivation. Yet, among them, there were hardly any who could match Xiaojun's prowess, most being at the 8th level of Qi refinement, no match for him. Moreover, several disciples from the Hehuan sect were present to lend their support, complicating matters further. At that moment, a disciple from the Xiantian sect spoke to the others. "I have sent word to brothers Wu and sister Lu. They shall arrive shortly, along with some seasoned 9th level Qi refinement seniors. Fear not." Observing this, disciples from other sects also called for reinforcements. Xiaojun recognized the urgency of their situation and urged Wang Li to send messages to other 9th level disciples for assistance, while he himself prepared to find a way to evade the unfolding confrontation. Just as Xiaojun was about to cast a spell, disciples from the Guangdao sect arrived in support. The Guangdao disciples, upon seeing their comrades, rejoiced, saying, "It is Brother Qing Yun and his group. How splendid." However, Xiaojun was keenly aware that their arrival spelled trouble. "Is it not true that your Guangdao sect venerates swordsmanship? Why then do you seek this long sword? While we may not wield it ourselves, we can sell it for resources. After all, this is a rare Xian tier long sword. Its value is immeasurable," came the reply. "It would be wise for you not to resist. Given the current circumstances, the Guangdao sect holds the advantage. Remember, in the chaos of battle, swords and blades do not discern friend from foe." Xiaojun's expression darkened with unease. He needed to devise a strategy to buy time until reinforcements from his sect arrived. Just then, disciples from the Wanjin sect made their entrance. The presence of the Wanjin sect invigorated the atmosphere, and soon, most of the 9th level Qi refinement disciples from various sects had gathered. Wu Xiaofeng and Lu Qinghe from the Xiantian sect, along with many esteemed 9th level disciples, arrived in droves. The Wanjin sect took the lead in dialogue. "Xiaojun, this sword is beyond your grasp. Allow us from the Wanjin sect to take it." Before Xiaojun could respond, a disciple from the Guangdao sect interjected. "Did you not produce a congenital sword body? Where are you now? Afraid of us, perhaps?" Laughter erupted from the Guangdao sect, while the Wanjin disciples hastily retorted, "You are unworthy to even carry brotherly shoes. He has long since broken through the Foundation establishment. Should you encounter him outside, you would not dare to utter a word." Laughter erupted from the Wanjin disciples, while the faces of the Guangdao disciples turned ashen. Xiaojun, undeterred, stood firm. For his comrades from the Hehuan sect had also arrived, bolstering their confidence against the opposition. At this juncture, Yin Rian from the Tian sect made her entrance as well. The atmosphere grew heavy, for the water spirit body was no trivial matter. Understanding that they could not secure the long sword solely through their sect's strength, Xiaojun devised a proposal. "Guangdao sect, Tianlei temple, and Tianwu sect, this sword would serve little purpose for you individually. What if we joined forces to exchange it for resources to be shared equally?" The Guangdao sect and other sects considered this proposition, recognizing its merit, for it was clear that relying on a single sect's strength would be insufficient to claim the sword. The Wanjin sect turned to the Xiantian and Tian sects, suggesting, "Given our long-standing amicable relations, let this sword serve as a reward for our 3 sects in the upcoming competition." Let us each rely on our own merits to claim it. The Xiantian and Tian sect disciples nodded in agreement, observing the unfolding scene. The Linghai sect withdrew from the contention, opting not to participate further. Xiaojun, with a smirk, taunted, for against 3. What do you think you can use to contest with us? As tensions flared, spells were unleashed, and chaos erupted. Outside, Siyu, witnessing the scene on his screen, mused that it was best to remain a bystander. However, he noted the absence of Yilin, wondering where he had disappeared. Yun Ruyan, Wu Xiaofeng, and the others led the charge, knowing that those below the 9th level of qi refinement were no match for them. Soon, only the elite disciples of each sect remained on the battlefield. Most were in disarray, though the top-tier individuals remained largely unaffected. Wu Xiaofeng addressed Yun Ruyan and the Wanjian sect members, urging, "Let us not tarry. Time in the secret realm waits for no one, and there are other opportunities ahead. We must not squander too much time here." Meanwhile, Yilin had arrived at a secluded cave, discovering a pool denoted as the sword nurturing pool beside a stone. Uncertain of its purpose, he surmised that it must be beneficial for swords. He seized the opportunity to immerse his Qinyan sword in the waters, which promptly radiated a gentle glow and sank to the bottom. As the battle progressed, disciples began revealing their hidden strengths. Many 9th-level qi refinement disciples had sustained injuries and retreated, leaving only the elite representatives of each sect on the field. Yun Ruyan unleashed her full power, summoning torrents of water that coalesced around her, making her appear as an ethereal spirit amidst the currents. The onlookers were taken aback, for she had achieved minor mastery of a Xian tier technique. "Everyone, we must unite against her," they exclaimed. Lu Qinghe, witnessing this display, felt a jolt of surprise, for she too possessed a Xian tier technique, albeit only at the entry level, still far from mastery. Wu Xiaofeng exchanged glances with Lu Qinghe, both nodding in silent agreement. They too unleashed their Xian tier techniques, albeit still in their fledgling stages, sufficient to contend with their opponents. Observing the 3 demonstrating their prowess, a disciple from the Guangdao sect spoke up, "Is it only you who possess Xian tier techniques? I have one as well." With that, a tempest of blade energy surged forth beside him. Wu Xiaofeng assessed the situation, realizing that this disciple from the Guangdao sect had only recently begun his training, thus posing little concern. Meanwhile, the champions from the Tianwu sect and Tianlei temple also activated their Xian tier techniques, albeit at a nascent stage. The battlefield erupted with clashing energies, while the Hehuan sect appeared somewhat diminished, lacking any representatives proficient in Xian tier techniques. A tense silence ensued as both sides prepared for confrontation. In stark contrast, Yilin's situation was markedly different. Chapter 15, Sword Spirit, chilling while the fierce battle raged on among them. Yilin leisurely awaited the completion of the nurturing process for the Qi Feng sword beside the sword nurturing pool. On the battlefield, Yun Ruyan initiated the attack, and the disciples of the Tianwu sect responded, but the disparity in strength was evident, and they were soon defeated after only a few exchanges. In contrast, Wu Xiaofeng and Lu Qinghe did not conclude their skirmishes quickly, they merely maintained the upper hand in their confrontation. However, with Yun Ruyan's reinforcements arriving, the opposing fighters were swiftly overwhelmed. Wu Xiaofeng looked at Xiaojun and remarked, "There's no point in struggling. Surrender your sword. You wouldn't want to be injured and then have us take it from you. I'm sure you understand the gravity of the situation." Xiaojun, with a grim expression, prepared to relinquish his long sword. He stood up and tossed the sword to Wu Xiaofeng, uttering no further words and readying himself to depart. The other sect members shared a similar sentiment. Having lost the battle, there was no reason to linger and suffer embarrassment. Just as everyone was about to leave, a flurry of array flags soared overhead, scattering and embedding themselves around the crowd. Instantly, a grand formation enveloped everyone. Wu Xiaofeng, upon witnessing the unfolding predicament, felt an ominous foreboding. The disciples of the Linghai sect emerged outside the formation, with Lu Hai observing that most of the formidable contenders from various sects had been ensnared within. Truly, it is a case of the clam and the snipe contending while the fisherman profits. Do you think we of the Linghai sect withdrew from the competition without a word for no reason? We seized this opportunity to trap you all here. Had you been in a better state, it might have been challenging, but now, most of you are either injured or have exhausted your mana. Moreover, this formation has been meticulously arranged by several venerable disciples of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, all experts in formation techniques. Even if you were at your peak, it would still require considerable effort to breach this formation. As the Dragon Spirit's secret realm approaches its conclusion, this formation will dissipate, for we cannot afford to keep you imprisoned within. Otherwise, we too would find our own escape impeded. Xiaojun looked at Lu Hai and inquired, "So, you desire this long sword as well?" Lu Hai scoffed, "I have no interest in this sword. My intent is simply to confine you here. The treasures of the Dragon Spirit secret realm will soon be ours to plunder. Without you, can the other disciples contend with us?" This secret realm now belongs solely to the Linghai sect. The disciples of the Linghai sect cheered in unison. "All hail senior brother Lu. Our Linghai sect shall prosper. What do the other sects have to contest?" The disciples from the other sects responded with disdainful jeers. "You are truly shameless, trapping our brothers and then reveling in your discord." In response to the uproar, Yang Wenjing called out, "Enough with the squabbling. The world of cultivation is fraught with uncertainties. The consequences of your defeat are solely due to your own inadequacies. Consider this a lesson if you were trapped by the disciples of the demon clan. It would be far graver than mere confinement. The other elders shared similar sentiments. While they may have felt some displeasure, the reality was as such. After years of cultivation, they understood that reaching their heights required overcoming myriad challenges. With Liang Wenjing speaking up, they could not voice further objections. Su Yu observed the trapped individuals and realized that their sect must delve into formation techniques. Otherwise, he might one day find himself ensnared as well. It served as a timely reminder. Beside him, Han Shi appeared anxious, sensing the dire situation. Wang Yuyan echoed his sentiments. Relieved that young Master Yi was not among those captured, Han Shi quickly realized the implications, hoping Yi Lin would benefit from the circumstances, given his absence thus far. Su Yu chuckled. I suspect this lad has stumbled upon a fortuitous event. Otherwise, he would not have remained unseen until now. Back on the battlefield, the trapped individuals seethed with anger. Dare you not release us? Cease these petty tricks. To which the Linghai sect members advised, I suggest you conserve your energy. Rest and recuperate, as you will soon find your way out of this secret realm. They laughed heartily as they departed, leaving the trapped ones in despair. Wu Xiaofeng, within the formation, felt helpless, having fallen into the trap laid by the Linghai sect. An unexpected twist indeed. Yun Rian spoke up. Since we are confined, there is little left to say. Instead of awaiting our fate, we should devise a means to break this formation. Let us set aside our past conflicts and join forces to see if we can dismantle this barrier. The group rallied, preparing to channel their spiritual energy. Let us unite our strength and strike at a single point in the formation to test its defenses. They summoned their full power and, together with Yun Rian, directed their efforts at one section of the formation. However, after a concerted attack, the results were disheartening. The formation merely rippled, showing no signs of yielding. Subsequent attempts yielded similar results, prompting them to cease their assault and seek assistance from their sect members skilled in formation techniques. For now, they could only endure as the disciples of the Linghai sect freely scavenged the resources within. Meanwhile, in the cave, Yi Lin's Qingyun sword had finally completed its nurturing process. The sword floated gracefully, emanating a brilliant radiance. The once unremarkable blade now shimmered with ethereal light, its cold gleam striking. At that moment, Yi Lin felt a profound connection with the Qingyun sword. Suddenly, a humanoid figure of light appeared before him, startling Yi Lin at first. Yet, he quickly realized it must be the sword spirit of the Qingyun sword. To his astonishment, the nurturing process had awakened the sword spirit, an unexpected boon indeed. Yi Lin gazed at the childlike figure of the sword spirit, noting that it was not quite what he had envisioned. The sword spirit spoke. I never expected a mere novice like you would obtain the Qingyun sword. And if I am not mistaken, this is the dragon spirit secret realm, still extant and discovered by you in this nurturing pool. Had it not been for this pool, I would have remained dormant for even longer. Is this how all sword spirits are? Yi Lin inquired. Certainly not. Sword spirits can manifest in various forms. I merely take on this shape for your comprehension. Moreover, I have only just regained a fraction of my strength, allowing me to maintain this youthful guise temporarily. Yi Lin nodded. What shall I call you? Simply refer to me as Qi Ling. You may also call me Lingo, and perhaps I shall offer you guidance, the spirit replied. Yi Lin jested. A true gentleman is adaptable. How could I address you so casually? Lingo, you have discerning judgment. I look forward to your guidance, as I may need to consult you on matters I do not comprehend. Qingling paused, momentarily taken aback. In light of your respectful address, I shall share a piece of fortune with you. Do you see the grass beside this pool? It is no ordinary herb. It is known as sword-nurturing grass. Chapter 16. The sword-nurturing herb. These sword-nurturing herbs, given sufficient time to flourish, possess the remarkable ability to transform an ordinary pond into a veritable sanctuary for sword cultivation. Consuming these herbs can instantaneously enhance one's comprehension of the sword path. Indeed, this sword-nurturing pool may be regarded as a rare spiritual reservoir, an unexpected treasure to encounter. I have only heard whispers of the dragon transformation pool within the dragon spirit secret realm, but to discover another such haven dedicated to sword cultivation is astonishing. For cultivators who do not practice the sword path, the dragon transformation pool is far more beneficial, as it is known to enhance one's physical constitution. However, for those who dedicate themselves to the sword, this presents a tremendous opportunity. One may either collect some herbs or consume them immediately to bolster their strength. Yi Lin, upon hearing this, was struck with amazement at the profound efficacy of the sword-nurturing herbs. Gazing at the abundance of herbs beside the pool, he resolved to consume some to elevate his own cultivation. Approaching the verdant patch, he gathered a handful and ingested them. Instantly, he felt that the profound techniques imparted by his master became significantly more accessible. Techniques that once required considerable time to master now felt as though they could be grasped with only a few repetitions. Yi Lin hastily channeled his energy, practicing the sword techniques, and after several repetitions, a refreshing clarity enveloped him as wisps of sword energy began to swirl around him. Slowly, he opened his eyes, realizing he had successfully grasped the entry-level techniques. Moreover, upon sensing his own cultivation, he was astonished to find he had reached the 9th level of qi refinement. Not only had he mastered the foundational techniques, but he had also experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation level. The rewards of his journey to the Dragon Spirit secret realm were indeed substantial. Observing that there were still plenty of sword-nurturing herbs by the pool, Yilin began to gather them for his journey home. Before departing, he noted with satisfaction the now barren state surrounding the sword-nurturing pool, save for a few small sprouts. At that moment, Qing Ling returned to the sword, and Yilin noticed a message arriving through his communication stone, revealing that the disciples of his sect were trapped within an array. Yilin decided to assess the situation. Upon arriving at the site where they had previously fought for the longsword, he beheld a massive barrier of light encasing his fellow disciples. Peering inside, he recognized Wu Xiaofeng and the others, noting that although they had acquired the longsword, they remained ensnared by another. The loss of their primary combatants on the final day of resource contention was far from ideal. At that juncture, Qing Ling remarked, "To be ensnared by such a trivial array is truly pathetic. You speak lightly, but we are utterly unfamiliar with formations. Surely, you must know how to unravel such an array?" "Of course I do. This formation can be dismantled simply by locating its focal points. But this particular array is somewhat unique and possesses a certain cunning. There are two focal points, one of which is a decoy meant to mislead, while the other is genuine. To break the formation, one must simultaneously strike both focal points. Have you noticed those researching the formation nearby? They likely found the false focal point, but their efforts were in vain. Discovering the true one will require considerable time. At the current pace, they will likely uncover the method to dismantle the array just as the secret realm concludes, indicating that the one who set this array had a clever design." Yilin pondered for a moment. Should we not assist them? That is entirely up to you. Yilin approached the disciples of the Xiantian sect who were studying the formation, inquiring, "Have you made any progress?" The group recognized him, as Yilin had gained a degree of renown within the sect. "Senior Brother Yi, we have located a focal point, but our attempts have been fruitless." Feigning contemplation, Yilin suggested, "Perhaps this one is the decoy. If we can identify the true focal point and strike together, we may yet break the array." The other disciples began to murmur upon hearing his words. After observing for a while and offering some guidance, Yilin turned to leave. He could assist no further. Whether they believed him was their own affair. After all, revealing the means to dismantle the array in front of so many was not necessarily prudent, especially since he was no longer a novice in the realm of cultivation. Shortly after Yilin departed, the disciples of the Xiantian sect successfully located the true focal point. They had heeded Yilin's advice, discovering the second focal point. The group swiftly united their strength to strike, but after several attempts, they found no success. Could this also be a decoy? That would pose a serious dilemma. At that moment, they recalled Yilin's words. With no other leads, trying was better than doing nothing. As all parties attacked the two focal points simultaneously, the barrier of light surrounding them gradually dissipated. The trapped individuals exhibited expressions of joy as they emerged, with many disciples from various sects expressing intentions to settle scores with the Spirit Sea sect, feeling that their time had been squandered. Wu Xiaofeng and his companions, however, urged, "Let us not waste any more time. The final day is upon us. We must first seek out other resources and defer our quest for revenge against the Spirit Sea sect until later." Thus, the farcical episode concluded. As the final day approached, competition within the Dragon Spirit secret realm intensified, with several unfortunate souls perishing in the struggle for resources. After all, many would stop at nothing in their desperate pursuit, indifferent to the opinions of others. Amidst this fierce contest for resources, a wounded disciple from the Harmony sect limped into a dilapidated grand hall. Upon his entrance, a shiver coursed through him, his hair standing on end as an ominous premonition washed over him. When he spotted a treasure chest in the center of the hall, he suppressed his trepidation and approached it, anticipating the possibility of a rare artifact within. As he reached the chest, an overwhelming urge compelled him to open it. Cheng Jiang slowly lifted the lid, and an icy chill surged forth, enveloping him. Momentarily paralyzed, he peered into the chest to discover a pearl nestled within. Inscribed within the chest were the words, "Yin Yang Pearl. This treasure belongs to the Yin Yang demon clan of the demon realm, capable of dual cultivation to absorb the cultivation and qualities of others to enhance oneself." Qing Jiang beamed with laughter at the sight of the Yin Yang demon pearl. "Fortune smiles upon me, Jiang Qing. With this supreme treasure, I shall dominate the cultivation world. Those from the Heavenly Maiden sect, prepare yourselves, for I shall have my revenge, making you wish for death yet unable to escape." Indeed, Jiang Cheng was the one cast from a cliff by members of the Heavenly Maiden sect after he attempted to employ underhanded tactics against a disciple of theirs. Fortunately, fate had not abandoned him. The acquisition of the Yin Yang Pearl perfectly compensated for his inadequate cultivation aptitude. It is worth noting that the Harmony sect does not operate by absorbing others' cultivation. Instead, they practice dual cultivation techniques that benefit both parties involved. Such methods are generally more suitable for those with slightly lesser talents, and the sect promotes this practice, resulting in a rather chaotic personal life among its disciples, many of whom engage in multiple relationships and dual cultivation partners. However, this reputation renders them somewhat unappealing to other sects, even though they remain a legitimate sect. If they could absorb others' cultivation and qualities through dual cultivation, other sects in the southern region would never allow such a sect to exist. After all, possessing such abilities would categorize one as a demonic sect, yet no such sect with this capability had ever been reported. As Jiangqing grasped the yin-yang pearl, it transformed into a ray of light and flew into his body. Unbeknownst to him, another dark light also surged into him. Chapter 17. A decade in haste at this moment. As Yilin sought resources, Qing Ling suddenly spoke. I sensed a trace of demonic energy just now. But it vanished almost instantly. Yilin felt a tinge of confusion. After all, the demon clan had not appeared in the southern region for nearly a millennium. Qing Ling pondered. Could it be that I misperceived? No, the dragon spirit secret realm has existed for an exceedingly long time, and even I am uncertain of its origins. It is prudent to exercise caution. Consequently, Yilin also began to search with heightened vigilance. As time passed, the 3 days allotted for the dragon spirit secret realm came to an end. At that juncture, Yilin prepared to exit, for he had amassed significant gains. Acquiring a plethora of medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, and even encountering the sword-nurturing pool and sword-nurturing grass, extraordinary fortunes indeed. As the exit of the secret realm opened, Yilin soared out of the dragon spirit secret realm. Disciples from various sects emerged in succession, and Yilin approached Suyu and the others. Observing Yilin's jubilant demeanor, Suyu remarked, Brother Yi, it appears you have had quite the harvest. Indeed, I shall share some with you all later, Yilin replied. With the closure of the exit, some disciples remained trapped inside, either perishing or unable to escape, rendering their fates indistinguishable from death. Thus, each sect returned to their respective domains with their disciples. On the spirit vessel, Wu Xiaofeng handed a long sword to Liang Wenjing, saying, Master, I have brought shame upon you. I never anticipated being ensnared within the Grand Formation. This sword has been promised to the 10,000 Swords sect as a reward for the next great competition. Let this be a lesson, Liang Wenjing replied. In the future, one must remain vigilant. If one encounters individuals with nefarious intentions, the predicament may not be so easily resolved. Understood, Master, Wu Xiaofeng acknowledged. Soon, the group returned to the Xiantian sect. The events of the secret realm spread like wildfire among the various sects, particularly the Linghai sect, which gained notoriety for ensnaring disciples from other sections. Yilin and his companions arrived at Suyu's residence, where he presented some of the exceptional medicinal herbs he had acquired from the secret realm, sharing them with the group. He then revealed several sword-nurturing grasses. Addressing Suyu and the others, this treasure is invaluable for sword cultivators. It can temporarily enhance your comprehension of the sword path, and if planted by the pool for an extended period, it can transform an ordinary pool into a sword-nurturing pool. However, the transformation requires a lengthy duration, and most individuals opt to consume it for improving their sword path and sight. Han Shi observed the sword-nurturing grass before stating, I have no use for these, as I am not a sword cultivator. Suyu and Yu Yin could benefit from them. Yilin distributed several to Suyu and the others, and once the matter was concluded, they all departed. On their way back, Qing Ling's voice echoed in Yilin's mind. Your friend Suyu seems quite formidable. There is an air of complexity about him, though I cannot discern the specifics. If he were to recover further, perhaps more would be revealed. Suyu lacks any extraordinary abilities. His cultivation is decent, at the 6th level of Qi refinement. I entered the sect alongside him, so I am well aware of his capabilities. Qing Ling nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Suyu contemplated the sword-nurturing grass before deciding to plant it beside the small pond in his courtyard, given that he currently had no pressing need for such resources, particularly those that enhance comprehension. He deemed it more practical to use them for beautifying his abode. After successfully planting the sword-nurturing grass, Suyu contemplated studying a formation technique, believing that acquiring more skills would only serve to benefit him. With the foundational formation manual in hand, he embarked on a lengthy cultivation process, during which time seemed to fly by for them. In the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. Suyu emerged from his cultivation, astonished to find himself at the late stage of golden core formation. He had anticipated a longer journey to reach this stage, but a pleasant surprise awaited him. At that moment, he couldn't help but reflect on how swiftly time had elapsed. He had been in this world for nearly 20 years. Suyu opened his proficiency panel. Character: Suyu. Age: 40. Realm: late golden core. Qualification: 3 spiritual roots, gold, wood. Fire cultivation techniques: returning spirit technique, 20. Earth level breathholding technique, 30. Earth level sword drawing technique, 20. Earth level unborn sword technique, 2. Mysterious level wandering dragon step, 90. Divine abilities: none. Magic weapons: mysterious level upper grade sword, 9. Mysterious level upper grade starry chessboard. Mysterious level upper grade wine immortal gourd. Skills: advanced forging technique, advanced gardening techniques, spirit, rain technique, germination technique, 3rd level formation master, insight, 3 levels of sword insight. Indeed, a new item had appeared on the proficiency panel, insight. So you had comprehended sword intent at the 9th level of foundation establishment, which had brought him great joy at the time. Now, his mastery of the sword path surpassed that of most elders in the Xiantian sect. After all, sword intent is the ultimate pursuit for any sword cultivator. Many practitioners may never grasp it, even upon reaching the nascent soul stage. During these 10 years, many events transpired. Han Shi and the others had broken through to the foundation establishment stage and had chosen to apprentice under a relatively renowned outer sect elder. They did not opt to study under the peak master, as they were well aware that given their qualifications, being accepted as direct disciples was nearly impossible. Being guided by an outer sect elder at the golden core stage was a commendable choice, ensuring they had a mentor to teach them at any time. Siyu had also advanced to the second level of foundation establishment, but did not intend to apprentice under any peak masters. Many foundation establishment disciples lingered within the outer sect, and he planned to apply for the position of a servant elder in a few years. He would not consider outer sect elders for the time being, preferring to wait until the time was right, so as to facilitate his own endeavors. Stepping out of his room, Siyu gazed at the small pond in his courtyard and the sword nurturing grass he had planted, which brought him closer to realizing his aspiration of creating a sword nurturing pool. The grass had begun to flourish, a result of his constant care through the germination technique. However, there remained a significant distance before he could successfully cultivate the sword nurturing pool. At that moment, Han Shi visited, stating, "Brother Su, we are preparing to return to Attain City. Would you like to accompany us? This may be my last opportunity to visit, to see my parents." Considering that the difference between the immortal realm and the mortal realm grows ever greater, the longer we cultivate, the more extended our seclusions become. It is not uncommon for one to remain in seclusion for decades or even a century in the cultivation world. But the mortal realm is different. If I do not return now, I may never have the chance again. Listening to Han Shi's words, Siyu fell into contemplation. Indeed, time had flown by since his arrival in this realm. Although he had no familial ties here, he wondered how the shopkeeper in Attain City was faring. Having once offered him assistance during his hardships, given how much time had passed, it felt like the right moment to pay a visit. Very well. I shall accompany you to see how Attain City has developed. Chapter 18. Return to Attain City early the next morning. Han Shi, Wang Yuyan, Yi Lin, and the others gathered at Su Yu's residence, all set to depart for Attain City. Now, they had all achieved the foundation building stage, making their journey easier. Once everyone had arrived, they prepared to set off, and 4 beams of light soared from Su Yu's courtyard. The 4 of them flew through the air on their swords. As Su Yu gazed at the sword beneath Yi Lin's feet, he sensed its extraordinary nature. After all, he was now a skilled blacksmith himself. And over the past decade, Yi Lin's reputation had grown immensely, almost eclipsing that of the 2 prodigies with heavenly roots. He had become a prominent figure in the Xiantian sect, garnering significant renown in the southern region. From Su Yu's current understanding of forging, this weapon appeared to be of profound rank, yet he sensed there was something more to it that eluded his perception. Of course, he himself wielded a hastily crafted yellow rank sword. Over the past 10 years, Su Yu had spent much more time with Han Shi and Wang Yuyan, while Yi Lin's increasing cultivation level meant their encounters had become less frequent. Yi Lin had now reached the 7th level of foundation building, spending most of his time away from the sect. Nevertheless, the bond among the 4 remained strong. Han Shi and Wang Yuyan were quite laid back regarding their cultivation, as the couple preferred to enjoy life. Siyu, in the eyes of others, was perhaps even more easygoing. As time passed, after a continuous journey, they finally arrived within the borders of Attain City. Upon entering, they descended from the sky, as they wished to avoid causing too much commotion. They were merely returning for a brief visit. Upon reaching the city gates, the 3 looked at the entrance with mixed emotions. After decades apart, they had returned. As they stepped into Attain City, Su Yu observed that the scenery had not changed much. The vendors still leaned against their stalls, although many unfamiliar faces had appeared. The atmosphere remained familiar. Once inside the city, the 4 separated. Su Yu wandered along a narrow path, lost in thought, until he arrived at the tavern. This establishment could be considered his first home in the city. Watching the bustling crowd, he noted that the tavern's business still thrived. He strolled inside and immediately spotted the tavern keeper engaged in conversation with others. The tavern keeper's hair had turned gray, betraying the passage of time. Observing his cheerful demeanor, Su Yu refrained from interrupting their conversation. However, he could still overhear snippets of their discussion. The tavern keeper was telling a patron, "You have come to the right place. Our tavern has produced an immortal. You will not be disappointed. We have thrived thanks to his influence and gained considerable fame in Attain City and its surroundings. Alas, I doubt we will see him again, for the realms of immortals and mortals are distinct." Noticing the tavern keeper's expression shift from joy to melancholy stirred something within Su Yu. Approaching silently, he stood behind the tavern keeper, who, upon turning to leave, was taken aback by Su Yu's sudden appearance, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. "What's this? You don't recognize me?" Su Yu asked. The tavern keeper quickly nodded. "Of course I recognize you. How could I forget?" As the tavern keeper prepared to introduce Su Yu, he was interrupted. "Please, keep this low-key. I do not wish to attract attention during my visit." The tavern keeper readily agreed, leading Su Yu to a private room. Once seated, he brought out the tavern's signature dishes, which evoked a wave of nostalgia in Su Yu. The tavern keeper remarked, "Su Yu, you haven't changed much. It must be over 40 years now, yet you appear even more mature and composed." Listening to the tavern keeper, Su Yu produced 2 bottles of elixirs and placed them before him. "Here, take these. They can prolong life and alleviate suffering from ailments." The tavern keeper accepted them without hesitation, realizing that Su Yu's return might be a fleeting moment. Observing the tavern keeper's demeanor, Su Yu surmised his thoughts. In this world, nothing is absolute. Perhaps one day, I will return to visit you again. As they shared laughter over their meal, Su Yu noticed the tavern keeper hesitating to speak. Is there something you wish to tell me? Su Yu inquired. The tavern keeper hesitated, then revealed, a few years ago, I unexpectedly learned that I have a son. You know, I have lived my life without children. I cherish this child dearly, but he has not given up on the idea of pursuing immortality. Even after the immortal's assessment revealed he lacks the potential. He then called for his son, who stood outside. See you, this is my son, Liang Yun. Greet Uncle Yu. Liang Yun nervously said, Uncle Yu, is there truly no hope for me? See you, gazing into Liang Yun's hopeful eyes, regrettably confirmed, there is no way. You lack spiritual roots, which means you are destined to be disconnected from the path of immortality. It would be best to relinquish this pursuit. At that moment, Liang Yun's expression dimmed, but he soon regained his composure, clenching his fists. I understand. After bidding farewell to the tavern keeper, Su Yu left the tavern, preparing to return to the sect when Han Shi and the others arrived. Although it was not entirely impossible for Liang Yun to cultivate, tales spoke of powerful beings capable of creating spiritual roots, albeit with limitations. If it were true, he had confidence that one day he might achieve such a feat. But for now, it seemed distant. It was better to extinguish Liang Yun's hopes for the time being, as offering false hope could be detrimental. From Su Yu's experience reading novels in his past life, he knew that just because physical cultivation existed, it did not guarantee success for everyone. He had a feeling that he might encounter Liang Yun again in the world of immortality. After Su Yu departed, Liang Yun silently vowed to embark on the path of immortality, determined to find a way, no matter the cost. Soon, Su Yu awaited the return of Yi Lin and the others. Have you all settled your affairs? He asked. Yes. We gave our family some elixirs and kept our return discreet. We also introduced Yu Yin to our parents, who were quite pleased, they replied. As the four stepped out of the city gates, a sense of melancholy washed over them. Unlike their youthful exuberance when they first departed for the path of immortality. This farewell felt final, perhaps marking the last time they would see each other. During their return journey, the group grew increasingly silent. Upon reaching the sect, they exchanged brief greetings before heading home, each returning to their respective families. Chapter 19. The Yinyang Secret Realm. As Su Yu arrived at his doorstep, he was greeted by a few acquaintances. Brother Su, you finally made it. We have heard about a small secret realm discovered near the Heavenly Maiden sect. Would you care to join us? It was fortuitous that they were all at the Foundation establishment stage, making their expedition quite convenient. These individuals were friends Su Yu had met during his frequent chess games, sharing moments of leisure over drinks. Over the past decade, they had embarked on missions together. And although they often invited Su Yu for tasks, he only participated occasionally, as he preferred to maintain a low profile. After gathering information about the secret realm, Su Yu decided to accompany them. According to their accounts, the realm was replete with treasures beneficial to those at the Foundation establishment stage. In earlier explorations, items suitable for those at the Golden Core stage had also been discovered, but those were now scarce. Currently, the secret realm was primarily frequented by disciples at the Foundation establishment early to mid-stage, as the resources available were somewhat inadequate for those in the late stage. Occasionally, late-stage disciples ventured in search of resources applicable to the Golden Core stage, but they invariably left empty-handed and ultimately gave up. Consequently, very few late-stage disciples now dared to enter, leaving it to early and mid-stage disciples and a handful of independent cultivators. As for dangers, for Su Yu, the threats had diminished significantly. With his mastery of techniques, he could easily dispatch opponents of the same level. Thus, for him, this journey to the secret realm was merely a recreational outing, and he welcomed the opportunity to explore. With the addition of Su Yu, their party consisted of 6 members, the highest being at the 5th level of Foundation establishment, excluding Su Yu. In the secret realm, they would likely go unnoticed by others. Without further delay, the group set off towards the secret realm. Under the guidance of Wang Yang, they soon arrived at the vicinity of the Heavenly Maiden sect's secret realm. Rather than rushing in, they decided to gather more information first. At a nearby tavern, they found a suitable spot to sit. From the moment they entered, discussions about the secret realm filled the air. The realm had been open for 10 days with a duration of 1 month. Several patrons appeared to have just returned, looking somewhat disheveled, while most were preparing to enter. Amidst the chatter, one patron remarked, I never expected a Golden Core elder to enter. The Wei family from the Divine Wind dynasty is here, and they have a core disciple with them. That elder is serving as their protector. Apparently, their primary aim for coming here is to pursue a disciple from the Heavenly Maiden sect, who is a direct disciple of a peak master, thus holding significant status. Fortunately, it seemed that the Wei family members were not interested in the resources within the realm, alleviating the tension in the tavern. Wang Yang, the most accomplished among CUS companions, felt a sense of relief. They also overheard rumors regarding the Heavenly Maiden sect, noting that several disciples had gone missing recently, causing unrest among the sect's members. It was said that a Golden Core elder had been dispatched to investigate. Wang Yang discussed these developments with Su Yu and the others, mindful of the unpredictable presence of a Golden Core cultivator. Nonetheless, the group resolved to proceed. Had the Wei family disciple intended to seek resources, they might have reconsidered their plans. Fortunately, that was not the case. Siyu, inclined to follow the group's lead, joined them without hesitation. Confident that the Golden Core presence posed no threat to him, they entered the secret realm, where Siyu observed that most of the structures were in ruins. A testament to the many who had sought resources here. This realm possessed a unique quality, split between night and day, with both the sun and moon visible, instilling in Siyu a sense of complexity. Wang Yang remarked, "This secret realm is peculiar, with both yin and yang present. Each side hosts different varieties of spiritual herbs. We should stick together for mutual support and share any resources we find upon our exit." With unanimous agreement, the group ventured into the yin side to search for resources. Along the way, Siyu noticed numerous low-grade spiritual herbs, their faint glow illuminating the night, creating an enchanting atmosphere that felt almost healing. These lesser herbs held little value for them, particularly for those at the foundation establishment stage. As they delved deeper, Suyu's spiritual sense detected a rare herb atop a tree, a night spirit flower, likely over 100 years old, which would be immensely beneficial even for late-stage cultivators. Furthermore, the night spirit flower was a coveted ingredient for alchemy, flourishing by absorbing the essence of the moon. Wang Yang also spotted the night spirit flower and exclaimed, "Everyone, look! There's a night spirit flower atop that tree. This is a treasure." Joy illuminated the faces of the others. However, Suyu observed a serpent demon lurking nearby, seemingly eyeing the same flower. This serpent demon, at the 5th level of foundation establishment, could pose a challenge to an individual. Yet it was unfortunate for it to encounter Suyu and his companions. One team member suddenly spoke up, "There's a serpent demon nearby. It seems to have noticed us, and its cultivation is rather formidable." Wang Yang reassured them, "This serpent demon is on par with my cultivation. There is no need for concern. Let us work together to defeat it." With that, Wang Yang charged forward, unleashing a star cloud palm towards the demon's south hiding place. But the serpent demon evaded the attack. In a swift move, it launched itself toward Wang Yang, but just as it was about to reach him, it altered its target, aiming for Su Yu and the other foundation establishment 2nd-level members. Panic surged among the group, and Wang Yang shouted, "Be careful." Su Yu noted the serpent demon's clever tactic of targeting the weaker members first. However, it had miscalculated, as he feigned surprise, drawing his sword to deflect the serpent's attack. As his companions prepared to rush in to assist, Su Yu pretended to struggle against the demon and was sent flying backward. His comrades rushed to inquire, "Are you all right?" Su Yu? Slowly rising, Su Yu brushed himself off and replied, "I'm fine. Let us deal with the serpent demon first." Chapter 20. The yin-yang technique. As everyone regained their focus, they swiftly took action. The serpent demon, realizing her ambush had failed, attempted to flee. However, Su Yu and his companions were not about to grant her an escape. Li Yun, wielding her long whip, ensnared the fleeing serpent demon. "Hurry and attack. I can't hold her for long," she called out urgently. Seeing this, the group quickly unleashed their abilities upon the demon. In the midst of the assault, Su Yu discreetly infused a trace of sword intent into the demon's body, rendering her susceptible to a transformation. As the serpent demon collapsed before them, the group breathed a sigh of relief. They were fortunate to have prevented her escape, for her inner core was indeed a valuable treasure. Wang Yang retrieved the inner core and subsequently collected the night spirit flower. The group then continued their exploration. As they delved deeper into the secret realm, they amassed numerous resources, with the night spirit flower being the most precious among them. Thus, they resolved to venture to another area in search of further treasures. Upon reaching the new location, the group fell silent and began to search for resources. Unlike the previous area, this one yielded relatively few finds. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated ruin, where a crowd had gathered, seemingly in the midst of an event. Indeed, they observed a young man standing amidst the throng, holding flowers as he pursued a young woman. Siyu surmised that the young man must be a disciple of the Wei family from the Shifeng dynasty. He noticed an elder standing nearby, presumably the young man's guardian, who was at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Suyu used his spiritual sense to investigate, confirming the elder's status as a newly advanced Golden Core cultivator. However, among the gathering of Foundation establishment cultivators, he would easily dominate. The Wei family's disciple, Wei Wenjie, gazed intently at the young woman, Yu Ting, and declared, "I have traveled from the Shifeng dynasty solely to see you. Yu Ting, I truly adore you. Will you be my partner?" The crowd erupted in cheers, urging her to accept. Yet, the young woman firmly declined. "We have hardly interacted, and I cannot agree. My focus is on cultivation. You should abandon this pursuit." Wei Wenjie, undeterred, professed, "I have fallen for you at first sight. I shall not give up. I will wait until you agree." Yu Ting turned away without further comment, prompting the crowd to disperse. The elder beside Wei Wenjie approached him. "Young master, there are countless women in the dynasty. Why must you pursue her? There are many who wish to marry into our Wei family. You do not understand. I have made my choice. Do not try to dissuade me." "I will not return to the Wei family if I do not succeed," Wei Wenjie replied resolutely. The elder sighed, choosing not to press the matter further. Siyu and his companions pressed on, continuing their search for resources. Suddenly, a voice reverberated through the skies of the secret realm. Conditions met. The yin-yang hall opens. The realm trembled as a grand hall ascended, straddling the boundary between light and darkness. Observing the magnificent yin-yang hall, Suyu marveled at the complexity of the secret realm. The onlookers, initially stunned, gradually regained their composure. In the ensuing silence, a figure soared toward the hall, followed by others who ascended, their sword lights illuminating the air. Everyone understood that this was a significant opportunity. After all, it had never been mentioned that such a hall existed within the realm. Wang Yang exchanged a glance with Suyu, their eyes reflecting a shared yearning for the fortune that awaited them. Without further ado, they all flew toward the yin-yang hall. Upon arrival, they were awestruck by the grandeur of the hall, which was already crowded with hundreds of individuals, more arriving continuously. Although the entrance stood open, they hesitated to enter, uncertain of the dangers that might lurk within. However, one individual could not contain their eagerness and entered first, prompting a wave of others to follow suit, including Suyu and his companions. Inside the hall, there were no proclamations of inheritance nor voices of great figures. Instead, numerous rooms housed an abundance of weapons and spiritual herbs, while empty spaces awaited exploration. The hall descended into chaos as individuals scrambled to seize resources for their own benefit. Quickly, everyone, act now or you'll miss out, Wang Yang urged as the crowd surged toward the rooms, resulting in numerous injuries during the fray. Soon, the hall was stripped bare of its treasures, with some still exploring while others fled with their gains. At that moment, a voice echoed in Suyu's mind. You have been selected. Will you enter? Within the hall, people continued to vanish, including Wang Yang. Those chosen rejoiced, proclaiming their destiny as the selected ones, while others who remained despaired. Observing the unfolding events, Suyu contemplated whether to investigate the inheritance. However, he ultimately resolved against it. Feeling no particular interest in such legacies, he had no need for them. At that moment, a scroll titled Yin-Yang Technique materialized above the crowd, clearly attainable by the capable. The sight of this technique spurred everyone to compete fiercely for it, as its significance was unmistakable. As time passed, many succumbed in the struggle for the Yin-Yang Technique. Wei Wenjie remarked to the elder, I never imagined I would encounter such an inheritance. With my superior cultivation and your golden core presence, acquiring the Yin-Yang Technique should be effortless. We shall wait until the other competitors have exhausted themselves before we make our move. Wang Yang observed the casualties and understood the futility of attempting to seize the technique amidst the chaos. His desire for the inheritance was palpable, but he recognized the formidable presence of the Wei family, along with the Golden Core Guardian. He chose to bide his time, seeking an opportune moment. After a while, as the number of competitors dwindled, a cloaked figure pierced through the grasp of the Yin-Yang Technique's holder. Enough of this. The Yin-Yang Technique belongs to me now. Do not waste your efforts, the figure proclaimed, revealing a cultivation level at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. The crowd hesitated, acutely aware of the significant disparity in strength. None dared to act recklessly, and in that moment, they recognized the cloaked figure as the individual they had previously encountered at the cliff. Chapter 21. The emergence of the demon clan. The crowd stood frozen before the figure clad in black robes, hesitant to make any rash movements. At this moment, Wei Wenjie glanced at the newcomer, relieved that Uncle Wei was present. After all, the disparity between the foundation establishment stage and the golden core stage was immense. It appeared that he would not be able to intervene, and Wang Yang felt the same way, realizing this opportunity was destined to slip away. Wei Wenjie turned to Wei Liang, saying, Uncle Wei, it is your turn to take action. Wei Liang stepped forward, addressing Jiang Cheng. You need not waste your energy. Surrender the yin-yang scripture. He then unleashed the oppressive aura of his golden core cultivation, causing everyone present to feel as if a colossal stone weighed heavily upon them. The onlookers realized this was indeed the rumored protector of the Wei family at the golden core stage, a truth they had not anticipated. However, Jiang Cheng's expression remained unchanged as he regarded Wei Liang, remarking, I did not expect an old coot at the golden core stage to be here. But you seem to have just recently broken through. Wei Liang, observing Jiang Cheng's arrogant demeanor, retorted, Do you presume to defy the golden core stage? Are you unaware of the vast chasm that separates the foundation establishment from the golden core? What gives you such confidence? Confidence will be evident in combat. Jiang Cheng replied boldly. Such audacity, Wei Liang declared, stepping forward in an instant to strike Jiang Cheng from behind. Caught off guard, Jiang Cheng failed to react in time, and the attack landed squarely on him. Though he managed to parry some of the blow with his sword, he was still sent crashing into the wall. Outside, the temple was nearly deserted, with some disciples returning to inform their respective sects of the upheaval within the secret realm. So he remained, having noticed an anomaly entering, and chose to wait and observe, while his companions ventured outside in search of resources. Siyu stood by, awaiting Wang Yang's return, intending to notify them upon his emergence. Jiang Qing felt a sudden sweetness in his mouth as blood trickled forth. Wiping the blood from his lips, he grinned at Wei Liang. Truly, the golden core stage is on another level. I cannot believe I was caught off guard. Wei Liang, witnessing this, inquired, Are you still struggling? It is all in vain. Surrender the yin-yang scripture, or I shall have to deal with you first. Jiang Qing maintained his arrogance. Do not think this is the end. He was soon enveloped by a dark aura. An ominous feeling washed over the crowd as they gasped. What is this malevolent presence? Wei Liang's brow furrowed. Could it be demonic energy? He was uncertain, having only heard of it. The years since the last war between immortals and demons had been long, and the southern region had not seen the demon clan for many years. Most had only heard tales, with few having witnessed the demons in reality. Wei Liang set aside his underestimation, and the crowd instinctively retreated, adopting defensive stances. Wei Liang queried, what kind of technique is this? Do you belong to the demon clan? The aura is so foreboding. Is it not narrow-minded to assume that an unfamiliar technique must belong to the demon clan? Jiang Cheng countered. In no time, the dark aura surrounding Jiang Cheng was entirely absorbed into him, his eyes now a crimson hue. And his cultivation surged beyond the 9th level of foundation establishment into the initial stage of golden core. The atmosphere grew tense as Wei Liang recognized the imminent danger. He was now certain Jiang Cheng was a member of the demon clan. I have reached the golden core stage now. Let us see who is stronger, Jiang Cheng proclaimed. Channeling his energy as several tendrils of black mist materialized above, hurtling towards Wei Liang. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Wei Liang drew his sword and executed a technique. The clash of sword light and shadows unfolding at an unimaginable speed. Nearby structures began to visibly crumble, and the crowd scattered. Aware that they were spectators of a battle beyond their reach, where a moment's inattention could spell disaster. Yet, not long after, Wei Liang began to gain the upper hand. While Jiang Cheng struggled to keep pace, both panting heavily, Wei Liang exhaled in relief but remained vigilant, uncertain of what other tricks the demon might possess. Jiang Cheng, recognizing that continuing this exchange was disadvantageous, released several massive black hands that surged towards the crowd. Those caught were instantly pierced, while the others fled in terror. Their blood streaming towards Jiang Cheng, replenishing his strength and momentarily enhancing his power. Wei Liang, witnessing this unfolding scene, understood the dire implications. If this continued, they would all perish. He hastily unleashed a spell to counter Jiang Cheng's assault. However, during this round of conflict, Wei Liang found himself at a disadvantage. And the onlookers realized that unless they devised an escape plan, they were doomed. Yet, the exit remained closed for a while longer, and it was uncertain if Wei Liang could endure. Wei Liang recognized the urgency of the situation. Jiang Cheng could absorb blood to restore his spiritual energy, enhancing his power in the process. Continuing this fight would inevitably lead to his defeat, but retreat was not an option. He could only endure until the end. Deep down, he understood that the chances of surviving until then were slim. Casting a glance at Wei Wenjie, he charged towards Jiang Cheng once more. Observing this, Jiang Cheng scoffed. Does the old fool not comprehend the gap in our strengths? Allow me to send you off. The two exchanged blows, their positions shifting as they left destruction in their wake. In a moment, Wei Liang was brought low, blood spilling from his wounds. Wei Wenjie rushed to his side, helping him up, his voice trembling. Uncle Wei, are you all right? With unwavering determination, Wei Liang replied, do not worry about me, young master. Protect yourself, I can still fight. Gently pushing Wei Wenjie aside, he launched himself back into battle beside Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, noticing Wei Liang's reckless charge, thought, what a fool, rushing to his own demise. The combat resumed, but Wei Liang began to falter. Seizing an opportunity, Jiang Cheng declared, old fool, perish. Realizing the imminent danger, Wei Liang had no time to react. Just as the black shadow was about to strike him, Wei Wenjie leaped forward with a protective artifact, intercepting the blow. Although Wei Wenjie was sent flying, he quickly rose and assured, Uncle Wei, I am fine. This artifact can withstand 3 attacks from the golden core stage. Wei Liang, relieved, acknowledged the moment. But he was acutely aware that he could not hold out much longer. Fortunately, the exit was nearing, and he resolved to do everything in his power to shield his young master during the retreat. At that moment, Jiang Cheng absorbed the blood of several individuals, and Wei Liang realized his hopes of survival were extinguished. It appeared Jiang Cheng intended to eliminate everyone. Turning to Wei Wenjie, he stated, I have watched you grow. Young master, you cannot perish here. Your journey is just beginning. Allow me to see you off. Channeling his remaining energy, he darted behind Jiang Cheng, embracing him just as the exit began to open. Wei Wenjie understood Wei Liang's intentions and cried out, no, Uncle Wei. Wei Liang smiled at Wei Wenjie. In the next life, I shall watch you grow again. Jiang Cheng comprehended Wei Liang's intentions, exerting all his strength to break free from the embrace, but to no avail. As the exit opened, Wei Liang urged, young master, flee. Yet Wei Wenjie remained resolute, I will not leave. Wei Liang shouted, everyone, assist, forcibly take him away. The crowd understood the imperative of fulfilling this request, and soon a group of individuals grasped Wei Wenjie, propelling him towards the exit, though he continued to struggle. In the sky, Wei Liang cast a deep glance at Wei Wenjie before hastily ascending, making every effort to avoid impacting others. Wang Yang, who was grasping Wei Wenjie, felt a profound admiration for this venerable elder. Just as the crowd rushed toward the exit, a tremendous sound reverberated from above the secret realm, causing the entire domain to tremble. Wei Wenjie immediately shouted, no, please, don't. At that moment, those emerging from the secret realm scattered in all directions, uncertain whether the demon from the other realm had perished. Chapter 22, the sword technique that cuts through the sky at this moment. Wang Yang was supporting Wei Wenjie as they emerged, and he called out to Su Yu, who was still at the entrance. Su, hurry and run. There's a member of the demon clan inside, and we don't know if he is dead. Quickly notify the others to leave the secret realm. Observing the situation and recalling the previous loud noises, Su Yu understood what had transpired. I'll notify the others first. You all go ahead. With that, Wang Yang and the others swiftly flew toward the exit, supporting Wei Wenjie. Su Yu felt an ominous presence emanating from the exit that had not dissipated. It seemed that the demon was still alive, and Su Yu realized he could not let this demon escape. Jiangchen crawled out of the ruins, spitting blood. His cultivation had returned to the 9th layer of foundation establishment, thanks to the yin-yang magic pearl in his possession. When Wei Liang self-destructed, Jiangchen had activated the yin-yang magic pearl, absorbing a significant amount of damage. At that moment, a voice echoed in Jiangchen's mind. Kid, you've obtained the yin-yang technique. Quickly deal with those who have seen you, or you'll face great trouble. You cannot reveal your identity as a demon yet. The demonic techniques Jiangcheng had learned were imparted to him by the voice in his mind, which guided him in his cultivation. With the effects of the yin-yang magic pearl, his strength had surged. Recently, many disciples of the Celestial Maiden had gone missing, and he was responsible for most of those disappearances. Moreover, the method to unlock the yin-yang technique was taught to him solely to acquire it. Jiangcheng prepared to eliminate those outside the secret realm. Just as he stepped out of the exit, he saw a foundation establishment 2nd layer cultivator still lingering at the entrance. He hadn't expected anyone to be left behind. Su Yu, having altered his appearance, stood there calmly. Jiangcheng looked at Su Yu and said, Kid, there is a path to heaven, yet you refuse to take it. There is no door to hell, yet you venture in. A mere foundation establishment 2nd layer cultivator must be terrified. He intended to use Su Yu as nourishment. A shadow shot towards Su Yu, but with a single palm, Su Yu dispersed the shadow. Jiangcheng was astonished. You're not a foundation establishment 2nd layer. Who are you? When did I ever claim to be a foundation establishment 2nd layer? Su Yu replied, suddenly revealing his cultivation at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Jiangcheng breathed a sigh of relief. At least he was also at the 9th layer of foundation establishment, with a backup plan in mind. Jiangcheng laughed. So you're at the 9th layer. Disguising yourself as a 2nd layer, I thought you'd be formidable, but it's nothing extraordinary. He then activated his demonic powers and charged at Su Yu. However, as they fought, Jiangcheng quickly realized something was amiss. It felt as though Su Yu was merely toying with him, demonstrating ease and grace in battle. At that moment, a voice in Jiangcheng's mind urged him not to waste time and to eliminate Su Yu quickly to avoid future complications. Jiangcheng decided to stop hiding his true strength. Although enhancing himself to the golden core stage had severe side effects, the voice assured him that with the yin-yang technique, everything would be fine. Trusting the voice, he activated his powers and elevated his cultivation to the golden core stage, instantly becoming arrogant. You played with me just now? Prepare to die. Su Yu observed Jiangcheng's boastful demeanor in silence. Jiangcheng, noticing Su Yu's calmness, felt a hint of embarrassment. Are you so foolish as to be unfazed? You will become my nourishment. Jiangcheng, shrouded in a black shadow, charged at Su Yu. Just as he was about to strike, Su Yu effortlessly blocked the attack with his bare hands, leaving Jiangcheng struggling to break free. What is happening? Jiangcheng panicked, shouting, What is your cultivation? You cannot possibly be just at the foundation establishment stage. Su Yu smiled and said, Actually, I can elevate my cultivation too. A torrent of overwhelming energy surged toward Jiangcheng, momentarily stunning him. The voice in Jiangcheng's mind exclaimed, This is bad. He is at the mid-golden core stage. Did you not notice? He has a long sword behind him that he hasn't yet used. This could be troublesome. Jiangcheng felt as though he had swallowed something foul. He knew he could never match someone at the mid-golden core stage. Moreover, it was evident that Su Yu was a sword cultivator, yet he hadn't unleashed his sword techniques. Overwhelmed by fear, Jiangcheng contemplated fleeing. The voice in his mind suggested retreating, as he had already acquired the yin-yang technique. Jiangcheng quickly activated his powers to withdraw. Just as he was about to take flight, a large hand suddenly grasped his shoulder. Trying to run? Realizing escape was impossible, Jiangcheng's mind raced. Old man, think of something. I can't defeat him, and I can't escape either. Didn't you say it was foolproof when I entered? The voice in his mind replied. Don't panic just yet. I have one more trick to enhance your cultivation. If you surrender your body to me, I can temporarily elevate your cultivation to the mid-golden core stage. With my combat experience, defeating him will be effortless. Really? Jiangcheng felt a surge of excitement. Fine. Take control, but don't let him escape. He must pay for toying with me. No problem, just leave it to me. Relax your body and open your sea of consciousness, the voice instructed. Jiangcheng complied and opened his sea of consciousness. The shadow surged into Jiangcheng's sea of consciousness, and his aura rapidly climbed to the mid-golden core stage. Finally, the Wind Spirit Demon Sovereign, have returned. At that moment, the true Jiangcheng had vanished, replaced by the demon. Now armed with the yin-yang technique and the legendary yin-yang magic pearl, he vowed to return and exact revenge on those old fools. But first, he needed to deal with the person before him. Jiangcheng looked at Su Yu, saying, Kid, I see you possess some strength. How about serving under me? When my demon clan invades, you can have anything you desire. You should worry about whether you can survive. Su Yu retorted, drawing his sword, Sword 9, and preparing to unsheath it. Jiang Cheng, taken aback, thought him unwise. Just as he prepared to attack, a formless pressure immobilized him, and he felt an overwhelming sword intent locking onto him. Every cell in his body screamed to flee. He would die. Yet no matter how he struggled, he remained motionless. Jiangchen shouted, "No, you cannot be at the Golden Core stage. How can someone at the Golden Core stage possess such strength? I, the Wind Spirit Demon Sovereign, cannot perish here. No, I refuse. I still have my blood essence." As he spoke, his cultivation surged to the late Golden Core stage, nearing the Yuaning stage. Yet even then, he could barely move. At this moment, the secret realm transformed around Su Yu. The sky darkened, filled with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled. Those still within the secret realm were speechless. Not because they did not want to flee, but because they could not move. They were also affected by the sword intent, paralyzed in place. Lightning crackled around Su Yu as he shouted, "Sword technique." Jiangchen exclaimed, "No, don't." Instantly, a blinding light erupted, enveloping the entire secret realm. After the radiance faded, a gaping chasm appeared in the ground, several thousand meters deep. Chapter 23. The end of the secret realm. Su Yu gazed at the scene before him, realizing that he ought to refrain from employing the sword drawing technique so frequently. After probing the surroundings and discovering no trace of Jiang Cheng, he descended to search further but found nothing. It seemed improbable that Jiang Cheng had been entirely obliterated by a single strike. Perhaps he had managed to escape. Yet Su Yu could no longer sense his presence and was uncertain of his whereabouts. If only he possessed the cultivation of the transformation stage. He could have confined the heavens and earth, preventing Jiang Cheng's flight. To his surprise, the demon had some means of evasion, after all. It was a creature of the demonic lineage, having existed for an inconceivable length of time. Thankfully, his disguise had rendered him unrecognizable. It was best to depart. As he anticipated that others would soon arrive, Su Yu flew towards the exit of the secret realm and, upon emerging, found himself surrounded by a throng of people. They were engrossed in discussions regarding the demon and, more notably, the mysterious powerhouse who had emerged from the secret realm, leaving all in stunned silence with a single sword strike. Whispers circulated that this enigmatic figure had cleaved the sky, leaving the demon reduced to dust. And many speculated that he was the sword immortal of their age, though none could ascertain his identity. Upon his return, Su Yu reunited with Wang Yang and the others. He observed Wei Wenjie, who appeared disheartened, evidently affected by the events. Soon after, Li Yun and the others emerged and hurriedly inquired about what had transpired and the identity of the sword-wielding powerhouse, expressing their terror. Su Yu hastily replied, affirming that he had been immobilized by the oppressive sword intent, which had left him drenched in sweat. Wang Yang remarked that a demon had indeed appeared in the secret realm, yet it seemed that the elder had eradicated it, albeit at the cost of a golden core elder's life, who had stayed behind to buy them time. This revelation cast a pall over the group. Li Yun, upon hearing this, was taken aback that demons had resurfaced after such a long interval, pondering how long the peace in the southern region could endure. After taking a moment to collect themselves, Su Yu and his companions prepared to return to their sect. At the entrance of the secret realm, two peak masters from the Heavenly Maiden sect arrived, having rushed over upon hearing of the demon's presence. They slipped into the secret realm to investigate. Arriving at the site of Su Yu's battle, where one of them inquired, "Could you have achieved this so effortlessly?" Alas, no. Fortunately, a powerful individual intervened to eliminate the demon. However, their identity remains a mystery, was the response. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away from the secret realm, a pearl manifested, from which Jiang Cheng tumbled out, unable to rise. His cultivation had entirely dissipated, rendering him weaker than an ordinary person. In a desperate bid to withstand Su Yu's strike, he had resorted to forbidden techniques, depleting his essence and utilizing the Yin-Yang demon pearl to mitigate some damage, allowing for his escape. The prowess of this demonic treasure was indeed formidable. Now, however, his lifespan was severely limited. Yet as long as the Yin-Yang demon pearl and the Yin-Yang technique remained, he believed all was not lost. As for the individual who had inflicted such a fate upon him, he vowed to seek vengeance when the time was ripe. Attaining the transformation stage was essential for any hope of success, for only then could he confine the space and sense that Su Yu had not yet broken through to that stage. Thus, he deduced that as long as Su Yu remained at his current level, he would bide his time, awaiting the moment of his own ascension alongside his prized artifacts to instill a sense of despair in Su Yu. However, it appeared that such a plan would require patience. He needed to commence his training anew and seek an opportunity to reconnect with the demon clan, for relying solely on his own strength was insufficient. Having failed in the last battle between the celestial and demonic forces, he was determined to approach this situation differently. Just as Jiang Cheng felt he could not endure any longer, several villagers discovered him. "Brother, are you all right? Hold on, we shall take you for treatment." Meanwhile, Wei Wenjie sat at the entrance of the secret realm, his gaze vacant. His recklessness had led him to this dire outcome. Raised by Wei Liang, he had been overshadowed by the numerous offspring of the Wei family, where his father had many consorts. Despite his decent talent, he was but one among many, with two exceptionally gifted elder brothers who received all their father's affection. In such circumstances, it was Wei Liang who had cared for and encouraged him. And although their relationship was one of master and servant, Wei Liang held an immensely important place in his heart. As Wei Wenjie's mind drifted, the image of Wei Liang emerged, as if urging him on. Gradually, his once vacant expression solidified with determination. He rose, resolved to return to the Wei family and establish a spirit tablet for Wei uncle. The departed would not wish to see him in such a state. This experience had imparted a lesson. He must grow stronger, stronger than anyone else, lest everything he cherished be rendered meaningless. Should the demon clan dare to show themselves again, he would ensure they paid the price. After several days of travel, Suyu and his companions returned to the Xiantian sect. The news of the demon's appearance near the Heavenly Maiden sect had spread throughout the southern region, prompting various sects to heighten their vigilance and intensify patrols. Those who had endured the Celestial Demon War understood its brutality. In Suyu's courtyard, Wang Yang produced the spoils acquired from the secret realm. The recent events were still fresh in everyone's minds, yet they were relieved to find themselves safe. Fortunately, we have secured numerous treasures from the secret realm. Let us adhere to our customary practice of sharing the resources. Wang Yang proceeded to unveil all the treasures they had collectively obtained from the secret realm, while personal finds were retained by their respective owners. After the distribution of resources, the group departed. Suyu planted all the spiritual herbs and medicines he had acquired in his garden. At that moment, Han Shi and Yi Lin, having heard of Suyu's return, hastened to his residence. Han Shi, looking at Suyu, expressed, "Brother Su, it is splendid to see you return safely. Both Yi and I were quite worried upon hearing of the demon's emergence in the secret realm." "Indeed," Yi Lin added, visibly relieved. "I heard that some of our disciples fell during the ordeal. There is no need for concern. We are fortunate and resilient individuals," Suyu reassured them. Seeing that Suyu was unharmed, Han Shi's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he asked, "Brother Su, did you encounter the mysterious powerhouse? I hear that the might of that sword left many in awe." No, at that moment, all present were rendered immobile by the overwhelming sword intent, and none could discern the identity of that formidable figure. Suyu replied. Han Shi lamented, "What a pity." Yi Lin, brimming with confidence, declared, "One day, I too shall cleave through demons with a single sword strike, just like that elder." At this, Han Shi chuckled. "Look, Brother Su, Yi Lin has begun boasting again." Amidst their laughter, the group gradually dispersed. At that moment, Yi Lin's sword spirit, Qingling, chimed in. "I sensed a trace of demonic energy in the secret realm. It appears my intuition was correct. I wonder if this demon is connected to the one from the Dragon Spirit secret realm. With the reappearance of the demon clan, one could only speculate how long the current state of affairs would persist. It was imperative to hasten their cultivation. Yet, the mere presence of the demon clan need not be a source of great concern. Chapter 24. The nascent soul stage. The years spin and cultivation passed swiftly. And before long, a decade had slipped by. During this period, the southern region remained tranquil. The events involving the demon clan from 10 years ago fading into the recesses of memory. No further appearances of the demon clan were noted. Now, Suyu's status within the Xiantian sect had undergone a transformation. Merely 2 years prior, he had ascended to the position of a deacon elder, tasked with the management of a spiritual field. Occasionally, he would attend to assignments from the sect and regularly impart lessons to the deacon disciples. After spending over a decade within the sect, he had evolved from a mere novice into a formidable figure in the nascent soul stage. Indeed, Suyu had successfully advanced to the late nascent soul stage during these 10 years, yet outwardly, he still presented as a mere fifth layer of foundation establishment. As many remained trapped at this critical juncture, a hurdle that some individuals could never surpass. He would need to linger at the fifth layer of foundation establishment for a while longer. At this moment, Suyu opened his proficiency panel. Character, Suyu, age, 50, realm, late nascent soul, aptitude, 3 spirit roots, gold, wood, fire, cultivation techniques, returning spirit technique, heavenly level breath, concealment technique, heavenly level sword drawing technique, heavenly level lifeless sword technique, heavenly level dragon step, and many more. Divine powers, none, magic weapons, earth level superior sword 9, earth level superior starry chessboard, earth level superior wine immortal gourd, etc. Mastery, master blacksmithing of Lihua, master horticulture of spirit rain technique, acceleration technique, 5th level array master, etc. Concept, 7 layers of the essence of 10,000 swords. In the blink of an eye, he had turned 50. Had he been on Blue Star, he would soon be approaching the countdown of life. Yet here, the journey ahead remained long. Over these 10 years, Suyu's strength had experienced remarkable growth, primarily due to his continual enhancement of various sword techniques. This practice led to a profound comprehension of the essence of all sword intents. Typically, those who possess sword intent can only wield one attribute, while those with exceptional talent may manage 2 or even 3. However, Suyu could utilize the sword intent of all attributes at will. Yet, mastering multiple sword intents became increasingly challenging. Grasping a single intent was arduous enough, let alone 2 or 3, which required an immense investment of time. Throughout millennia, only a handful have managed to refine several sword intents to their zenith, all of whom became legendary sword immortals. Nevertheless, Suyu need not fret. With his proficiency at hand, these challenges were surmountable. While he could theoretically employ multiple sword intents, he preferred to use just one, as that sufficed for his needs. As a diligent and principled deacon elder, it was inconceivable for him to display sword intent overtly. He was merely an elder with a modest understanding of sword techniques. Stepping outside to the courtyard, Suyu noted its rejuvenation. He had expanded its boundaries, doubling its size. As the surrounding area was sparsely populated, the courtyard now flourished with an abundance of flowers and greenery, while the spiritual field in the back was brimming with spiritual herbs and medicines, all concealed by formations from prying eyes. Gazing at the sword-nourishing grass by the pond, Suyu pondered the time-consuming nature of its growth. It had only slightly improved since 10 years prior, and he remained uncertain when it would transform into a sword-nourishing pool. However, this was of little consequence. He originally intended it for decorative purposes, incorporating many designs inspired by Blue Star, which rendered his residence quite pleasant. Yet, the most significant aspect of the day was the joyous occasion at hand. Indeed, Wang Yuyin was about to give birth, and Han Shi was set to become a father. It was astonishing to realize that his once close friend was now a parent. He resolved to visit and extend his heartfelt congratulations, bringing along a small gift for the newborn as a token of goodwill. Upon arriving at Han Shi's residence, he encountered Yulin, who had also arrived. Observing Han Shi pacing anxiously outside, Suyu approached him, saying, "Do not worry, Han Shi. Congratulations on soon becoming a father." "Indeed, Han brother, there is no need for concern. You are on the brink of fatherhood. Congratulations." Although reassured, Han Shi remained visibly nervous. Just then, the sound of a baby and Appo's cry pierced the air. The door opened, revealing a figure who announced, "Both mother and daughter are safe. It's a girl." At that moment, Han Shi's face lit up with joy. "I have a daughter. I have a daughter." He rushed into the room, swiftly approaching Wang Yuyin, who lay on the bed. "Yuyin, you have worked hard." "It's nothing. First, let me see our daughter," she replied. Han Shi quickly cradled the child and brought her to Wang Yuyin's side, both gazing lovingly at their newborn. "She resembles you so much. Just look at her eyes and nose," Han Shi remarked, sharing a smile with Wang Yuyin. Outside, Suyu and Yulin felt elated for Han Shi. Han Shi then called out, "Su brother, you brother, come in." As they entered the room, Suyu beheld Han Shi's daughter. "Han brother, your daughter is truly adorable." Yulin echoed the sentiment. "Indeed, Han brother, she is precious." Suyu then presented a bracelet he had crafted himself, concealing its earth-level quality, as it was not immediately apparent. This bracelet could withstand 3 attacks and enhance the efficiency of spirit power condensation during cultivation. "Han brother, this is a gift for your daughter. Please accept it." Yulin produced a jade pendant, which also boasted commendable properties. Han Shi, upon seeing their gifts, graciously accepted without hesitation. The 3 soon exited the room, considering the newborn would soon require nourishment. Once outside, they engaged in conversation. Han Shi remarked, "Su brother, you brother, have you considered finding a partner?" "I already have a child. Everything comes in due time. We shall see when fate allows," Suyu replied. "Besides, Han brother, your daughter is akin to our daughter. She can always seek us out if she needs anything." Han Shi laughed. "Of course, you must protect my daughter." He then inquired, "How is your role as elder treating you, Su brother? Is everything going well?" "Quite well. I manage the spiritual fields and enjoy a leisurely life. I applied for the position of deacon elder precisely for this reason. As disciples, we must undertake tasks, but elders are exempt, as you all know my temperament." Suyu explained. Yulin added, "Indeed, among us, you live the most carefree life. Being a deacon elder suits you perfectly. By the way, you brother, do you have any ambitions? After all, you have reached the golden core stage. Currently, I aspire to become the foremost sword master." Chapter 25, The Inspiration for Creating Sword Techniques. At this moment, Yulin heard the voice of Chang Ling echoing in his mind, expressing admiration for his ambitious demeanor. Over the past decade, with relentless training and Chang Ling's guidance, Yulin had mastered the essence of swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Han Shi had reached the 5th level of foundation establishment, while Wang Yuyin had attained the 4th level. Unlike Yulin, who was perpetually dedicated to his cultivation, they indulged in both training and leisure, often exploring picturesque landscapes and diverse cultures. Now, they also bore the responsibility of nurturing their daughter. After a brief conversation, the trio parted ways. Suyu was preparing to teach at the Outer Disciples Hall, a monthly engagement he relished. While the attendance was modest, it was satisfactory nonetheless, especially knowing that he was not the only instructor and his level of expertise was merely average compared to others. Naturally, students preferred to learn from those of higher caliber. Soon, Suyu arrived at the teaching venue for the Outer Disciples, noting the eager expressions of the newly initiated disciples, filled with hope for their future. Such enthusiasm was typical. Most newcomers believed in their limitless potential. However, this belief varied among individuals. As Suyu walked, he was greeted by several acquaintances. Upon reaching the elders' teaching area, he found a good turnout of disciples eager to learn. As the lecture commenced, Suyu stood before the students, observing that about half were present. In contrast, the more accomplished instructors attracted a full house. Throughout the lesson, the disciples listened attentively, although a few succumbed to slumber. Reminiscent of his previous experiences, Nevertheless, the majority remained engaged. Among them was a particularly keen disciple whose gaze upon Siyu felt somewhat unsettling. After concluding his lecture, Siyu had little else to attend to. He resolved to gather sword techniques for his own creation. He aspired to develop a technique known as 10,000 Swords Returning to the Origin, a title of great prestige in the novels of his past life. Who would not wish to summon 1,000 swords soaring through the skies? Although such a feat might not align with his humble standing, he yearned to realize this dream. Lacking an existing method, he decided to forge one himself. Without delay, he reviewed various sword techniques available within the sect over the years, gathering inspiration. Yet, he felt something was amiss. Most of the techniques he had encountered were tailored for cultivators. The 10,000 Swords Returning to the Origin technique encompassed various sword styles, yet lacked the essence of mundane martial arts. Thus, Siyu resolved to venture into the mortal realm to acquire martial skills that would enhance his technique. After making arrangements, he employed a few disciples to tend to the sect's spiritual fields while he taught. His lectures could be waived when elders were occupied or in seclusion. With determination, Siyu transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the confines of Shantian's sect. He arrived at a location far removed from the sect, devoid of cultivators but brimming with martial artists, a setting that pleased him immensely. After donning a new outfit, he entered Fengyang City, which was replete with numerous martial arts schools. However, he had no intention of joining any. Instead, he purchased a house within the city. Upon settling into his new abode, his neighbor, Lu Hang, warmly invited him for dinner. Siyu, not wanting to refuse, saw this as an opportunity to gather information. At Lu Hang's home, he learned that Lu had a wife and child, seemingly living a blissful life. Brother Su, you must be new here, Lu Hang remarked. Indeed. I have just arrived and am unfamiliar with the area, Siyu replied. You're in the right place. This is an excellent city. Have you heard of cultivators? Lu Hang inquired with enthusiasm. Siyu scratched his head, recalling whispers from villagers about the existence of cultivators, though he had never encountered one and was uncertain of their authenticity. With a proud expression, Lu Hang continued, to be honest, a century ago, an immortal passed through Fengyang City and even took a disciple back with him. Oh, is that so? It seems I've come to the right place, Siyu responded, intrigued. But, Brother Lu, encountering such fateful opportunities is exceedingly rare. Who wouldn't wish to ascend to immortality? Indeed, I never had such aspirations. I was drawn here by the thriving martial atmosphere, Siyu remarked. Lu Hang chuckled. Then you've truly found your place. While immortality may be elusive, martial arts flourish here, and nearly everyone possesses some skill. Siyu was drawn to this aspect of Fengyang City. Do you have any recommendations for learning martial arts? Brother Lu, most martial techniques can be purchased, but the core skills are primarily controlled by the martial arts schools or the city lord, Lu Hang explained. After gathering this basic information, Siyu returned home, contemplating his next step to join a martial arts school for training. As a person of the nascent soul stage, he had the means to acquire what he desired. With a sweep of his consciousness, he could discern everything within the city. After a brief study at home, he began to practice the techniques he deemed beneficial. The following morning, Siyu had already mastered several sword techniques. Given his current learning efficiency, he anticipated completing his studies soon. However, he was not one to immerse himself solely in training. He believed in balancing work and leisure. In the days that followed, Siyu opened a small shop in Fengyang City, spending his days there or fishing, while dedicating his evenings to honing his sword techniques. His life in Fengyang City was quite pleasant, and he developed a good rapport with Lu Hang's family. Lu Hang's son, Lu Hao, frequently visited. Drawn by the allure of the shop's offerings, Siyu indulged the child, occasionally sharing short stories. Lu Hao is currently studying martial arts at a school, as his father aspired for him to achieve success and secure a position in Fengyang City. However, Lu Hao's aptitude for martial arts was not remarkable. Siyu had discerned that he lacked spiritual roots. Nevertheless, Siyu was more than capable of guiding Lu Hao, who found greater value in Suyu's teachings than those at the martial arts school. Yet, Siyu knew he could not remain in Fengyang City indefinitely. Before long, he would need to depart, as he was nearing the completion of his sword techniques. His understanding of 10,000 swords returning to the origin deepened, and he sensed that the culmination of his efforts was imminent. Chapter 26, The Return of the 10,000 Swords on this day. While Siyu was gradually refining the thoughts in his mind at home, Lu Hang's voice shattered his reverie. Lu Hang arrived at Suyu's residence, and Siyu looked at him and said, Brother Lu, what brings you here? Lu Hang replied, Brother Su, my son has been under your care lately. He mentioned that the martial arts knowledge he has learned from you surpasses that taught at the martial arts school, and he has made significant progress under your guidance. Thus, Howard wishes to study martial arts with you instead of attending the school. He wishes to take you as his master. Would that be acceptable? Of course. We will pay you the tuition. Siyu waved his hand and said, Brother Lu, you need not be so formal. If I can teach, I will certainly instruct Howard. I have taken quite a liking to him. How about I accept Howard as my disciple? To be frank, I may not stay here for long. I have a penchant for wandering. Brother Su, your talents would shine anywhere, Lu Hang remarked. As long as you are here, I trust you to teach Howard. Please encourage him to come to you frequently. Lu Hang was pleased to hear this. Thank you, Brother Su. During this period, Lu Hao, aware of his father's hints about Su Yu's potential departure, visited Su Yu whenever he had a free moment, diligently pursuing martial arts training. Although he did not directly inquire about Su Yu's plans, Su Yu could discern his thoughts. One day, while studying in the courtyard with Su Yu, Lu Hao asked, "Uncle Su, are you about to leave?" Su Yu chuckled. "What, Howard, do you wish for me to go?" Lu Hao quickly shook his head. No. Rest assured. I will remain for a while longer." Hearing that Su Yu would stay for a bit, Lu Hao's spirits lifted. "Uncle Su, I will work even harder and ensure I do not disappoint you. By the way, Uncle Su, our martial arts school is holding a student competition tomorrow, and I would like to invite you to witness the results of my training." Su Yu smiled. "No problem, I will attend tomorrow. Give it your all." Lu Hao left in high spirits after hearing this. The next morning, Su Yu prepared to watch Lu Hao's competition. Upon arriving at the Haotian martial arts school, he noted the impressive name. The competition was about to commence, and Lu Hao eagerly searched for Su Yu's figure, his eyes filled with anticipation. Soon, he spotted Su Yu and beamed with joy, as Su Yu returned a smile and gestured encouragement. The competition began, and the matches among the children were quite engaging. When it was Lu Hao's turn, few held high hopes for him, yet to everyone's astonishment, this underestimated child swiftly defeated his opponent, drawing gasps from the audience. After his victory, Lu Hao turned to Su Yu and made a gesture of triumph, eliciting a proud smile from Su Yu. As the competition progressed, Lu Hao overcame every challenger, ultimately claiming the championship title and becoming the dark horse of the event. The crowd cheered. But Lu Hao was primarily concerned with Su Yu's opinion. Approaching Su Yu with the trophy, he exclaimed, "Uncle Su, what do you think? Am I impressive? Did I let you down?" "Impressive. You have done exceptionally well during this time. Maintain this momentum," Su Yu encouraged. "I understand, and I will continue to strive for improvement." Time flew by, and a year had passed before Su Yu realized it was time for him to depart. He had absorbed everything he needed to learn. The culmination of his mastery of the 10,000 swords was merely a step away, though this journey had not taken as long as anticipated. He had chosen to spend a portion of it with Lu Hao. One day, Su Yu sought out Lu Hao. Upon seeing Su Yu approach him, Lu Hao sensed the gravity of the situation, and his voice trembled. "Uncle Yu, are you leaving?" Su Yu silently nodded, and tears welled in Lu Hao's eyes. He understood that words were futile. He could not prevent Su Yu's departure. Su Yu comforted him. "Do not cry. I will return to visit you. Promise me you won't become lazy in my absence." Lu Hao looked up hopefully. "Really? Uncle Su, you must not deceive me. I would never deceive you. While I am away, do not slack off. If I return and find you have been idle, I will not let you off easily. Rest assured. I will diligently study martial arts and will not disappoint you." "Very well. It is time for me to leave. Here, take this small token." Su Yu tossed a jade pendant to Lu Hao, which contained a cultivation method. Anyone with spiritual roots who touched it would unlock its legacy, and it could also withstand 3 fatal injuries. It remained to be seen whether Lu Hao would produce descendants with spiritual roots. This precious item was Su Yu's way of bequeathing an opportunity to him. Lu Hao held the pendant tightly. "Uncle Su, I will take good care of it." With that, Su Yu stepped away from Fengyang City. As he glanced back at the city, he reflected on the immense benefits he had reaped from this place. Now, it was time to complete that final step. At long last, the moment had arrived for the 10,000 swords to be unleashed. Su Yu transformed into a streak of light and left Fengyang City. After some searching, he finally found a suitable location, devoid of onlookers. "This is the place. Let us begin." Seated atop the mountain, Su Yu was enveloped by swirling sword intent. His thoughts grew increasingly lucid, and suddenly, a surge of overwhelming sword intent erupted from him. In an instant, celestial phenomena appeared, and countless sword phantoms began to coalesce in the sky. Before long, over 1,000 swords had materialized. This spectacle was felt by those thousands of miles away. Onlookers gazed in astonishment at the gathering sword phantoms, realizing that an extraordinary sword artifact was manifesting. As time passed, Su Yu's eyes gleamed with golden light, and it seemed as though all sword practitioners across the land sensed something profound, turning their gazes towards Su Yu. The swords around him trembled in response. At that moment of wonder, the swords nearby soared into the air, standing upright as if paying homage. The disciples from various sects were left speechless by the scene before them. For the sword masters, the sensation was particularly pronounced. They understood that something monumental was occurring. Whether it be the emergence of an unparalleled sword immortal or a legendary artifact, it was a spectacle they had longed for their entire lives, leaving them in awe. Meanwhile, Su Yu had already summoned tens of thousands of sword phantoms, standing majestically in the air with the sword manifestations behind him. He had finally become the embodiment of the 10,000 swords. Chapter 27. The Forbidden Realm of the Southern Domain, the Xianin Forest at last. The creation of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect has come to fruition. However, observing the extraordinary phenomenon, Su Yu sensed that it was rather overwhelming. And he felt the approach of others. Realizing that this place was no longer safe, Su Yu transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the mountaintop. Shortly after Su Yu's departure, indeed, individuals arrived at the site where he had forged his technique, followed by a continuous stream of visitors to the summit. All of them were formidable sword practitioners, and the peak still resonated with an immense sword intent that had yet to dissipate. It was quickly surmised by the crowd that this was no mere emergence of a legendary sword treasure, but rather the presence of an unparalleled sword immortal comprehending swordsmanship. The lingering sword intent on the mountaintop was already sufficient to greatly benefit sword practitioners, deepening their understanding of the sword path. Those with exceptional talent might even glean insights into sword intent. At this moment, the location had become a veritable treasure trove for sword practitioners. Unbeknownst to Suyu. In the near future, this peak where he had once created the 10,000 swords returning to the sect would be hailed as 10,000 Swords Mountain. Countless sword cultivators would flock there, eager to comprehend sword intent, and it would be celebrated as one of the top 10 sacred sites for sword practitioners. Upon returning to his sect, Suyu had spent little time there over the past year, dedicating most of it to perfecting the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Throughout this process, his comprehension of the sword path deepened significantly. He had transcended mere sword intent and entered the realm of sword domain. With the attainment of his sword domain, he finally grasped the vast difference between sword intent and sword domain. Now, he could effortlessly surpass his former self. His sword domain encompassed nearly all attributes of sword intent. Typically, when a practitioner manifested their domain, it would conjure a scene related to their particular attribute. The sword domain would greatly amplify their sword prowess and suppress those with lesser comprehension of the sword path. Techniques executed within the sword domain would receive enhancements from the attributes of heaven and earth. For instance, employing a water attribute sword domain would create a domain saturated with water, while a fire attribute would evoke a sea of flames. However, the specific manifestation would vary depending on the individual and their strength. A combination of attributes might result in a scene of ice and fire. What set Suyu apart was the all-encompassing nature of his sword domain. He could manifest an intangible sword domain that caused no visible alteration to the surroundings. Or he could produce a water attribute domain. He possessed the ability to create a myriad of sword domains, unrestricted by attributes, such as one where countless sword immortals bowed before him, or a desolate graveyard of broken swords. Yet, in his humble guise, he refrained from showcasing such abilities before others, content with his own knowledge. Thereafter, Suyu returned to his daily life, which consisted of reading and fishing. However, this tranquil existence did not endure long, as he soon felt something amiss whenever he wielded his sword. In that moment, he realized the absence of a sword spirit. Despite possessing a sword of the 9th rank, he still lacked that crucial element, the birth of a sword spirit. The birth of a sword spirit is an arduous endeavor, and achieving this condition may prove to be more challenging than anticipated. Nevertheless, Suyu was determined to pursue this goal. After extensive research, he discovered that for a sword to give rise to a sword spirit, it required not only the companionship and aura of its master, but also the infusion of innate black iron, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. The most critical step was to locate the fabled innate spirit. This innate spirit is born of nature, its whereabouts remain a mystery, and it is unknown where it might manifest. Typically, a mature innate spirit is not the ideal candidate for crafting a sword spirit. Rather, it is the newly birthed ones that hold such potential. However, these are even rarer than their mature counterparts. This conundrum left Suyu in a quandary, sighing. What should I do? Resolving to first gather the other necessary elements, he planned to gradually search for opportunities. Without further ado, Suyu prepared to depart from the Shantian sect. The innate black iron was notoriously elusive, thriving in regions of extreme need. Each area possesses a forbidden zone. And this time, Suyu aimed to venture into the southern domain's forbidden area, the Xianin Forest. The Xianin Forest is a perilous place. Those in the Foundation establishment stage are destined to perish within, while only those at the Golden Core stage are deemed worthy of entry. Should Suyu sense any danger, he would not hesitate to retreat, but based on his current strength, he believed he faced little risk. Nonetheless, he remained cautious, aware that uncertainties could arise. Rather than rushing into the Xianin Forest to search for resources, Suyu decided to gather information from the nearby city first. Upon entering the city, he chose not to reveal his true cultivation level, instead presenting himself as a mid-Golden Core practitioner. This was prudent, as most inhabitants near the Xianin Forest were cultivators, predominantly at the Foundation establishment stage, with several at the Golden Core stage as well. Through his inquiries, Suyu discovered that there were 2 individuals at the nascent soul stage residing in the city, both appearing to be in the early stages of that level. Possessing mid-Golden Core cultivation was sufficient for his needs, as he was not intending to reside there long-term. He was there to conduct business, and having mid-Golden Core strength would greatly facilitate his efforts. Subsequently, Suyu made his way to the marketplace within the city. Inner cores of shadow demons, premium materials, black iron, superior forging materials, pass by and don't miss out. Various treasures were being sold, many of which had been procured from the Xianin Forest. Arriving at a stall selling black iron, Suyu approached the vendor and inquired, "Excuse me, could you direct me to the most skilled craftsmen or forgers in this city?" He then produced 2 spirit stones as a gesture of goodwill. The vendor's face lit up with delight. "You've come to the right person. The finest forgers are located in the forging pavilion, and their chief forger is a master of the craft, unparalleled in his understanding of materials." Upon hearing this, Suyu proceeded to the forging pavilion. As for the black iron, despite sharing the name Xintian, the two were vastly different in nature. Arriving at the forging pavilion, The rhythmic sounds of forging resonated within. Suyu conducted a brief investigation and located the chief forger, patiently waiting until he completed his task before approaching him. After observing the elder's forging skills, Suyu concluded that while he had not yet reached the level of a forging master, he was indeed a highly skilled forger. Once the elder finished, he turned to Suyu and inquired, "May I ask what brings you here?" Suyu replied, "I apologize for the sudden visit." The elder waved his hand dismissively. "Are you here for a forging commission or something else? Speak freely." Suyu continued, "I'll be direct. Are you familiar with the innate black iron?" The elder gasped in astonishment. "What? Innate black iron? That is a rare material. Do you possess any?" "Not at present." Suyu replied, "I have come to inquire about the whereabouts of innate black iron." The elder shook his head. "I regret to inform you that I do not know its location. However, there may be someone who does. There are rumors of an old man residing in the Xianin forest who is knowledgeable about most matters concerning it. He might know the whereabouts of the innate black iron." Chapter 28. The dragon. Soon after, Suyu arrived at the entrance of the Xianin forest and stepped inside. However, upon entering, he sensed a heavy and oppressive atmosphere, accompanied by a chill. Though he was aware that an elderly man resided within the forest, the exact location eluded him. He had inquired with Yang Tian, yet he too was unaware. It seemed that a slow search was inevitable. After all, there was no rush. He would see if he could locate the old man. If all else failed, he would contemplate alternative methods. Suyu spent an entire month searching the vast expanse of the Xianin forest, yet the elder's traces remained elusive. The forest was unimaginably expansive. One day, he found himself atop a cliff when he felt an unusual sensation. Recalling the fortuitous encounters often depicted in novels, which frequently occurred beneath cliffs, coupled with his recent awareness, he decided to descend for a closer investigation. As Suyu flew down the cliff, an old man set aside his fishing rod, surprised. "Oh, a visitor? Quite unexpected. Yet you seem perceptive." The old man then vanished by the pond's edge. Upon reaching the bottom, Suyu observed that the formation before him was indeed peculiar, indicating the elder must be within. Being well-versed in formations himself, he knew dismantling it would not pose a significant challenge. He prepared to call out, hoping for a response. If none came, he would consider breaking the array to discover what lay inside. Just as he was about to shout, an elder appeared behind him. Suyu sensed his presence before turning around. "I apologize for my sudden intrusion, esteemed elder. I merely seek to consult you on a matter." The elder regarded the mid-stage golden core cultivator before him with a hint of surprise. "Oh, not only have you discerned my formation, but you also detected my presence at once. It seems you are not to be underestimated." Suyu speculated that the elder was at least a peak transformation stage expert, a rarity in the southern region. He replied modestly, "It was merely good fortune. Please, do not be so humble. Would you care to join me for tea?" Suyu followed the elder to his abode, observing the quaint courtyard and surroundings, which suggested a kindred spirit and temperament. The elder introduced himself as Wang Tianming and poured a cup of tea for Suyu. "Now, esteemed guest, what brings you here?" Suyu took a sip and replied, "To be frank, I wish to inquire about the whereabouts of primordial Xian iron." The elder appeared taken aback. "Primordial Xian iron?" Instead of answering directly, he countered, "Might I inquire about your cultivation level?" The elder could not discern Suyu's realm, making it difficult to gauge the situation. Suyu surmised that the elder might possess knowledge of the primordial Xian iron's location, hence his question about Suyu's strength. Suddenly, the scenery around the courtyard shifted. An invisible domain expanding outward from Suyu's center, enveloping them in a realm of thunder. Each bolt of lightning in the sky seemed imbued with supreme sword intent. The elder spoke, "Impressive skill, esteemed guest. This is indeed a sword domain, specifically a thunder attribute sword domain. Your comprehension of the sword path is commendable. Typically, the mastery of a sword domain is achieved only at the void refinement stage, with exceptional sword prodigies managing it at the transformation stage. The deeper one's understanding of the sword path, the more formidable their domain." This was merely Suyu demonstrating a facet of his sword domain. After retracting the sword domain, the elder acknowledged Suyu's prowess. Stroking his beard, he remarked, "I do indeed know the location of the primordial Xian iron. However, obtaining it is no simple task. It lies within the Xianin River, a perilous place teeming with aquatic demons. The primordial Xian iron is situated in the lair of a flood dragon, which possesses strength equivalent to a peak transformation stage cultivator. Moreover, in the water, it is nearly invincible among its peers, capable of evading even void refinement experts. As a peak transformation stage cultivator myself, while I know where the primordial Xian iron resides, I am powerless against it. Venturing there would be tantamount to seeking death. Though I desire the iron, I have no means to acquire it. I can disclose the location of the flood dragon's lair, but I would appreciate a small share should you succeed. If you are at the void refinement level, obtaining the primordial Xian iron would be a mere trifle. However, if you are at the transformation stage, I must caution you, venturing there would be suicidal." Suyu contemplated the situation. As long as he had not reached the void refinement stage, he felt confident in his chances. Should he break through to that level, however, matters could grow complicated, and he might even reconsider returning to his sect. Ultimately, he resolved to proceed to the Xianin River. "Elder Wang, Please tell me where the Xianin River is. I shall retrieve the primordial Xian iron and share a portion with you." Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Wang Tianming assumed he was a void refinement expert and responded joyfully, "Thank you, esteemed guest." He then sketched a map detailing the location of the primordial Xian iron. With the map in hand, Su Yu journeyed towards the Xianin River. After a period of flight, he arrived above the expansive river, which seemed to stretch to the ends of the world. Following the map, he located the flood dragon's lair above, releasing his divine sense. Su Yu spotted the flood dragon sleeping within its nest. Not hiding his intentions, he unleashed a wave of sword intent directed at the dragon. Instantly, the creature awoke. Surfacing from the water, its massive body stretching hundreds of feet, exuding an overwhelming presence. With its large, lantern-like eyes fixed on Su Yu, the flood dragon growled. "You dare disturb my rest? Seeking death, are you?" Although it sensed that Su Yu was likely more formidable than a mere golden core cultivator, the dragon remained confident, believing itself invincible as a peak transformation stage being. Su Yu replied, "I am here for one purpose, to obtain the primordial Xian iron." The dragon scoffed. "You seek the primordial Xian iron? Merely possessing it enhances one's cultivation comprehension. Why should I part with it?" Su Yu shook his head. "It seems negotiations have failed. I shall take it myself." The flood dragon, sensing a challenge, boasted, "Who cannot boast? You think you possess the capability to take it? I haven't feasted on a human in quite some time. Today, I shall indulge." Without further ado, Su Yu summoned a multitude of swords beneath him, transforming the scene into a graveyard of blades. Thousands of swords thrust into the ground. An aura of desolation, imbued with an intent capable of devouring all, enveloped the flood dragon completely. Chapter 29. The innate spirit. The dragon looked at the ever-changing scene before him, realizing it was a sword domain, and not just an ordinary one. He felt a bit out of place, understanding that those who wielded such power were not to be trifled with. In the past, he might have willingly relinquished the innate dark iron upon encountering this sword domain. However, the circumstances had changed. He had recently gained mastery over domain power, albeit not one as offensive as the sword domain. Yet, within the Great River, his domain could fulfill its intended purpose more effectively, granting him a measure of confidence. The dragon regarded Su Yu, thinking, "You possess a domain, but so do I." Su Yu was taken aback to discover that the dragon also wielded a domain. The dragon let out a furious roar, and in an instant, countless water columns erupted from the ground. Yet, it was clear that his domain did not extend far, falling short in comparison to Su Yu's. The dragon surged forward, summoning a multitude of water columns to assault Su Yu. In response, Su Yu drew his sword, Sword 9, and unleashed a torrent of sword shadows that shattered the dragon's offensive. The dragon was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation, and continued to attack Su Yu. Yet his efforts were in vain. Every time a water column rose, the swords embedded in the sword mound would soar forth to sever it. Realizing the futility of his efforts, the dragon retreated, observing how effortlessly Su Yu had dismantled his assault. Determined to go all out, he prepared for one final strike, contemplating the possibility of retreat if it failed. Suddenly, the river of Dark Een trembled, and the dragon's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he ascended towards the heavens. Wang Tianming, far away in the forest of Dark Een, witnessed this phenomenon and thought to himself, "Thank goodness I didn't go there." At that moment, a spectral true dragon coiled behind the dragon. "Kid, this is my ultimate move, the transformation into dragon technique. You are fortunate to witness it. I have no regrets." Su Yu felt the oppressive aura of the true dragon apparition before him and sensed the extraordinary power behind this impending attack. Realizing the dragon had such a trump card, he understood why it had reigned supreme in the river of Dark Een. Su Yu addressed the dragon, "I never expected you to have such a contingency. I can sense the tremendous power within it. Indeed, you are formidable. Since you have summoned your strongest attack, I must respond in kind. I happen to possess a sword technique that has yet to see real combat. Behold." 10,000 swords returned to the origin, sword come. In an instant, the swords from the sword mound transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards Su Yu, filling the air with a multitude of blades. Each sword was imbued with Su Yu's sword intent, overwhelming the dragon with an immense pressure. The dragon, witnessing this spectacle, exclaimed, "I never imagined you possessed such strength. I can no longer allow you to grow unchecked. Today, it is either your demise or mine." He swiftly unleashed the forbidden technique from his bloodline, the transformation into dragon. Unlike the transformation into dragon technique, this forbidden art would temporarily transform him into a true dragon, at the cost of a significant drop in cultivation and potential damage to his foundation. However, this was not the time for such concerns. As Su Yu beheld the dragon before him, he watched as the dragon horn sprouted from its head, gradually morphing into a true dragon. This was becoming quite troublesome. The dragon declared, "You are the first and the last to force me into this form." With that, he prepared to unleash a final, devastating breath attack. Su Yu, recognizing the gravity of the situation, readied himself, knowing that succumbing to this attack would be disastrous. Behind him, numerous swords converged into a singular, colossal blade. To amplify its power, he infused it with lightning attribute sword intent. Instantly, the sword domain erupted with thunder and lightning. illuminating the giant sword as electric arcs danced around it. The dragon's true dragon breath was also primed, a blinding wave of energy streaking towards Suyu. Yet, Suyu was prepared, guiding the giant sword toward the oncoming breath. As the two forces collided, a tremendous shockwave reverberated outward, cleaving the waters of the river of Dark Een into two. Observing the stalemate, Suyu took a deep breath and thrust his palm forward. The dragon, sensing the shift, intensified his output, but soon realized it was futile. The giant sword was dismantling his attack with unrelenting force. Just as he contemplated retreat, the giant sword was upon him in an instant. Seeing no escape, the dragon braced himself for impact. In that moment of realization, the giant sword pierced through his body, and without halting, it transformed into countless smaller blades that surged toward the dragoness form. In an instant, the dragon's body disintegrated, leaving behind treasures that Suyu coveted. For the dragon was a veritable trove of riches. In his hand, he held a precious demon core, an excellent prize. After dispatching the dragon, Suyu ventured into the dragon's lair. Surveying the surroundings, he discovered a plethora of treasures, but his primary goal was the innate dark iron. After a brief search, he soon located it. Approaching a piece the size of a watermelon, he concluded it was more than sufficient, enough to spare some for Wang Lao. With the innate dark iron secured, Suyu departed, drawing closer to his goal of forging a sword spirit. After a time of flight, he returned to Wang Tianming's residence. Upon seeing Suyu's return, Wang Tianming remarked, "You are truly remarkable. I am in awe." Suyu, without much ceremony, handed him a small piece of innate dark iron. Wang Tianming expressed his gratitude, exclaiming, "If you have any further inquiries, do not hesitate to ask. I shall assist you with whatever knowledge I possess." Hearing this, Suyu inquired, "Might you be aware of the innate spirit?" Wang Tianming replied, "With the innate dark iron and the innate spirit. Are you perhaps seeking to forge a sword spirit?" Suyu confirmed, "Indeed, that is my intention." Wang Tianming continued, "I have merely heard of the innate spirit. It is exceedingly rare, and the conditions for its emergence remain unknown. Thus, it is nearly impossible for anyone to ascertain where an innate spirit might be born. Mature innate spirits are even harder to discover. They blend seamlessly with ordinary beings, and unless they wish to reveal themselves, one would never know they are an innate spirit. Your quest to find one will be akin to scaling a mountain." Suyu understood this was the most crucial and challenging step in creating a sword spirit. Although he was unaware of the innate spirit's whereabouts, he recalled rumors of one having been born in the forest of Dark Een long ago. However, much time had passed since then, leaving the veracity of that tale uncertain. Nevertheless, Suyu resolved to search again for any possible clues. With that, Suyu once more took to the skies, heading deep into the forest of Dark Een. Chapter 30. The Mysterious Village. After a month of searching, Suyu had yet to uncover any significant clues, despite having dealt with numerous demon beasts along the way. Frustrated by the lack of progress, he found a massive tree and lay down beneath its sprawling branches. As he contemplated his recent explorations in the Xianin forest, he meticulously reviewed every detail in his mind. However, after much deliberation, he still found nothing of worth. Just as he was preparing to rise and continue his quest, a sudden wave of energy pulled him into the interior of the tree. Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself inside, where the surroundings mirrored the liveliness of the outside world, perhaps even more splendid. Confused, Suyu pondered the nature of this place. He had never heard of such a location during his inquiries with Elder Wang. Venturing further, he stumbled upon a village alive with the sounds of children playing and adults toiling in the fields. Captivated by the scene before him, he momentarily lost himself in thought, marveling at the idyllic setting. As he approached the village, a group of young men armed with spears rushed towards him. Upon inspection, Suyu was astonished to discover that they possessed no cultivation. It was rare to encounter individuals without any spiritual prowess in the Xianin forest. It appeared that the entire village was devoid of cultivators. The leader of the group addressed Suyu, inquiring, "Who are you, and what brings you to our spirit village?" Suyu replied, "I mean no harm. I merely wish to pass through and seek a meal." Observing Suyu's demeanor and physique, Jingu, the leader, discerned that he posed no threat and welcomed him into the village, offering him some food. In conversation with Jingu, Suyu learned that this place was called Spirit Village, surrounded by several other friendly villages, while hostile ones lurked beyond the forest. Conflicts occasionally erupted between them, and the villagers were adept in various martial techniques, which Suyu had witnessed during his time in Fengyang City. Eager to share his knowledge, Suyu expressed his desire to stay in Spirit Village for a while, offering to teach the children some martial skills. After thoughtful consideration, Jingu agreed to Suyu's request. Subsequently, Suyu constructed a modest wooden cabin and settled in. Convinced that the existence of such a place in the Xianin forest was far from coincidental, he resolved to explore the situation further before making any decisions. Through days of observation, Suyu discovered a unique ritual among the villagers, the worship of spirits. Every day, they would perform this rite. He also secretly observed other neighboring villages, noting that they shared this custom. Furthermore, he found that a limited number of demon beasts inhabited the forest, equivalent to cultivators at the first and second levels of qi refinement, with the rest being formidable wildlife. The villagers frequently hunted these beasts for sustenance. offering a portion of their catch to the spirits in hopes of keeping the demon creatures at bay. So you sensed that there was more to this practice than met the eye. Although he could easily vanquish the so-called demon beasts, he refrained from doing so, intent on unraveling the mysteries surrounding this village. As days turned into weeks, the village children grew fond of Suyu, eagerly listening to his enchanting tales of fairy tales and adventures. They were particularly captivated by the martial skills he imparted, as such knowledge was scarce in their village. During his investigations, Suyu discovered that many of the children possessed spiritual roots. However, he chose not to teach them, fearing that it would disrupt the delicate balance of their existence. A few martial skills would suffice. After some time, Jingu returned to the village, bringing with him an injured individual, likely hurt while hunting. Jingu promptly laid the wounded person before the spirit altar, where the villagers prayed fervently. A faint light materialized from the air and enveloped the injured man, miraculously healing his wounds. Witnessing the spectacle deepened Suyu's curiosity about the nature of the spirit worship, as such phenomena were unheard of in the outside world. Days of tranquility passed, and Suyu grew increasingly familiar with the villagers. However, this peaceful existence was short-lived. One day, Jingu approached Suyu with urgency. "Brother Su, we have encountered some conflicts with the rival village. Could you kindly oversee the village in our absence?" Having observed Suyu's exceptional skills during their time together, Jingu felt assured in asking for his assistance, allowing them to address the issue with peace of mind. "No problem. You can trust me with this task. I will notify you should anything arise," Suyu assured him. Soon after, Jingu and his party departed. As evening fell, they returned with several injured members, but thankfully no fatalities. The wounded were placed once more at the altar, and the familiar process unfolded, swiftly restoring their health. A year passed, and Suyu had developed strong bonds with the villagers, even getting to know some individuals from neighboring communities. Whispers of potential matches for him began circulating, but Suyu politely declined all propositions. One day, while exploring, he stumbled upon a small girl, no older than 3, whose delicate features resembled that of a finely crafted doll. She radiated an enchanting charm. Approaching her, Suyu inquired, "Little one, which village do you belong to? I shall escort you home." The girl shook her head, remaining silent. It dawned on Suyu that she might be unable to speak. Nevertheless, whenever he took a step, she followed closely behind. Unable to abandon her, he decided to bring her back to Spirit Village. Upon hearing of Suyu's find, the villagers rallied to help locate her parents. Suyu intended to find someone to care for the girl, but she steadfastly clung to him, following him wherever he went. The villagers noted the bond between them and suggested that Suyu should care for her for the time being, advising him to ask her questions whenever needed. Thus, Suyu embraced the role of a caretaker, naming her Su Ling to which she seemed quite pleased. Life in the village continued peacefully for a while. Although Suyu enjoyed this existence, he remained focused on discovering clues about the innate spirit. He was determined to uncover whether the spirit worship was connected to the primordial spirit he sought. Yet, he made little headway. It was time for him to take decisive action to see if he could draw the spirit into the open. Chapter 31. The Birth of the Sword Spirit. As Suyu contemplated his next move, a woman suddenly appeared before him, catching him off guard. This woman seemed far from ordinary. He inquired, "May I ask who you are, and what brings you here?" Suyu sensed that this individual was indeed a sacrificial spirit of this world, though he remained uncertain about her abilities. The woman replied, "Have you not been searching for me all this time? I am the sacrificial spirit they revere." Suyu, perplexed, questioned, "If you are aware of my search, why have you only now chosen to reveal yourself?" She refrained from answering, instead stating, "It was I who guided you here. This space is of my creation. I had anticipated that you would instigate change in this world, yet it appears you have opted to maintain the status quo." Suyu felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had intended to achieve great things, only for her to appear unexpectedly. "Upon observation, I have discerned that you possess admirable qualities," she continued. Suyu smiled. "Your judgment is astute." He then resumed his seriousness, asking, "Since you have sought me out, there must be a purpose." "Indeed, I have matters to discuss with you," she affirmed. Suyu then posed a question, "Are you aware of the innate spirits?" She responded, "Do you believe I am one of them?" "Indeed. I suspect you are an innate spirit, for the customs of sacrificial spirits do not prevail outside, and everything here seems both normal and abnormal." "Indeed. I am an innate spirit." At that moment, Su Lingo rushed in, and upon seeing the woman, she immediately embraced her. "So you realize that Su Lingo, too, was an innate spirit? Do you understand that my purpose here is to seek innate spirits to forge sword spirits?" The woman shook her head. "I do not know your intentions for seeking us. I only know you have come for us. Are you not afraid of me?" he asked. "The very fact that you dare to seek me suggests you possess some confidence. True, you are an innate spirit, a being nurtured by heaven and earth, and thus I assume you have some means of protection. In truth, the creation of sword spirits is not detrimental to us innate spirits. It ensures our safety. We innate spirits serve many vital roles beyond becoming sword spirits. Some utilize us to forge extraordinary elixirs, while others absorb our essence to reshape their foundations. Finding a worthy host as a sword spirit is also a commendable choice for innate spirits, as it alleviates other concerns and allows the sword spirit to grow alongside its host. Typically, There are two methods for innate spirits to cultivate. One is to create a world like I have, where power increases with the host's growth. The other involves training like you do, but once discovered as an innate spirit, one is often hunted down with no favorable outcomes. Previously, an innate spirit emerged from the Xianin forest, but he has since perished, captured by those with ill intentions and turned into materials for concocting potions. Furthermore, Lingo has only recently been born as an innate spirit. She longs to explore the outside world, yet I have cautioned her against it, as it is fraught with danger. Thus, I implore you to take her with you. I believe she would gladly become your sword spirit. Your abilities are remarkable, and I trust that she will find a brighter future alongside you. So you turned to Su Lingo and asked, Ling'er, do you truly wish to accompany me and become my sword spirit? She eagerly nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the outside world. Recognizing her enthusiasm, so you decided no further words were needed. I will take good care of Ling'er. You must have other matters to discuss with me, he suggested. The woman nodded, saying, you may have noticed that some villagers are beginning to awaken their spiritual roots, yet they have not yet embarked on their cultivation journey. I wish to ask you to teach them. I had intended to instruct them myself, but I believe your guidance would yield better results, as I can sense your formidable strength. Without hesitation, so you agreed to her request. I shall impart the knowledge of cultivation to them, and once that is accomplished, I will take Ling'er and depart. With that, so you commenced the forging of Sword 9, gathering innate profound iron and other materials. Completing this task proved challenging, and after 2 months of diligent effort, he finally reached the last stage, spending each day at the mountain's peak. Aided by the innate spirit in channeling the forces of heaven and earth and absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Looking at Su Lingo, so you asked, Ling'er, have you truly made your decision? Instead of answering, she transformed into a beam of light and flew into the sword's body. In that instant, so you felt a profound connection with her. With her presence, his mastery over Sword 9 became effortless, whereas before he wielded the sword with intention. Now it seemed to move of its own accord, striking precisely where he envisioned. The stronger Ling'er became, the mightier the sword's strikes grew. Eventually, he would need not lift a finger. The sword spirit would resolve challenges for him. At that moment, a sweet, youthful voice echoed in his mind. Lingo was calling him daddy, leaving Suyu momentarily stunned. In his past life, he would have been old enough to be a grandfather. Having spent this time with her, he had grown fond of the little girl, accepting her as an additional daughter, while still preferring she call him Uncle Yu, as he was still adapting to the notion of being a father figure. As the task approached completion, Suyu prepared to return to his sect. In the days that followed, he tirelessly taught the villagers the arts of cultivation, and they regarded him as a celestial being descended from the heavens. He reminded them that it was the sacrificial spirit who sent him to impart these teachings, encouraging them to express their gratitude. This would also enable the innate spirit to absorb more faith power, as it was she who had orchestrated his arrival. After a period of instruction, many villagers had advanced to the first level of qi refinement. Suyu, having imparted nearly all necessary teachings, prepared to depart. As he neared the completion of his task, the innate spirit appeared to escort Suyu and Ling'er out. As they beheld the familiar scenery, Suyu sighed, realizing he would not return to the Xianin forest anytime soon. Having spent a considerable time in this place, he longed for the comfort of his sect. Meanwhile, Ling'er, encapsulated within the sword, excitedly exclaimed at the sights beyond. Suyu chose not to dampen her enthusiasm as he guided her toward the sect, where she joyfully danced with delight. Chapter 32. Rebirth of a person upon returning to the sect. Suyu found himself back in his quaint courtyard. He released Su Ling'er, allowing her to frolic freely. The little girl incessantly murmured about how beautiful their home was, and soon discovered 2 swings in the yard, running over to play on them. After being away for 2 to 3 years, returning to Xuantianzong felt truly wonderful. Suyu pushed open the door, inhaling deeply. The scent of home enveloped him. He also sought out Han Shi and his wife, though Yilin was not present at the sect, as he rarely returned these days. Han Shi was overjoyed to see Suyu after several years, and at that moment, Suyu noticed a little girl standing behind Han Shi. Han Ting, Han Shi's daughter, had grown into a 5 or 6-year-old before his very eyes. Suyu smiled at her and said, Ting Ting, have you already forgotten about your Uncle Yu? You used to cling to me, begging me to tell you stories. Han Ting immediately responded, how could I forget Uncle Yu? By the way, I have a gift for you since we haven't seen each other in years. Suyu presented her with a hairpin, one of the treasures he had acquired from the lair of a dragon he had defeated, perfectly suited for Han Shi's daughter. Thank you, Uncle Yu. After a brief reunion with Han Shi, Suyu prepared to head to the sect's administration office to finalize his reinstatement, for he held the esteemed position of elder. Upon arriving at the administration office and completing his registration, Suyu proceeded to the area where the miscellaneous disciples gathered, intending to impart some lessons. He overheard the new disciples discussing which elder was the most formidable. They mentioned Elder Huang, who had reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, and was rumored to be on the verge of breaking into the Golden Core stage. Is he truly that impressive? I want to attend his class, one exclaimed. Don't even think about it. Elder Huang's classes are always overcrowded, and it's impossible to squeeze in, another replied. Then perhaps I should choose among the elders at the 7th or 8th level of foundation establishment. Having grown accustomed to such discussions, Siyu arrived at the teaching area, where he was greeted by a sea of eager faces. The number of miscellaneous disciples this year was astonishingly high, 2 or 3 times greater than previous years. Some disciples recognized Suyu, whispering, "Look, it's Elder Su. He has attained the 5th level of foundation establishment. His strength is quite respectable." As the class was about to commence, Siyu took to the podium, surveying the crowd before him. This was the first time he had seen such a full house. Since these disciples were relatively new, he began by teaching them some essential practices and sharing insights from his own initial experiences and cultivation. He had become quite adept at guiding others to reach the first layer of qi refinement, having trained many innate spirits in the past. Yet, Siyu adhered to the principle of maintaining a low profile, preferring to blend in as an ordinary person. He focused on laying a solid foundation for his students, offering guidance only to those who sought it. As the lecture concluded, he prepared to return to his residence. Aware that some had greatly benefited from his teachings while others remained perplexed. Such is the reality. Those with innate talent grasp concepts quickly, while others must invest more time. Upon arriving home, Su Ling and Appos emerged from her sword form and exclaimed, "Uncle Yu, why are you so powerful?" Yet they Don and Appos, T seem to know. "I feel like some of those teaching elders aren't even as strong as you." Su Yu gently ruffled her hair, saying, "We must remain humble. It is crucial that others do not perceive our true strength, for it can prevent unnecessary troubles, understand?" Su Linger nodded, though her comprehension was unclear. "In short, we must keep our prowess under wraps," he added. "Now, let's take a stroll through the market." With that, Su Linga joyfully bounced along, exclaiming, "Hooray! Hooray!" Su Yu allowed her to take form rather than remain in her sword, ensuring that her inherent abilities kept her identity concealed. With him by her side, threats were minimal. Su Lingo marveled at the sights, her smile unwavering as she flitted from one stall to another. At one point, she clutched a candied hawthorn, exclaiming, "This is delicious. Next time, I'll buy you some." Delighted, Su Lingo enjoyed the outing, charming every shopkeeper with her adorable demeanor. They eventually arrived at a clothing store, where Siyu intended to purchase several outfits for her. Upon entering, he was momentarily overwhelmed by the array of garments, while Su Lingo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Choose whatever you desire, Linger, and I shall buy it for you," he said. She eagerly selected a few dresses, which made her look even more adorable than a little princess, prompting Su Yu to buy them all. Just as he prepared to pay, a couple approached, their daughter in tow. The woman eyed the dress in Su Yu's hands and declared, "I'll take that dress, and I'll pay double." Su Linger immediately protested, "Auntie, that dress is mine." As the woman prepared to retaliate, Siyu produced the elder's insignia from Zuanianzong, a token that commanded respect throughout the market. Instantly, the woman and Appos' demeanor shifted. "Oh, my apologies. I didn't and Appos, mean to cause any trouble. How about I buy another dress for you instead?" she offered. Su Ling and Appos shook her head. And Suyu simply said, "Let us go, Ling." Throughout this encounter, Suyu remained silent. Upon returning home, a disciple from the miscellaneous disciples area suddenly opened his eyes. Bewildered. "Am I not dead? Where am I?" He collected his thoughts, astonished to find himself back to the moment he first joined Zuantianzong. Indeed, he had been reborn. He perished in the battle between immortals and demons a century later. A century hence, the demonic forces returned, led by a remarkable individual who decimated numerous disciples from various sections. Even several peak leaders and elders of the nascent soul stage met their demise in that conflict, including ancestors of the transformation stage. Everything stemmed from the fact that the leader of the demons had reached the void refinement stage, dismantling the power of various sects with overwhelming force. Yet, amidst this conflict, many extraordinary talents emerged, particularly from the Tiannu sect, the Wanjian sect, and Zuanianzong. The 3 foremost individuals from these sects, especially Yi Lin of Zuanianzong, emerged as a paragon, reaching the pinnacle of the transformation stage a century later. Revered as the most formidable prodigy in the southern domain. Chapter 33 Long Jiahong calmly analyzed the situation, unaware of the consequences of the battle between immortals and demons. A century later, he too had reached the golden core stage, yet on his journey to assist other sects, he was ambushed by demons and ultimately perished amidst the chaos of the immortal demon war. He had not witnessed the conclusion of this great clash, only knowing that at that time, Yilin, despite being at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, could momentarily contend with the demons at the void refinement stage. Alongside Li of the Myriad Sword sect, who had also attained the later stages of transformation and possessed an innate sword body, they could hold their ground against the void refinement realm. In contrast, Yun Rian of the Celestial Maiden sect was less formidable but had still reached the transformation stage. This was during the early phase of the immortal demon war, and he was uncertain if any demons beyond the void refinement stage would emerge or if the human sects had hidden strengths yet to be revealed. He understood that heaven had granted him a second chance, and he was determined not to remain inconspicuous during the immortal demon war a century hence. He would seize this opportunity to establish his name in that future conflict. With confidence, he believed he could achieve the transformation stage within a century. He was aware of where most opportunities lay during this century, and none could rival him now. He effectively possessed foresight into the future. He could effortlessly acquire those opportunities. especially a certain treasure. Once he obtained it, combined with his current insights, he could soar to great heights. However, he needed to focus on enhancing his strength to better execute his plans, drawing from his previous life's cultivation experience. He was confident he could reach the first layer of chi refinement within a week. He needed to quickly build his reputation to gain more resources and thus more opportunities. Like Yi Lin, although he did not possess the highest talent, he believed he could surpass everyone through his own efforts. Thus, he began diligently cultivating. Meanwhile, Siyu continued with his tranquil and leisurely life, now accompanied by Han Ting, the daughter of Han Shi. The couple had gone out on a mission and entrusted Siyu with the task of teaching Han Ting for a few days. In the courtyard, Siyu reclined on a chair while Han Ting diligently practiced her cultivation. Han Ting was quite talented, possessing dual spiritual roots. Frustrated at seeing Siyu seemingly asleep, she rushed over and exclaimed, "Uncle Yu, wake up and teach me how to cultivate. Stop sleeping." In truth, Siyu was not asleep. He was acutely aware of her every movement and could easily identify any issues in her practice. "I've been watching you. How could I be asleep?" "Uncle Yu, you're lying. I saw your eyes closed. You were almost snoring." All right. I was merely testing whether you could notice. Hand me your sword. By the way, Ting Ting, do you enjoy using a sword?" "Absolutely. I want to be a heroic female swordsman when I grow up." "Isn't that cool?" Siyu laughed heartily. "In that case, let me demonstrate the issues in your sword technique. Pay close attention." With that, Siyu took the sword from Han Ting's hands and showcased her sword technique. He was well versed in the sword techniques of the Xiantian sect. And with his current understanding of the sword path, he could master techniques of this level simply by observing them once. As Siyu began his sword dance, Han Ting was captivated, watching intently as if under a spell. Each movement appeared seamless, exuding a sense of returning to simplicity, with every strike executed perfectly. After witnessing Siyu's demonstration, Han Ting realized her own swordplay was merely child-esque play. She had previously thought herself quite impressive. Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Uncle Yu, your demonstration has made me acutely aware of my shortcomings. I will practice diligently." Siyu smiled. "Go ahead. And feel free to ask me anything you don't understand." After 2 days of training, Han Ting's sword skills improved significantly. One day, as they enjoyed a hot pot meal, Siyu had not insisted on continuous training, reminding her that eating well and sleeping soundly were also part of cultivation. While savoring the fish and meat, Han Ting inquired, "Uncle Yu, can you also wield sword intent? You seem just as formidable as Uncle Yi Lan, who is skilled in sword intent and looks quite impressive." Siyu shook his head. "I have not yet reached that stage. It's merely my understanding of the sword path. I still have some distance to cover compared to your Uncle Yi Lan." Han Ting quickly replied, "I believe you will master sword intent eventually, Uncle Yu." Siyu chuckled. "Then let us take your words as an omen for today." A couple of days later, Han Shi and Wang Yuyan returned, and Siyu noticed that Han Shi had sustained some injuries, but upon examination, it was merely a minor wound. Han Ting rushed over. "Dad, are you all right?" Han Shi waved his hand. "I'm fine, just a little hurt." Siyu inquired about the situation, and Han Shi explained. "The beast we were hunting posed little difficulty, but it unexpectedly broke through at the last moment. Fortunately, with Yuyan's help, we managed to handle it without much trouble, sustaining only minor injuries." Hearing this, Han Ting felt relieved. Siyu had initially considered stepping in to assist if necessary, but since all was well, there was no need for concern. Han Shi then turned to Han Ting. "Ting Ting, have you been listening to your Uncle Yu? Have you been learning from him? His sword techniques are quite impressive." Han Ting replied eagerly, "I've been following Uncle Yu's teachings closely, and I've made significant progress." "That's great to hear." Han Shi responded. "Siyu, I appreciate you looking after this child during this time. Don't mention it. I quite enjoy having her around. She dreams of becoming a female sword immortal, roaming the world," Siyu remarked playfully. Han Ting, hearing Siyu speak so fondly in front of her parents, immediately nudged Han Shi away, embarrassed. As Han Shi and the others departed, Siyu called out, "Feel free to visit any time." After some time, Siyu prepared to head to the disciples' quarters to teach. Upon arriving, he found the usual throng of people present. Among the crowd of miscellaneous disciples, Long Jiahong observed the familiar elders arriving, a nostalgic feeling washing over him. He spotted Elder Huang, the most powerful among them, currently at the 9th level of Foundation establishment and rumored to be on the verge of breaking into the Golden Core stage. However, a century later, he had still not achieved that breakthrough. Many other elders, however, had successfully reached the Golden Core stage. As Siyu entered, Long Jiahong recalled, "That's Elder Su. I remember him. He is one of the few elders who broke into the Golden Core stage." Beyond that, there was little impact to note. It was said that he was quite affable, yet his strength remained average, as he was still at the Golden Core stage a century later. Furthermore, during the Immortal Demon War in the future, he would also find himself at the Golden Core stage. Chapter 34, The Return of Yi Lin. The realm shifts at this moment. Long Jiahong had successfully advanced to the first level of Qi refinement, achieving this remarkable feat in merely a week, which stirred quite a commotion within the Xiantian sect. Every outer disciple was now aware of his name, a sensation he had never experienced in his previous life. The disciples gazed at Long Jiahong in awe, exclaiming, "Look, That S. Lung Jiahong, who broke through to qi refinement in just a week. Truly impressive. Could he be another Yi Shixiao? I came to Xiantian sect because of Yi Shixiao. Indeed, I came for the same reason. It seemed that Yulin had garnered a multitude of admirers, especially since he was now a well-known figure throughout the southern domain. Some female disciples, upon seeing Lang Jiahong, exhibited starry-eyed admiration, exclaiming, "So handsome, so charming." So you noticed the stir among the disciples and realized that Lang Jiahong was the one he had heard about, the disciple who advanced to qi refinement in a week. Upon observing him, so you discerned that he was likely a dual spiritual root talent, a genius who could achieve such a breakthrough in a mere week. However, so you merely marveled at this, recognizing that the world was not devoid of talent. Only those who matured into capable individuals truly mattered. Otherwise, it was all but fleeting. Numerous elders had even extended invitations to him, hoping to familiarize themselves with him. Su Yu sighed, reflecting that genius was indeed enviable. As an ordinary individual, he could not fathom the joy of genius, but he did not desire to experience it. After the lecture concluded, Su Yu planned to return home to cultivate his artistic sensibilities, believing that life should embody more artistry. He intended to refine his skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as these pursuits could also enhance his strength. Historical records indicated that ancient masters could manipulate the world as a chessboard, with living beings as mere pieces, while others wielded a righteous spirit to eradicate demons. Yet, in contemporary times, these arts had fallen into decline, with few choosing to study them, as many deemed them impractical. Consequently, the number of practitioners dwindled. Learning these disciplines required substantial time and yielded no immediate results. For instance, one could choose between learning swordsmanship or one of the four arts. Even if one's swordsmanship was lacking, wielding a sword would deter most ordinary people. In contrast, mastery in the four arts would not instill fear in anyone. Thus, the majority opted for swordplay or other weaponry, as even minimal proficiency could serve as self-defense, while lack of skill in the four arts rendered one vulnerable. However, Su Yu was indifferent. He sought quality in life and was never short on time. Nor did he fret over the prospect of failing to learn. Upon returning home, he decided to prioritize mastering the guqin, postponing calligraphy and painting for later. He had already been studying chess diligently, feeling that enlightenment would come soon. As for the guqin, he had not delved deeply into it yet but wished to play a few melodies. Upon arriving home, he found crafting a guqin to be a trivial task. In no time, he had fashioned a beautiful instrument, deciding to place it beside the small pond in his courtyard. Nonetheless, he would not devote all his time to these pursuits. His primary focus remained on swordsmanship, with these arts serving as a complement. 3 years swiftly passed. During this time, Su Yu's cultivation had significantly advanced, and he sensed that he was on the verge of breaking into the transformation stage. He had also elevated his mastery of the guqin and chess to a profound level. Throughout these years, Han Ting would often visit Su Yu, seeking lessons in swordsmanship, and she had made considerable progress. Su Yu's frequent practice of the guqin and chess had inspired Han Ting, who developed a keen interest in music, leading Su Yu to teach her several pieces. Every time Han Ting came for a meal, she would showcase her skills on the guqin. During this period, Su Yu had also elevated his external cultivation to the 6th level of foundation establishment. One day, Yulin returned after a long absence, immediately seeking out Su Yu and Han Ting. Soon, a group gathered at Su Yu's home. Observing Yulin, Su Yu noted that he had reached the late stage of golden core. From his observations, it seemed that Yulin would soon break into the nascent soul stage. Su Yu was astonished by Yulin's rapid growth, realizing that he had encountered numerous fortuitous opportunities during his adventures, consistently gaining resources in the process. Furthermore, Su Yu perceived that Yulin had navigated through many challenges with apparent ease, even in life-threatening situations. Su Yu began to wonder if Yulin was akin to a protagonist in the novels of his previous life, favored by fortune. At this moment, Han Ting remarked to Yulin, "Brother Yi, have you reached the late stage of golden core? You exude a more formidable presence than before." "Indeed, I have reached the late stage, and I shall soon break through, perhaps within the next few years," Yulin replied. "You and Brother Su are just beginning to stabilize at the late foundation establishment stage while I am on the cusp of the nascent soul stage. Our gap is widening. You must look out for us when that time comes. Do not worry, just come to me whenever you need assistance," Yulin reassured them. However, you may not know that a newly initiated outer disciple has garnered significant fame. He easily claimed first place in the recent competition among the 3 sects, demonstrating remarkable proficiency in his techniques. His name is Lung Jiahong, and he is even being hailed as the second Yulin. Some speculate that he may surpass you. Is that so? The sect gains another genius, which can only strengthen our ranks. That is certainly beneficial, Yulin mused. He understood through Qing Ling's insights that since the demon clan had resurfaced, they would inevitably seek opportunities to regain their power. Though there was peace for now, one could not predict when danger might strike, so it was imperative to enhance their strength swiftly. Yulin recognized the personalities of Han Ting and Su Yu. Over the years, they had fared reasonably well, especially Su Yu, who remained the sovereign of leisure, indulging in whatever he pleased. He often opted to fish by the river instead of cultivating, exploring various culinary delights and peculiarities. Though the food was indeed delectable, Yilin had recently learned that Suyu had ventured forth for several years. Han Ting had become busier since the arrival of her daughter, committing herself to diligent practice, contrasting with her previous carefree attitude. Yet, to Yilin, both were his brothers, and even if they chose a leisurely path in cultivation, he would not voice any objections, provided he could grow strong enough to protect them all. Still, he desired to assist them in enhancing their abilities. Thus, the primary purpose of his return was to invite them to a secret realm of inheritance belonging to a transformation stage master, which would soon open. After discussing his intentions with them, Han Ting contemplated for a moment before agreeing to accompany Yulin. They then turned their gaze to Suyu, who also considered the proposal before ultimately agreeing. They decided to set off a month later. A week passed, and Suyu began to sense a surge of celestial energy, initially believing he would only break through to the transformation stage after returning from the secret realm. However, he now stood at the threshold of that very breakthrough, ready to transcend into the transformation stage today. Chapter 35, the classic treatment of passerby A. Upon breaking through to the transformation stage, one becomes acutely aware of the forces of heaven and earth. It is precisely due to this breakthrough that the calamity of thunder descends. Many unprepared souls have met their demise amidst the storm of lightning. However, such a breakthrough at the Xiantian sect is clearly inappropriate. He must seek solitude for this pivotal moment and establish formations to obscure his presence, for he desires no excessive commotion. Swiftly, Suyu discovers a desolate expanse, devoid of life for 1,000 miles, a perfect locale for his ascent. Thankfully, his formations are formidable enough to shroud the ominous signs of the thunderstorm for a time. With a grand gesture, Suyu sends forth array flags that envelop a radius of 100 miles around him. He gazes upward into the sky. Very well. Let it commence. In an instant, Suyu releases his full aura, causing the ground beneath him to tremble violently. A powerful energy radiates from his core, expanding outward with great intensity. The previously clear sky darkens, thick clouds swirling ominously, with flashes of lightning dancing within. Suyu perceives the formidable power of the thunder. Yet it poses little threat. For him, it is merely a formality. As the storm gathers strength, bolts of lightning descend upon Suyu. He withstands a few strikes, feeling a twinge of pain. Observing the growing number of lightning bolts in the sky, he begins to suspect that this storm may be more than it seems. No longer indulging in trivialities, Suyu swiftly unleashes his sword domain. The calamity seems to recognize his readiness, and hundreds of bolts of lightning surge towards him. Suyu employs the technique of 10,000 swords returning to the sect, conjuring a multitude of sword shadows in the void. Each descending bolt of lightning is shattered by his myriad blades. Before long, the storm dissipates, and Suyu has fully transitioned into the transformation stage, feeling the empowering forces of heaven and earth envelop him. After years of endeavor, he has finally reached this pinnacle. His strength has experienced a remarkable leap. Currently, the highest combat power in the southern region is at the transformation stage, yet Suyu senses that the southern region holds deeper complexities. For now, he is content to play the role of a mere passerby. His present power is sufficient for any endeavor. After enduring the thunder calamity, Suyu returns to the sect. Following a few days of recuperation, the time arrives for him to join Yilin and the others on their expedition to the secret realm. Early one morning, Yilin and the others gather at Suyu's doorstep. Wang Yuyan does not accompany them, as she remains home to care for Han Ting. Once assembled, the group transforms into a streak of light, heading towards the secret realm. The trio banters cheerfully as they travel, soon arriving at the location of the secret realm. Yilin instructs Suyu and Han Shi to conceal their cultivation levels and appearances for better maneuverability, a tactic he often employs during his explorations. Suyu chuckles. This lad is quite to his liking. Upon arriving at the entrance to the secret realm, Suyu observes a throng of people gathered there. Using his keen perception, he scans the crowd and notes that most possess foundational cultivation, with several at the golden core stage. Some have already entered, but whether any at the nascent soul stage have ventured inside remains unasked. Knowledge of the secret realm's existence stems from rumors of a transformation stage inheritance within. However, despite several openings, none have located it. Doubts have arisen among some regarding the existence of this inheritance at all. Before long, Suyu and his companions step into the secret realm. As soon as he enters, Suyu scans the area widely with his spiritual sense, discovering 2 nascent soul cultivators within. However, he pays them little mind. As long as they do not interfere, he has no intention of engaging with them. Should they seek trouble, he would not hesitate to deal with them discreetly. As for locating the transformation stage inheritance, while he cannot speak for others, he is confident that Yilin will undoubtedly find it. After a period of searching, they gather a wealth of cultivation resources. Indeed, being in Yilin's company significantly increases their chances of uncovering treasures. Han Shi, invigorated by the hunt, fills his inventory, ensuring his sustenance for an extended period. You brother, you have truly brought us to a splendid place. The abundance of resources for cultivation is remarkable. Even if we fail to find the inheritance, these will sustain us for quite some time. We are here for the inheritance, but finding it would be a bonus. At that moment, a group of individuals, emboldened by their numbers and envious of Suyu and his companion's bounty, approaches them. A golden core cultivator, flanked by 2 foundation establishment novices, brazenly demands. You lot have gathered quite a haul. Hand over your resources and perhaps we shall spare your lives. So you had already noted their approach, for golden core cultivators accompanied by 6 at the foundation establishment level. The highest among them newly advanced to the late golden core stage. Initially, he considered taking action against them but, upon reflection, decided that with Yi Lin's strength, these adversaries should be easily dispatched. Yi Lin's renowned reputation is not to be trifled with. Since they were all disguised, had the others known Yi Lin was present, they would surely have thought twice before acting so brazenly. So you, intrigued, wished to witness Yi Lin's display of prowess, perfectly aligning with his role as the protected passerby. This only deepened Su Yu's suspicion that Yi Lin might be a child of destiny. Han Shi, observing the approaching group, adopted a serious demeanor. Yi brother, Su brother. What should we do? Fear not, Yi Lin replied confidently. These individuals are beneath my notice. The leader of the group, sensing the defiance, retorted, You speak boldly, boy. It seems you are unwilling to comply. We shall teach you a lesson. Yi Lin signaled Su Yu and Han Shi to step back, then drew his Qingyun sword. Su Qinglin, witnessing this, was taken aback. A horde of minor ruffians, emboldened by their numbers, now faced Yi Lin, with a swift execution of his sword technique. Soon only the leader remained standing, yet it was clear Yi Lin had spared him intentionally. Now, let us see who truly has the upper hand. Weren't you quite arrogant a moment ago? The leader, realizing the futility of resistance, promptly surrendered. I was blind to your power, esteemed brothers. Please, grant me mercy. I shall not dare defy you again. Where is that bravado from earlier? Han Shi interjected, given 2 slaps to instill some sense. Han Shi, grinning from ear to ear, approached and delivered 2 resounding slaps to the leader. Take your crew and leave. Returning, Han Shi laughed. I never imagined I could strike a golden core cultivator. What a thrill. The best part is, they have no idea who struck them, as our appearances are unrecognizable. Meanwhile, the beaten group retreated, one grumbling. Is that how it ends? I cannot swallow this humiliation. My ancestor is within. I will seek his aid to reclaim my honor. Are you referring to that nascent soul ancestor? Indeed. Just you wait. Chapter 36. The emergence of divine powers. The group, having been dealt with by Yi Lin, swiftly sought out the ancestral figure of the Yuaning stage. Pan Li, observing the patriarch of the Pan family, embellished the events as he recounted them to the elder. They claimed that the Yuaning patriarch was being disregarded. Upon learning the details, the patriarch's fury ignited. How dare this young rascal bully the disciples of the Pan family? I must reclaim our dignity and ensure they understand that the disciples of the Pan family are not to be trifled with. Lead me to them. I shall teach them a lesson. Just as the Yuaning patriarch of the Pan family was preparing to confront Su Yu and his companions, an overwhelming pressure suddenly immobilized him, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. What is happening? I seem to have not provoked such a presence. In that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. It proceeded to recount the misdeeds of his disciples. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your mercy. I almost made a grave mistake. Rest assured, I will discipline them thoroughly and will not disappoint you. Are you concealing something from me? And no, how could we deceive the patriarch? I shall grant you one more opportunity. If you remain silent, do not blame me for my wrath. In an instant, the patriarch exerted his pressure, prompting Pan Li and his group to confess everything. You instigated the conflict first, and despite failing to defeat even one opponent, you come to me to complain and slander others. You all bring shame upon yourselves. From this moment forth, you are no longer disciples of the Pan family. Do not disgrace us further. With that, the patriarch led Pan Li and his companions away from the secret realm. After all, he dared not linger within, fearing the elder's displeasure might cost him his life. Would he speak of this incident to others? Absolutely not, as a dignified Yuaning. Could he afford to lose face by admitting he was scared out of the secret realm? Once the patriarch and his group departed, Su Yu refrained from further comment, viewing the incident as merely the antics of a clown. Having resolved this nuisance, Su Yu and his companions resumed their search within the secret realm. This time, Su Yu collected a plethora of exquisite spiritual flowers and plants. He had no interest in the techniques and weapons within the secret realm. These blossoms held far greater utility. They could adorn his small courtyard or enrich his spiritual field. Among them, a few particularly unique and beautiful flowers captured Su Yu's admiration. Brother you still enjoy collecting these spiritual flowers, fitting your character perfectly, one remarked. You all know my disposition, he replied. As they delved deeper, their discoveries multiplied. Though the location of the inheritance of the transformation stage expert remained elusive. Just then, Yi Lin stepped onto a stair resembling a button, causing the ground to quake, revealing a grand hall before them. Upon witnessing this, Su Yu's instincts screamed that this must be the site of the transformation stage's inheritance. Indeed, his intuition was correct. Could this be the inheritance site of the transformation stage expert? Yi Lin mused. Let us enter and investigate. As the three entered the hall, it was confirmed as the inheritance site. Brother Yi, your luck is astonishing. I never anticipated we would encounter this, one exclaimed. Let us first observe how the inheritance is received. They approached the center of the hall, where a voice echoed, How long has it been since someone set foot here? Without visitors, I feel my consciousness waning. Thankfully, someone has finally come. Many have arrived before, yet none were to my liking. I sought a disciple with exceptional talent. However, due to changes in the secret realm, few have been able to locate my inheritance site, leading to a dearth of seekers. At last, 3 individuals stood before him, 1 at the late stage of golden core, and 2 at the late stage of foundation establishment. The elder, having assessed the late golden core individual, recognized his unparalleled talent. To reach this stage at such a young age was truly remarkable. The other 2, however, had average potential. Beaming with delight, he addressed Yulin, young brother, do you wish to accept my inheritance? All the treasures in this hall will be yours, along with my techniques and insights. Know that in my prime, I was among the elite in the transformation stage. What say you? Yulin regarded the elder, whose expression was as cheerful as a blooming chrysanthemum, and shook his head. I do not require your inheritance. I have my own path to forge. With Qingling by his side, he remained oblivious to her origins. The higher his cultivation, the more formidable she appeared. He had no desire for the transformation stage's inheritance. Confident he could attain that level and beyond on his own. His purpose in seeking the secret realm was primarily for Suyu or Han Shi to acquire this inheritance. The elder's face fell at Yulin's rejection. He had no recourse but to turn his attention to Suyu and Han Shi. As the elder approached them, Suyu maintained a stoic demeanor, knowing that even at his peak, the elder posed no threat to him. The prospect of accepting the inheritance was out of the question. Among them, Han Shi was the one most in need of this inheritance. He appeared somewhat anxious as the elder approached. Not allowing the elder to speak, Suyu interjected. I do not require it. Grant it to my brother instead. Han Shi was momentarily taken aback. Su brother, you do not need it? I can relinquish it to you. No. As you are aware, I prefer to carve my own path. Seeing Suyu's resolute stance, Han Shi fell silent. The elder, observing the exchange, made his intentions clear. Young man, do you wish to accept my inheritance? Disciple is willing. Good. I hope you will carry forth our legacy. In an instant, a beam of light surged into Han Shi's mind, causing a fleeting sensation of pain before dissipating. Han Shi absorbed the transformation stage expert's knowledge, feeling as though he had stepped into a dream. Before him appeared a ring, likely containing the treasures of the elder's past life. With the inheritance secured, Suyu and his companions prepared to return. Upon their return to the sect and the distribution of resources, they parted ways. Han Shi intended to thoroughly digest his newfound inheritance. As for Suyu, he felt a profound and mysterious force stirring within him, perhaps the legendary divine powers? Chapter 37. The Great Void Sword Technique. The ability of divine powers is something that the vast majority of cultivators exhaust their entire lives attempting to master. Only a select few who stand at the pinnacle can attain such abilities. Upon acquiring divine powers, one achieves a qualitative leap. These divine powers are classified into innate and acquired. Innate divine powers are those possessed from birth, often inherited through the bloodline of powerful ancestors, akin to the dragon race, which is born with the ability to summon storms. However, the number of individuals with innate divine powers is exceedingly rare, as they are predestined. In contrast, acquired divine powers can be attained through cultivation and the acceptance of the inheritance from others. Yet, those who can genuinely cultivate divine powers are indeed few and far between. In the southern region, Suyu had never heard of anyone possessing divine powers. Divine powers bestow boundless potential upon cultivators, akin to the clarity of the sword heart. Suyu recalled the supreme divine powers of Confucian scholars from novels in his previous life, such as words manifest as law and the Buddhist Buddha kingdom in the palm. Techniques like heavenly law manifesting earth and universe in the sleeve filled him with longing. Suyu believed that, given sufficient time, he too could delve into such research, and the ability to replicate these divine powers would be nothing short of extraordinary. However, with his current strength and understanding, he was still far from that goal. At that moment, Suyu sat cross-legged on the ground, and it felt as if he had transcended into the vast river of swordsmanship. He began to sense a newfound ability within himself. He opened his proficiency panel. Character: Suyu Realm. Early transformation stage, aptitude: 3 spiritual roots of metal, wood, and fire. Cultivation techniques: spirit return technique, heavenly tier concealment technique, heavenly tier sword drawing technique, heavenly tier no life sword technique, heavenly tier wandering dragon step, 10,000 swords returning to origin, and others. Divine powers: great void sword technique, magic treasures, heavenly tier superior sword 9, heavenly tier superior starry chessboard, heavenly tier superior wine immortal gourd, etc. Arts: master craftsman S windfall technique, master gardener S spiritual rain technique, cultivation technique, 6th rank array master, etc. Concepts: formless sword domain, chess intent, Qin intent, his unique innate divine power, the great void sword technique. Suyu comprehended the significance of this divine power. It was indeed a remarkable ascent. The great void sword technique allows one to merge their sword intent with the heavens or a domain, where every gesture resonates with the universe and all swords harmonize, achieving the ultimate realm of unity between man and nature. At this moment, the absence of a sword is more formidable than possessing one, as all things can become swords. Upon mastering it, even if the heavens were to collapse, one could cleave through the void and traverse the great expanse. After grasping the capabilities of this divine power, Siyu displayed an expression of astonishment, never expecting to acquire such an ability. With the enhancement of this divine power, his strength underwent a qualitative transformation. He felt as though even the grass by the roadside could become a formidable weapon. With the foundation of 10,000 swords returning to origin, he sensed that he could obliterate any sect in the southern region in an instant with this divine power. Yet, this was not his style. There are always greater beings beyond the horizon, and he preferred to remain low-key and play the role of an ordinary bystander. Moreover, having refined his techniques to the heavenly tier, it seemed that he would soon reach the next stage. He was curious as to what the effects of this advancement would be. However, he was content with his current stable life and felt no urgency to concern himself with these matters. When the time comes, he would naturally ascend. Today was a day for celebration, and thus, Siyu produced his long-stored Ho-Air wine, sitting by the riverside to indulge in its rich flavor. Such a life was indeed delightful. As he neared the end of the Ho-Air wine, he shook his wine immortal gourd, only to discover that it too was nearly empty. This simply would not do. He needed to procure more. In that instant, Siyu vanished from his spot. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lang Jiahong was searching for something within a secret realm when a small pot appeared before him. Lang Jiahong gazed at the small pot, exclaiming, "At last, I have found the transformation demon pot." With this item, reaching the transformation stage would be effortless. In later generations, one individual unexpectedly obtained this transformation demon pot within the same secret realm, and the formerly ordinary person attained the transformation stage a century later during the war between immortals and demons. It is said that by feeding slain demon beasts to this pot, one could produce pure spiritual power and nourishment for cultivation, significantly accelerating the owner's rate of progress. Having secured this transformation demon pot, he prepared to leave the secret realm, for there was little left to risk in this place. Now, with the pot in hand, his main task would be to hunt demon beasts, thus hastening his cultivation. At this juncture, Siyu arrived in a city renowned for the superior quality of its wines, an establishment he frequented during his time in this world. Upon entering the tavern, he called out, "Young lad, fill my gourd to the brim." Noticing the absence of the owner, he inquired, "Where is your proprietor?" "Our owner has grown old and finds it difficult to manage. We are uncertain if this tavern will remain open much longer." "Has no one learned the art of brewing from him?" "Indeed, but none have reached his level." Considering this, Siyu decided he might as well learn to brew on his own. Though he had some knowledge of brewing, he had never pursued it diligently, and his concoctions were far from exquisite. However, this time sparked a desire to master the craft, for life without wine lacked a certain joy. "Young lad, take me to your owner. I wish to inquire about his brewing techniques." Before long, the young lad led Siyu to the owner. Upon seeing the gray-haired proprietor, Siyu felt a twinge of nostalgia, pondering that had he not embarked on the path of cultivation, he might have ended up like the man before him. After explaining his intentions, Siyu sought guidance on the art of brewing. The owner, generous with his knowledge, shared several techniques with Siyu. This knowledge was sufficient for Siyu. He merely needed to practice diligently to master these skills. After their discussion, Siyu presented a vial of elixir to the owner, stating, "This will extend your life by 10 years, consider it a token of gratitude." In an instant, Siyu returned home. The tavern owner stood in speechless astonishment, exclaiming, "Who would have thought an immortal would come to buy our wine?" Armed with this newfound knowledge, Siyu resolved to brew his own wine, relishing the sense of accomplishment that came with it. Brewing required a variety of materials, and having consumed the last of his Ho-Air wine, he prepared to search for more, while also gathering ingredients for brewing. With that, Siyu set forth toward the Wanshan Forest, a territory primarily inhabited by demon beasts. Generally, human cultivators would avoid venturing too deep within, only exploring the outskirts, as the forest was not devoid of shape-shifted demon beasts. These transformed beings were comparable to human cultivators at the Golden Core stage, with many demon beasts capable of transformation upon reaching that level. And some even at the transformation stage roamed within. As he sought materials, he knew that as long as he did not wish to be discovered by the demon beings, they would not sense his presence. Chapter 38, The Monkey Wine. In the depths of the Wanshan Forest, Siyu concealed his presence, or rather, he blended his aura with that of the demon clan. Even if spotted, one would easily mistake him for a member of that race. After all, his mastery of breath-concealing techniques had reached an exceptionally high level, enabling such feats with ease. Previously, when he had inadvertently passed through this area, he stumbled upon the coveted monkey wine. He had taken some back, much to the dismay of a certain group of monkeys. Now, he returned, feeling a twinge of guilt. Guided by memory, Siyu arrived at the location where he had previously harvested the monkey wine. Perched atop a tree, he surveyed the scene before him. Nothing had changed. The monkeys' cultivation levels were relatively low, confining them to the outskirts of the Wanshan Forest, with their leader being merely at the early stage of foundation establishment. Siyu observed the storage area for the monkey wine, noting that 2 monkeys were stationed as guards. The last time he had visited, there had been no sentinels. He was surprised to find 2 on duty this time. One of the guards appeared on the verge of dozing off. At that moment, Siyu witnessed one monkey nudging the other. "Wake up. If the king finds out, we'll both be in trouble. It's been years without incident. No one has come to steal the wine. I suspect the king misremembered, He must have drunk too much himself and then claimed someone stole his monkey wine. The other monkey quickly covered his mouth. What are you saying? If anyone hears that and it gets to the king's ears, we are finished. Don't worry. It's improbable anyone would hear us. Besides, we are quite famous in this region. Ordinary demons wouldn't dare touch our monkey wine. It's the humans who enjoy it. But why would they come all this way to steal from us? Suyu, overhearing this exchange from his vantage point, felt a pang of embarrassment. Pardon me, my monkey friends, I have returned to collect more wine. In an instant, he arrived at the storage area, and the two guards remained blissfully unaware of his presence. Before him lay a tree hollow brimming with monkey wine. What a bountiful harvest. Last time, there had been far less. He decided not to be greedy, opting to take only half. Suyu produced his wine gourd and swiftly filled it to the brim. Soon, he had secured enough. Any more would be excessive and might draw unwanted attention. He then placed some resources he thought the monkeys could use beside the wine, a gesture of equitable exchange. Before departing, shortly after, the Monkey King arrived at the entrance of the winemaking cave, addressing the two guards. Have you been keeping a vigilant watch? I need to fetch some wine for our guest from the Wolf clan. Rest assured, my king, with us here, not even a fly could enter, one guard replied confidently. Indeed, I have faith in you both. You have not erred in years, the king responded, pleased. Once I return with the wine, I shall reward you with treasures for your diligence. Now, open the door. Of course, my king. The guards opened the gate, allowing the Monkey King and his entourage to enter the hollow. Upon reaching the storage area, the Monkey King and Appo's heart sank as he noticed the quantity of wine had diminished by half. What has happened here? Why is there so much less wine? He demanded. You two, summon those guards from outside. I wish to see how they have been overseeing the storage. The guards hurried off, fearing the king's wrath. Soon, they returned with the other two guards, who had mistakenly believed they were being called in for praise. Upon seeing the king's furious expression, their hearts raced. They glanced at the storage area and quickly realized the gravity of the situation. The wine was indeed halved. You two claimed no one entered. Open your eyes and explain this. The king bellowed. My king, we truly do not know how this happened. It was all intact when we checked this morning, one guard stammered. Just then, they spotted something on the ground near the wine. Look, my king, there is something down there. The Monkey King approached and discovered some resources that seemed beneficial to them. Sensing the aura of a dragon, this revelation terrified him. Even though it was not a true dragon, a dragon-like creature was formidable and not to be trifled with. Indeed, these resources were obtained from the lair of a dragon. They are of no use to me, and I would rather trade them for wine. The king regarded the treasures with newfound appreciation, realizing they surpassed the value of their monkey wine. It seems a demon king has ventured here and coveted our wine. If only we could meet such an esteemed being, what fortune it would be. But alas, we shall not blame you. If such a powerful figure desired our wine, there was nothing we could do. Meanwhile, Suyu, oblivious to the unfolding drama, had gathered sufficient brewing materials and was preparing to return to his sect. Just as he was about to depart, he spotted an unexpected figure at the edge of the Wanshan forest, Lang Jiahong. What was he doing here alone? Suyu observed him for a moment, noting that after each hunt, he would extract the demon beasts into a pot. Realizing this was the young man's opportunity, Suyu decided not to interfere, nor was he curious about the pot's purpose. The stronger the disciples of Xuaniangong became, the more favorable it was for him to remain aloof. Like a streak of light, he soared back home. Meanwhile, Lang Jiahong, unaware of Suyu's watchful gaze, surveyed the slain demon beast before him. Another one down, he mused. I must return, if I recall correctly. Several individuals from other regions are set to arrive in the southern domain soon. Chapter 39, Cross-Domain Challenges, a surge of forces soon. Suyu returned home, pleased to find the wine jar filled with monkey wine, which would take a while to consume. Looking at the brewing materials in his hands, he thought to himself that it was time to commence the brewing process. A week swiftly passed, and Suyu had successfully completed the brewing of the wines. Knowing that the longer they were stored, the richer their aroma would become. At the edge of the southern domain, a teleportation array suddenly materialized in the sky, and a group of individuals emerged from it. As the brilliance faded, their figures became visible. A band of people donned identical attire, indicating they hailed from the same place. Most were young, their faces adorned with rebellious smiles. Leading the group was a confident young man, sword slung over his back, arms crossed before him, with a piercing look that suggested he was no ordinary character. As he stepped out of the teleportation array, he surveyed the scene before him. Is this the southern domain? It appears far inferior to our western domain, he remarked. His disciples hastily chimed in. Lin Shixiang, how could there be anyone more formidable than you in the southern domain? It must be a wasted journey. After all, you possess the spirit martial sword body. At that moment, a woman gracefully approached from the crowd, her beauty captivating the attention of those around her. With a soft smile, she said, Lin Shixiang, you have already defeated your peers from the eastern domain. Once you conquer the southern domain, you will truly be unrivaled among your contemporaries. Your name will be known far and wide. An elder standing behind them spoke up, dressed in plain robes, appearing as an ordinary old man. Do not underestimate the southern domain. It is not as simple as it seems. Our western domain has many demonic sects, but the southern domain has none. A millennium ago, they fought a cataclysmic war against the demons, driving them away from this land. Although they suffered significant losses, one can only wonder what hidden strengths they possess. The group was taken aback, realizing the southern domain had such capabilities. Lin Xuan, however, remained unfazed. Master, even so, I fear no one. I am confident I can defeat them and prove that our western domain is the strongest. Such ambition. I believe in you, and it is worth the price I paid to activate the teleportation array for you to witness the talents of other regions. The elder was indeed formidable, a pinnacle existence of the transformation god stage, and these disciples were under his guidance. Xiao Yuling quickly added, indeed. I too believe no one can rival Lin Shixiao. Enough talk. Let us gather information about the southern domain, she suggested, soaring into the sky. Xiao Yuling noticed many disciples below, still watching them in awe. What are you staring at? None of you can compare to Lin Shixiao. My heart belongs to him. And you are far from his caliber, like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Embarrassed, the crowd acknowledged their inferiority to Lin Xuan. They then took to the skies in search of their targets. As the elder had mentioned, there were no signs of demons or demonic sects in the southern domain. It appeared that this region held some hidden treasures. Before long, they discovered a sect, Huanglin sect. Arriving above the sect, Lin Xuan unleashed his late-stage golden core cultivation. Instantly, the disciples within were immobilized by the overwhelming pressure of his aura. What is happening? Whose pressure is this? It's so powerful. Quickly, inform the sect masters. Look up to the sky. Someone is here. It must be them. What could they want? Several beams of golden light shot out from the sect. May I ask who you are and why you impose such pressure on our disciples? Please retract your aura, one of the late-stage golden core disciples called out. Lin Xuan, unconcerned by their presence, dismissed them, as they were not his intended targets. The pressure is lifted. What is going on? Who are these people? I've never heard of a sect in the southern domain with such attire. We came to inquire about the southern domain. Please share your knowledge with us. The disciples, seeing that Lin Xuan was merely at the golden core stage, were not overly concerned, given that they had several late-stage golden core members among them. Forgive my rudeness, but I am unaware. You may inquire with others, one of them replied. The elder behind Lin Xuan released his aura, causing not only the disciples below, but even their sect leader to break into a cold sweat. A transformation god stage expert. Do I need to repeat myself? No. We did not know a senior was visiting. We are truly remiss in our welcome. I shall explain the situation to you immediately. After learning the necessary details, they prepared to leave. To their surprise, they discovered that the southern domain had produced innate sword bodies and water spirit bodies, indeed impressive, indicating formidable adversaries ahead. This was excellent, as it would better showcase his own strength. He intended to challenge each of the 8 major sects, ensuring that they would acknowledge his prowess. Following the information received, they proceeded towards the nearby Hahuan sect. The first battle was about to commence at Hahuan sect, and they soon arrived at the entrance. Lin Xuan observed the grand gates of the sect, noting the difference in stature. They refrained from soaring above, recognizing that it was a significant sect with transformation god experts. They were not foolish. They had come to challenge the disciples, not to attack the sect itself. The sect master of Hahuan sect sensed the presence of the outsiders and recognized the elder's transformation god cultivation. These individuals do not appear to be from the southern domain. Could they be from another region? I should investigate. Thus, Hichi stepped forward to address them. May I inquire what brings you to Hahuan sect? You do not seem to be from the southern domain. We are from the western domain, seeking to challenge the disciples of various sections. These are my disciples, and we wish to test the strength of your sect's disciples. What say you? Hichi, observing the audacity of their request, realized that refusing their challenge would tarnish the reputation of the southern domain. Please, since you have such confidence in your disciples, allow me to witness their abilities. Meanwhile, news of the cross-domain challenges spread, exciting disciples across various sections. Many were eager to teach the western domain a lesson, considering their overconfidence. Atop a mountain, surrounded by a swirling aura of swords, Li also heard of the events. Cross-domain challenges? How intriguing. Yun Rian of the Celestial Maidens sect approached Ling Wanqing. Are you confident, Yun? Rest assured, master. I will surely defeat him, she replied confidently. Meanwhile, at Xiantian sect, Xi was still deep in slumber. While Yulin retracted the floating Qingyan sword, I didn't expect there would be challengers from other domains. He certainly has confidence in himself. Qingling scoffed. A mere trifling matter. With your current strength, coupled with my presence, we are invincible among our peers. They come only to seek their own demise. Let us watch the spectacle unfold. Chapter 40. A disastrous defeat. At this moment, they stepped into the Hehuan sect, where an unusual atmosphere enveloped them. Observing their surroundings, one remarked, what is amiss with this sect? There is an unsettling vibe since we entered. Another responded, indeed, it feels as though their gazes are voracious, as if they are ready to devour us. This sensation was particularly pronounced for Lin Xuan and Xiao Yuling, who were covered in goosebumps. Hichi, observing their reactions, interjected. Our sect upholds the practice of dual cultivation. As you may have noticed, our ambience is distinctly different from other sections. Hence, we are named Hehuan sect. At that moment, several individuals approached to engage them in conversation. Hey there, let us be friends. One young man called out, accompanied by some suggestive gestures. The newcomers, inexperienced in such encounters, felt their cheeks flush, their hearts racing. An elder looked at them and remarked, "What will you amount to if you cannot withstand such trivial temptations?" Shortly thereafter, Hichi led them to the arena and began to summon the disciples of the sect. Soon, numerous disciples arrived, intrigued, as they had never encountered individuals from other regions before. Whispers filled the air. Are they here to challenge our southern domain sects? They don't seem impressive. I doubt they will even succeed against our Hehuan sect, let alone the others. Nevertheless, the leading young man and woman were striking. Amidst the crowd, someone shouted, "Why don't you two stay with us in Hehuan sect for a few days and deepen your bond?" Lin Chuan ignored them, but the disciples behind him wore expressions of indignation. "Do not look down upon us. We shall show you our strength soon." Hichi, seeing that enough people had gathered, announced, "Quiet down, everyone. These newcomers hail from the western region and wish to challenge our southern domain sections. Today, they have arrived at our Hehuan sect. You may each select opponents to battle. I will also provide rewards for those who triumph in their matches." With that, he relinquished the floor to them, inviting those eager for a challenge to step onto the stage. Instantly, the disciples of Hehuan's sect erupted in cheers, while Lin Chuan and his companions wore grim expressions, deciding to let their capabilities speak for themselves. Soon, one disciple at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment ascended the stage, taunting the Hehuan sect disciples. "Anyone who is dissatisfied can come up for a battle. I want to see if your strength matches your boasts." The Hehuan sect, eyeing the brazen challenger, warned, "Do not embarrass yourself if you lose." A disciple from Hehuan sect swiftly took to the stage, declaring, "Since you are so arrogant, allow me to demonstrate my prowess." The audience quickly recognized him as Cheng Tuanqing, a prominent disciple at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. With him in the fray, it seemed that the newcomers were doomed to failure. Cheng Tuanqing confronted the challenger, "Let me witness the strength of your western region kin, daring to act so audaciously in our southern domain." As the crowd rallied, urging Cheng to show them his might, the atmosphere on stage shifted. Both opponents shed their smiles, understanding that neither was to be underestimated. As tension mounted, neither made a move immediately, both assessing the other. Cheng Tianqing was the first to strike, swiftly appearing behind Zhang Kong. The audience gasped at his speed. Zhang Kong quickly turned to defend himself, managing to block the attack just in time. It was evident that Cheng Tianqing possessed notable skills. He could not afford to be complacent. "Impressive, but that is all you have," Zhang Kong retorted, lifting his foot to kick at Cheng Tianqing. The latter did not evade but crossed his arms to absorb the blow. The impact was significant, causing cracks to form on the arena floor, with Cheng's feet sinking into the ground. Realizing the power behind the attack, Cheng quickly distanced himself, his arms tingling from the force. He understood he needed to resolve this swiftly. Prolonging the fight would not be beneficial. Drawing his sword and forming a sword technique, he decided against further probing. Seeing Cheng brandish his sword, Zhang Kong also revealed a long spear, initiating their fierce clash. Their figures collided mid-air, with sword light and spear shadows flashing. Those of lesser cultivation could hardly perceive their speed. Ultimately, however, Cheng Tianqing was defeated and knocked out of the arena, leaving the Hehuan sect disciples looking rather grim. Cheng lost? The western region people are formidable, one disciple exclaimed, uncertain of who could best the challenger now. Soon after, another disciple at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment stepped up, only to meet the same fate at Zhang Kong's hands. Several others followed suit, all falling to Zhang Kong. The expressions of the Hehuan sect disciples grew increasingly bleak, while Lin Chuan and his companions beamed with delight. Various disciples from different sects began to take the stage for their matches, but it was evident that victories were overwhelmingly in favor of Lin Chuan's group, with only a few of the Hehuan disciples managing to secure wins. Xiao Yuling then remarked, "The southern domain sects are lacking. They are no match for those in the eastern domain." She continued, "Oh, I forgot to mention, we have been to the eastern domain, challenging their various sects, and we won each time." He Chi's expression soured. Lin Chuan had yet to engage, yet his side was nearing total defeat. Just then, Xiaojun emerged from the crowd. "Look, it's Brother Xiaojun. They are in for it now. Brother Xiaojun will show them what's what." Xiaojun regarded Lin Chuan, sensing the pressure he emanated. Having just reached the late stage of Golden Core, he realized Lin Chuan had advanced much earlier. Aware of his slim chances, he resolved to fight nonetheless. Surrendering without a fight would be a disgrace to the southern domain. Though their sects often had minor disputes, they stood united in such moments. Xiaojun stepped onto the stage, fixing his gaze on Lin Chuan. "Are you coming up, or must I invite you?" Lin Chuan calmly ascended the stage. "So you are the strongest disciple of Hehuan's sect in your generation, having just broken through to the Golden Core stage. You do possess some strength, but not enough. Allow me to illustrate just how vast the chasm between us truly is." Xiaojun wasted no time unleashing his most formidable technique, summoning several flying swords that circled around him. Lin Chuan merely shook his head, drawing his long sword and vanishing from sight. Their clash commenced, but within 100 exchanges, Xiaojun was sent flying from the stage. Lin Chuan sheathed his sword. "You are too weak to even qualify as my opponent. I had anticipated more from your southern domain sections." Xiaojun grimaced, clutching his arm. "You've only passed our first trial. True talents lie ahead." Let us see you first overcome the innate sword body of the Wanjian sect. With that, they set off for their next destination. At this moment, news of the devastating defeat of the Hahuan sect had reached various sections. Disciples from different sects responded with varying degrees of concern. Some felt a surge of anxiety, while others remained confident and indifferent. Upon hearing the news, Yilin was taken aback by their lingering strength. He hoped they would not disappoint him when the time came. He yearned to witness the prowess of the people from the western regions, as his sword intent had recently attained a further elevation, providing him with an opportunity to test his skills. Chapter 41. The Clash of Aesthetics. Lin Chuan and his companions soared through the skies. Their initial battle in the southern region had been unexpectedly effortless, leading them to ponder the diminished prowess of the disciples in this domain. Once, the southern region had instilled fear in the hearts of the demon race, yet now it seemed to have waned from its former glory. Riding the momentum of their victory, they contemplated conquering the remaining sections. At this moment, the elder addressed them, cautioning against complacency. Do not allow a single victory over the Harmony sect to inflate your egos. The subsequent sects only grow stronger. They too possess water spirit bodies and innate sword bodies, particularly the latter, which are formidable opponents. I understand, Master, Lin Chuan replied confidently. Even if they possess an innate sword body, I am assured of my own capabilities, as my spirit martial sword body is equally impressive. Indeed, confidence is essential. Interjected Xiao Yuling. I have faith in you, senior brother Lin. They will prove no match for you. I suspect their innate sword body cannot rival your strength. Once you conquer this opponent, your reputation shall echo across all regions, paving your path to invincibility. The surrounding companions voiced their agreement, and Lin Chuan felt bolstered by their faith in him. We are approaching our next destination, the Spirit Sea sect. Let us assess their strength. Upon arriving at the Spirit Sea sect, its members anticipated their presence, gathering at the entrance to welcome them. This saved considerable effort, and soon Lin Chuan and his companions were ushered inside. The atmosphere within the Spirit Sea sect was vibrant, with battles erupting continuously. However, the outcome did not match the triumph over the Harmony sect. Although Lin Chuan's group emerged victorious, the other disciples won their matches only by narrow margins. The Harmony sect had relied on dual cultivation to compensate for their lack of innate talent, leading to a lower overall combat prowess. Thus, they mistakenly believed the southern region's sects were not formidable. Fortunately, Lin Chuan had prevailed without exerting much effort, although he did employ some tactics during the skirmish. After concluding their battle, Lin Chuan and his companions departed the Spirit Sea sect, now acutely aware of the southern region's capabilities. Xiao Yuling reassured the group. Let us not despair, we still secured victory. It appears that other sects in the southern region are not easily subdued, even in defeat. As long as senior brother Lin continues to prevail, we shall consider this an invaluable experience. The elder reiterated. I have warned you that the southern region is not to be underestimated. Do not assume your prowess simply because you triumphed over the Harmony sect. Now, gather yourselves. Rest for a day before we embark on our next journey. Having faced numerous sects, only 3 remained: the Xintian sect, the Wanjian sect, and the Tian'Nvi sect. Their encounters had not been smooth, with only Lin Chuan managing to secure victories with relative ease. The other disciples struggled, even suffering defeats against the Madblade sect. Though Lin Chuan's triumph salvaged their pride, word of Lin Chuan's challenges against the southern region spread widely, igniting discussions in taverns and among sect members. Have you heard? The individuals from the western region are formidable, especially Lin Chuan, who has yet to be subdued. No one has even compelled him to exert his full strength. This is extraordinary. Is there truly no one in the southern region capable of countering Lin Chuan? Another queried. We do have our trump cards, such as the water spirit body from the Tian'Nvi sect and the innate sword body from the Wanjian sect, yet they have yet to reveal themselves. And what of Yilin from the Xintian sect? His name carries weight as well. Lin Chuan may not easily triumph over them. Indeed, we still have our aces to play. We must rally to support them. Meanwhile, Su Yu, who had overheard the commotion, marveled at the audacity of the Westerners to challenge others. The leader appeared to be a late-stage golden core cultivator. While he was uncertain if the other sect members could rival Lin Chuan, he was confident that Yilin could easily handle a late-stage golden core Lin Chuan. Given his profound understanding of sword intent, how delightful. It has been a while since such excitement unfolded. I shall join as a mere bystander and cheer for them. He mused. After several battles, Lin Chuan's companions had lost the confidence they once held. Observing their demeanor, Lin Chuan spoke. I do not intend to discourage you, but the challenges ahead will only grow more daunting. Our next destination is the water spirit body of the Tian'Nvi sect. I cannot predict your ability to overcome their disciples, but I must defeat their water spirit body. Give your all. Before long, they arrived at the Tian'Nvi sect. Is this the sect of the water spirit body? I shall engage with her, Lin Chuan declared. Soon, they were led to the arena, where the combat commenced. As anticipated, the skill levels of the other disciples were comparable. Lin Chuan, growing impatient, called out, Where is your water spirit body? I wish to challenge her. At that moment, Yun Riyan emerged from the crowd. Upon seeing her, Lin Chuan was struck by her beauty, feeling that Xiao Yuling paled in comparison. His companions were momentarily entranced. while Xiao Yuling recognized her own shortcomings. Focus. We are here to challenge, not merely to admire, she urged. Realizing the need to act, Lin Chuan leaped onto the arena, followed by Yunruyan. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Go, Sister Yun. Go, Brother Lin. Lin Chuan sensed that the strength of the disciples from prior sects was not on par with hers. This promised to be an exhilarating battle. Yunruyan, too, recognized Lin Chuan's formidable prowess. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan initiated the attack, forgoing the previous tactic of gauging his opponent. He unleashed his sword technique, immediately surrounding her with dozens of afterimages. In response, she activated her palm technique, launching attacks in all directions. The two engaged in a relentless back and forth on the arena. As the crowd gasped, Lin Chuan realized that determining a victor in this manner would be challenging. He deftly retreated, creating distance between them. Very well. Allow me to showcase my true strength. Yunruyan, undeterred, replied, then let us commence. In an instant, a surge of sword intent erupted from Lin Chuan, while simultaneously, a powerful palm intent radiated from Yunruyan. The clash of their intents reverberated throughout the arena, captivating the audience. It was unexpected to witness both wielders of profound intent. Lin Chuan had anticipated this. A water spirit body of her caliber should undoubtedly possess mastery over her intent. Come, let us see whose palm intent prevails over my sword intent. Both surged toward one another, a potent clash sending shockwaves through the surroundings. After a prolonged stalemate, a decisive wave of energy concluded the confrontation, with Lin Chuan emerging victorious. Their group erupted in jubilant cheers. Brother Lin has triumphed. With the defeat of the water spirit body of the Tian Envy sect, their next stop was the Xiantian sect. At this moment, Yi Lin received the news that the water spirit body of the Heavenly Maiden sect had been vanquished. It seems there is still some strength to be reckoned with. The next destination must be the Xiantian sect. I hope you do not disappoint me. So you also heard the news and sensed a group hastily approaching the Xiantian sect. A splendid performance is about to unfold. He might as well bring his monkey wine along to enjoy the spectacle, relishing his role as an onlooker. Chapter 42. The invincible path. Lin Chuan journeyed alone towards the Xiantian sect, while Yunruyan sought out Ling Wanqing at the Heavenly Maiden sect. Master, my apprentice lost. I could not overcome Lin Chuan, she lamented. Do not dwell on this defeat. I witnessed that match myself. The opponent is formidable, possessing the spirit martial sword body. It is natural to experience both victories and losses on the path of cultivation. If you allow a single failure to dishearten you, you will surely never reach the pinnacle. I understand, Master. I shall cultivate with even greater diligence. Next time, I will surely triumph. Meanwhile, the people of the southern region were discussing the unexpected defeat of the water spirit body. Who would have thought the water spirit body could be bested? Is Lin Chuan truly that formidable? They speculated. I hear the next destination is Xiantian sect, which boasts two heavenly spiritual roots in the renowned Yulin. Although we are uncertain of Yulin's true strength, surely those two heavenly spiritual roots could offer some resistance. I hope for good news from Xiantian sect. Among Lin Chuan's entourage, an elder spoke. The Xiantian sect is indeed remarkable, possessing disciples with two heavenly spiritual roots, as well as one of high repute in the southern region, albeit with only dual spiritual roots. Lin Chuan regarded Yi Lin with indifference. He did not perceive him as a threat. As for the two heavenly spiritual roots, he felt no concern, having already triumphed over the water spirit body, let alone these heavenly roots. His ultimate ambition was to confront the innate sword body of the 10,000 sword sect, whom he regarded as his strongest rival. At that moment, Xiantian sect was abuzz with activity, as numerous affiliated sects and wandering cultivators gathered at its gates. The sect welcomed them rather than turning them away. Su Yu found Han Shi and his family, preparing to watch the competition together. Ting Ting, have you been slacking? He inquired. Not at all. My swordsmanship is improving greatly. I am so excited to watch Uncle Yi compete today. She replied. I truly hope Uncle Yi can teach that Lin Chuan a lesson. He is far too arrogant. Su Yu and Han Shi exchanged knowing smiles. They were well aware of Yi Lin's capabilities. Your Uncle Yi will not falter, rest assured. Make sure to cheer for him. Han Shi encouraged. Hearing this, Han Ting puffed up her cheeks and clenched her tiny fists. I will cheer him on with all my might. At that moment, Su Yu noticed Han Shi had reached the 7th level of foundation establishment. It had not been long since he gained his opportunity, and a breakthrough was imminent. Clearly, this opportunity proved quite beneficial. The group then made their way to the prepared arena. On the other side, Yi Lin remarked, finally, it's time. I have not had the chance to stretch my limbs in quite a while. Is he truly attempting to embark on the path of invincibility by challenging all domains? Yi Lin queried, what is the invincible path? This invincible path, as I recall, has only been walked by one person. He defeated every opponent in the world, leaving the proudest of talents unable to lift their heads. It was said that to be born in the same era as him was a misfortune. This invincible path dictates that once you choose to pursue it, you must never taste defeat. You must continually vanquish all challengers to forge your own invincible momentum. As you conquer more adversaries, this momentum deepens, granting you greater power. Eventually, your mere gaze can intimidate opponents of the same tier. The further you progress, the more formidable you become, even able to engage in battles beyond your level. Once your invincible momentum reaches its pinnacle, there will be no rivals left in the world. However, if you suffer a single defeat, that momentum dissipates, leading to the shattering of your resolve or even madness. Thus, the invincible path is not one to be taken lightly. Yilin pondered this, acknowledging the might of the invincible path, yet finding it excessively extreme. By the way, Qingling added, I have heard that Lin Chuan possesses the spirit martial sword body, which is commendable. However, in comparison to the innate sword body, it pales significantly. I suspect that his victories may soon come to an end. Let us proceed to the arena. They should be arriving shortly. Upon reaching the arena, Siyu and his companions were greeted by a throng of spectators, far exceeding their expectations. As an elder, Siyu found a seat for them, and they settled in. There are indeed a great many people here. By the way, where's Brother Yi? He should be en route and will arrive shortly. Siyu sensed Yulin's aura approaching. Before long, Yulin arrived at the arena's edge. Brother Yi, over here. With a swift movement, Yulin was by Suyu's side. We have come to cheer for you. We have complete faith in your ability to defeat Lin Chuan. Hunting eagerly chimed in. Uncle Yi, go for it. Show that Lin Chuan what you're made of. Rest assured, you will witness how your Uncle Yi triumphs over him, he assured her. Shortly thereafter, Lin Chuan and his group arrived at the gates of Xiantian's sect, causing quite a stir. They are here. The sight of the multitude caught Lin Chuan's party off guard. They had anticipated a growing crowd but had underestimated the turnout. Nevertheless, they remained undaunted, eager to complete their challenge at Xiantian's sect before heading to the 10,000 Sword sect to confront the innate sword body. As they navigated through the throng, Lin Chuan and his companions approached the arena's edge, where challengers had gathered in anticipation. The tension mounted as both sides prepared for battle, and the time for the competition had finally arrived. Wu Xiaofeng and Lu Qinghe, observing the unfolding matches, readied themselves to make their move. Wu Xiaofeng was the first to challenge Lin Chuan. Recognizing the prowess of the Xiantian sect's heavenly spiritual root, Lin Chuan ceased to spectate, and the two ascended to the arena. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch as they took their positions. Begin. However, Wu Xiaofeng could not withstand the onslaught of Lin Chuan's sword intent for long. Although he was at the late stage of Golden Core, he had yet to cultivate his sword intent and was a step away from achieving it. Upon realizing Lin Chuan wielded sword intent, he understood he stood no chance against him. Not many of your disciples at Xiantian sect are formidable. You lack even those with a profound understanding of intent. Oh, who told you we lack such individuals? We are not the strongest disciples of Xiantian sect. Oh, is there someone even more formidable? Lin Chuan's entourage erupted in laughter. We hope you will still find reason to laugh later. At that moment, Lu Qinghe prepared to take the stage. She was aware she could not defeat Lin Chuan, yet she felt compelled to compete. Just as she was about to ascend, Yilin appeared before her and raised a hand to halt her. Allow me to take this one. Chapter 43. The clarity of the sword heart. Lin Chuan gazed at the individual who obstructed Lu Qinghe from entering the arena. Realizing that this was indeed the highly reputed disciple. Surely, you are the renowned disciple, yet you possess merely dual spiritual roots, which I perceive as hardly a threat. It would be better to allow Lu Qinghe a chance. Once the match concludes, I shall seek out that innate sword body individual, aiming to demonstrate my superiority over them. Yilin did not respond immediately, instead leisurely remarked, It seems you possess a great deal of confidence. Qingling observed Lin Chuan's arrogant demeanor, pondering how this brash youth, having merely grasped the second level of sword intent, could be so conceited. Truly, he is unaware of his own limitations. Since you are so confident, perhaps you should defeat me first. Do not end up unable to conquer even me, she taunted. What nonsense! With your dual spiritual roots, how could you possibly win? At that moment, the disciples of Xiantian sect erupted in fervent cheers as they saw Yilin preparing to take the stage. Brother Yi is finally going on stage. Teach this individual from the western region a lesson and show them the might of our Xiantian sect. Indeed, Yilin's reputation within Xiantian sect eclipsed even that of Wu Xiaofeng, as his fame was earned through victories. Although they were unaware of Yilin's precise strength, they recognized he was far superior to Wu Xiaofeng, especially since news had circulated that he comprehended sword intent during the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, causing quite a stir within the sect. Lin Chuan also noted the crowd's reaction, understanding that you must be the one with a talent greater than theirs. Yet I had not anticipated a dual spiritual root could reach such heights. However, it is futile. I shall make you aware of the vast gap in our innate qualities, especially since I possess the spirit martial sword body. Your words are quite bold, so let me witness your true strength, he challenged. Wu Xiaofeng, observing Yilin's ascent, called out, It is up to you to defeat Lin Chuan, Brother Yi. Rest assured, I harbor some confidence, Yilin replied. On the sidelines, Han Ting cheered excitedly. Uncle Yi, give it your all. Yilin heard her encouragement and smiled back at her, making a gesture of victory. Suyu regarded Lin Chuan, who, in his eyes, appeared stronger than most in the late Golden Core stage, possessing sword intent at the second level. Yet, that was insufficient. Yilin knew precisely how many levels of sword intent he had attained. Suyu chuckled and said, Watch how your Uncle Yi deals with him. Yilin strode confidently onto the arena, fixing his gaze upon Lin Chuan. Come, let me see your prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chuan unleashed his sword technique. stirring a tempest upon the stage, with phantoms of sword energy swirling around him. Qing Ling remarked, "What trivial tricks are you attempting to impress?" Lin Chuan launched an assault on Yilin, brimming with confidence, yet as the spectators watched in apprehension, Lin Chuan's attacks were effortlessly thwarted by Yilin. What? He retreated swiftly to adjust his strategy, but his subsequent moves were likewise neutralized with ease, reminiscent of his previous encounters with disciples from other sections. The Xiantian sect erupted into an even greater chorus of cheers, their astonishment at Yilin's might palpable. "Did you see that? Brother Yi is truly formidable. Lin Chuan's attacks are utterly ineffective. Brother Yi, knock him off the stage and let him witness the strength of our Xiantian sect." Han Ting, filled with excitement, shouted even louder, while the expressions of Lin Chuan's supporters darkened. They had underestimated the capabilities of Xiantian sect's disciples. However, Lin Chuan still possessed sword intent. If he unleashed it, Yilin would undoubtedly be defeated. Aware that prolonging the fight was detrimental, Lin Chuan resolved to finish it swiftly. He unleashed his full sword intent, astonishing many disciples present. Is this the sword intent that sword cultivators pursue throughout their lives? The sect leader, Qi Liang, observed the match, recognizing Lin Chuan's talent at the second level of sword intent. Alas, he was up against Yilin, an unparalleled prodigy of Xiantian sect. Lin Chuan stared at Yilin, unmoving. "What, have you been rendered speechless? With your level of sword intent, you barely scraped the surface, I assume. This is your full strength. Is it not, sword intent at the second level? Indeed. You are the first to compel me to reveal all my strength. You should be satisfied." Meanwhile, Lin Chuan's supporters were shouting excitedly, "Brother Lin, hurry and knock him down." Yilin shook his head, and a wave of sword intent, rivaling Lin Chuan's, surged forth. The two forces clashed incessantly, yet it was evident that Yilin's intent held the advantage. Lin Chuan's heart sank, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "I apologize, but it appears I too have reached the second level of sword intent, albeit slightly stronger than yours." Lin Chuan blushed in disbelief. "No. How could you possibly attain this level? I refuse to accept it." He charged at Yilin, determined to engage him in a fierce contest, yet after several exchanges, he found himself utterly outmatched. "Is this all you can muster? Daring to challenge others? Today, I shall show you that there are always greater beings beyond your ken." With that, a more potent sword intent erupted from Yilin, soaring skyward, causing weaker disciples to falter. Sword intent at the fourth level. How astonishing. Lin Chuan's master recognized that the battle had lost its significance. As he anticipated, Lin Chuan was on the verge of losing his will to fight. Kneeling on the arena while muttering, "How could this be? How could this be?" Yilin, witnessing this, ceased his assault, retracting his energy as he descended from the stage, prompting a thunderous ovation from Xiantian's sect. "Brother Yi has won. Brother Yi has triumphed." Wu Xiaofeng observed Yilin's retreating figure, contemplating the widening chasm between their capabilities. Han Ting, exhilarated by Yilin's victory, shouted, "Uncle Yi has won. He has won." Su Yu chuckled, "I told you your Uncle Yi would emerge victorious. Now, let us return and celebrate his achievement." Meanwhile, Lin Chuan's master led him away, preparing to return to the western region, while Lin Chuan remained in a state of shock, never having the opportunity to witness the innate sword body of the 10,000 Swords sect. Thus, this challenge drew to a close, and in the aftermath, Yilin of Xiantian sect began to emerge as a potential contender for the strongest prodigy in the southern region. Yilin arrived at Su Yu and Appo's courtyard, where everyone was celebrating their victory. As the festivities concluded, the group returned to their regular lives. After a few tranquil days, Su Yu sensed an enigmatic aura that seemed intertwined with the essence of the sword. He turned towards its source, noting it was not far off. This sensation was extraordinary. Su Yu swiftly made his way to the destination, discovering a newborn in the village before him. He understood the situation. An innate sword body was about to be born, destined to manifest extraordinary phenomena upon its arrival. Su Yu prepared to conceal this impending event. Just then, within the village, a baby was born. And Su Yu discerned the child's remarkable lineage. This infant possessed innate divine abilities, with a heart of the sword that radiated clarity. Chapter 44. A Decade. The superfamily of the Jiang clan, to his astonishment, a person possessing innate divine abilities has emerged in the southern region, indicating that this family's bloodline is indeed extraordinary. Although it appears that their lineage has waned over time, the offspring still possess a minuscule chance of inheriting the bloodline of their ancestors. This probability is exceedingly rare, even among direct descendants of the ancestors, let alone from a lineage that has thinned over countless generations. Nevertheless, such a prodigy has been born. The innate divine ability known as the sword heart clarity is a mental swordsmanship technique that endows its possessor with profound insight into the way of the sword, rendering them nearly invincible against any sword technique. When wielding a sword, they can command it with their heart, allowing the blade to move in harmony with their thoughts and enabling them to perceive the trajectories and flaws in other sword techniques. The mastery of swordsmanship becomes boundless. So you gazed at this natural-born swordsman, reflecting on how long it has been since someone with such talent has appeared in the southern region. Previously, there was the innate sword body, and now another with the sword heart clarity. He did not entertain thoughts of taking this child as his disciple, despite the fact that this infant would be an ideal candidate. He aspired to live a life of anonymity, should he take on such a prodigy. His tranquil existence would undoubtedly be disrupted by incessant troubles. Even if compelled to accept disciples, he would prefer to mentor ordinary ones. Exceptional talent, while admirable, was not suitable for him at this moment. He had not yet fully enjoyed his peaceful life. He intended to keep an eye on the infant with the sword heart clarity, offering guidance only when necessary. Although he could direct the child towards the Xiantian sect, he had no intention of doing so. Ultimately, the child should have the freedom to choose their own path. Besides, with the peculiar situation surrounding Yilin and the Xiantian sect, adding another with the sword heart clarity would leave little room for other sects to thrive. Thus, Siyu established a means to observe the situation in the Xiantian sect more effectively before returning to the sect, believing it best for the child to enjoy a joyful upbringing with their parents. Meanwhile, the family in the village remained blissfully unaware of the elder watching over them, oblivious to the extraordinary potential of their child. At that moment, within the ancestral grounds of the prestigious Jiang family in the spirit domain, an elder opened his eyes. Observing the spirit tablet of his ancestors, he noted that it had begun to glow. After 2 millennia, a descendant inheriting the sword heart clarity had finally been born. Summon someone to investigate all individuals possessing the Jiang family bloodline. Leave no stone unturned. We must find him at all costs. Should we locate him, the future of the Jiang family will be further secured. He continued, take this orb. It will illuminate upon contact with any Jiang disciple possessing the sword heart clarity. Expedite the search. Thus, a decade swiftly passed. Siyu advanced to the mid-stage of divine transformation, nearing the late stage. Meanwhile, Yilin had broken through to the nascent soul stage, now one of the top combatants of the Xiantian sect, though he remained largely absent from the sect, returning only occasionally. Han Shi had also reached the golden core stage during the decade, thanks to the inheritance of divine transformation. Siyu improved his cultivation to 90% of the foundation establishment stage, unhurriedly progressing towards the golden core stage at his own pace. Over the years, he had garnered popularity while occasionally lecturing the outer disciples, as he had reached the highest cultivation among the outer elder ranks. His presence drew crowds, as he was a foundation establishment cultivator on the brink of the golden core stage, allowing him to lecture infrequently without concern. In contrast, among his peers in the Xiantian sect, the number of those who could break through to the golden core stage could be counted on 2 hands, as many remained stuck at that threshold. However, many shared his foundation establishment stage, leading Siyu to take his time in advancing. The most intriguing aspect during this decade was the growth of the young girl, Han Ting. She had not apprenticed under any elder of the Xiantian sect, as Siyu and Yilin were there to guide her, and with Han Shi now possessing the means to teach her, she was well supported. Her popularity within the sect soared, having amassed a considerable following due to her formidable strength. Under the tutelage of the 3, few peers could rival her. This newfound confidence had led her to flaunt her abilities before Siyu, frequently seeking validation from him. No one dared to bully her within the sect. As her connection to Yilin was well known, she was regarded as Yilin's goddaughter, and antagonizing her would be folly. With Suyu's presence, trouble for her within the sect was unlikely. Now, she resembled a little princess of the Xiantian sect, with some even dubbing her the Little Demon King. In this environment, she developed some cunning tendencies, often teasing others. Yet, her charm remained intact. Her strength, beauty, and talents, particularly the musical skills imparted by Siyu, endeared her to many. He even gifted her a custom-crafted zither. As for the one with the sword heart clarity, Siyu occasionally observed him during the decade. Although the child had yet to embark on the path of cultivation, Siyu noted his fascination with swords from an early age, often lost in thought while gazing at a wooden sword or dancing with a branch in the breeze. Siyu sometimes took on various elder disguises to interact briefly with him, occasionally posing as an old vendor selling candied hawthorn or a storyteller captivating his audience with tales of sword cultivators. The child's eyes would light up at such stories, expressing his desire to learn swordsmanship when he grew up. His parents, aware of their son's obsession with the way of the sword, planned to find a way to bring him to the city, hoping to enroll him as a disciple to learn sword techniques. They were determined to help their child realize this dream. As Siyu prepared to revisit the village, 2 figures approached the vicinity, having come in search of the Jiang bloodline that had fallen into the southern region. Their presence had required considerable effort from the clan leader, and they could not linger, as this area would repel those from the spirit domain. Higher cultivation levels faced greater rejection. Siyu observed the 2 cultivators at the void refinement stage who had suddenly appeared in the village, choosing not to reveal himself immediately. Although he could handle them, he preferred to assess the situation first. Chapter 45. Return to the spirit domain. Thus, Siyu chose to remain concealed, silently observing their every move. At this moment, 2 members of the Jiang family arrived in the village, diligently searching for signs of their target. Before long, they located Jiang Ming's family. The Jiang family members instructed Jiang Ming to place his hand upon the crystal orb, which immediately radiated a brilliant light, igniting excitement upon their faces. They then conveyed their intentions to Jiang Ming's family. We are from the spirit domain, and the Jiang family holds significant influence there. Your bloodline flows with our heritage. As for the spirit domain, we suspect you are unfamiliar with it. However, you must understand that it surpasses all other realms, including your southern domain. While it may seem that the strongest practitioners in your southern domain are at the transformation stage, we have already transcended it, reaching the void refinement stage. Our cultivation is modest by Jiang family standards, and our ancestor is an extraordinary figure. Thus, returning to the spirit domain promises a brighter future for you. Our ancestor is aware of the birth of a descendant with exceptional talent within the Jiang family, which is why we have come to seek you out. You, Jiang Ming, are the one our ancestor desires. Your remarkable swordsmanship talent aligns perfectly with our family and Appo's legacy in the sword arts. Should you return to the Jiang family, you will receive personal guidance from our ancestor. Your future is boundless. You may even surpass our ancestor's achievements. The Jiang family will invest heavily in your development. For you are indeed our future. Moreover, your family will enjoy a better life in the spirit domain. Have you made your decision? At this moment, longing for the Jiang family and the spirit domain flickered in Jiang Ming's eyes, for he yearned to study the sword. He turned to his parents, who nodded in agreement. As they had contemplated sending their child to the city for education, now presented with a superior opportunity, they were eager to embrace it. Seeing his parents' approval, Jiang Ming resolved without hesitation, I will return with you. Very well, let us depart. Our ancestor has long awaited your arrival. With that, Jiang Ming and his family followed the Jiang members away, leaving behind an old wooden house. None could foresee the heights to which the boy, who once gazed longingly at the sword, would ascend in the future. Suyu listened to the Jiang family's conversation, understanding the unfolding events. He refrained from intervening, as this was not a misfortune for Jiang Ming. Indeed, he would thrive within the Jiang family. Furthermore, he perceived the respect the two Jiang members held for Jiang Ming's family, and he had no desire to complicate matters. That ancestor of the Jiang family was undoubtedly formidable. As they departed, Suyu returned to the Xiantian sect. He had long known that his bloodline was exceptional. Fortunately, he had not overly interfered. Had he brought Jiang Ming to the Xiantian sect, the repercussions could have been uncertain. Though the Xiantian sect was powerful in the southern domain, to others, it was akin to an ant. It was far more satisfying to return to his humble abode, where he could lounge in a hammock, swing gently, fish, and drink, such a tranquil existence. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming arrived at the Jiang family, where arrangements were promptly made for his parents and Appo's accommodation. Subsequently, they took Jiang Ming to meet their ancestor. The Jiang family patriarch gazed at Jiang Ming and exclaimed, Ah, at last, we have found you. Your clarity of heart is unmistakable. You are the hope of our Jiang family. Are you willing to follow me and become my disciple? In that moment, Jiang Ming recognized that this individual was his best option. I am willing to be your disciple. The patriarch, Jiang Tianqi, laughed heartily, excellent, excellent. Returning to Suyu, he sat by the riverbank fishing, while Su Linger beside him chirped, eat fish, eat fish. Suyu looked at Su Linger, who remained so innocent and carefree. Indeed, her growth cycle far exceeded that of humans. As a primordial spirit, she still resembled a child. Suddenly, Suyu sensed an approaching presence. Linger, come back. At that moment, Hanting bounced over to Suyu, noticing him fishing once more. Uncle Yu, if you keep fishing here every day, you'll deplete the lake's fish. What's this? Are you here to boast about your achievements? Suyu teased. You always come running to flaunt how impressive you are. You've caused quite the stir at the Xiantian sect. No, Uncle Yu, you simply jest. If I'm not here to boast, can I come to see you? Enough of this trivial chatter. Speak plainly. What is it you desire? Do you wish to learn swordsmanship or play the lute? Hanting's thoughts were laid bare. Well, I wanted to learn your sword drawing technique. It's simply magnificent. I visited the techniques pavilion, and their sword drawing methods pale in comparison to yours. So you felt a bit embarrassed? Realizing that his sword drawing technique had evolved far beyond the ordinary, no longer comparable. Now, he can harness the forces of heaven and earth with it. However, Hanting's current abilities were insufficient to grasp such depth. He could simplify the technique for her, but its potency would undoubtedly diminish. Nevertheless, it would suffice for Hanting. Since you wish to learn, I shall teach you a simplified version of my sword drawing technique. But do not abandon it midway due to fatigue. I want and Appo's tea. I want and Appo's tea, she exclaimed. Thus, Suyu imparted the modified technique to her, and Hanting's joy was palpable. But do not celebrate too soon. First, you must master the fundamental movements. The foundation of this technique will be quite a challenge. Rest assured, Uncle Yu, this will be no problem for me. After all, it's merely about drawing and swinging the sword. How hard can that be? Seeing her confidence, Suyu knew that words alone would not suffice. She needed to experience the rigor firsthand. Very well, since you have decided to learn, you must come here every day at dawn and practice until sunset. Do you understand? If you falter at any point, I shall cease teaching you this technique. Hanting recognized the seriousness of the matter. Understood, Uncle Yu. Very well. Starting tomorrow, you shall come here to learn. The next morning, Hanting arrived promptly. Now practice the foundational movements, drawing and swinging the sword. You may not stop until I call a halt. Thus, Hanting spent the entire day tirelessly drawing and swinging the sword, only pausing for lunch when Suyu called her. It was then that she realized the true challenge had only just begun. Chapter 46. Han Ting's nightmare after a prolonged period of relentless training, the initial joy on Han Ting's face had faded. Each day, as Su Yu instructed her to repetitively draw and wield her sword, even her dreams were consumed by visions of drawing her blade. Abruptly, Han Ting awoke from her slumber, overwhelmed by a nightmare indeed. This could not continue. Tomorrow, she must inquire with Uncle Yu about altering her training regimen. Each day of this grueling routine was instilling a sense of dread within her. The following morning, Han Ting arrived at Su Yu's side, observing him leisurely seated by the lakeside, sipping tea with an expression of pure enjoyment. Reflecting on the past days, she noted that Su Yu had spent his time either playing chess or indulging in wine and tea, and whenever he grew weary, he would recline in a hammock for a nap. She wished she could enjoy such a life, but reality proved harsh. While Uncle Yu reveled in leisure, she was compelled to rise with the dawn and commence her sword drills. Even the thought of stealing a moment's respite was futile, for she was acutely aware that Su Yu would instantly notice her attempts to relax, leaving her no room for reprieve. Gradually, she began to understand the rationale behind Su Yu and Appo's earlier words. Initially, she had dismissed them, but now she found herself regretting her indifference. Being still young, Han Ting retained the whimsical nature of a child, yearning for adventures and play. Born into a fortunate environment and supported by Su Yu and his companions, she harbored a hint of a princess's disposition. They tended to fulfill her every desire, and truth be told, in the southern region, there was little that Su Yu could not procure. Growing up in such an environment, it was only natural for her to possess such traits. And one could argue that Su Yu and his companions had indulged her too much. As Su Yu observed Han Ting's arrival, he greeted her, "Ting Ting, come and eat your breakfast before resuming your practice." With a pained expression, she approached him. "Uncle Yu, can we change the training method? This swordplay is becoming unbearable." Su Yu's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he replied, "No, I have already stated that if you wish to master the sword drawing technique, you must adhere to my guidance. You promised to prepare yourself, so focus on your training without further debate. Now, finish your meal and get to it." Realizing her pleas were in vain, Han Ting resigned herself to her breakfast with a look of disappointment. Su Yu understood that Han Ting had developed a bit of a spoiled temperament under their care, and this training was intended to expose her to the tedium of rigorous practice, allowing her to appreciate the discipline it entailed. As Han Ting continued her drills, Su Yu noted her increasingly efficient movements. The time she took to draw and wield her sword was diminishing. This was the progress he sought to observe. As time passed, Han Ting's initial reluctance towards training dissipated. She had become accustomed to her robotic routine, and her swordplay quickened with fluid precision. One day, Han Shi and Wang Yuyin visited Su Yu's residence, and the three sat in the courtyard enjoying tea while observing Han Ting's training. Han Shi remarked, "I never expected Ting Ting to be so dedicated to her practice without complaining to me or Yuyin. When she trains with me, she constantly whines about fatigue." "Not at all," Han Yu countered. "Ting Ting may express fatigue, but I simply ignore her. She has grown accustomed to it and no longer voices her complaints. Before long, she will be ready for the next step." After a brief conversation with Han Shi and his wife, they took their leave. Su Yu continued to watch Han Ting, whose movements had become seamless, each action perfectly executed as if choreographed by nature itself. This was the outcome he desired, and it appeared that a few more days of training would prepare her for the next phase. On that day, Su Yu felt that Han Ting was nearly ready for the next step. As she practiced her swordplay, he called out, "Ting Ting, come here." Upon hearing his voice, Han Ting immediately ceased her movements and approached Su Yu. "Uncle Yu, are we moving on to the next phase?" "Indeed. You need not continue the daily grind of repetitive swordplay," he confirmed. Han Ting's face lit up with joy. "That's wonderful. I am so relieved to finally escape this monotonous routine. Now, I will teach you about gathering momentum. This involves harnessing the energy of your sword. The greater your understanding of the sword path, the more potent your force will become. By channeling your entire spiritual essence into your strikes, you can unleash a formidable blow. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, Su Yu assumed a stance, and in an instant, Han Ting felt the pressure emanating from him intensify. An invisible aura began to expand around Su Yu, who appeared as a transcendent weapon, seamlessly one with his sword. After demonstrating a simplified version of the sword drawing technique that corresponded with his formidable abilities, he explained, "This is the essence of gathering momentum." Su Yu's demonstration was merely a glimpse of his true power, as he opted to refrain from unleashing his full might, which might have summoned the attention of the sect's ancestors. Having experienced this, Han Ting gained a clearer understanding of the technique. She promptly began to practice diligently. Over time, she successfully executed the sword drawing technique, achieving the threshold of entry-level mastery. Ecstatic, she rushed to Su Yu's side. "Uncle Yu, I have finally mastered the sword drawing technique." "Excellent. Since you have grasped this, it is time for the final step, a real combat test to assess your skills." Su Yu then took Han Ting to a location where disciples typically engaged in trials, a forest teeming with various beasts. After surveying the area, he identified a creature that matched Han Ting's strength. "This will be your final training exercise," Su Yu declared, leading her to the beast. "Now, utilize the sword drawing technique to defeat this creature." With that, Su Yu stepped aside. Facing the beast, Han Ting thought, "Now, let me showcase the sword drawing technique I learned from Uncle Yu." She charged forward, engaging in combat, aware that she needed to find a way to trap the beast. As executing the technique required a brief moment of preparation, time the beast was unlikely to grant her. As Han Ting battled to find an opening, the creature inadvertently provided her with the opportunity she sought. It stood still, preparing to unleash a sonic wave. Seizing the moment, Han Ting positioned herself and unleashed a surge of sword energy. Cracks appeared beneath her feet as a formidable aura erupted from her. Su Yu, observing her, felt a sense of pride. Although she had yet to evoke a celestial phenomenon, her current achievement was commendable. As Han Ting readied herself, the beast completed its preparation. With a solemn gaze, Su Yu urged, "Now." In an instant, Han Ting's sword energy peaked, and a flash of light surged forth, shattering the beast's sonic wave. Before the creature could regain its composure, it was cleaved in two. Elated, Han Ting turned to Su Yu, exclaiming, "How did I do? Am I impressive?" At that moment, Yilin arrived, accompanied by another individual, at the Xiantian sect. Chapter 47. The chess-playing elder of the small town. Su Yu gazed at the lively Han Ting, his face adorned with an expression of admiration, and he couldn't help but smile. "You were magnificent. You performed splendidly, but do not forget to practice when you return. The fundamentals are crucial. You have only just begun your journey, and you are still far from becoming the sword fairy capable of altering the heavens with a single strike." Receiving Su Yu's affirmation, Han Ting felt a surge of happiness. "I understand. I will strive to cultivate diligently. All right, since you have completed your practice, it is time for us to return." Su Yu escorted Han Ting back to the sect. Upon arriving, they visited Han Shi's residence, where Su Yu noticed Yi Lin's presence as well, accompanied by a woman. Observing the woman closely, Su Yu discerned that she did not belong to the Xiantian sect. With her breathtaking beauty, she was undeniably a stunning and extraordinary figure. What was this young man up to? As Su Yu and Han Ting entered, Han Ting, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired eagerly, "Uncle Yi, this sister is so beautiful. Who is she, and why have you brought her here?" Her expression was one of delight, as if she was about to uncover a delightful secret. "What nonsense are you spouting, little girl? Did I not hear your father mention that you have been studying with Su Yu recently? It seems you have made great progress." "Of course. When this young lady takes action, it is always effortless. I have already mastered Uncle Yu's unique sword technique, the sword drawing technique. So impressive. You all better not be dazzled by my skills." If she were to discover that Su Yu possessed numerous sword techniques, including the coveted 1,000 swords returning to the sect, she would likely pester him daily for instruction. The gathering erupted in laughter, and Yi Lin, no longer holding back, introduced the lady. "This young lady is someone I encountered unexpectedly in a secret realm. Her name is Li Jiai." At that moment, Li Jiai stepped forward to greet Su Yu and the others. Su Yu noted that Li Jiai was at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, indicating her remarkable capabilities. "She has aided me considerably during my time in the secret realm," Yi Lin continued. "I too have assisted her. We have been mutually supportive. The reason for bringing her here is that we intend to venture into another secret realm together, one that poses certain challenges. Therefore, we plan to rest at the Xiantian sect before setting off." After a brief discussion, Yi Lin departed with Li Jiai. Han Shi glanced at Yi Lin's retreating figure, then turned his attention to Su Yu, sharing a knowing smile. They both understood that Yi Lin seldom brought others back to the sect, typically preferring to travel alone to secret realms. This indicated that Li Jiai held a significant place in Yi Lin's esteem, though they remained unaware of the specifics of their relationship. However, as long as Yi Lin chose not to disclose it, they would not pry. "Su, has Han Ting caused you any trouble during this time? I am quite familiar with her temperament." "What? Father, do you doubt me so much? I have been diligently training." "Step aside. I am well aware of your nature, just as your mother is. Ting has not troubled me at all. She has been earnest in her training." Su Yu affirmed. "Indeed. Did you see, father? I have been diligently training and have not caused Uncle Yu any inconvenience." "All right. Do not become too full of yourself. Even if you have learned something, you must continue to study hard." "I understand." Soon after, Su Yu returned home. "It has been a while since I last played chess. I shall seek out a chess house to unwind." Thus, Su Yu vanished from the Xiantian sect, arriving at a chess house, hoping to find formidable opponents. Indeed, he had visited numerous chess houses, yet few could last against him given his current understanding of chess. He yearned for someone who could engage him in a meaningful game. Upon entering this chess house, Su Yu was swiftly drawn to a crowd gathered around a chessboard. Two individuals were locked in a match, one of whom was an elderly man leisurely stroking his beard as he played. Su Yu sensed that this elder was extraordinary, possessing the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. It was unexpected to encounter such a formidable being in a humble chess house. This elder, a top-tier force within a major sect, surprisingly indulged in chess as well. Observing their ongoing match, Su Yu recognized the elder's exceptional skill. It seemed his quest for a worthy opponent was not in vain. He had finally found someone to engage in a serious game of chess. Soon, the elder's opponent was swiftly defeated, prompting the crowd to exclaim, "This old man is too formidable. No one stands a chance against him. Even our local chess champion was effortlessly bested." A child beside the elder chimed in, "Of course. My master is invincible across the world." The bystanders could not refute this claim, as the elder indeed commanded their respect. "I have played chess for many years, always seeking a worthy opponent, yet I have found none until now. At this moment, Siyu felt a surge of enthusiasm. Esteemed sir, allow me to challenge you. The crowd watched in astonishment as another dared to confront the elder, a newcomer at that. Look, someone is stepping up to challenge the old man. Isn't he just asking for trouble? He doesn't appear to know how to play. The elder regarded Suyu, noting his nearly complete foundation establishment stage with some degree of respect. Please, you may go first. Suyu did not hesitate and took his place at the board. The instant he made his move, the elder sensed an invisible pressure emanating from Suyu. This was no ordinary challenger. The elder chuckled inwardly, finally having found a worthy opponent. As their game unfolded, an intense silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the sound of a falling pin could be heard, as all were captivated by the unfolding match. With Suyu's final move, the elder found himself one step short of victory. The audience erupted into applause. Impressive. This game deserves to be remembered for ages. Did anyone record it? Fear not. I have taken note of it. I intend to study it thoroughly. Realizing Suyu's exceptional prowess, the elder communicated telepathically, friend. Let us engage in a true match. In this game, I have lost, and I wish to challenge you once more. This venue may not be suitable for our full expressions. Agreed. Let us find a more fitting place for our match. In an instant, the elder whisked away his apprentice. And Siyu followed suit. The trio arrived at a secluded grove, devoid of any onlookers. Siyu surveyed the location, praising, "What a splendid place. I have searched for many years and finally discovered a true master of the chess path." The elder exclaimed, "At last, we can enjoy a thorough game." The elder produced a chessboard, which Suyu recognized as a low-grade Earth-tier board. "Let us use my board for a better match." "Oh, do you possess a superior board?" "Esteemed friend?" With a smile, Siyu remained silent, retrieving his long-neglected starry chessboard. The moment it emerged, the elder was left speechless in astonishment. "Now, let us commence." The elder took the initiative, unleashing an endless wave of chess intent, causing spectral chess records to materialize behind him, each resembling a legendary match from antiquity. Not to be outdone, Siyu made his move, and an extraordinary phenomenon erupted, transforming the very heavens and earth into a chessboard. Chapter 48. The celestial chessboard. Neither party was willing to concede, each empowered by their own understanding of the game. In the current environment, those who grasp the essence of chess are exceedingly rare, and both individuals felt immense joy in encountering one another. At that moment, the celestial chessboard revealed a phenomenon spanning several miles, a colossal chessboard materializing beneath their feet, adorned with manifestations reflective of their respective attributes. They ascended into the air, sitting cross-legged, engaging in a battle of wits from a distance. Each move they made caused enormous pieces to descend, instantly conjuring a scene of countless armies charging towards their opponent. Nearby, a young boy stood in awe, utterly captivated by the spectacle before him. He had never witnessed his master engage in such a game with anyone else. This moment etched a profound impression in his mind. So this is the true essence of chess, the very art of the game. Observing how each move sparked a clash of phenomena left him even more entranced by the world of chess. The match did not conclude as swiftly as anticipated, with both players continually strategizing and countering each other's moves. Ultimately, the outcome mirrored their previous encounter. Siyu emerged victorious, though not without considerable effort. This was the most exhilarating game Suyu had ever played. The elder, equally pleased, exclaimed, "What a thrill. It has been ages since I experienced such a match. Especially with a friend like you and the celestial chessboard enhancing the experience. It is truly unprecedented." After this exchange, the elder admitted, "I have come to respect my defeat. May I inquire your name?" "Suyu," he replied. The elder, known as Chioshio, the old man, introduced himself, "And this is my recently accepted disciple, Chinan. He possesses an innate talent for chess, born to play. I discovered him by chance and took him under my wing. I once mentioned that chess masters could regard the world as their chessboard and all beings as their pieces, yet he remained skeptical. In these times of decline for the chess arts, few hold such beliefs. Only those of us who have truly embarked on this path can fathom the capabilities of the ancient masters." Observing the match, he continued, "Look at him now. His eyes reveal that chess is his sole interest." Suyu nodded. Indeed, few aspire to learn it these days. It is rare to find a disciple with such a natural affinity for chess. We shall see how far he can go. I hope he can revive this path in the future. By the way, should you wish to play again, use this to contact me. We shall meet at this old place. Very well, I shall not hesitate to seek you out. An opponent of your caliber will not be easily overlooked, the elder replied. After parting ways, Siyu returned to the sect, intending to meditate, when suddenly, Han Ting approached him. "Uncle, you are finally back. I have been searching for you. Could you assist me with something? What trouble have you stirred up this time?" he inquired. "Not at all. I merely wish for you to accompany me to a secret realm for support. Others have their guardians, and I wish for the same. Why not ask your father? He is at the golden core stage, while I am merely at the foundation establishment stage. My father is in seclusion. Seeking him would be futile. Besides, I feel more at ease with you alongside," she insisted. So you did not refuse her request. "Very well, I shall accompany you. But I will not intervene unless absolutely necessary. If you can handle it, I shall not meddle." "Thank you, Uncle Yu. I will manage on my own and showcase my progress." The following day, Suyu set out with Han Ting, arriving at the secret realm. Observing the surroundings, He noted that many had brought their guardians, most being at the late Foundation establishment stage, with a few at the early Golden Core stage. A girl, roughly Han Ting's age, approached her. Is this your guardian? They don't seem particularly formidable. Behold my guardian, who possesses early Golden Core cultivation, Han Ting replied proudly. What is so remarkable about the Golden Core stage? My uncle Yu is no less impressive, she retorted. Keep boasting, but if you encounter trouble, do not come to me for help, the girl warned. Focus on yourself. I do not require your assistance. My guardian is of the Golden Core stage and commands respect. Han Ting replied dismissively. With that, the two girls ignored each other as Han Ting led Siyu deeper into the secret realm. Siyu quickly scanned the area with his spiritual sense, identifying locations rich in treasures. Although he claimed he would not assist Han Ting, the allure of treasures was hard to resist. While he may not have use for them personally, some exquisite spiritual plants would serve well in his own garden. And these resources would greatly benefit Han Ting and Apos, as cultivation. Throughout their exploration, Siyu subtly guided Han Ting towards these bountiful spots. The beasts they encountered were dispatched by Han Ting, while Siyu observed, only intervening if a creature posed a lethal threat to her. After some time, Han Ting beamed with delight. Uncle Yu, we've struck gold. I didn't expect to find so many treasures. And these beautiful spiritual flowers are perfect for my little garden. Enough boasting, quickly stow your treasures, Siyu advised. Ahead. For individuals were engaged in a fierce struggle over a treasure, their guardians, two at the 7th level of Foundation establishment, clashing vigorously. Uncle Yu, should we watch? Han Ting asked. You're just itching for excitement, just like your father, he teased. Focus on finding resources. You want to watch a fight? I'll observe discreetly with my spiritual sense. At that moment, they encountered the girl from earlier, who had also spotted Han Ting. Well, if it isn't Han Ting, have you found any treasures? I've gathered quite a few, she taunted. Our findings are none of your concern. Please leave us alone, Han Ting retorted. I've heard tales of those who snatch treasures from others in these realms. Can you truly defend what you possess? The girl jeered. That's not your worry. Step aside, Han Ting replied briskly. The girl stepped aside, knowing better than to provoke Han Ting, especially with her ally Yilin backing her. However, she dismissed the presence of Han Ting's guardian, not considering them a threat. Chapter 49. The script of Bystander A. Siyu observed the quarrel between the two women without uttering a word. This scene perfectly embodied his role as Bystander A, one who was looked down upon, a quintessential narrative for a mere onlooker. Indeed, his existence as a bystander was not in vain. He had successfully portrayed his character. At this moment, Siyu and Han Ting decided to depart. Leaving behind the unfortunate souls who attempted to rob them, their misfortune was simply a matter of bad luck. Resuming their quest for resources, Siyu and Han Ting made considerable progress, encountering numerous individuals engaged in fierce battles over scarce resources. Suddenly, they spotted a figure in the distance, blocking another person and attempting to rob him. Clearly, this individual was among those who engaged in thievery. Siyu noted that the robber possessed a cultivation level of Foundation establishment, 9th layer, while his victim was merely at the 1st layer. It was evident that he was preying on the weak. Han Ting, noticing the robbery, turned to Siyu and said, Uncle Yu, could you possibly assist him? That person seems rather pitiful. Siyu shook his head, replying, I have already stated that my purpose in this secret realm is solely to ensure your safety. I will not intervene in matters that do not pose a threat to you. I will only involve myself in situations that endanger your well-being. You know my principles. I am a man of my word. Seeing Siyu's reluctance to intervene, Han Ting abandoned the thought. She understood his character. If her father, Han Shi, were present, he might have stepped in, but Siyu and Yilin were typically disinclined to act in such scenarios. Han Ting conceded, recognizing that both the robber and Siyu shared the same cultivation level. It was wiser not to take unnecessary risks. Even though Siyu considered crushing the robber as effortless as squashing an ant, despite her faith in Uncle Yu's prowess, especially his unparalleled sword technique during the Foundation establishment period, Han Ting's nature mirrored that of her father. She possessed a heart inclined toward chivalry. Having spent considerable time with Han Shi and Yilin, she had come to understand that such noble intentions could sometimes lead to perilous outcomes. Thus, she had tempered her inclinations. However, Han Ting remained less cautious, often disregarding the advice imparted to her. In truth, Siyu felt that in the southern region, the odds were stacked against Han Ting, given the formidable backgrounds present. On the surface, Yilin seemed a protective force, but hidden beneath was the reality of their situation. Should Han Ting unleash chaos in the southern region, she would find herself in dire straits. Yet, she remained unaware of Siyu's true strength. If she did, her impulsive nature might compel her to take action. While neither Siyu nor his companions intervened, many witnesses also chose to remain passive. For this was the realm of cultivation. Yet, the world is not devoid of those willing to lend a helping hand. A young man accompanied by a Golden Core cultivator stepped in to assist the victim. Upon realizing he could not escape from the Golden Core's grasp, the robber attempted to flee. As the commotion unfolded, Siyu had anticipated the arrival of an unwelcome intruder. He had noticed the robber early on but refrained from acting. This was the treatment befitting a bystander, a perfect opportunity to play his part. You must have gathered quite a bounty on your journey. I can see the joy radiating from your smile, the robber taunted. Han Ting dashed to Siyu's side, urging, Uncle Yu, it's time for you to step in. Siyu, of course, would not refuse. Stay back and observe, he instructed. Han Ting scampered to the sidelines, ready to witness the unfolding drama, cheering, go, Uncle Yu. You can do it. Thank you for indulging me in this performance. This script of a bystander, Siyu remarked. The robber smirked. Do you know why I dare approach you, even as a ninth-layer Foundation Establishment Cultivator? It is because I possess absolute confidence in my abilities. Foundation Establishment Cultivators vary in strength. Someone of your lowly caliber is beneath my notice. Since you refuse to surrender your possessions, prepare to die and witness the true disparity in our strengths. Siyu regarded the robber's overconfidence with amusement. You are undoubtedly the finest actor in this script. I appreciate your enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Han Ting, despite her faith in Siyu's strength, found herself momentarily troubled by the robber's bravado. No, I must trust Uncle Yu, she resolved. In Siyu's eyes, the performance had exceeded his expectations. Now, allow me to showcase my skills. Come forth, if you wish to seize our belongings. You must first contend with me. If you cannot recognize the danger, do not blame me for the consequences. Today, another soul shall join the ranks of the fallen beneath my blade. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us see if you possess the ability to back up your words. The robber retorted, brandishing his long knife and charging forward. However, his attack proved futile, swiftly countered by Siyu and Appo's defenses. Unyielding, the robber unleashed a flurry of strikes. Yet Siyu effortlessly parried them all. Continue your performance, Siyu encouraged, prompting the robber to acknowledge, I did not expect you to possess some skill. But now I shall get serious. Prepare yourself for a classic showdown. Oh really? Let us see whether your knife is quicker than my sword. As Han Ting watched the scene unfold, she cheered fervently, her face flushed with excitement. The robber unleashed his blade technique, summoning a gust of wind that rustled the nearby trees. Behold the might of my swordplay, he boasted. Siyu countered with a standard sword technique, both combatants refusing to yield. Their figures soon soared into the air, engaging in a rapid exchange of blows, the clashing sounds of sword and blade resonating in the air. This was precisely the outcome Siyu had desired. After a brief stalemate, the robber conceded, I underestimated you, but this ends now. Witness my ultimate strike. He raised his knife, gathering energy in the air. Siyu, recognizing the impending attack, prepared himself for the spectacle, relishing the heightened drama. In that moment, Han Ting, brimming with anticipation, exclaimed, Here it comes, here it comes. Chapter 50, the best actor. As Han Ting gazed upon the unfolding scene, she was overwhelmed with excitement, fully aware of the impending spectacle. Indeed, it was the art of sword drawing, and she was about to witness Siyu wield this technique once more. The first time Siyu had executed it, he had left an indelible impression on her, which is why she had persevered in learning the skill alongside him. Mastering this move would allow her to display her prowess. After all, its visual impact and power were remarkably formidable. Before long, the bandit noticed Siyu gathering his strength for a powerful strike. Come at me, let my blade shatter you, Siyu thought. He could have unleashed his sword technique without any build-up, but that would lack excitement. He was waiting for the bandit to finish charging his attack. At that moment, Siyu's sword aura reached its zenith, immobilizing the bandit, who sensed the imminent danger of Siyu's strike and contemplated fleeing. However, he found himself unable to move. This was dire. He had no choice but to confront it head-on. Curse it, break, the bandit bellowed, channeling all his energy into a desperate attack. At that moment, Siyu was enveloped in crackling lightning, and waves of sword energy erupted around him, while sporadic thunder rumbled from the sky. The grandeur of this display was exceptional for one at the Foundation establishment stage, aptly reflecting his current capabilities. Should he fully unleash his sword-drawing technique, the entire secret realm might succumb to the overwhelming manifestation of his sword intent, possibly unable to withstand its impact. Yet, even so, the spectacle he presented was enough to leave Han Ting in awe. This lightning, this swirling sword energy, this is precisely why I have sought to learn it, she thought. As Siyu observed the bandit's unleashed blade aura, he knew the moment had come. Thank you for participating in this little drama, but regrettably, it is time for your exit. With a single sweep of his sword, accompanied by a flash of lightning, a fierce gust of energy sliced through the surrounding trees, dispersing the bandit's attack and cleaving him in two. As he witnessed the bandit's demise, he quickly composed himself, feigning breathlessness. Han Ting, exhilarated by Siyu and Appo's display of sword mastery, exclaimed, Hooray! Uncle Yu and Appo's sword technique is simply extraordinary. However, noticing his apparent fatigue, she rushed forward to inquire, Uncle Yu, are you all right? I'm fine. It seems this bandit possessed a bit more strength than I anticipated. The exertion took its toll, but I will recover shortly. That's a relief. I knew this bandit couldn't possibly match Uncle Yu. How dare he attempt to steal from us? If I were stronger, I wouldn't hesitate to show him my own sword technique and demonstrate my prowess. All right, I understand you are formidable as well. Let us continue our search for resources. After a while, Han Ting felt it was time to return. However, just then, a late-stage golden core beast appeared in the secret realm, having already slain numerous individuals, including several golden core guardians. Most of those present understood the gravity of the situation and prepared to flee towards the exit. The news spread rapidly, and upon hearing it, Han Ting urged, "Uncle Yu, we must hurry. We've searched enough. Encountering that late-stage golden core beast would spell disaster." So you nodded in agreement, guiding Han Ting away. Soon they encountered the sharp-tongued girl, Miaoing, who mockingly remarked, "With your speed, you'd be lucky not to be devoured by that late-stage golden core beast." "Let us go, Uncle Fong," she directed, accelerating towards the exit. Han Ting felt a surge of anger at Miao Ying's taunts. Vowing to teach her a lesson during the upcoming Xiantian sect competition, Su Yu shook his head, having noticed that the golden core beast had already reached the exit, blocking the way for everyone. The sooner they approached, the sooner they would meet their demise, and he remained unfazed. Before long, Miaoing and her companions spotted the beast engaged in combat with a group of people attempting to defeat it, with the beast guarding the entrance. They had no choice but to find a way to break through, otherwise they would inevitably meet their end. At that moment, Miaoing observed someone stealthily escaping while the beast was distracted by the group. She shot a glance at Uncle Fong, who quickly understood and flew towards the exit. However, the beast had already noticed them and would not allow anyone to slip away unnoticed. In an instant, it appeared before Miaoing, its attack imminent. "Not good." Uncle Fong shouted, sacrificing himself to shield her, but the disparity between early and late-stage golden core powers was insurmountable. He was effortlessly sent flying. Miaoing rushed to Uncle Fong, tears streaming down her face. "Are you all right?" Seeing him bloodied and battered, she regretted ever coming to this place. "I'm fine. Just a broken arm. We must flee. This beast is beyond our capabilities. Even if we joined forces with those in front, it would only prolong our demise." The beast, having dispatched the resistance, momentarily disregarded Miaoing and her companion, turning its attention back to the group it had been battling. Seizing the opportunity, Miaoing helped Uncle Fong retreat into the woods, hoping to find a chance to escape. As expected, the beast quickly overwhelmed the few who had banded together against it. Their efforts were merely a diversion. Siyu, observing the situation at the exit, realized the dire predicament. Those trapped inside had no means to contend with the beast. Why must it block the exit, disrupting everyone else's escape? He pondered. Without addressing the beast, he couldn't lead Han Ting out safely. If he were alone, he could slip away unnoticed, but with Han Ting by his side, it was a different story. "Very well, let us play the hero," he resolved. Just then, the beast was drawn by a disturbance and darted into the woods. However, as it stepped inside, it was instantly engulfed by a torrent of sword energy, dismembered before it could comprehend its fate. Meanwhile, Siyu, unhurried, led Han Ting towards the exit. "Uncle Yu, we should move swiftly. If we're caught, we'll be in grave danger," Han Ting urged. Chapter 51. The astonishing strike. Su Yu observed the anxious expression on Han Ting's face and decided to cease teasing her. With the demonic beasts now deceased, there was no reason to linger. The duo soon arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, where the signs of a fierce battle were evident, accompanied by the lifeless bodies of several individuals. Realization dawned upon Han Ting. "Uncle Yu, it appears we have been fortunate. The demonic beast must have been stationed here recently, preventing our exit. However, it seems it has been lured away by something. We should hasten our departure while we still can." So you smiled. "It seems luck is indeed on our side. Of course, with me around, good fortune is assured. Let us leave post-haste. If the demonic beast returns, our escape will be thwarted." Thus, Siyu guided Han Ting out of the secret realm, and as they stepped outside, Han Ting breathed a sigh of relief. Finally safe. "I couldn't have imagined encountering a late-stage golden core demonic beast. Thankfully, we avoided it. Our gains this time are plentiful. Far more than we can spend." Meanwhile, within the secret realm, others began to notice the absence of the demonic beast at the entrance. Gradually, more individuals emerged, their faces reflecting the relief of having survived a harrowing ordeal. "Thank goodness we made it out. This secret realm is truly terrifying. I nearly thought I would perish within its confines, especially with that beast guarding the entrance. We were fortunate it was distracted." In another part of the realm, Miaoing learned of the demonic beast's temporary absence and quickly led the injured Uncle Zhang out from their hiding place in the woods, racing towards the exit. However, as they passed through a thicket, she halted, her expression one of shock at the sight before her. The demonic beast reappeared, and panic surged through Miaoing. "This is disastrous. Everything is lost. I never anticipated encountering the beast again. Why did I come to this secret realm? Had I not come, I would not face death here. Why is misfortune so relentless?" Just as she resigned herself to her fate, Uncle Zhang spoke up. "Miss, something seems amiss with this demonic beast. Have you not noticed it remains utterly still? Had it been earlier, we would have already met our demise. Yet now it is motionless." Miaoing considered his words, realizing that the beast had not moved since she had first spotted it. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to lack both breath and heartbeat, igniting her curiosity. Could it be? Exchanging a glance with Uncle Zhang, Miaoing cautiously approached the beast, which remained unresponsive. She stood before the massive, fearsome creature, gulped nervously, and, summoning her courage, reached out to touch it. In an instant, the beast disintegrated into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. Miaoing collapsed in shock. After regaining her composure, she and Uncle Zhang were left speechless at the sight of the beast's remains. The creature had perished quietly, its form shattered yet strangely retaining its original shape. They were astonished by the swiftness of the strike that had incapacitated the beast before it could react. The existence of such power within the secret realm was unfathomable, surpassing anything the beast could comprehend. To be able to slay a late-stage golden core beast in mere moments sent chills down their spines. We must depart the secret realm at once, Mississippi. It feels decidedly wrong, and I fear further calamity awaits. Meowing, heeding his words, abandoned thoughts of the beast and Apo's remains and hurried toward the exit with Uncle Jean. Soon, they emerged from the secret realm, their hearts finally at ease. At long last, we have escaped this dreadful place. Meowing observed the expressions of those around her, all reflecting the relief of survival, which brought her some comfort. However, she soon spotted Han Ting outside, her face radiating joy, evidently having gathered a significant bounty. Han Ting noticed Miao Ying and Uncle Zhang's disheveled appearance and playfully made a face at her. Initially, Han Ting expected Miao Ying to retort with a sarcastic comment. But to her surprise, Miao Ying merely glanced at her and briskly departed with Uncle Zhang. The psychological toll of the secret realm had been profound, and Miao Ying wished to keep her dismal experiences hidden from Han Ting. Han Ting stared, astonished that Miao Ying had ignored her. It was unlike her character, typically. She would have seized the opportunity to mock. So you, observing Miao Ying's hurried departure, recognized the significant impact the secret realm had had on her. Let's not dwell on it any longer. We should return quickly. On their way back, Han Ting was elated, exclaiming, Uncle Yu, we must plant these beautiful spiritual flowers and herbs in your courtyard without delay. Before long, they returned to Xiantian's sect, entering Su Yu's courtyard where Han Ting eagerly unpacked the exquisite spiritual flora. Quickly, Uncle Yu, let us get these planted. With Han Ting's assistance, they swiftly tended to the planting. As Han Ting admired Su Yu's courtyard, her appreciation grew. This place is simply stunning. Uncle Yu, you must help me design my home. Your style is exquisite. I would love to assist you in return. Indeed, splendid. Henceforth, my residence shall be the second most beautiful in Xiantian's sect. With that, Han Ting carried her bounty back home. Meanwhile, Han Shi had emerged from his retreat and noticed the large bag of resources in Han Ting and Apo's possession. Ting Ting, I heard from your mother that you ventured into the secret realm with Su Xiong. You appear quite pleased, and with such an abundance of resources. It seems you had a fruitful experience. Absolutely, father. This secret realm was incredibly fascinating. Han Ting recounted their adventures, detailing how Su Yu had defeated the bandits with his sword technique. Han Shi chuckled. We owe it all to Su Xiong. Upon hearing about the late-stage golden core demonic beast, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Fortunately, we were lucky enough to avoid it and escape. Han Shi laughed heartily. Indeed, you have remarkable fortune, Ting Ting. Meanwhile, over at Yi Lin's side, the atmosphere was far from joyful. Chapter 52. The Rebirth Elixir. While Han Ting was laughing heartily, Yi Lin was shouting, Run, run. You think you can disturb my slumber and leave unscathed? Dream on. Today, I shall ensure you remain here. Suddenly, the trees and earth surrounding Yi Lin began to shift, attempting to ensnare him. Countless branches surged toward him, and he swiftly brandished the Qingyan sword to defend himself. Though each impact left his arms tingling, Li Jiayi was also tirelessly fending off the attacks from the encroaching trees and earthen pillars. This cannot continue. If we persist, we shall surely meet our demise here, she thought. Seizing a moment of opportunity, Yi Lin grabbed Li Jiayi and made a hasty retreat. The tree demon, seeing them flee, bellowed, Do not run, and gave chase. That tree demon king has arrived. We must hurry. Yi Lin urged Li Jiayi, propelling them in the opposite direction at full speed. In Yi Lin's mind, the voice of Qing Ling echoed, What a surprise you've gotten yourself into. Why provoke the tree demon king? If it were an ordinary demon beast of the late nascent soul stage, you might stand a chance, but this tree demon king is no ordinary foe. While typical nascent soul tree demons are fearless, this one is formidable. Its body is exceptionally tough, and even if it has not reached the transformation realm, it can effortlessly wield the earth's spiritual power for attacks and alter the environment. A mere lash from its branches can incapacitate an early nascent soul cultivator. It is truly a troublesome adversary, and even with your current strength and my assistance, it would be challenging to contend with it. We must flee quickly. Fortunately, the tree demon king is not particularly swift, so it likely cannot catch up to you. Thus, Yi Lin and Li Jiayi fled in disarray. Why didn't you mention this sooner? This is the tree demon king, she exclaimed. I wasn't aware either. You've been preoccupied chatting with that girl, and I blocked out the outside distractions, so I missed the signs, Yi Lin replied, momentarily at a loss for words, as Qing Ling spoke the truth. Earlier, he had heard that the roots of high-level tree demons possessed miraculous life force, one of the materials for crafting the rebirth elixir. Thus, when he spotted a tree demon, he intended to engage it, not anticipating the trouble it would bring. You were supposed to find a high-level tree demon, yet you managed to attract the tree demon king. We should flee. If worst comes to worst, we can exit the secret realm. Before long, Yi Lin's speed had created some distance between himself and the tree demon. However, at that moment, numerous figures emerged from the woods, heading in the direction Yi Lin had fled. As they flew, they exclaimed, That fool provoked the tree demon king. Is he seeking death? Normally, the tree demon king wouldn't act, and no one dares to provoke it. It benefits both sides. But now, some idiot has angered it, and it's chasing after anyone in sight. In this secret realm, few can stand against the Tree Demon King. If caught, one can only resign to their fate. Hearing their discussions, Yi Lin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. My apologies, everyone. I did not intend to provoke the Tree Demon King. He transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the crowd, as fleeing was indeed his forte. Soon, the two had distanced themselves sufficiently from the Tree Demon King, no longer sensing its presence or aura. Finally, we can take a breather from this flight, Yi Lin sighed. Qing Ling observed Yi Lin's temporary escape from the Tree Demon King's pursuit and remarked, "You are quite the reckless one, seeking materials for the rebirth elixir. Look at the trouble you've stirred." "Ah, but you must consider the immense benefits of the rebirth elixir. As long as there is breath in my body, it can restore me to my former state, even mending damaged foundations. Though the other materials for the rebirth elixir are harder to come by. The hope of gathering them is slim, yet every little bit counts. Perhaps if I manage to collect them all, I will gain yet another means of survival. It's worth the risk for a chance at these materials." "Very well, had I known this, I would not have disclosed the formula to you," Qing Ling replied. "Please." "Qing Ling, without your guidance, I would be utterly lost. Enough of this. Rest up and leave this place quickly. Look for other resources, and if none can be found, we should depart this secret realm before things become more complicated." "Understood, Qing Ling. I shall heed your advice." Yi Lin then turned to Li Jiayi and said, "Let us search for resources. If we find nothing worthwhile, we shall leave this secret realm, as we have already gathered a fair amount during our visit." Li Jiayi nodded in agreement, and together they soared forward, continuing their quest for resources. Meanwhile, at Su Yu's side, Han Shi invited him over for dinner, expressing gratitude for accompanying Han Ting into the secret realm. "Su brother, I truly appreciate your help. Ting Ting has returned from the secret realm overjoyed," Han Shi said, while Han Ting beamed beside him. "Your appreciation is unnecessary. As long as Ting Ting is happy, that is sufficient. We need not stand on ceremony among friends." Su Yu replied with a smile. "Indeed, father, you speak well," Han Ting chimed in. After dinner, Su Yu prepared to head to the servant square, as he needed to maintain his presence there. It had been a while since his last visit, and today there would be a competition for the servant disciples. A perfect opportunity to witness the excitement. Upon arriving at the competition venue, Su Yu was greeted by a sea of people, as was customary for such events. Soon, an elder noticed Su Yu's presence and called out, "Elder Su, over here." Su Yu approached. This elder Feng often engaged him in conversation whenever he visited the servant disciples. Thus they had formed a friendship. "Elder Su has come to watch the competition as well. Are you considering taking on a disciple?" "Not at the moment. I merely came to observe. I thought perhaps you were scouting for promising talent among the disciples," Elder Feng mused. During competitions, many disciples were often chosen by elders to become their apprentices, which motivated most participants to impress the elders. Numerous disciples in the audience took note of Su Yu's arrival, excitement bubbling among them, as his cultivation level was quite high among the elders, making it a desirable prospect to become his disciple. Su Yu watched as disciples were eliminated one after another, noting their expressions of disappointment and the triumphant demeanor of the victors. He couldn't help but feel nostalgic, reflecting on his own past experiences. How time flies, as spring winds transform sword chi, striking down youthful aspirations. Chapter 53. The sword formation of heaven and earth. As the competition progressed, numerous disciples garnered the admiration of the elders. Naturally, those with exceptional talent had little connection to the humble servants among the elders. The servant competition attracted several outer sect elders who sought promising candidates to take under their wing. The more gifted disciples aspired to be accepted by the peak masters or outer sect elders, while those of average talent but possessing some cunning found it advantageous to apprentice under the servant elders. Consequently, those favored by the elders displayed expressions of joy. The disciples in the audience began to murmur among themselves. "Look, that disciple has caught Elder Huang's attention. He is about to soar." Elder Huang boasts a foundation at the 9th level. If he were to break through to the golden core stage, he would ascend as an intersect elder, and his disciple would rise alongside him. How I wish I could also attract Elder Huang's notice. Another chimed in. There are many 9th level foundation elders on stage, yet they rarely take on disciples, as they are all poised to break through to the golden core stage themselves and do not wish to squander time teaching apprentices. What about Elder Su, who just arrived? He has a significant probability of breaking through to the golden core stage. Many aspired to be accepted by Elder Su, and some disciples rushed to present themselves before him. However, Elder Su had yet to express any desire to take on disciples. Otherwise, many would have sought him out. Although he had received visits from several disciples, he consistently declined to accept any, leading to a gradual decrease in visitors. Let us hope that after observing the competition, Elder Su will consider taking on disciples. If we perform well, perhaps we shall have a chance, one brother suggested wisely. Indeed. Let us all exert ourselves to catch the elder's attention, another agreed. At that moment, Feng Shi turned to Su Yu and asked, "Elder Su, do you not see a few disciples performing commendably? Do you truly have no intention of taking any on?" Su Yu shook his head, replying, "I am not considering accepting disciples at this time. I have yet to master my own practice. The only one who can benefit from my teachings is that little girl. Hunting. Very well, since Elder Su is unwilling to take on disciples, I shall not press further. Let us focus on the competition. As the competition drew to a close, many disciples wore expressions of delight, while most appeared disappointed. Throughout the event, several disciples caught the eye of the outer sect elders, eliciting gasps of awe from the crowd. However, the competition's champion did not choose to apprentice under any elder. Instead, he boldly declared his intention to seek the tutelage of the peak master alone, aspiring to follow in the footsteps of brother Yulin. He had joined the Xiantian sect with the aim of emulating Yulin, striving to achieve great renown in the southern region as the second coming of Yulin. It was precisely due to Yulin's influence that the quality of disciples joining the Xiantian sect had significantly improved. Yulin and Appo's immense reputation drew many to the sect, greatly enhancing its prestige. So you could not help but sigh, acknowledging Yulin's remarkable ability to inspire so many. While such influence was commendable, aspiring to become the second Yulin was indeed a daunting challenge. As those in the Xiantian sect continued to extol Yulin's prowess and discuss his exploits, Yulin himself, in stark contrast to his previous predicament, wore a bright smile. I had not anticipated that this secret realm would harbor such abundant resources. I was on the verge of leaving. He and his companion tirelessly scoured the secret realm for resources until Yulin suddenly sensed the presence of the Tree Demon King. This is bad. The Tree Demon King has not given up on pursuing us. We need to move quickly. Is it really necessary for him to chase us so tenaciously? At that moment, Qingling interjected, something feels amiss. Have you noticed that there is not just the Tree Demon King's aura? There are numerous other beastly presences nearby, and they seem formidable. It's dire. He has been summoning other beasts from the secret realm, and the numbers are escalating. I hadn't realized he possessed such an ability. We cannot linger here any longer. If we do, our escape will not be guaranteed. The commotion in the secret realm alerted others to the Tree Demon King's unusual gathering of beasts. The situation escalated to a point where all activities ceased, and even those engaged in fierce competition for resources halted to make their way towards the exit. In a flurry, they surged towards the exit. As the gravity of the situation became apparent, shadows darted upward, transforming into radiant arcs that vanished into the depths of the secret realm. Yulin exchanged a glance with Li Jiayi before they both sped towards the exit. Upon reaching the exit, Yulin turned to Li Jiayi and said, "You should leave first. The old Demon King has pursued me relentlessly. I must prepare a surprise for him." Li Jiayi's expression turned grave at his words. She had witnessed the Tree Demon King's strength and understood that Yulin was currently unable to defeat him. Yulin sensed her hesitation and reassured her. "Do not worry. I do not intend to battle the old Demon King. I merely wish to present him with a surprise for his relentless pursuit. I am confident I can escape. Trust me." Seeing his unwavering confidence, Li Jiayi decided not to press further. Remaining behind might hinder Yulin's plans. So she chose to exit. As Li Jiayi departed, Yulin turned to Qingling and said, "Let the old Demon King experience the sword formation I recently mastered. While it may not defeat him, it will certainly vex him." Qingling nodded in agreement, but cautioned, "We cannot remain here too long. Otherwise, we may encounter trouble." Yulin swiftly set up the sword formation, and soon, shimmering sword lights merged into the grand array, concealed in the air above the secret realm. Now, we await the old Demon King's entrance into this heaven and earth sword formation. Once he steps inside, he shall face dire consequences. As he sensed the Tree Demon King drawing near and noticed that most of the others had vacated, he thought to himself, "Now, let us witness the power of this formation." Yulin positioned himself within the formation, preparing to lure the old Demon King inside. Presently, the Tree Demon King approached him, exclaiming, "You dare to remain? It seems you have a death wish. I have been waiting for you, and now you shall remain here forever." Realizing the moment had come, Yulin shouted, "Heaven and earth sword formation." Brilliant rays of light erupted from above the secret realm, manifesting countless sword shadows that surged toward the old Demon King. Meanwhile, Suyu found himself at a familiar spot, a place he often visited to enjoy the melodies of others, seeking to cultivate his sensibilities. However, to his surprise, he encountered an unexpected individual there today. Chapter 54. An unexpected encounter with Ling. Watching the Tree Demon King gazed at the sword formation above and realized he had fallen into Yulin's trap. Observing the incessant onslaught of sword shadows, he remained unfazed, convinced that they posed no threat to him. He allowed the sword shadows from the formation to strike against him. Laughing boisterously, "Is this truly your strength? It feels akin to a mere mosquito bite. I suggest you abandon your futile struggle with your current prowess. Attempting to obstruct me is nothing but a pipe dream. You're merely scratching the surface. Soon you shall witness the true power of this sword formation." The demon beasts surrounding the Tree Demon King joined in his laughter, mocking, "What use is this sword formation?" At that moment, Yulin unleashed all his cultivation. A surge of sword intent rushing forth towards the demon beasts. The Tree Demon King displayed minimal change in expression, albeit a hint of surprise flickered across his features. For he did not anticipate this human possessing such latent strength. However, the demon beasts surrounding him felt an immense pressure emanating from Yulin, particularly from the sword intent. which left some of the weaker beasts gasping for breath. As Yi Lin infused his sword intent into the formation, the demon beasts below sensed an unsettling shift. The descending sword shadows grew increasingly formidable. What had previously seemed manageable now became a dire threat since Yi Lin integrated his sword intent into the array. The force of the sword shadows striking them intensified exponentially, compelling them to exert their full strength to fend off the onslaught. While the weaker beasts succumbed and perished on the spot, the Tree Demon King observed the unfolding chaos with indifference, frankly. He cared little for the fates of these demon beasts. While the impacts of the sword shadows were somewhat painful, they posed no significant threat to him. Realizing he could not remain passive, the Tree Demon King summoned nearby elements to assault Yi Lin, yet most of these attacks were swiftly dismantled by the sword shadows. Within the sword formation, Yi Lin was effectively shielded by a miniature realm of swords, rendering most attacks impotent. Witnessing this, the Tree Demon King immediately wielded his branches to strike at Yi Lin. Yi Lin, aware of the impending attack, recognized the potency of these seemingly unremarkable branches from previous encounters and promptly drew forth Qing Ling to defend against the assault. The force of the blow was as astonishing as ever, sending Yi Lin flying, though he fortunately remained unscathed. Qing Ling urged, "Stop hiding your strength. Unleash your full power and depart swiftly. The longer this drags on, the more perilous it becomes." Heeding the advice, Yi Lin ceased concealing his abilities, unleashing a sword intent that was distinctly more powerful and pure than before. Even the Tree Demon King began to feel the pressure. In an instant, Yi Lin's sword intent reached its zenith, saturating the entire secret realm. The demon beasts within sensed this overwhelming force and fled in terror from the epicenter of the sword intent's eruption. The sword formation's assault escalated dramatically, and apart from the Tree Demon King, most of the demon beasts could no longer withstand the incoming sword shadows, with some barely managing to hold on. The Tree Demon King continued to wield his branches, attempting to fend off the relentless attacks. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he could not endure such a barrage. Observing the Tree Demon King's desperate attempts to repel the sword shadows, Qing Ling declared, "It is time. Let's deliver the final blow to vex this old tree demon and make our exit." In an instant, Yi Lin appeared above the sword formation, wielding Qing Ling. The old Demon King perceived the impending threat of Yi Lin's strike. "Since it has come to this, I shall not hold back any longer. You shall witness the consequences of provoking me." Eternal Forest. Suddenly, the environment transformed dramatically, trees erupting from the ground. Qing Ling quickly warned, "Run. Do not delay. Unleash your attack and escape immediately." This old Demon King's move is no jest. Seeing the situation unfold, Yi Lin abandoned any notion of gathering strength. He realized that lingering any longer would seal his fate, swiftly unleashing the Gathering Sun sword technique. The Tree Demon King, taken aback by the sudden advance of sword energy, was caught off guard as Yi Lin interrupted his spell casting. In a hurried attempt to defend himself, the Tree Demon King was still pushed back, losing several branches in the process. The old Demon King found himself in a precarious position, his fury igniting. "You dare to toy with me? I will ensure your demise." Yet, in the next moment, Yi Lin's presence had vanished from the secret realm. The Tree Demon King, now alone in the empty realm, howled in frustration, "No." Meanwhile, Li Jiayi, witnessing Yi Lin's emergence from the secret realm, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yi Lin sighed in relief, "I am fortunate to have escaped. Otherwise, I might have encountered real trouble." "Brother Lin, did you defeat the Tree Demon King?" "No, not yet. I merely managed to vex him and make him feel powerless. That old Demon King is likely still seething within the secret realm. Truly, you are impressive. Others lack the courage to confront the Tree Demon King. Well, we have gathered quite a bit from this encounter. Let us leave this place." With that, the two departed the secret realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, Siyu arrived at a tavern where he often indulged in listening to others play the zither while enjoying a drink. Although his own skills were exceptional, he preferred not to perform in public, wishing to remain inconspicuous. He was content to be an audience member. The tavern also hosted classic poetry competitions, where the winner could earn a solo performance by the chief zither player. Many patrons, believing themselves to be skilled poets, would compose verses while drinking. Yet Siyu found their crude poetry unbearable. Having been steeped in the poetic traditions of Blue Star, any poem he composed would be immortalized through the ages. Yet he refrained from showcasing his talents. Instead, he delighted in observing the camaraderie and amusement of others attempting their own poetic endeavors, which was one of his reasons for visiting. Just then, a woman entered the tavern, unnoticed by the crowd due to her unremarkable appearance. However, to Siyu, the scene was strikingly different. While others failed to recognize her, he discerned her true identity. This was none other than Ling Wanqing, the spirit peak master of the Heavenly Maiden sect. What a surprise to see her here. Chapter 55. The light verse in the tavern to encounter the esteemed Ling Wanqing in such a humble locale was utterly unexpected. It was astonishing that someone of her caliber would grace this modest tavern, though the proximity of the Heavenly Maiden sect to the Xuanyang sect made such serendipitous meetings somewhat commonplace. Consequently, many disciples of the Xuanyang sect formed friendships with those from the Heavenly Maiden sect, yet individuals of Ling Wanqing's stature were rarely seen in public, for their renown was simply too great. However, Siyu remained unperturbed, traversing wherever he pleased, for he was an unknown figure. Had it not been for his ability to see through Ling Wanqing's disguise, he would have remained oblivious to her presence. Although he himself had ventured into this small tavern, the patrons could hardly fathom the presence of two extraordinary beings among them. As Suyu gazed upon Ling Wanqing, he recalled their previous encounter, where he had been left speechless by her stunning beauty and grace. The awe that captivated everyone in attendance lingered in his memory, only dissipating when Elderly broke the spell with his voice. Yet, upon meeting her once more, the effect had not diminished. Rather, the impact was as profound as ever. This woman was dangerously enchanting. In his experiences within the realm of cultivation, he had encountered numerous breathtaking beauties, yet none could compare to Ling Wanqing. The peril she posed was palpable. If she were to abandon her disguise, chaos would inevitably ensue wherever she went. The commotion she could incite was no trivial matter. Even Su Linger, encased within her sword, exclaimed in astonishment, "What a beautiful sister. Linger has never seen such a stunning sister before." Suyu also took note of Ling Wanqing's cultivation level, which had already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, suggesting that it would not be long before she advanced to the transformation stage. Truly, she was without flaw. The tavern's patrons remained oblivious to the remarkable woman before them, engrossed in showcasing their poetic prowess. A stream of light verses flowed from the visitor's lips. Suddenly, an older gentleman, distinguished by his sparse hair that danced in the wind, stepped forward. "Allow me to share a verse. Listen closely," he proclaimed. As men age, they become more flamboyant, their few hairs fluttering in the breeze. This elicited a chorus of laughter from the audience, who found his humor delightful and fitting, offering him their applause and support. Then another voice chimed in, "Everyone, behold my young master. He too has a poem to share." The crowd turned their gaze to a refined youth seated in the center, who rose and declared, "Let all revel in my literary talent." He began, "A duck quacks once, quack, quack. A duck quacks thrice, quack, quack, quack." The audience erupted in applause, acknowledging his cleverness. At this point, Wan Peng stood up, announcing, "Since everyone is brimming with talent, allow me to showcase my humble attempt." He recited, "In search of leisure at an ancient temple, I faced the morning sun at its zenith." The audience responded with cheers, their enthusiasm palpable. Poetic lines continued to emerge from their midst, with an occasional gem among the otherwise light verses. The crowd exuberantly expressed their appreciation, and Suyu joined in, clapping and cheering along with them. Ling Wanqing, seated quietly in the tavern, remained still, observing the poetry event with calm interest. Suyu, indifferent to her intentions, continued to play the role of an inconspicuous bystander, knowing that she would not recognize him. The crux of the matter was that while Suyu was familiar with Ling Wanqing, she was entirely unaware of him. Even if he stood before her without a disguise, she would regard him as just another passerby, and thus he felt no apprehension regarding any unforeseen developments. He merely needed to proceed with his usual activities, confident that Ling Wanqing's purpose would soon reveal itself. Before long, the poetry event concluded, and a champion was crowned. Wan Peng, brimming with joy, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you all for your support. I never anticipated winning this poetry contest." The judging criteria were primarily based on the opinions of the tavern's chief musician, for patrons had come primarily for her performance. He continued, "I have long heard tales of the chief musician's beauty and talent, and it is a tremendous honor to have gained her recognition." Wanping maintained an image of elegance and affability throughout. The tavern's patrons congratulated Wanping on his victory, and one remarked, "Young Master Wanping, after today's event, our young lady will summon you to the loft for a chat." Instantly, envy sparkled in the eyes of the onlookers. To meet Miss Yu was a rare fortune, for she seldom made public appearances. So Yu observed the scene with a smile, casting a glance at Ling Wanqing without uttering a word. The tavern's patrons then declared, "Since the poetry contest has concluded, let us proceed to the music segment." Naturally, the grand finale would feature the performance of Miss Yu, eliciting eager anticipation from the audience. As each musician took their turn, Suyu noted several whose playing was commendable, which was why he had chosen to visit this tavern, as some establishments produced performances that were all too ordinary to hold his interest. Ling Wanqing nodded appreciatively at the music. At last, only one performer remained, the much-anticipated Miss Yu. Let us welcome Miss Yu with thunderous applause. The tavern erupted with enthusiastic claps and cheers. Although her figure was obscured by a screen, the audience was eager to hear her exquisite melodies. Indeed, her musical talent was unparalleled. When Yu Yao took her seat behind the screen, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, all awaiting her performance. In that moment, no one dared to utter a word, for Suyu sensed that any disruption would likely result in their ejection from the gathering. Soon, waves of enchanting melodies flowed into the ears of the audience, creating an immersive experience that drew them deeper into the music. When Yu Yao concluded her performance, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause. Following her recital, there would be an open segment where any confident individual could step forward to showcase their own musical abilities. Chapter 56. Ling Wanqing's performance. At this moment, the audience below was utterly captivated, their expressions reflecting sheer ecstasy as they discussed the performance. Listening to Miss Yu Yao's melody is truly a delight. If only we could hear it once more. Unfortunately, Miss Yu Yao only performed occasionally, and she played but a single piece each time, leaving the audience yearning for more. Next came the segment for free performances. However, few exceptional talents stepped forward. Occasionally, one might exhibit commendable skill, but the majority merely showcased superficial learning, eager to impress Miss Yu Yao. To Su Yu, it resembled a novice brandishing a sword before a master. As for Su Yu, he had no intention of performing. He was simply a humble spectator. Meanwhile, Ling Wanqing, having enjoyed Yu Yao's performance, nodded in appreciation but sensed it lacked a certain finesse. She recognized the girl behind the screen. Indeed, Yu Yao was quite endearing. Ling Wanqing had come primarily to immerse herself in the music of others, as she had reached a creative impasse in her own playing. It had been some time since she made any progress, and she sought inspiration from her peers, regardless of their skill level. Ling Wanqing discerned that Yu Yao's musicianship was on the verge of ascension, though she still had a considerable distance to travel before achieving true mastery. Finding a kindred spirit in Yu Yao, she decided to perform a piece herself, hoping to offer guidance and perhaps inspire Yu Yao to elevate her craft. Among the taverns she frequented, many possessed adequate skill, but she only extended her assistance to those she felt a connection with. Rising from her seat, Ling Wanqing approached the stage. The crowd, noticing another performer, applauded, albeit with little expectation for the seemingly unremarkable woman. Su Yu, however, was taken aback. He had assumed Ling Wanqing, like him, would merely be a listener. The notion of Ling Wanqing, the esteemed leader of Lingfeng, playing in a tavern was astonishing. Had he shared this revelation, few would believe him. As Ling Wanqing ascended the stage, she delicately brushed her fingers across the strings. Sitting down, the audience remained indifferent, doubting her capabilities. Su Yu, however, poured himself a glass of wine, eager to savor Ling Wanqing's performance. Let me relish the artistry of this esteemed leader, he thought. Ling Wanqing began to pluck the strings, and a cascade of enchanting melodies filled the air. The audience soon realized that this woman was extraordinary, their previous actions forgotten as they listened intently. Yu Yao, too, heard the music and rushed out, eager to discover the source of such enchanting sounds. What began as a performance blossomed into a transcendent experience, each note reminiscent of celestial harmonies. The music enveloped the audience, evoking a spectrum of emotions, joy and sorrow intermingled. After the piece concluded, the crowd remained in a state of awe, unable to shake the lingering enchantment. Su Yu reflected on Ling Wanqing's intention. Her performance was essentially a masterclass for Yu Yao. He had occasionally visited to hear Yu Yao play and was aware of her shortcomings, yet he preferred to remain an audience member rather than offering unsolicited advice. If Yu Yao could grasp the essence of Ling Wanqing's music, she might transcend her current limitations and reach new heights. As Su Yu absorbed the performance, he recognized that Ling Wanqing's understanding of musical expression was remarkable, rivaling his own. Notably, she did not linger after her performance, descending from the stage and leaving the tavern, while the audience remained entranced by the echoes of her melody. It was then that Yu Yao, regaining her composure, called out, "Who is the esteemed performer?" Only then did the crowd realize that Ling Wanqing had already departed. That maiden's music was truly sublime, surpassing even Miss Yu Yao's melodies. To experience such artistry is indeed a stroke of luck, they acknowledged, albeit lamenting that the performer was rather plain in appearance. Indeed, she was rather unremarkable. Had she possessed greater beauty, it would have been extraordinary, they mused. At that moment, Yu Yao arrived at the stage, observing its emptiness, realizing that the musician had already left. From the performance, she discerned what she lacked and glimpsed the path forward. She had hoped to seek mentorship from the performer, but it seemed fate had other plans. Yet, she felt fulfilled, recognizing the value of her experience, albeit tinged with a hint of regret. So you noted Yu Yao's newfound insight. It was indeed a small serendipity in her journey. With this unexpected turn of events, Su Yu decided it was time to leave. He raised his glass and drank deeply, unconcerned with Ling Wanqing's whereabouts, content to remain a mere observer of life's unfolding drama. Exiting the tavern, he returned to the Xiantian sect to resume his daily routine. On that day, Yilin also returned to the sect, seeking out Su Yu and Han Shi. The three engaged in conversation. How was your experience in the secret realm? Brother Yi? No incidents, I hope? Su Yu inquired. Do not even mention it. I inadvertently provoked a powerful late-stage nascent soul tree demon king in the secret realm, forcing us to retreat. I could have gathered more treasures had I not encountered such formidable opposition, Yilin lamented. Even with your strength, you were powerless against it? It seems this beast is no ordinary foe, Han Shi remarked. How did you find yourself entangled with a tree demon king? Su Yu questioned. I underestimated its prowess. The roots of such tree demons yield rare alchemical materials, so I thought it worth the risk to gather some, Yilin explained. Speaking of alchemy, Su Yu admitted, I have not delved deeply into it, as I have no pressing need for resources. However, as the saying goes, a skilled hand is never encumbered. Perhaps I shall explore it further when the opportunity arises. Chapter 57, The Sword Array. Moreover, the Tree Demon King summoned the majority of the beasts within the secret realm to assault the others, causing the inhabitants to depart almost simultaneously. After all, the sight of so many beasts gathered was overwhelmingly terrifying, prompting most to flee in panic. Yet, it was you, Brother Yi, who dared to just amidst such chaos. I merely possess a few skills. It was my fortuitous mastery of the sword array that endowed me with the courage and resources to contend. Though I still find myself at a loss against him. Han was taken aback. A sword array. Brother Yi, you actually command a sword array. No wonder you exude confidence. This sword array is renowned for its extraordinary capabilities. It is said that mastering a sword array is akin to wielding a miniature domain of swordsmanship, bestowing immense support to its wielder and allowing one to summon responses from the array with a mere call. Nowadays, the inheritance of sword arrays is scarce, let alone reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship, the domain of the sword, a realm that sword cultivators aspire to throughout their lives. Achieving such a state is as challenging as a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Historical records in the southern domain scarcely document individuals who have attained the sword domain. Each who has reached this height is celebrated as a legendary sword immortal, revered by sword cultivators across the realm. Take, for instance, our esteemed Xiantian Sect sword immortal from a millennium ago, who, during the Celestial Demon War, unleashed the Storm Sword domain, causing the demon race to flee at the mere mention of his name, with few daring to confront him. I was fortunate to acquire this sword array. Yilin understood that reaching the sword domain is an exceptionally arduous endeavor. Many are ensnared at a critical juncture, spending their lives without breaking through. Mastery, opportunity, and comprehension are all indispensable. Though he currently benefits from the sword array, he is not content to merely rely on it. His ambition is to attain the zenith of swordsmanship. Furthermore, Qingling has informed him that reaching the sword domain is not the ultimate goal, as there are further paths to traverse. The southern domain is still not expansive enough, and he has yet to witness the grandeur of true worlds. However, Qingling has not disclosed what lies beyond the sword domain, advising him to first achieve that state. This has only heightened Yilin's anticipation for the future. And Qingling has remarked that the sword array he possesses is merely the tip of the iceberg, yet it is currently well suited to him. Upon hearing about the sword array, Suyu's thoughts drifted back to his previous life. The sword arrays, such as the 5-element sword array and the yin-yang sword array, are truly coveted. Additionally, there are the 4 swords of the primordial age, the extermination sword, the absolute sword, the slaughter sword, and the immortal sword, comprising the first heavenly Dao assault array, the extermination sword array. These are the epitomes of sword arrays. Yet, with his current abilities, aspiring to touch the extermination sword array feels akin to an ant gazing at the sky. Yi Han spoke up again. I had not expected that even with the enhancement of the sword array, Brother Yi still finds himself at a loss against this tree demon king. This creature is no ordinary foe. Its trunk continuously absorbs the essence of the sun and moon. One cannot fathom how long this old monster has existed. Its skin extraordinarily tough, capable of effortlessly manipulating the forces of heaven and earth, rendering it formidable. Fortunately, we have made some gains. After discussing recent events, everyone returned to their respective homes. As he watched Han and Yilin depart, he contemplated delving into alchemy. Previously, he had not required resources to support his cultivation. With his proficiency, he could advance merely by practicing techniques and comprehending realms. While others might toil for hours without clarity, he could acquire mastery in any technique simply by practicing it. However, he now realized that possessing a broader array of skills and cultivation would be beneficial. Even if he did not need to practice alchemy, unforeseen circumstances might arise that would necessitate medicinal pills, compelling him to seek assistance or purchase them, which could be inconvenient. Thus, it would be wiser to learn to craft them himself. With that in mind, Siyu made his way to the technique pavilion. Recalling that it had been some time since his last visit, he reminisced about the excitement he felt upon first encountering the pavilion, how time had changed everything. Ah, Elder Su has arrived. It has been a while since you last graced the technique pavilion, someone remarked. He had been preoccupied with cultivation and had neglected his visits. Upon entering the pavilion, Suyu located a comprehensive guide on basic alchemy. This will suffice. I shall begin with the fundamentals. As for the specialized formulas, they are likely to be found in the alchemy peak. With this book in hand, he felt no rush to practice alchemy. He intended to follow his own pace, honing his skills as he progressed. With proficiency in hand, he knew that even if he failed once, accumulating enough mastery would guarantee success. Moreover, he had previously acquired a wealth of spiritual herbs and medicines over the years, and his backyard boasted a dedicated spiritual field for cultivating them. As for decorative spiritual flowers in front of his courtyard, he seldom disturbed them. Their beauty added charm, and he would never sacrifice them for alchemical endeavors. With ample materials at his disposal, he lacked nothing. But he still required an alchemy furnace. That would be a simple task. He was adept at crafting tools and could easily forge one. Soon, the sounds of forging echoed through Suyu's courtyard as he wielded a hammer with great fervor. He produced some innate black iron, enough to use for the alchemy furnace. At that moment, Su Lingo came running out. Uncle Yu, may I assist you by infusing some innate energy into it? It should enhance its effectiveness. Will that have any effect on you, Lingo? No, it won't affect me. I will merely transmit some innate energy. Very well, I appreciate your help. Su Lingo then extended her hands, channeling innate energy into the alchemy furnace. As she completed the infusion, Su melded the innate black iron into the crafted furnace, which immediately radiated with brilliant light. This is truly perfect. I am quite satisfied with this alchemical furnace. Gradually, the furnace began to rise from the forge, rotating gracefully before Suyu. He marveled at the furnace, now enhanced with innate black iron and infused with Su Lingo's innate energy, making it truly exceptional. Everything is in place. Now, I must focus on accumulating proficiency. Ah, but this furnace requires a name. What shall I call it? Chapter 58. The Celestial Xian Bagua Furnace. Since this is forged from innate Xian iron, let us name it the Celestial Xian Bagua Furnace. Now, it is time to concoct some elixirs according to the methods outlined in this comprehensive guide to alchemy. Suyu entered a vacant room that was perfectly suited to serve as his alchemical chamber. He retrieved several basic ingredients for the elixirs and arranged a spirit-gathering array in the room. After a moment's contemplation, he added a protective formation, anticipating the possibility of an explosion since he had not consulted anyone on the art of alchemy. An explosion seemed inevitable. Once prepared, Suyu placed some materials for the Qi-gathering pill into the furnace. The Qi-gathering pill is a popular elixir, serving as an excellent aid for those who have just stepped into the first layer of Qi cultivation, thus making it highly favored among novices. Consequently, the Qi-gathering pill is the foundational lesson for every aspiring alchemist, representing the very basics of alchemy. After reviewing the techniques and the control of heat detailed in the guide, Suyu mirrored the same actions. Soon, as time passed, a muffled sound echoed, marking the failure of his first attempt. He had anticipated this outcome but remained unperturbed, choosing to proceed at a deliberate pace. After several unsuccessful attempts, he recognized the consequences of lacking guidance. Indeed, even a slight error could prevent the elixir from materializing. Nevertheless, Suyu felt a sense of progress with each attempt, avoiding previous mistakes, a testament to the benefits of gaining proficiency. Given sufficient resources, success was assured. Before long, Suyu successfully concocted a batch of elixirs. Noticing that the furnace remained still, he wondered if perhaps this time he had succeeded. It seemed he possessed some innate talent for alchemy after all. He had initially thought success would take longer. Excitedly, he approached the furnace, a smile gracing his features as he lifted the lid, only to be met with a familiar dull thud that quickly extinguished his joy. Observing Suyu's dismay, Su Linger burst into laughter. Uncle Yu, your face, it's too funny. Completely blackened. In truth, the residue had not adhered to Suyu's face but had been repelled by his aura. Normal substances could not approach him. It was merely a visual illusion created by the remnants lingering on his presence. It appeared he had overestimated his abilities. The furnace had indeed played a trick on him, producing a delayed explosion. It seemed prudent to focus on enhancing his proficiency. His alchemical talent was perhaps only slightly superior to the average person, despite being a practitioner with a tri-spiritual root that aligned with the attributes of alchemy. After continuous attempts, on this particular day, Suyu gazed at the furnace that finally emitted the fragrance of elixirs. He reflected on the difficulty of self-teaching from the guide without any instruction. This time, surely nothing had gone awry. With anticipation, he opened the furnace to reveal 10 Qi-gathering pills, each exuding a delightful aroma. Grasping one of the pills, he marveled at the success of his efforts. The quality of the Qi-gathering pill was commendable, surpassing that of ordinary ones. Clearly, the furnace, crafted from innate Xian iron and infused with primordial energy, proved highly effective. Having successfully created the Qi-gathering pill, it was time to treat himself to a meal. As for alchemy, he would allocate some time each day to practice, proceeding at his own pace without haste. Subsequently, Suyu made his way to the lakeside, intending to catch a few fish for his meal. He relished such simple daily activities. Watching the fish he caught from the lake, he decided to roast them, utilizing the pepper and other seasonings he had not yet used from his past life. He placed the fish on a grill he had crafted in the likeness of that from his previous existence, a luxury that set him apart in this realm where most practitioners in the void refinement stage rarely indulged in food. Yet, Suyu was unwilling to forego his 3 meals a day, relishing each opportunity to eat. As the aroma of the roasting fish wafted through the air, his appetite surged. Indeed, there is nothing more worthy of appreciation in this world than delectable cuisine. Just as Suyu was about to enjoy his meal, Han Ting approached. Noticing her expression, he discerned she had something on her mind. Otherwise, she would not come to him with such urgency. Uncle Yu, you're grilling fish. It smells amazing. I must have arrived at the perfect moment. Han Ting wasted no time, seizing one of the freshly grilled fish and taking a bite. It's delicious. Every dish you make is so scrumptious. Suyu also picked up a grilled fish and began to eat. Observing Han Ting devouring her portion, he cautioned, slow down. There's more to come. Now, what brings you here? You can't hide anything from Uncle Yu. It's nothing major. I just wanted you to teach me a few tunes. I lost to someone in a piano competition. Oh, I didn't realize Han Ting had engaged in a musical duel and lost. Suyu understood her competitive spirit. Otherwise, she wooed and oppose. T have sought him out. Given his knowledge of her skills, enhanced by his occasional tutoring, few could rival her abilities. Was your opponent particularly skilled? Not really. They were just slightly better than me, but I still feel quite unsatisfied. Fear not, for I am here to assist you. I shall teach you, and you will reclaim your victory. After all, your interest in music was influenced by me. Just come by when you have time to practice. I'll guide you. But first, I must attend to a sermon. It has been a while since I last did so. Hee. I want to see how you instruct the new disciples. You simply enjoy the excitement. Now, finish up quickly. We must depart. Han Ting followed Siyu to the chores area, but as they approached, Siyu noticed someone bullying another. A newcomer, scarcely initiated into the first layer of Qi, lay injured on the ground, while another practitioner from the same layer stood menacingly before him. Wang Xiaoqiang sneered at the would-be hero. You, still in the first layer. Dare to stand up for someone else? Do you want to experience being bullied yourself? Yun Kai, resolute, replied, I will not step aside. What kind of skill is it to bully those weaker than you? The surrounding crowd murmured in disapproval. Look, Wang Xiaoqiang is at it again, exploiting his advantage as a second-layer practitioner to intimidate the weak. As Han Ting prepared to intervene, Leng Jiaheng appeared before the three, ready to confront the situation. Chapter 59. The swordsmanship disturbance in every sect. There invariably exist individuals who bully and exploit weaker disciples. Generally, as long as the actions are not excessively outrageous, the sects tend to remain indifferent, for the world of cultivation operates on the principle that strength speaks volumes. As Siyu beheld the appearance of Leng Jiaheng, he recalled their previous encounter in the Xianyin forest, where he had a pot with him. Observing Leng Jiaheng's current prowess, which had reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, it was evident that the pot had played a significant role in his progress. However, Siyu deemed it irrelevant to his own affairs. As long as it did not affect him, he would not divulge others' fortunes, for he too harbored secrets. Moreover, Leng Jiaheng enjoyed a commendable reputation within the sect and was well-liked by his fellow disciples. Leng Jiaheng, recognizing Yun Kai before him, felt a sense of familiarity. He remembered that although Yun Kai's cultivation was merely at the early Golden Core stage after a century, he had valiantly fought against enemies during the battle between immortals and demons, risking his life to rescue others while defending the sect. His indomitable spirit had inspired many, contributing to his influence. The onlookers were abuzz with excitement at Leng Jiaheng's presence. Look, it's senior brother Leng. He is formidable and is said to be on track to become the second Yi Lin. With Leng Jiaheng around, Wang Xiaoqiang was doomed. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Leng Jiaheng, Wang Xiaoqiang broke into a cold sweat. Senior brother Ling, I was wrong. I want to dare again, please. Have mercy this time. Are you so cowardly that you bully the weak? You have no spine at all. Get out of my sight. This person is under my protection. If you dare to harass him again, I will personally deal with you. Wang Xiaoqiang, upon hearing this, fled in haste, stumbling and falling due to his trembling legs, eliciting laughter from the surrounding crowd. It was truly fitting that he was seen by senior brother Leng. As for Wang Xiaoqiang, Leng Jiaheng would not let him off easily. He intended to eradicate the problem entirely. He would expel Wang Xiaoqiang from the sect afterward. Otherwise, his intervention would not be helping others but rather harming them. If Wang Xiaoqiang nursed a grudge and sought to bully others to bolster his own sense of worth, Leng Jiaheng would have created a greater issue. He would not gamble on the notion that his actions could change Wang Xiaoqiang's mindset. If he chose not to intervene, it might have been better. But having chosen to help, he must ensure the roots of the problem were severed. Are you two all right? We're fine, thank you, senior brother Leng. Otherwise, we would have been robbed and beaten. The world of cultivation is indeed harsh. This is still within the sect. Outside, the reality is even more brutal. Ultimately, everything relies on strength. It is the foundation upon which one stands. The two exchanged glances. We understand. After speaking, Leng Jiaheng did not intend to linger, for he had matters of his own to attend to. At that moment, he raised his gaze and noticed Suyu, which was unremarkable until he spotted Han Ting beside him. To encounter Han Ting here was unexpected. She was quite the little princess of the Xiantian sect, where no one dared to provoke her. Even when she ventured outside, others would think twice before crossing her. For Yi Lin's reputation was not to be taken lightly. It was earned through genuine prowess. If memory served him correctly, her father, Han Shi, possessed considerable strength a century later, boasting a cultivation level at the nascent soul stage and a certain renown within the Xiantian sect. However, Han Ting's fame eclipsed that of her father. It was not merely due to her association with senior brother Yi Lin, but rather her own formidable abilities. A century later, she was celebrated as the female sword immortal of the Xiantian sect. During the battle between immortals and demons, she emerged as a prominent figure, garnering a multitude of admirers. She achieved a breakthrough during battle, ascending to the nascent soul stage, becoming one of the principal combatants, though not the most elite. What left a lasting impression was her sword technique, known as the sword drawing technique. This technique struck both sides of the conflict with profound impact. To the demon race, it was terrifying, while to the human race, it was undeniably impressive. Her swordplay could conjure phenomena of nature and contained the power of thunder, rendering it a nightmare for the demon race, as thunder was particularly effective against them. Each time she executed the sword drawing technique, she became the focal point of the battlefield, captivating everyone's attention. The technique's immense power meant that many demons simply could not withstand her strikes. This established her legacy as the female sword immortal of the Xiantian sect in later generations. Yet, no one knew where she had learned this sword drawing technique. Many in the Xiantian sect assumed it originated from the techniques housed in the sect and Appo's library and flocked to study it, sparking a fervor for learning the technique. Long Jiahong himself had been tempted to learn it, for it was indeed awe-inspiring. However, as they practiced, they soon realized something was amiss. It was not the same as Han Ting's technique. Even their best attempts could not compare to her mastery. Thus, the wave of enthusiasm for the sword-drawing technique quickly fizzled out, and the disciples abandoned the idea of pursuing it. As Long Jiahong observed Han Ting, he was eager to uncover where she had acquired her swordsmanship. Even now, he harbored aspirations of mastering that technique, yet no one had the answer. If he knew where to learn it, he would sprint to study it without hesitation. Han Ting, noticing Lang Jiahong's gaze, pondered if something was amiss with her appearance. Dismissing the thought, she simply gave him a thumbs up. In response, Lang Jiahong smiled before departing. Uncle Yu, did I have something on my face? Though Han Ting had not voiced her question earlier, she inquired after Lang Jiahong left, feeling somewhat embarrassed under his scrutiny. Of course not. Besides, with your mischievous reputation in the Shintian sect, others would surely take a second glance. Uncle Yu, you always speak such blunt truths. All right, let us be off. The lecture is about to commence. As Lang Jiahong made his way, he contemplated the imminent emergence of the Star Tower. This time, he was determined to seize the opportunity. With the wisdom gained from his past life, he was confident he would far surpass his former self. Chapter 60, The Starry Tower on her way back. Han Ting spoke incessantly. Uncle Yu expressed his surprise, noting that quite a number of people had come to listen to her teachings. It appears you are quite popular among the disciples in this miscellaneous sect, he remarked. Do you still think no one listens to my lectures? Han Ting countered. After all, I possess the cultivation of the 9th level of foundation establishment. Indeed, he replied. But do recall how you were when teaching me, either napping in a hammock or fishing by the river. Uncle Yu's demeanor was unexpectedly serious while addressing the disciples, which contrasted with his relaxed attitude during their lessons. My teaching was a specialized training, naturally incomparable to this, he explained. Well then, let us head back. And bring your zither. I wish to see how your skills have progressed. As they entered Suyu's courtyard, the sound of beautiful zither melodies filled the air, captivating any ordinary listener. Stop. This won't do. No wonder you lost to others. Your skills have shown little improvement. You must have been slacking off, haven't you? I've been busy with other matters, Han Ting defended herself. I believe I heard from Brother Han that his daughter spends her days playing outside in Hazd and Appos. T dedicated herself to her cultivation, Siyu replied pointedly. With her excuse dismantled, Han Ting fell silent. All right, if you wish to surpass your peers, prepare for an arduous period ahead, Siyu warned. During this time, anyone passing by Suyu's courtyard could hear the harmonious zither playing. Han Ting practiced diligently each day, while Siyu remained nearby, either savoring tea or enjoying wine. This young lady plays the zither every day. My life is quite pleasant, he mused, putting down his teacup. Indeed, after this period of study, you have made significant progress. Defeating that opponent should be within your grasp. Han Ting rushed over, seized Suyu's teapot, and downed a cup in one gulp. Wonderful. Now I shall return and reclaim my honor. Look at your drinking style. Who taught you to drink like that? Siyu chuckled. I was simply too delighted. Now, I must go find her for a match, Han Ting declared, tugging Siyu along towards the competition. However, Siyu soon recognized their destination. Isn't this the tavern I visited before? He thought. It was no wonder Han Ting had lost to others. He was aware of Yu Yao's zither skills and suspected she had advanced to the next level, aided by Ling Wanqing's performance. If you wish to compete, go ahead. I'll merely observe from the side, he said as Han Ting entered the tavern, taking a seat to watch. Han Ting approached Yu Yao, who recognized her intent immediately. After losing to Yu Yao previously, it was evident that Han Ting had returned for another challenge. Upon stating her purpose, the two quickly reached an agreement, after all. Han Ting's zither skills were not far behind Yu Yao's, and her willingness to compete indicated she had improved. Look, that girl is back. Last time she lost to Yu Yao, but their skills are quite comparable, the onlookers murmured. She seems well prepared this time. It will be difficult to choose a side. The competition commenced, with Yu Yao performing first. As Suyu listened to the flowing melodies, he realized Yu Yao had reached a level where her music could sway emotions and transport listeners into a trance. After Yu Yao's performance, Suyu anticipated the outcome, having heard Han Ting play just days prior. Clearly, Han Ting had surpassed Yu Yao now. Once Yu Yao finished, Han Ting began her performance. The zither strings resonated beautifully, enchanting the audience, who found themselves swept away by the music's ebbs and flows. At the climax of her piece, some even danced in a dreamlike state. When the music concluded, the audience was the first to voice their opinions. It seems Yu Yao has lost this time, they murmured, recognizing Han Ting and Appos as superiority. Yu Yao acknowledged her defeat, a result Siyu had anticipated. Han Ting's face lit up with joy. I told you I would win next time. As they walked back, Han Ting remained elated. I finally triumphed over Yu Yao. All my practice was worthwhile. We must celebrate. Don't become too complacent. If you weren't always distracted by play, you wouldn't have lost to others, Siyu admonished. Suddenly, Siyu sensed something unusual in the distance and gazed intently. What is happening? The aura suggests something extraordinary is about to emerge. The disturbance intensified, drawing the attention of numerous cultivators who ascended into the sky to witness the source of the commotion. Some hastily flew towards it, eager to seize any opportunities that might arise. Han Ting noticed Suyu and Apos as sudden stillness and inquired, "Uncle Yu, what do you see?" I Don and Apos, "Do you observe anything unusual ahead?" "Nothing, just lost in thought," he replied. Given Han Ting and Apos' cultivation level, it was understandable that she could not sense it. He chose not to disclose the nature of the phenomenon just yet. At that moment, Suyu discerned the object, a tower materializing in the sky, suggesting the emergence of a treasure. Upon sensing the tower's aura, he realized it was something formidable. It seems significant events are about to unfold, he thought. Deciding to return to the sect with Han Ting to assess the situation further. Standing in his courtyard, Suyu continued to monitor the tower's developments. He surmised that scouts would soon be dispatched to investigate. If anything amiss were to arise, he would be prepared to take swift action. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of various sects were already in discussion regarding the tower, sending out teams to explore. At that moment, Lang Jiahong was swiftly flying towards the tower's location. I am nearing the site of the tower's emergence. I shall not regret my early arrival. The starry tower has finally appeared. In my previous life, I missed this opportunity. This time shall be different. Yi Lin swung his sword, defeating a tiger demon after a fierce struggle. At that moment, Qing Ling within the sword seemed to sense something. Gazing into the distance, "Shaolinzi, your chance has come. I never expected this. Truly, it is beyond imagination. The ancient treasure, the Starry Tower, has emerged." Chapter 61. The Star Tower of Postnatal Spiritual Treasures. Indeed, the Star Tower is no ordinary structure. Its history is profoundly ancient, and many have speculated about its origins. Some assert that it was left behind by celestial beings, while others claim it was meticulously crafted by several formidable ancients. There are also theories suggesting that it is a primordial spiritual treasure birthed by the Tao itself. Yet, the true origin remains shrouded in mystery. I am merely acquainted with its legends. The Star Tower has not made an appearance for a millennium, and now, astonishingly, it has resurfaced. What purpose does this Star Tower serve, one might ask? Its functions are truly remarkable, yet to this day, there have been no reports of anyone possessing it. The fact that no one has ever claimed the Star Tower has fostered the belief that it does not grant dominion over its master. The occurrence of the Star Tower is exceedingly rare, far more so than your previous encounter with the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm, potentially manifesting only once in 10,000 years. This tower not only allows those who linger nearby to temporarily enhance their comprehension and accelerate their cultivation, but, more critically, it permits individuals to enter and face trials. Any prodigy under 100 years of age may attempt these challenges. The higher one ascends within the tower, the more abundant the rewards become, each tailored specifically to the challenger. The greater the height achieved, the rarer the rewards. Some have even obtained the transmission of profound techniques. And there are rumors of individuals acquiring postnatal spiritual treasures. These postnatal treasures are no trifles. Each one is an immensely rare artifact, often possessing unique functions. Some enhance comprehension temporarily, others absorb the essence of beasts to augment one's strength, while some assist in refining the soul. In essence, each postnatal treasure has its distinctive capabilities. As for the primordial treasures, knowing about them now is of no consequence. It is uncertain how long the Star Tower will remain in existence this time. Enough of this idle chatter, let us proceed to the Star Tower. Yi Lin, with a beaming expression, expressed his eagerness to see how high he could climb and what treasures awaited him, hoping for an unexpected delight. Members from various sects hastened to the vicinity of the tower to investigate. Through their research, they learned of its capabilities. Those who met the criteria from each sect were en route to the Star Tower. The news of the Star Tower spread like wildfire across the southern region, causing an immense stir. Suyu gazed into the distance at the tower, realizing this presented a significant opportunity. It seemed as if fortunes were continuously emerging in the southern region, hinting at potential monumental events ahead. The Star Tower? Quite intriguing. It appeared that others would soon have the chance to soar to great heights. At that moment, Han Ting rushed over. "Uncle Yu, we must hurry. If we delay, there may be no spots left. Watch me tackle that Star Tower. With your meager skills, do you really intend to challenge the tower?" "I would be remiss not to chuckle at such a notion," Suyu replied. "Uncle Yu, do not mock me. Even if I cannot conquer many levels, we can still witness how far others advance and what rewards they receive. It would suffice to observe. After all, we need not enter." Suyu acknowledged the rewards offered by the Star Tower, realizing that, in all honesty, he had little need for them. The weapons he sought at this stage could be crafted by his own hands, let alone any techniques. He had no shortage of techniques. Initially, he intended to merely observe from the courtyard, but reflecting on his status as an inconspicuous passerby, a common bystander, he decided it would be prudent to accompany Han Ting. "Let us go and take a look. By the way, where is your father, Han Shi?" "He has already gone ahead. He sent me to fetch you." "Very well. Let us depart." As Suyu and Han Ting approached the tower, they were met with a throng of people, many of whom were engaged in cultivation nearby. Above the Star Tower hovered the grand spiritual vessels of various sections. Disciples from these sects would typically board their respective vessels, as they could accommodate many and provided a more pleasant environment, rendering it unnecessary to jostle by the tower. Aside from the 8 major sects, there were several other formidable sects boasting nascent soul cultivators, all of whom had their vessels floating above, albeit trailing behind the 8 major sections. For them, being aboard their vessels was preferable to mingling amongst the dense crowd below. Uncle Yu, look, it's our Xiantian sect's vessel. Let us board. This crowd is overwhelming. Upon reaching the Xiantian sect's vessel, Su Yu surveyed the scene and noted that nearly all eligible members had gathered. Even those at the first level of qi refinement had come. Indeed, people are drawn to excitement. Su Yu and Han Ting soon found Han Shi and Wang Yuyan. Su brother, you have arrived. The Star Tower is truly bustling this time. Look at the crowd of loose cultivators and minor sect members below. Indeed. Even if one does not enter the tower, merely lingering nearby can yield a temporary enhancement of comprehension and accelerate cultivation. How could so many resist? I have witnessed several skirmishes over territory. It seems joining a sect alleviates such concerns. The sect manages all of that for you. Look. Nearly all the disciples of our Xiantian sect in the qi refinement stage have come. They are not here to challenge the tower, as their strength would be futile, but rather to seize this chance to cultivate. Indeed. By the way, Han brother, since you arrived early, have any challengers emerged with valuable treasures? Not yet, so far. No one has managed to advance beyond the initial layers. The treasures obtained have been relatively mundane. The best item thus far has merely been A. The true experts have yet to make their entrance. The beasts and spirits within the tower correspond to one's strength, but as one ascends, the challenges grow increasingly daunting, both in number and difficulty. At that moment, Yulin also arrived at the Star Tower. So, this is the Star Tower? Chapter 62. The emergence of the Divine Wind Dynasty. Yulin gazed at the throngs of people surrounding him, realizing that this event was indeed bustling with activity. The spirit within his sword, Qing Ling, surveyed the starry tower before them, surprised to encounter it once again. Yulin ascended aboard the Xiantian sect's spirit vessel. Feeling no urgency, he preferred to observe the situation first. He soon located Su Yu and Han Shi. Before Su Yu could utter a word, Han Ting exclaimed joyfully, "Uncle Yi, you've come. It's been quite a while since I last saw you. I knew you would come. How could I miss the emergence of the starry tower?" Yulin replied, "With your strength, Uncle Yi, you will surely ascend to the deeper levels. Thus far, none of the formidable figures have made an appearance. Most entering are merely scouts from various sects or disciples from smaller sections. I'm in no rush. I will definitely enter. I want to assess the situation first. After all, this is just the beginning. The best is yet to come," he continued. "Indeed, Uncle Yi. You must give it your all," Han Ting encouraged. "Of course. By the way, will you attempt to scale the tower?" "Certainly. This young lady, am far more competent than them. Just wait and see." The group chuckled at Han Ting's confidence. "So, Han, you plan to enter as well?" Su Yu inquired. "Absolutely. My golden core stage is not a mere coincidence. I will certainly give it a try," Han answered. "And you, Su?" "I'll assess the situation before deciding. My strength does not match yours. I prefer to observe for now." "All right, I will lead the charge then," Yulin declared. Su Yu, while intending to enter eventually, decided to first gauge the average performance of those at the 9th layer of foundation establishment before making his move. He planned to exit upon reaching the average level, ensuring he attracted minimal attention, as he would be perceived as an ordinary participant, a mere passerby, easily forgotten. However, if one were to perform poorly, they would become the subject of ridicule and be remembered as the weak link, attracting constant trouble, as others would perceive them as easy prey. At that moment, another spirit vessel approached from the heavens, radiant in golden hues, exuding an aura of nobility and opulence. Unlike the other vessels that lingered behind the 8 great sects, this one anchored alongside them in the forefront. So you discern the vessel's identity. It must belong to one of the 2 great dynasties. Han Ting marveled. "Wow. This vessel is stunningly luxurious, adorned with countless decorations. I wish to explore its interior." Her youthful curiosity, coupled with her prestigious background, shaped her lively and confident personality. Emboldened by the presence of Su Yu and Yulin, recognizing the vessel's origin, someone remarked, "It's the Divine Wind Dynasty. I can't believe they received word from so far away. I wonder if the Wuji dynasty will make an appearance. However, given the rumors about their current situation, it seems unlikely. Why should we, insignificant figures, concern ourselves with such matters? We should focus on our cultivation. Even if we can't end Oppos to ascend many layers, we can still benefit from the Starry Tower's effects." As more individuals entered the Starry Tower, the frequency of comings and goings increased. However, while many entered with grand aspirations, they emerged looking defeated, as if they had stepped in something unpleasant. Few managed to surpass the first 3 layers, let alone the subsequent ones. Nevertheless, most participants received some rewards from the Starry Tower, albeit meager, which nonetheless served a useful purpose for them, leaving them lamenting that they had ventured further to receive no reward. That was only possible for those who couldn't even clear a single layer, typically individuals who had hastily consumed pills to boost their strength, only to find themselves unable to progress. Such individuals were not uncommon, often returning to laughter and scorn. Suddenly, gasps erupted from the crowd below. "Look, it's Wang Wei. He appears ready to enter." Wang Wei was not affiliated with any major sect but was a well-known rogue cultivator. Observing his solid aura, Su Yu noted that he was indeed a formidable ninth-layer foundation establishment cultivator, with a stable foundation and considerable combat experience. No wonder he had gained some fame. All eyes turned towards him, making him the center of attention. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Wang Wei hurriedly entered the starry tower. Let us see how far he can go, the crowd murmured, eager to witness his progress. Yi, how far do you think Wang Wei will manage to climb? His strength is decent. He should clear the first 3 layers, but beyond that is uncertain. We'll know soon enough. Wang Wei emerged from the starry tower. Gasping for breath, the ranking shifted, with his name now at the top. Indeed, the tower displayed rankings, which served as a source of pride for the high achievers, but humiliation for those at the bottom. The display indicated that he had reached the 5th layer, making him the temporary champion of the starry tower. Wang Wei beamed at the leaderboard. Even a fleeting moment at the top was still an achievement, and although he would soon be surpassed, it was a moment worth savoring. Ignoring the ranking, his reward for reaching the 5th layer was quite substantial, bestowing upon him a premium technique suited to his attributes, an invaluable asset for a rogue cultivator, who often lacked profound methods. The surrounding rogue cultivators cheered for Wang Wei's accomplishment, while disciples from various sects began to contemplate when they might attempt the tower themselves, eager to seize the opportunity to prove their strength and enhance their reputations. At that moment, members of the Divine Wind dynasty made their move. Father, allow me to challenge the starry tower, one of the princes implored. Since my brother is not in a hurry, let me take the lead and showcase the strength of our Divine Wind dynasty to the 8 great sects. Very well, if you are confident, go ahead, the king consented. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you, father, Ling Hao declared as he leaped from the spirit vessel, approaching the starry tower. Look, the prince of the Divine Wind dynasty is making his appearance. This is bound to be exciting. With a proud demeanor, Ling Hao proclaimed. Allow me to demonstrate what true talent looks like. Chapter 63, the great talents of various sects mobilize on the celestial vessel. So you observe Ling Hao before the Star Tower? With his prowess at the late Golden Core stage, he indeed possessed the credentials to be proud. However, Ling Hao had underestimated the talents from the 8 major sections. Han Shi also regarded Ling Hao, surprised that the Godwind dynasty was the first to take action, and the individual they dispatched appeared quite formidable. Brother Yi, can you discern his cultivation level? The individuals from the Godwind dynasty exhibited late Golden Core capabilities, showcasing considerable strength. Their intention in sending this prince was evidently to demonstrate the might of their dynasty. This was advantageous, as it allowed us to witness how far he could advance. To think he has reached the late Golden Core stage, it seems these experts can no longer remain idle. Once Ling Hao finishes, I suspect the prodigies from the major sects will prepare to challenge the Star Tower as well. Indeed, the other sects prodigies had already emerged to watch Ling Hao's ascent. The renowned talents from various sects were all gearing up to see how far Ling Hao could ascend, as they represented their sects' rankings and were naturally unwilling to be outdone by others, especially given that Ling Hao was not one of the 8 major sections. Yet, Yilin remained unconcerned about the prowess of the other sect's talents, as he held confidence in his own abilities. His gaze shifted to Li Yi aboard the Wanjian sect's celestial vessel, who was leaning against a pillar with his sword in hand. Indeed, the innate sword body was exceptional. Having reached the nascent soul stage, Yilin could sense the purity of Li Yi's sword intent. He stood there like a keen blade. Qingling also noticed Li Yi, remarking on his exceptional innate sword body. If you do not participate in this Star Tower challenge, I surmise you will likely ascend the highest among us. Indeed. For Yilin, the only rival capable of contesting with him was the one possessing the innate sword body, Li Yi, whose sword intent was remarkably impressive. Ling Hao relished the attention surrounding him, thinking, let me bring a shock to the 8 major sections. He stepped inside the Star Tower. Let us see how far this prince of the Godwind dynasty can progress. Soon after Ling Hao entered, the 6th level of the Star Tower illuminated, indicating that he had reached the 6th level. This incited considerable commotion outside. Look, he is already at the 6th level. This prince is quite formidable. But the excitement did not end there. The 7th level soon lit up, prompting even more fervent discussions. Everyone, look, he has reached the 8th level. This is astonishing. He is on an entirely different tier than us. Now, the talents from the 8 major sects wondered if they could surpass this prince of the Godwind dynasty. Surprised by such prowess from their dynasty, the prodigies aboard the celestial vessels displayed no signs of concern. They were confident in their abilities. They understood they could not compare to the likes of Shantian's sect, Wanjian sect, and Tianin sect, yet they did not believe they were inferior to Ling Hao. After reaching the 8th level, Ling Hao did not advance further and exited the Star Tower. Look, he has emerged. He halted at the 8th level. That is impressive. Ling Hao gazed at his rank at the top of the tower, feeling quite satisfied. It seemed his position was secure. He reveled in the sensation of being the center of attention. The Godwind dynasty had never been concerned with the affairs of the 8 major sects, as they were distanced and not fully aware of their true capabilities. Thus, Ling Hao believed himself superior to the talents of the 8 major sections. Observing Ling Hao's halt at the 8th level, Su Yu concluded that if Ling Hao could reach such heights, he himself would likely have no trouble clearing the tower. However, he did not require what the tower offered. Having a baseline understanding sufficed for him. The other sect's prodigies, seeing the ranking of the Star Tower claimed by the Godwind dynasty, could no longer remain idle. The prodigies of the 8 major sects began scanning their peers, seeking individuals willing to make the first move. I suppose none of you wish for the Godwin dynasty to claim the top spot in the Star Tower. Then let me, Xianjun of the Hehuan sect, take the lead. So you observed Xianjun, estimating his strength to be comparable to Ling Hao's, predicting he too would reach the 8th level. Xianjun approached the Star Tower, inhaled deeply, and stepped inside. The prodigies of the 8 major sects finally took action, with Xianjun leading the charge. It remained to be seen if he could surpass Ling Hao. Ling Hao, watching Xianjun enter, felt no concern due to his confidence, but soon found himself proven wrong. Look, Xianjun has also reached the 8th level. I wonder if he can break through. Regrettably, Xianjun too halted at the 8th level, exiting the Star Tower. He had not surpassed Ling Hao, yet he was relieved not to have been outdone, enough to satisfy him, though he remained irked by Ling Hao's arrogance. So you had anticipated this outcome. Ling Hao's expression soured upon witnessing Xianjun reach the 8th level, realizing he had underestimated the talents of the 8 major sections. Fortunately, he had entered first, maintaining his top rank. This thought eased his demeanor somewhat. The remaining sex prodigies began to mobilize. They would not relinquish the top position without a fight. After all, the one who claimed first place would gain immense recognition, even if only temporarily, as they were aware that the 3 sects had yet to make their moves. The spectators below watched as the prodigies from various sects approached the Star Tower, indicating their readiness to act. As these prodigies entered the Star Tower, it became evident that only the Tianwu sect's talent also faltered at the 8th level, while the Linghai sect's talent ascended to the 10th level, with the others reaching the 9th. The Linghai sect's prodigy, satisfied with their first place ranking, had experienced the thrill of being at the top, now awaiting the 3 sects' actions. Meanwhile, Ling Hao was left bewildered, questioning his own competency, realizing he ranked lowest among the 8 major sections. This severely undermined his confidence. Ling Ju from the Godwin dynasty recognized that the 8 major sects were not to be underestimated and regarded Ling Hao with indifference. Seeing his brother Ling Ju glance at him, Ling Hao turned away, grateful that he still had his older brother to uphold the family's honor in the Godwin dynasty. So he turned his attention to the individuals from the Tian sect and Wanjin sect, observing that they too were preparing to make their move. Chapter 64. The Clash of Two Great Talents. Yi Lin gazed at the towering 15-story structure, uncertain of how far he could ascend or whether he would have the opportunity to conquer it. His curiosity piqued at what treasures might await him upon completion. Qing Ling, observing Yi Lin lost in thought, discerned his musings. Little Lin, are you wondering if you can overcome the challenges within? How did you know, Ling Gu? I thought I was hiding it well. Your thoughts are written all over your face. So, do you think I can succeed? Based on my understanding of your abilities. Do you truly wish to hear the truth? Please, no more riddles, just tell me directly. To be frank, given your current prowess, you are unlikely to conquer the Star Tower. You still have a long way to go. Just because others have reached the 10th level does not mean it is an easy feat. The reality is harsh. The challenges only intensify with each subsequent floor. To my knowledge, only 2 individuals have successfully completed the Star Tower, and in comparison to them, you are but a novice. They would hardly regard you as a contender. Those 2 have already ascended to the celestial realm. Yi Lin felt a twinge of discouragement but quickly regained his composure. He resolved to tread his path steadily, recognizing that others' achievements were not his own. It seemed, however, that the prospect of clearing the tower was beyond his grasp, and he reluctantly abandoned that aspiration. Meanwhile, within the spirit vessel of the Divine Wind dynasty, Ling Ju was resolute and prepared to test his mettle against the so-called Star Tower. Observing those ahead, he felt confident about reaching the 15th level. Ling Hao, witnessing his brother's enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Brother, are you finally ready to make your move? With you backing us, let the pride of the 8 great sects witness the true meaning of unparalleled talent." Just as Yunruyan of the Heavenly Maiden sect was about to enter the Star Tower, a figure suddenly appeared beside it, drawing everyone's attention. Isn't that Ling Ju from the Divine Wind dynasty? Who would have thought he would show up? I've heard tales of his extraordinary talent. He has remained in the shadows until now. His confidence is palpable. Yet, there remained uncertainty as to whether he would perform as spectacularly as his brother, Ling Hao, whose impressive presence had yielded only average results. The Star Tower permitted multiple entrants simultaneously, but typically, the prodigies preferred to enter alone to avoid comparison with others. Most awaited their turn after these talents had begun their ascent, as entering together would inevitably lead to unfavorable comparisons. However, many were indifferent to such perceptions, believing that reputation mattered little. Most spectators were eager to observe how far these prodigies could ascend, as the tower would remain regardless of when they chose to enter. As Ling Ju prepared to step into the Star Tower, a familiar figure appeared before him. Isn't that Yunruyan from the Heavenly Maiden sect? I'm somewhat acquainted with the talents of the 8 great sections. Look, who would have imagined that Yunruyan would enter the Star Tower alongside Ling Ju? This is bound to be an intriguing spectacle. Ling Ju, however, remained unfazed. Entering together would merely highlight the disparity between him and his peers, ultimately a favorable outcome. With a brief exchange of glances, the 2 entered the Star Tower. Look, they have begun their ascent. I wonder if the water spirit body, Yunruyan, can surpass the current record of the 10th level, or if Ling Ju can achieve the same. As both entered the tower, their names appeared on the ranking board. Yun Ruyan took the lead, having reached the 6th level, while Ling Ju trailed slightly behind. Though neither was aware of the other's progress, the onlookers were keenly observant. Indeed, as a water spirit body, she outpaced Ling Ju by a level. It seems Yun Ruyan is formidable. Ling Hao, watching the unfolding events, felt a pang of concern for his brother. Would he be outdone? Yet, as time passed, both ascended to the 11th level of the Star Tower. Look, they have both broken records, truly impressive. But will they reach the 12th level? As anticipation grew, the 12th level remained unilluminated, igniting speculation among the spectators. It appears both may be halted at the 11th level. Who could have anticipated that even they would struggle beyond this point? The challenge must be immense. Soon, both emerged from the Star Tower, evidently having failed to reach the 12th level. Ling Ju glanced at the rankings. Yun Ruyan in first place, himself in second. Although they had spent equal time within, he had fallen just short of her. He realized he had underestimated the talents of the 8 sections. With a grim expression, Ling Ju returned to the spirit vessel, and Ling Hao, sensing his brother's discontent, remained silent. Now was not the time for words. The trials faced by Yun Ruyan and Ling Ju had made it apparent how formidable the challenges within the Star Tower were. However, this knowledge did not deter the remaining aspirants. For many, surpassing 5 levels was already a commendable feat, and they scarcely considered the challenges beyond the 10th. Su Yu observed the situation, realizing that Yi Lin was about to make his move. At that moment, Han Shi inquired, when do you plan to tackle the Star Tower? Now, Yi Lin replied, casting a glance at Li Yi, who mirrored his intent. The two rose and approached the spirit vessel. Han Ting, understanding the implications, encouraged, Uncle Yi, do your best to surpass that person from the 10,000 Swords sect. Rest assured, I shall prevail. Su Yu and Han Shi echoed their encouragement, for this was a contest between the two. The duo transformed into a streak of light. Arriving at the entrance of the Star Tower, all eyes were upon them, eager to witness their imminent endeavor. Chapter 65. The Triumph of Yi Lin in the Realm of Xiantian Sect. Yi Lin's reputation slightly eclipses that of Li Yi from the Wanjian Sect. After all, Yi Lin's victory over the warriors from the western regions remains vividly etched in memory. His prowess is widely acknowledged. While Li Yi has yet to engage in combat against those from the west, who were all driven away by Yi Lin. Furthermore, Li seldom showcases his abilities, leaving many uncertain about the true extent of his strength. However, the legendary status of his innate sword body ensures that even in silence, he commands respect and admiration, rendering any perception of weakness implausible. As the spectators observe the two contenders preparing to enter, discussions arise about who might emerge victorious. It's hard to say, one muses. Although Li Yi lacks notable achievements, his innate sword body suggests formidable power. Another counters, I place my bets on Yi Lin. His exploits and strength are well documented, and many believe him to be the true prodigy of the southern domain. Indeed, I too support Yi Lin, agrees another, but there are still many who favor Li Yi. Excitement fills the air as they anticipate a true clash of titans, contrasting with the boastful antics of those from the Shinfeng dynasty, whose expressions elicit laughter. Su Yu and his companions cast glances at Yi Lin. Do you believe Yi Lin can prevail? One inquires, expressing a blend of hope and concern. What are you saying? Father? Uncle Yi Lin will undoubtedly triumph, he replies, signaling victory with a gesture. Yi Lin notices Han Ting's encouragement and shares a smile in return. As for Su Yu, he is well aware of the outcome. Both swordsmen are adept in the way of the sword, their strengths and weaknesses laid bare before him. With the anticipation of treasure and the support of a sword array, Su Yu muses that it would be nearly impossible for Yi Lin to falter. Have faith, Han brother. Our confidence in Yi Lin will guide us, he assures. As Yi Lin and Li Yi prepare to step into the Star Tower, the crowd erupts in cheers, urging them on. Han Ting, fervently chanting encouragement for Yi Lin, turns crimson with excitement. Observing her enthusiasm, Su Yu cannot help but admire her spirited support. Father, Uncle Yu, join in the cheer. We cannot let the Wanjian sect overshadow us. Soon, Yi Lin and Li enter the Star Tower, and all eyes are fixated upon them. Their ranks quickly ascend on the leaderboard, and within moments, they surpass the 5th level. Look, they've reached the 5th level already. Their speed is astonishing, far surpassing that of others. The rankings continue to climb, and before long, they reach the 10th level, which proves insufficient to contain their prowess. As they ascend to the 11th level, their progress noticeably slows, revealing the challenges that lie ahead. Yun Ruyan watches intently, recalling her own near success at this level, only to fall short at the crucial moment. The atmosphere grows tense and silent, with the audience holding their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, a gasp shatters the stillness, followed by thunderous applause. They've reached the 12th level. Yi Lin has indeed proven to be the more formidable contender, breaking through first. The disciples of Xiantian sect celebrate exuberantly, while the Wanjian sect members wear expressions of disappointment. The people from the Shinfeng dynasty, witnessing this turn of events, realize the folly of their earlier bravado. However, the 11th level does not confine Li Yi for long. Shortly after Yi Lin's ascent, he too reaches the 12th level. Yet, both remain silent and unmoving on this level for quite some time. Then, a figure emerges from the tower. It is Li Yi, who ultimately could not surpass the 12th level. Acknowledging the stark difference in difficulty between the 11th and 12th levels. Look, Li Yi has emerged, unable to surpass the 12th level. Will Yilin manage to conquer it? They ponder, noting that Yilin entered before him and has yet to emerge. Upon seeing Yilin's name at the top of the leaderboard, Li Yi recognizes his defeat. Feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction but quickly regaining his composure, optimistic for future encounters. Meanwhile, Yilin stands firm, enveloped by the Qian Kuan sword array. His sword energy relentlessly cleaving through resilient beasts. How absurd is this 12th level? These beasts seem endless. He exclaims. I warned you it would only get tougher. Just imagine the challenges that lie ahead. Let us muster our strength and see if we can break through this 12th level, Qing Ling encourages. Assisting Yilin in sharing the burden. The focus of the entire arena is now on Yilin, all eager to see if he can ascend to the 13th level. As time passes, the lights of the 13th level illuminate, sparking astonishment among the crowd. Has Yilin truly reached the 13th level? Li Yi contemplates, recognizing the significance of this achievement. Meanwhile, Hanting's tension eases as she witnesses Yilin's success, though she remains curious if he can advance to the 14th level. Once Yilin completes the Star Tower, she is determined to test her own limits within its walls. Chapter 66. The Spirit Pearl. Yilin gazed at the myriad of beasts within the 13th layer, feeling overwhelmed by the seemingly endless onslaught. How he longed for the earlier layers, where he could face the beast one-on-one. Although the beasts here were not as formidable as those he had encountered in solitary battles. Their high defenses and sheer numbers posed a significant challenge. Moreover, the strength of these creatures far surpassed that of those in the 12th layer. What troubled him most was the presence of shape-shifting beasts among them, capable of replicating his sword techniques and spells. Though their imitations were rudimentary, they struggled to recreate more complex moves. Otherwise, had they all possessed a formation akin to the Qian Kuan sword array, he would have surely failed upon entering. Qing Ling observed the scene before her and remarked, Little Lin, your current strength has reached its limit within this Star Tower. You can progress no further than the 13th layer. Upon hearing this, Yilin contemplated surrendering, having exhausted nearly all his techniques. He had pushed both types of sword intent to their utmost, yet the struggle grew increasingly arduous, and he could not hold out much longer. Thus, Yilin withdrew from the Star Tower, and the onlookers noted his exit with disappointment, realizing that he too could not conquer the tower. Leaving no one to complete the challenge, Yilin examined the rankings displayed on the Star Tower. Noticing that Li Yi had not reached the 13th layer, he felt a sense of victory. At that moment, he sensed great satisfaction from the pearl nestled in his mind, an extraordinary treasure acquired from the Star Tower. Named the Spirit Pearl, it contained a small space, albeit limited in size, precisely what he needed. He could enter this space and even craft it to his liking. Should danger arise, he could seek refuge within, though it would not shield him from truly skilled opponents, who could still detect his presence. The essence of life could also thrive within this pearl, a boon for someone like him who often ventured into perilous situations. The acquisition of the Spirit Pearl was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. Returning to the Ling Show, Hanting eagerly celebrated, Hooray! Congratulations, Uncle Yulin, on your victory. By the way, is it difficult beyond this layer? Siyu and Hanshi also turned their attention to Yilin. Extremely difficult, he replied. The subsequent layers will present humanoid beasts that can continuously replicate your techniques, making them quite troublesome. Suyu absorbed Yilin's words, gaining a clearer understanding of the challenges ahead. At this juncture, the prodigies from various sects had largely completed their trials within the tower. Wu Xiaofeng and Lu Qinghe entered the Star Tower after Yilin, achieving the 11th layer but exiting shortly thereafter. Long Jiahang also finished the trials, reaching the 9th layer, which he found satisfactory. In his previous life, he had regretted missing this opportunity, and even if he had attempted the tower then, reaching the 5th layer would have been a stretch. However, this time he surpassed his own expectations, and the rewards from the Star Tower pleased him greatly, potentially complementing his transformative vessel. As more challengers entered the tower, a surge of individuals flocked to the Star Tower. Han Ting, unable to contain her excitement, exclaimed, Dad, Uncle Yu, let us go. I want to venture into the Star Tower and see what it's all about. Han Shi regarded his daughter's enthusiasm and replied, All right. Let us embark on this adventure together. Siyu did not decline, having observed that most practitioners at the 9th foundation level tended to stall around the 4th layer. He planned to exit upon reaching that layer, avoiding any suspicion about his capabilities, as it would be implausible for someone at his level not to attempt the tower. As they approached the entrance, Han Ting cheered them on, and the four entered. As Siyu had anticipated, their presence went largely unnoticed among the throng of challengers. They were not prominent figures, and only a few from the Xian Tian sect recognized them, but even they paid little attention. Inside the Star Tower, Siyu faced the advancing beast with an air of calm, capable of dispatching them with a mere thought, yet he refrained from rushing. He intended to bide his time before ascending to the next layer, carefully monitoring the average duration for challengers at the 9th foundation level. He aimed to either exceed or slightly fall below this average. As time progressed, Suyu faced the beasts with a composed demeanor. When the moment felt right, he advanced, and the beasts before him dissipated without a trace. Upon reaching the 2nd layer, he noted that the beasts here were indeed stronger than those in the 1st. Yet the difference felt negligible to him. As before, he waited for the opportune moment before proceeding to the next layer. Arriving at the fourth layer, he decided it was time to exit, recognizing that there was no need to push beyond this point. He did not require the resources offered by the tower. Given sufficient time, he could construct a similar structure himself, leveraging his growing proficiency. As the moment approached for his departure, he relinquished the rewards bestowed upon him by the Star Tower, stowing them away in his storage space before exiting. Upon leaving, he found Han Ting had already emerged. And as expected, none paid heed to their exit. Those who had yet to conquer the tower were still engaged in their trials, while others focused on their cultivation, a scenario Su Yu found pleasing. Spotting Han Ting, he inquired about her progress, curious as to how far she had advanced within the tower. "Uncle Yu, how far did you get?" she asked eagerly. "I reached the fourth layer but ultimately could not proceed further. It was a narrow miss, quite unfortunate," he replied. "That's too bad. I also made it to the fourth layer. I'm impressive, right?" she boasted. "Weren't you aiming for a higher level? How did you only manage the fourth?" "I was ambushed by another beast, which really frustrated me." While Han Ting had undeniable potential, her lack of practical experience hindered her performance. Although the tower adjusted the difficulty of its challenges according to each challenger's strength, Su Yu had expected her to reach the fifth layer but had perhaps overestimated her capabilities slightly. At that moment, Wang Yuyan emerged as well, having also reached the fourth layer. Only Han Shi remained within the tower. Chapter 67. The end of the Star Tower. As the vibrant clouds of the seven-colored carp faded, Su Yu and his companions returned to their spirit vessel. Yilin observed the group and remarked, "Well, at least we can say we have experienced the Star Tower. It's a pity that I didn't manage to reach the fourth level. You three have all attained that level, which is quite impressive. Now, we just need to wait for Han Shi to come out. He is still inside and should be able to progress further, especially with his heritage and formidable strength," he added. At that moment, Han Shi emerged from the Star Tower, though he too had not ascended to a higher level. Han Ting eagerly approached her father and inquired, "Dad, how many levels did you conquer?" "Oh, I did reasonably well and reached the sixth level, which satisfies me," he replied. "By the way, how far did you three get?" "We all made it to the fourth level," they answered. "Well, our time in the Star Tower has concluded. Let us make the most of this opportunity to cultivate. After all, the Star Tower enhances both our training speed and comprehension," Han Shi suggested. Taking this chance, everyone commenced their training. Time passed swiftly, and the Star Tower continued to witness the ebb and flow of countless individuals. Many hopeful souls flocked to the tower, yet most were merely ordinary people seeking fleeting encounters. Amidst the throng, a few remarkable individuals managed to reach the seventh level, causing quite a stir, particularly as one of them was a lone cultivator. However, no one could breach the threshold of the ninth level, and most opted to remain nearby to train, as such opportunities were rare. Yet, disputes over territory arose among many, as they were not disciples of major sects and lacked the advantageous conditions provided by such affiliations. Su Yu observed the squabbling below, noting the emerging factions. Weaker individuals banded together for mutual support, while stronger cultivators remained aloof, unbothered by the chaos surrounding them. Those who were too weak found themselves at a disadvantage, for without connections or assistance from established groups, they struggled. Training beside the Star Tower yielded little benefit for Su Yu, who believed that proficiency was far more advantageous than mere insight. Nevertheless, he chose to remain in the spirit vessel, occasionally glancing at the unfolding events below, content to be an onlooker. On that day, the entrance to the Star Tower closed, indicating its impending disappearance. The ground trembled, drawing everyone's attention to the extraordinary spectacle. Those remaining below expressed their reluctance, lamenting the departure of the Star Tower, which had not afforded them enough time to cultivate fully. "Please, Star Tower, don't go. How will we survive without you?" After a month of training, most individuals felt satisfied with their progress. So you watched as the Star Tower ascended gracefully into the sky, rotating before transforming into a brilliant light and vanishing from sight. This marked the definitive conclusion of their journey within the Star Tower. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, with various sect spirit vessels withdrawing as the events surrounding the Star Tower came to a close. On the Xiantian Sect S spirit vessel, so you noted the significant improvements in Han Ting's cultivation aura, as well as in Yilin and the others. Although they had not broken through to higher levels, their foundations had been solidified, and their understanding of their techniques had deepened considerably. "Everyone has gained something from this experience in the Star Tower," Su Yu remarked. "Indeed. This Star Tower has been a boon for many cultivators, allowing them to reap various benefits," they agreed. "Such a pity. I wonder when the Star Tower will appear again. I truly wish to ascend another level," Han Ting mused. "Humph. If I get another chance, I'll surpass my father's level," she declared. Su Yu quipped. "Why not aim to surpass Uncle Yilin first? Isn't he remarkably strong? Perhaps focus on surpassing your father first." The group exchanged knowing smiles. The spirit vessel swiftly navigated back to the Xiantian sect, where many cultivators gained newfound renown, while some lesser-known individuals rose to prominence due to their achievements within the Star Tower. Upon returning to the sect, life resumed its usual pace. Su Yu continued his tranquil existence, while Yilin departed early, unable to remain within the confines of the sect. As Su Yu gazed into the pond of his courtyard, He noticed the absence of several ornamental fish and decided he needed to procure a couple more. He was well aware that the nearby lake did not harbor suitable fish for display. Those fish were better suited for grilling and other culinary purposes. Disappearing from home, he ventured to a secluded mountaintop where he discovered a vast lake. The scenery surrounding the lake was stunning, and he hoped it contained the fish he sought. As long as they were visually appealing, he cared little for additional traits. So you took his time, not rushing to use his spiritual sense to search. This beautiful location deserved at least one cast of his fishing line. He settled by the lake to fish, but after a lengthy wait, he reeled in a turtle, which left him somewhat disheartened. However, he soon found success, catching several fish that were indeed exceptional. As he prepared to pack up, he sensed something unusual. With a swift motion, he summoned a vibrant, multicolored carp into his hands, a 7-colored cloud carp, a rare and unexpected catch. Its lineage seemed to bear a faint trace of draconic essence, evoking memories of the true dragon he had once encountered. Though the aura was faint, it was still significant enough to warrant taking it back to the pond in his courtyard. Surprised by this fortunate find, Siyu returned home and gently placed the 7-colored cloud carp into the pond. Observing the fish swimming in the water, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He also noted the sword grass beside the pond, pondering how long it would take to transform into a sword-nurturing pool. Never mind that for now, he thought, reclining comfortably. Brother Jiangcheng, it seems you are recovering well. Your health is improving, but there's been some danger in the village lately. Strange creatures have been appearing, and from time to time, villagers go missing. Chapter 68, The Art of Vision. The illusory divine eye. Upon hearing the village chief's words, Jiangcheng's expression grew solemn. Is that so? It seems you all must exercise caution in the coming days. Do take care as well. I notice your constitution is rather frail. I felt it necessary to inform you. The chief continued. Moreover, some discovered corpses appear to have been drained of blood, which is quite terrifying and has instilled a sense of dread among the populace. Understood. I shall be vigilant. Jiangcheng replied, reflecting on the past 2 decades. Do you know how I have endured these 20 years? Initially, I could not even best a mere mortal. However, through careful observation and strategic planning, I resorted to ambushes to eliminate others and siphon their essence, gradually regaining my strength, a process that has been painstakingly long. Now, relying on the yin-yang technique and the yin-yang demon pearl, he continuously absorbed the foundational energies of others, finally restoring himself to the level of a normal human. Albeit still weak, the previous battle had inflicted severe injuries upon him. Had it not been for these 2 treasured artifacts, he would not have survived long even if he escaped. Over these 20 years, he masqueraded as a victim to elicit sympathy from the villagers. Ingratiating himself as a paragon of virtue within their communities, he swiftly earned their trust, as his feeble and sickly demeanor made it difficult for anyone to suspect him of malevolence. He had traversed numerous villages, most of which were remote and devoid of cultivators. Facilitating his clandestine activities, no one had survived where he had lingered. Once I have absorbed this village, I shall be ready to venture into the realm of cultivation. By then, if my strength permits, I will establish connections with the demon clan and lay the groundwork for their arrival. I will also need to assemble a faction at that time. This should prove simple, for many are unable to resist the allure of power. As for the individual who had injured him, though he did not know their identity, he was confident that once the demon clan dominated the southern region, that person would not escape retribution either. Just wait. When I return to the transformation stage, or even break through to the void refinement stage, the southern region shall be prepared for my reckoning. With these 2 artifacts, he estimated that within a century, he would regain his former prowess at the transformation stage, or perhaps even ascend to the void refinement stage. Surely, the one who had incapacitated him would not anticipate such rapid progress. He smirked at the thought of their astonished expression when they witnessed his resurgence. Within the next 100 years, he surmised that the one who had harmed him would likely only reach the transformation stage. Possessing these 2 treasures, he felt confident in his ability to subdue them. He understood that the individual who had dealt him a blow would certainly be formidable if they too achieved the transformation stage, as that strike had left a significant psychological scar. Yet, with the yin-yang technique, he retained a measure of confidence, especially since he would have allies by his side. Thus, 3 years passed. Siyu awoke, stretching lazily. What a splendid slumber that was. Over the course of these 3 years, Siyu and Appo's cultivation had not progressed significantly, and he still required time to reach the late transformation stage. Nevertheless, he sensed that a breakthrough was imminent, likely within a year or 2. He was not in haste. During this time, he had been refining his cultivation methods. He had come across a technique known as the art of vision, realizing that possessing such abilities could greatly facilitate various tasks. Siyu had not opened his proficiency panel in some time. Character: Siyu, realm, mid-transformation stage, talent, triple spiritual roots of gold, wood. Fire, cultivation techniques, destiny sword technique, 10,000 swords return to origin, return to spirit technique, king level breath holding technique, king level sword draw technique, king level no life sword technique, king level roaming dragon step, mystical level illusory divine eye, and more. Divine abilities: great void sword unity technique, treasures, heavenly grade superior sword 9, heavenly grade superior starry chessboard, heavenly grade superior wine immortal gourd, and others. Arts, Grandmaster Forging, Windfall Technique, Master Gardening, Spirit Rain Technique, Acceleration Technique, 6th level Formation Master, 3rd level Alchemist, and so forth. Realm Insights, Formless Sword Domain, Qin and Tint, Chess and Tint. As Suyu gazed at the illusory divine eye on the panel, he was initially taken aback. Could it be that this technique is a hidden treasure, sparing me the effort of gradual enhancement? However, reality proved otherwise. The technique, though named impressively, was not particularly potent. It merely allowed one to see through simple illusions, yet to Suyu, this was inconsequential. In his hands, he could create effects regardless of initial limitations. His proficiency as an alchemist had also advanced to the 3rd level, enabling him to concoct numerous potions. Meanwhile, his techniques had evolved to the king level in terms of proficiency. He had not encountered any king-level techniques in the southern region, but he was indifferent to such matters. His divine ability, the Great Void Sword Unity technique, had yet to see any practical application, primarily due to the lack of worthy adversaries. Still, he preferred the tranquility of his current existence. After all, nothing particularly significant had transpired, and the southern region remained relatively peaceful. Jiangqing observed the emaciated woman beside him. Having absorbed her cultivation and foundation, he had ascended to the 6th layer of the Qi refinement stage. The progress is still somewhat sluggish. I must seek out more individuals. His influence was beginning to take shape. He had ventured into markets where Qi refinement cultivators were present. By seducing certain individuals, he had lured them into the demonic path. He now had 2 subordinates at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement and several at the 1st layer. Though his faction was weak, it sufficed for the time being. In this remote market, his burgeoning power was already considerable. Come in. 2 individuals, each at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, entered. What orders do you have, master? Dispose of the person on the bed and seek out more individuals. If you find anyone with significant cultivation, inform me. I shall go personally. Understood, master. Jiangqing stepped outside to scout for suitable candidates, aware that relying solely on his subordinates had proven inefficient. As he passed by, he observed a group of children bullying another. He noticed the expression of the child lying on the ground, an expression of hunger for power, a yearning for strength, and an awareness of the world's injustices. This is the kind of person I seek. Approaching the child on the ground, he asked, do you desire power? I can grant you the strength you seek. Chunin looked up at the figure before him, and a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes upon hearing those words. Summoning his scant strength, he replied, I want power, the power to shatter all barriers. If you can provide me with such strength, I am willing to do anything. He recalled the joy on his mother's face when he was born, as she named him Chinin, wishing for his life to be filled with peace and safety. Chapter 69. Stepping into the dark path during that period, despite their poverty, the family lived a fulfilling and happy life, seemingly progressing toward a brighter future. However, a crisis shattered their existence. Chinin vividly recalled that day when the local bully attacked his home over a trivial matter, ruthlessly murdering his father and sparing not even his mother. He had been out wandering at the time, and upon returning, he was met with the horrific sight of his parents' lifeless bodies, while the villagers around him turned a blind eye, shielding the perpetrator simply because he was the son of the village chief. Not only that, but the villagers subsequently ostracized him, forcing him out of the village. And in that moment, the seeds of hatred were quietly sown in his heart. After a period of wandering, he arrived at this place. Yet he continued to be bullied wherever he went. No one regarded him with respect. They mocked him as a worthless beggar. Until today, when he heard of someone who could grant him power, he resolved to seize this opportunity at all costs. He craved vengeance and aspired to become a person who could dictate the rules. Jiangqing looked at Chun En with great satisfaction. He had also investigated Chun En and discovered that he possessed a rare force spirit roots. Coupled with his aptitude for dark magic and the current vigor he exuded, Jiangqing recognized his potential. Thus, he decided to nurture him, envisioning a future where Chun En would serve him. After all, his current subordinates were merely expendable pawns, lacking the resolute awareness of true malice. Although Jiangqing himself was no paragon of virtue, his long life had endowed him with an eye for talent. And what he needed was a genuine asset like Chun En. Young man, what is your name? Jiangqing inquired, observing Chun En, who still lacked the strength to respond. Jiangqing could heal his injuries, but he was in no rush. It was not yet time. Despite his eyes resembling those of a raccoon, Chun En fixed a determined gaze upon Jiangqing and managed to utter, I am Chun En. Upon hearing the tremor in his voice, Jiangqing chuckled, how ironic. That name. Yet, I find it appealing. Tell me, what is the first thing you wish to do with your newfound power? I want to take revenge on those who bullied me and make them pay the price, Chun En declared resolutely. Very well, you shall accompany me from now on. I will grant you the power and status you desire. Jiangqing then produced a healing elixir and fed it to Chun En, subsequently channeling spiritual energy into him. Chun En and Amp, Oppos, as physical condition visibly improved, allowing him to rise to his feet. As he marveled at his restored strength, Chun En realized he must have encountered an immortal. For he had heard whispers of their existence since arriving in this marketplace. He had longed to find a master to learn from. Yet no one seemed to care about his aspirations. He had never laid eyes on an immortal until now, who was willing to assist him. Jiangcheng tossed a sword to Chen and presented him with a pill that could temporarily enhance his physical abilities. Although the pill had side effects, it posed no concern for those of the dark path. Chen, without hesitation, consumed the pill, disregarding the potential consequences, for he had no retreat. He must seize this opportunity. After ingesting the elixir, a warm current flowed through Chen's body, and he felt a noticeable surge of power. He struck a nearby wooden post with his fist, shattering it as effortlessly as if it were made of sponge. This was his first taste of the exhilaration that power could bring. Jiangcheng, satisfied with Chunan's progress, declared, "Excellent. Only one final step remains." He led Chun to confront the very individuals who had tormented him, conveniently gathered in a dilapidated house, simplifying the task. "I trust you know what to do. With your newfound strength, relish the thrill of revenge." Without a hint of hesitation, Chun grasped the sword and approached his tormentors. Upon witnessing the predatory glint in Chen's eyes, they fled in terror. They had never encountered such a scene and had no desire to meet their demise. Yet, Chen would not allow any of them to escape. Desperate cries echoed from the abandoned house, as the assailants met their end at the hands of the very weakling they had once bullied. Once he had dealt with them, Chen returned to Jiangcheng's side. "Well done, you acted decisively. Now, let's proceed," Jiangcheng said as he led Chen back to their base. Upon seeing the opulent loft before him, Chen marveled at the unexpected luxury he found himself in. "Do not be astonished. I have established a sect named the Heavenly Demon Sect. Our current strength may be lacking, but that will soon change. I shall impart the teachings of our sect to you. Study diligently." Jiangcheng also shared some fundamental knowledge about the cultivation world and the reality of being a denizen of the dark path. Initially, Chen was taken aback, but he had long held no hope for this world. Being a practitioner of the dark arts was merely an opportunity for him. He understood he must seize it. After a period of diligent training, Chen reached the first level of qi refinement. Jiangcheng observed Chen with increasing satisfaction, amazed at how well he aligned with dark magic, making his cultivation process remarkably efficient. "Excellent. With proper guidance, you will surely become a formidable asset." As Chen broke through to the first level of qi refinement, Jiangcheng contemplated something, already aware of Chen and Appo's thoughts without him needing to speak. "You now possess power. Feel free to pursue whatever you desire." "Thank you, sect leader," Chen replied, making his way back to his birthplace. He gazed upon the village, which appeared unchanged, and thought, "It is time to alter this status quo." The villagers looked at the newcomer, momentarily puzzled by his identity, but recognition soon dawned on some. "What brings you back? There is no place for you here anymore. Your family and Appo's home has been demolished." Chen turned to where his former home once stood. Indeed, it was gone. He no longer felt the need to hold back. Grasping his sword, he unleashed a cacophony of anguish cries. He soon located the final individual, the very man who had murdered his parents. The village bully quivered as Chen approached step by step. "No, please don't kill me. I was wrong. Spare me, and I will serve you like a dog." Chen paid no heed, swiftly severing the man's head from his body. At the site of his former home, he erected 2 gravestones for his parents, fulfilling a long-held wish that had eluded him since their untimely demise. Bowing before the gravestones, he spoke, "I have avenged you, dear parents. Though I have embarked on the dark path, I harbor no regrets. The road behind me is fraught with difficulties, yet it is worth it." After placing 2 bouquets of flowers at the graves, Chen departed. Meanwhile, Siyu received news about a place of legendary sword cultivation. Chapter 70. The 10,000 Sword Peak. Siyu gazed at the message that had arrived, a treasure trove for sword cultivators. The sect was organizing a pilgrimage to this sacred ground for sword practitioners to delve into the mysteries of the sword path. It was said that some individuals had soared to great heights after grasping the essence of sword intent within this revered locale. Whispers claimed that this place was extraordinary, with many already dubbing it the sanctuary for sword cultivators. The profound sword intent contained within was astonishing, allowing sword cultivators of various attributes to comprehend their unique sword intent. Legend spoke of mighty sword masters who had discovered this site and ascended to the realm of unparalleled sword immortals. The reason behind the abundance of sword intent remained a mystery. The most speculated that numerous sword masters had left their legacies here for future generations to learn from. This notion gained acceptance among many. However, the sword intents were not eternal. As more individuals sought enlightenment, the intents would gradually dissipate, potentially leaving the 10,000 Sword Peak devoid of its essence, rendering it merely a relic of the past. Yet, for now, the sword intents were still accessible, prompting eager sword practitioners to flock to the site, with many simply wishing to witness this so-called treasure of sword cultivation. At that moment, Han Ting approached. "Uncle Yu, we must experience this sword cultivation site. Such opportunities are rare." Siyu observed Han Ting, noting her newfound composure. Over the past 3 years, she had undergone significant trials. Her playful nature tempered, and her cultivation had advanced to the 4th layer of foundation establishment. This brought him considerable solace, as he had watched her grow and had raised her as if she were his own daughter. Although he was, in name, her godfather, he would not interfere with her path, recognizing he was not her true father. His role was merely to provide support, ensuring she remained on the right path, regardless of the journey she undertook. Uncle Yu, I hear this sword cultivation site has gained immense fame. They call it the 10,000 Sword Peak. As sword cultivators, it is the perfect opportunity for us to comprehend the sword path. Han Ting exclaimed. Oh, and where exactly is this sword cultivation site? She proceeded to describe its general location. Yet, the more Siyu listened, the more a sense of unease crept over him. Had he not visited this so-called sword cultivation site before? Could it be the very place where he had once forged the 10,000 swords returning to the origin? After all, remnants of his sword intent had lingered there. Siyu felt compelled to revisit and ascertain whether it was indeed the site of his past cultivation. Regardless, he would merely be a bystander, an ordinary member of the crowd. All right, let us go tomorrow and take a look. Lang Jiahong had been awaiting this sword cultivation site at the sect. Refraining from venturing out during this time, he was determined to immerse himself in the sword path's profound insights atop the 10,000 Sword Peak. Given his understanding from his past life, he believed he could deepen his current comprehension of the sword path. As for grasping sword intent, he knew it was beyond his current capabilities. Such aspirations were merely fanciful. The following morning, the majority of disciples boarded the sect's spirit vessel, embarking on their journey to the sword cultivation site. Siyu noticed that the Han family had also arrived. Brother Han, your penchant for excitement remains unchanged, he remarked. Well, I am simply curious. Though I do not practice the sword path, I still wish to see it. It is a pity that Brother Yi could not join us this time. Had Brother Yi caught wind of this, he would surely have come. The allure of the sword path is significant for him, Han Shi replied. By the way, Su brother, do you not possess your own understanding of the sword path? Perhaps you too may glean much from this experience. Let us hope so. My expectations are modest. A few insights would suffice. After a brief journey, the spirit vessel soon arrived at the so-called sword cultivation site. As they approached, Siyu sensed something amiss. Upon seeing the 10,000 Sword Peak, he realized it was indeed the place where he had previously established the 10,000 swords returning to the origin. He marveled that this unassuming peak had garnered such a reputation due to the remnants of sword intent he had left behind. He chose to regard it as an opportunity he had granted to others. The crowd disembarked from the spirit vessel, and Han Ting observed many individuals meditating atop the mountain. Exclaiming, wow, so many people. Siyu noted that among them were numerous golden core cultivators, all drawn by the allure of the sword intent, hoping to take a significant step forward in their sword cultivation. Su brother, Ting Ting, and Yu Yan, make the most of this opportunity to cultivate. Such chances are rare. Han Shi urged as he surveyed the area and spotted Li Yi from the 10,000 Sword sect. I did not expect even Li Yi to be here. He is indeed a sword enthusiast. Siyu glanced at Li Yi and observed that the residual sword intent on the mountaintop was proving beneficial to him. His sword intent was growing increasingly sharp. Rather than diversifying into multiple sword intents, he had chosen to specialize in one, refining it to a state of purity. Siyu respected this approach. Everyone had their own path. At that moment, Han Ting was brimming with excitement. Uncle Yu, can you feel it? This sword intent is truly remarkable. We must not squander this opportunity. Han Ting and Wang Yuyin settled down to absorb the mountain sword intent. Could he not sense it? Who could understand these sword intents better than he? His comprehension of the sword path had grown exponentially since his last visit. He had transcended to an entirely different level. Alas, he was merely a bystander now, pretending to cultivate, and found a vacant spot to sit. As Siyu settled down, he noticed that many others were reaping rewards, yet he had yet to witness anyone truly stepping into the realm of sword intent. After all, cultivators with sword intent were but a small fraction. The vast majority of sword practitioners who arrived here left with little to show for it, unless they possessed extraordinary talent. Lang Jiahong, absorbing the sword intent atop the mountain, felt an uncanny familiarity he had visited once before in his past life. At that time, his understanding of the sword path had yielded little. However, the present was different. His comprehension had advanced significantly since his initial visit. This time, he was determined to seize the opportunity and elevate his skills, for it was essential to face the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 71. The Epiphany of Swordsmanship concludes. An ominous change approaches as the number of individuals seeking enlightenment on the sword intent atop the 10,000 Sword Peak grew. Siyu sensed that the remnants of his own sword intent were gradually dissipating. Each insight gained by another diminished his own essence. This sword intent would not remain eternally at the summit of the 10,000 Sword Peak. It would soon vanish, leaving the peak to revert to an ordinary mountain, with only tales of its former glory echoing in the voices of future generations. At that moment, the mountaintop trembled unexpectedly, startling those immersed in their sword studies. Their gazes turned toward the source of the disturbance, where they discovered it was Li Yi. A wave of formidable sword intent surged toward them, causing many to break into a cold sweat. Was he this Li Yi of the 10,000 Sword sect? Indeed, his prowess was remarkable. Although the sword intent was not directed at them, its sheer power was palpable. Cold Jiahong regarded Li Yi with awe, recognizing him as a natural-born swordsman. Although he had previously experienced Li Yi's might, witnessing it again was astonishing. His sword intent had evidently reached new heights. Among those present at the 10,000 Sword Peak, none could overshadow Li Yi's brilliance. Not a single individual capable of comprehending sword intent emerged thereafter, as he recalled that Yi Lin, who could potentially rival Li Yi, was absent from this gathering. Several other prodigies were also notably missing. Those in attendance yearned for sword intent, but found themselves envious of Li Yi's prowess. Cole Jiahong reflected on how Li Yi's only defeat had been at the hands of Yi Lin, and many so-called prodigies could never even approach Li Yi's level. In this lifetime, armed with the treasures of the transformation demon pot and the star tower, he felt confident in reaching the transformation stage. However, against Li Yi, his chances of victory were slim. He had witnessed Li Yi's performance during the celestial and demonic wars. So you observed Li Yi's sword intent ascend to yet another level. Indeed, the genius of swordsmanship was unparalleled. This was as he had anticipated, for a natural-born swordsman possessed an understanding of the sword far beyond the ordinary. Furthermore, Su Yu sensed that the sword intent Li Yi had been comprehending had diminished significantly. From Su Yu's perspective, he did not believe anyone present would attain the level of sword intent through the remnants he had left behind. Few individuals capable of grasping such insights were among the crowd. They were preoccupied with their own matters, and whether they would return later held no significance for Su Yu. He then thought of Yi Lin, surmising that Yi Lin was likely preoccupied with some newfound treasure. Otherwise, given Yi Lin's nature, it was improbable he would miss this occasion. Su Yu believed that Yi Lin truly embodied the essence of fortune. As he anticipated, no one emerged to comprehend the sword intent thereafter. The sword intent of the 10,000 sword peak was not infinite, thus individuals could not linger indefinitely. The 8 major sects had established regulations dictating the duration of one's stay, ensuring that no single sect monopolized the peak. Accordingly, individuals from the 8 major sects held priority, while loose cultivators and those from lesser sects were relegated to the back. Most adhered to these rules. For those waiting behind would be unwilling to allow someone to remain indefinitely, even if the higher-ups of the 8 major sects did not intervene. Those awaiting their turn would collectively expel anyone who overstayed. So you observed a raucous crowd ahead, where a mid-stage golden core cultivator refused to leave despite their time being up, attempting to prolong their stay. Su Yu shook his head, perplexed by their foolishness. Indeed, they were soon encircled by several mid-stage golden core cultivators, who admonished, "What is this? Looking for trouble? Others are waiting behind." Ultimately, the mid-stage cultivator retreated in defeat. Nevertheless, several individuals remained obstinate, only to be collectively subdued and expelled, resembling battered swine. Following these events, disturbances diminished significantly, as most complied with the regulations, benefiting all. As Su Yu's group neared the end of their enlightenment, he observed that Han Ting had made considerable gains, while Wang Yuyan's progress was modest yet notably improved compared to her previous understanding. In Su Yu's view, the one who had reaped the most rewards was Cole Jiahong. His observations indicated that Cole Jiahong had experienced substantial growth, although he had yet to reach the level of comprehending sword intent. Su Yu felt it was merely a matter of time. This young man possessed great potential. As their time approached, the group returned to the spiritual vessel of the Xiantian sect, engaged in discussions about their experiences at the 10,000 sword peak. This journey had proven immensely beneficial. Opportunities to directly perceive sword intent were exceedingly rare, especially those aligning with their attributes. The most crucial aspect was that the sword intent they encountered far surpassed that of their elders, existing on an entirely different plane. It's a pity that senior brother Yi did not attend. Witnessing Li Yi's remarkable gains makes one wonder how much more formidable our senior brother Yi would have been, mused Cole Jiahong. Upon hearing this, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. How could one not be formidable? He was well aware of Yi Lin's impressive progress during his previous visit to the 10,000 sword peak, which had astonished everyone present. Han Ting, not one to remain idle, turned to Su Yu and inquired, "Uncle Yu, did you gain much from this enlightenment?" "I fared reasonably well, acquiring several insights, though I am uncertain when I will master sword intent," he replied. "Uncle Yu, you're being modest. I believe you will undoubtedly grasp sword intent in due time." Han Ting encouraged. "I, too, have made significant progress. I estimate my sword techniques have greatly improved, allowing me to identify previous flaws in my execution," he added. Han Shi concurred. "Indeed, Brother Su, your understanding of the sword path is commendable. You shall surely enter the realm of sword intent." "Let us hope so. For now, I must first focus on breaking through to the golden core stage," Su Yu responded with unwavering confidence. Upon returning home, Su Yu contemplated scheduling a time to advance to the golden core stage. Back at the sect, Cole Jiahong, after a brief adjustment, promptly set out to enhance his cultivation. He understood the urgency of elevating his strength, for peace in the southern region was soon to be disrupted. He calculated the time, anticipating that others would soon make their moves. Chapter 72. Pinnacle of Transformation. Jiangchen cast aside the lifeless body in his grasp, expressing his disdain. The last cultivator at the Qi refinement stage within this small market had been completely drained by him. What remained were merely the cowardly souls, who had joined their heavenly demon sect. Though they were a demonic sect, their trepidation and propensity for betrayal rendered them unworthy of acceptance. However, as he currently lacked manpower, he devised means to manage such individuals. While he possessed the art of using poison, he had no time to nurture the necessary insects at this moment. When the time came to no longer require them, he would not hesitate to transform them into his own sustenance. At present, he needed them to assist him with certain tasks, as they still held some value. This small market, once the domain of wandering cultivators, had been thoroughly seized by him. As for the mortals, he refrained from harming them for now. They would serve as useful cover. He had designated this place as a stronghold, gradually infiltrating outward. Wait and see, he would soon bring forth surprises to the southern domain. Jiangqing called out, "Come here." Qinan entered, noting the numerous corpses strewn about. After clearing these bodies, what are your orders, sect master? Qinan, investigate whether there are any other cultivators or small sects in the vicinity. Once you gather the information, we shall strategize our next steps. Understood. Qinan vanished from the room. After a period of searching, Qinan discovered several small towns devoid of cultivators, which held little value for them. He arrived at a larger city, Foshan City, and entered a tavern to observe the local situation. Through his diligent inquiries and covert investigations, he learned that numerous qi refinement stage cultivators resided in the city, with the highest among them reaching the 9th level of qi refinement. 9th level of qi refinement? Qinan departed the city. Upon his return, Jiangqing inquired, "What did you discover?" "I found a city named Foshan City, where many qi refinement stage cultivators exist, with the highest at the 9th level. Excellent. This is tailor-made for us. Our next target shall be Foshan City. We will gradually erode this region until we have consumed the entire southern domain. Just wait. Our demonic clan shall soon make its return." Time in the realm of cultivation passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a decade had slipped away. In the courtyard, Siyu held a teacup, gazing at the distant scenery, feeling utterly content. Over these 10 years, he had lived a life of comfort, occasionally mingling with passers-by in hidden realms. Echoing the praises of prodigies, he had achieved considerable success, remaining unnoticed by others. His external cultivation remained at the 9th level of foundation establishment. A breakthrough to the Golden Core stage would attract too much attention. Several of his peers had ascended to the Golden Core stage, and should Siyu break through, he would no longer be a mere passerby but rather a small genius. Yet, it was not yet time. He could not hastily cross the threshold of foundation establishment. He needed to linger here for a while longer, though his true cultivation had indeed progressed. Siyu opened his proficiency panel, character, Siyu, realm, pinnacle of transformation, aptitude, gold, wood. Fire 3 spiritual roots, cultivation techniques, 10,000 swords return to the sect, spirit return technique, king level breath concealment technique, king level sword drawing technique, king level no life sword technique, king level wandering dragon steps, heaven level breaking illusion divine eye, etc. Abilities, void sword combining technique, magic tools, spirit grade superior sword 9, heaven grade superior starry chessboard, heaven grade superior wine immortal gourd, etc. Skills, spirit grade forging of windfall technique, grandmaster horticulture spirit rain technique, cultivation technique, 6th level array master, 5th level alchemist, etc. Concepts, formless sword domain, qin and tint, chess and tint. His true cultivation had now reached the pinnacle of transformation, achieving what was deemed the highest cultivation in the southern domain. After all, their sect leader also resided at this realm. He was not far from the void refinement stage, and soon he would break through. His sword had reached the spirit level, enabling Siyu to forge spirit-grade weapons, though the materials were exceedingly rare. He had invested considerable effort to elevate Sword 9 to the spirit level, gathering materials over an extended period. The materials for crafting spirit-grade artifacts were scarce in the southern domain, requiring him to investigate and seek them out in secret. As for the quality of his other magical tools, he felt no urgency. For now, they sufficed, and he could gradually search for better ones. Siyu reflected on how splendid his current life was, free of troubles. Even if he desired to pursue something, no one could obstruct him. Moreover, Han Ting had been visiting him less frequently, as she had matured and broadened her horizons. She would only come to him on occasion for clarifications on sword techniques or any shortcomings in her qin arts, spending the rest of her time engrossed in cultivation and exploration. Most others were similarly occupied. Only Siyu could leisurely sip tea in the courtyard. Yilin had also reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. When Siyu sensed Yilin's aura, he realized that Yilin was on the verge of breaking through to the late stage of nascent soul. The child of destiny truly stood apart. While Siyu lived in comfort, thanks to the support of a grand sect, the small, remote sects had a different outlook. Jiangqing, accompanied by Qinan and their entourage, arrived at Yunqi sect. By this time, Jiangqing had attained the late stage of foundation establishment, rapidly advancing his cultivation through the absorption of others' foundational power over the years. He was meticulous in his actions, only striking after thorough investigations, as he wished to keep their existence concealed. Without certain means at their disposal, exposure would be tantamount to courting death. However, attacking these unprotected small sects was an effortless endeavor, as few would take notice of them. These were precisely the targets they sought. The sect leader of Yunqi, upon observing the approaching figures, recognized their ill intent. "What brings you here, esteemed guest? We seem to have done nothing to offend you." "Indeed, you have not. But alas, it appears your luck has run dry." Without hesitation, the Yunqi sect leader fled, fully aware that remaining would spell disaster. As for his disciples, he could not even ensure his own safety, let alone theirs. Thinking to escape was overly naive, a dark shadow loomed beneath him, ensnaring him, rendering him powerless to break free. He could only muster a final strike in desperation. Before he could even turn around, a shadow pierced through his chest, and silence enveloped him. Jiangcheng activated his demonic powers, and in an instant, the sect leader of Yunqi was reduced to a desiccated corpse. The remaining disciples of the sect scattered in panic. Jiangcheng's followers, witnessing the chaos, laughed. Let the slaughter commence. Chapter 73. The vanished Fengshi sect. The Fengshi sect swiftly transformed into a scene of infernal despair, with most of its disciples reduced to desiccated corpses. These individuals were no match for the disciples of the heavenly demon sect, who reveled in the carnage. A number of them, overwhelmed by fear, abandoned their resistance in hopes of joining the heavenly demon sect. However, Jiangcheng showed them no mercy. At this juncture, he had no need for these chi refinement stage individuals, as they held no value for him. Previously, he might have considered integrating them into his ranks to expand his influence, but now, with his power already substantial, he had no such intentions. Instead, he began to meticulously select promising children from among the mortals, nurturing them from a young age to ensure their unwavering loyalty. After eliminating all members of the Fengshi sect, Jiangcheng sensed that it would not be long before he achieved a breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. Shinin, instruct someone to dispose of these bodies and ensure no traces are left at the scene. Understood, Sect Master. Once we are done, we shall seek our next target. Yet, despite their meticulous efforts, there would inevitably be those who sensed something amiss, particularly as the Fengshi sect had friends and family who would soon notice their absence. However, for the time being, they would not suspect the involvement of the demonic clan, instead attributing the disappearance to some external conflict instigated by the Fengshi sect itself. Jiangcheng understood this reality. His actions would eventually be uncovered. For now, he could only delay the inevitable, at least until he established contact with the demon clan. Now, let us see which unfortunate sect shall be next. Meanwhile, Su Yu remained in an atmosphere of tranquility. Su Linger sat beside him, observing as he fished. She appeared not to have aged much, still resembling a 4 or 5-year-old child. Su Yu was unconcerned, as her innate nature as a spirit warranted some uniqueness. Quietly watching Su Yu, her gaze was fixed on the bobber of his fishing rod, revealing her intense focus. It seemed she too desired to savor the taste of fish. On ordinary days, when she lacked such a craving, she would be dozing off beside him. It's moving. Uncle Yu, you've got a bite. Hurry. Patience. Let me reel it in. After a brief struggle, he successfully caught the fish. He could easily craft a fishing rod that would simplify the process. But that would strip away the joy of the experience. Even if he were merely casting his line, the thrill it provided was irreplaceable. Why resort to cheating? He could just as well employ his magical abilities to summon the fish directly. As Su Lingo cheered at the sight of the caught fish, her excitement was palpable. We have fish. We have fish. Su Yu examined the sizable fish before him, perfectly suited for his grill. All right, Linger, don't rush. Your meal is coming soon. Oh. Grilled fish. I love grilled fish. With a smile, Su Yu assured her, it will be ready soon. The fish sizzled on the grill, emitting a delightful aroma that wafted through the air. As Su Yu savored the enticing scent, he realized something was missing. He sprinkled his newly developed seasoning on the fish. What did you just add, Uncle Yu? It smells different this time, even more delicious than before. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. This is my newly crafted seasoning. You'll taste it shortly. Gazing at the perfectly golden fish, he reveled in his culinary prowess, declaring, call me the god of cuisine. He divided the grilled fish, handing half to Su Linger. You must be famished. Go ahead and indulge. As she accepted the piece, she relished it with gusto. So delicious. It's divine. Su Linger noticed the colorful cloud carp in the yard watching them. With a mischievous grin, she teased, next time, I'll roast you too. Her mock ferocity was amusing to Su Yu. While Su Yu enjoyed his grilled fish, Han Ting was desperately fleeing. Though she bore some injuries, they were not severe. Glancing back at the golden core beast pursuing them, she realized they had only temporarily detained the creature, and it was now hot on their heels. Yet, she was still able to fend off this formidable foe, armed with numerous treasures yet to be utilized. The gifts from Su Yu and Yulin were among her concealed powers. Though uncertain of their efficacy, she believed they could withstand the beast's assault. Uncle Yu's gifts aside, Uncle Yulin is at the nascent soul stage. His items should prove effective. However, Han Ting had reserved these treasures for a critical moment. The current situation necessitated their immediate use. Everyone, go on ahead. I will hold them off. Senior Sister Han, we must leave together. You cannot contend with this golden core beast. We cannot abandon you. Quickly, I have my methods. I still possess some tricks up my sleeve. Your presence will only hinder me. Do not forget, Uncle Yulin provided me with protective measures. I am not so easily vanquished. I can escape. Upon hearing Yulin's name, the group felt reassured. If he had entrusted her with protective items, then the golden core beast would likely not inflict significant harm. Take care, Senior Sister Han. As the others departed, Han Ting ceased her flight. The tiger demon approached her, realizing she had stopped running. Giving up? You really are a good person. Rest assured, once I am done with you, none shall escape. I will make you all my sustenance. With no hesitation, Han Ting drew forth a protective necklace gifted by Yilin, who had assured her it could withstand a full-force strike from any being below the nascent soul stage. Wearing the necklace brought her some comfort, and she recalled that Uncle Yu had also given her a necklace, claiming it could absorb 3 attacks. Yet, she remained uncertain if it could withstand a golden core attack. From her storage ring, she retrieved various auxiliary gear, donning them for protection. Items to enhance spiritual energy recovery, temporarily boost swordsmanship, mitigate damage, and increase her speed were now part of her arsenal. The tiger demon watched in bewilderment. Realizing she was the sect's saintess out on a trial, adorned with such numerous treasures, Han Ting did not seek victory over the beast. Her goal was to buy enough time for her retreat. Just as she prepared to face the tiger demon's offensive, a figure emerged from the woods. Chapter 74. The gathering of the demon transforming pot. The battle on both sides was on the verge of erupting. The tiger demon gazed at Han Ting, who was surrounded by numerous treasures, but paid little heed, for it was a golden core stage beast, far beyond the capabilities of a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Just as Han Ting and the tiger demon prepared to strike, Long Jiahong emerged from the side, evidently arriving just in time. In his previous life, he had traversed this very secret realm and had heard from his fellow disciples that Han Ting had encountered a golden core demon beast. Lacking the strength to assist her then, this life presented a different opportunity. He could seize this chance to forge a goodwill connection with Han Ting, potentially beneficial for him in the future. He was also aware that, regardless of whether he intervened, the outcome of this confrontation would not gravely harm Han Ting. Han Ting recognized the newcomer and recalled that he was the individual she had met previously while accompanying Uncle Yu to the disciples' quarters to impart teachings. He seemed to be quite renowned, known as Long Jiahong, and she remembered his lingering gaze upon her. "Junior sister Han, it appears you are in peril. I heard reports of danger in this vicinity and came to see if I could be of assistance. Unexpectedly, it is you here." Han Ting replied without pretense, "Thank you, Senior Brother Long." Although she had confidence in her hidden strengths, she preferred to avoid their use if possible. The tiger demon regarded the sudden appearance of Long Jiahong, noting his golden core cultivation. Yet, it felt assured in its ability to vanquish him, for in its eyes, demon beasts generally held a significant advantage over humans. It had encountered many golden core humans before, all of whom had proven no match for it. "Are you also here to seek death? Then I shall grant you that wish. Do you truly believe you can defeat me?" Overconfidence can be a perilous trait. The tiger demon's transformation pot was at hand, ready to refine more demon beasts, thus sparing it the trouble of hunting them down later. "Junior sister Han, leave this to me. You may step aside for now." "Very well, good luck." Long Jiahong regarded the tiger demon with indifference. In the past, he might have hesitated, but now he had encountered numerous demon beasts and understood their habits well. Having fought with many tiger demons, he knew how to counter them effectively, indeed. His rapid advancement in cultivation was largely due to his encounters with their kind. Let us dispense with pleasantries. The tiger demon unleashed a deafening roar, causing nearby trees to shatter. Other cultivators in the vicinity were startled by the sound. "Today, I shall use you, a golden core cultivator, to whet my appetite." Long Jiahong dismissed the tiger demon's words. The demon lunged at him with its razor-sharp claws, cleaving through the nearby forest. The gust of wind carrying hundreds of slashing strikes towards him. Han Ting braced against the onslaught of wind and attacks. Indeed, a golden core demon beast was a force to be reckoned with. Long Jiahong swiftly drew his sword, recognizing that this tiger demon was indeed more formidable than those he had previously faced. In an instant, he unleashed hundreds of sword energies, transforming the once dense forest into an expansive clearing. Each wave of his sword energy sliced through the tiger demon strikes, with the remaining energy surging towards the beast. The tiger demon retaliated with its claws, but several sword energies struck true. "It seems this young man possesses some skill, but I am no easy prey." Having endured several sword strikes, the tiger demon was agitated. "You have thoroughly enraged me." It held to the heavens, scattering weaker demon beasts in the vicinity. The demon's core surged with energy, its fur bristling as its form expanded, exuding an even greater oppressive aura. Long Jiahong had seen such transformations before. This was typical behavior for an enraged tiger demon. Variants would pose a challenge, but this standard transformation held no threat for him. Han Ting, however, was taken aback by the tiger demon's change. As the tiger demon fixed its gaze on Long Jiahong, it instantly appeared behind him, lifting its claws for a strike that seemed to tear the very air apart. Unperturbed, Long Jiahong swiftly distanced himself, narrowly evading the assault, which left a massive fissure in the ground. The tiger demon, unfazed by the missed attack, charged after him relentlessly. Yet, each of its subsequent strikes was deftly dodged by Long Jiahong, leaving the surroundings in disarray, with no patch of ground remaining intact. "Is fleeing all you can do? You humans are truly lacking." Long Jiahong refrained from engaging in further banter, declaring, "It is time to send you on your way." He absorbed the vital energy from his transformation pot, which not only aided his cultivation but also bolstered his strength. The tiger demon, witnessing Long Jiahong's refusal to evade, found its resolve strengthening. At that moment, Han Ting sensed something amiss. The spiritual energy in the vicinity was rapidly dissipating, converging towards Long Jiahong. The tiger demon noticed as well, realizing it must swiftly eliminate this human to avoid future complications. Long Jiahong opened his eyes, instantly depleting the spiritual energy in the area. His aura surged to its peak as he wielded his sword, surrounded by numerous sword shadows, charging towards the tiger demon. The tiger demon desperately attempted to defend itself, but soon found itself retreating under the relentless assault, its body marred by wounds inflicted by Lang Jiahong's strikes. Just as the tiger demon contemplated one last resistance, a colossal sword materialized above its head. Before it could react, it was cleaved in two. As the tiger demon fell, Han Ting approached. "Thank you, Senior Brother Long, for your assistance. We are all fellow disciples. It was but a trifling matter. If you ever require assistance, feel free to seek me out. I may be of help." "Very well. You should reunite with your companions. They are likely quite worried about you." Once Han Ting departed, Lang Jiahong surveyed the area, confirming it was deserted before storing the tiger demon in his transformation pot. Enjoy your reunion with your kin. He had hoped to connect with Yulin through Han Ting, but he knew he was not yet worthy. Only by elevating his own strength could he seize such opportunities. Arriving at Fengshi sect, he pondered the unfolding scene. What had transpired here? Chapter 75, The Celestial Opportunity Conference. Gazing upon the desolate Fengshi sect and the vanished individuals, one cannot help but wonder what has transpired. Has the Fengshi sect perhaps offended that esteemed elder? The news of the sect's annihilation has spread throughout the vicinity. Yet most merely indulge in idle chatter, unaware of the gravity of the situation. At this moment, Suyu is in the courtyard, savoring tea, when he is approached by a visitor. It is Brother Yu, a fellow elder from the Miscellaneous Affairs Department, with whom he shares a cordial friendship. "Brother Su." Yu Liang sets down his teacup. "In a couple of days, there will be a Celestial Opportunity Conference. Will you be attending? It draws foundational cultivators from all corners of the realm, and disciples from various sects, as well as independent practitioners. Typically do not miss this event. Such gatherings are rare, and one can acquire a plethora of items, including uncommon and bizarre treasures. It is said that many attendees have struck gold at these conferences. After all, people from all over the southern region come, bringing an abundance of treasures. However, the primary purpose of this conference is the exchange of goods. Participants trade items they no longer need or are unfamiliar with for resources they desire. This is the main motivation for most to attend. Many foundational cultivators from our sect have already embarked on their journey. Brother Su, you should seize this opportunity to exchange for some useful treasures, perhaps parting with those you no longer require. Upon hearing this, Suyu muses, the Celestial Opportunity Conference. You say? Very well, Brother Yu. I shall accompany you to see what useful items may be found within. I, too, possess some items that are of no use to me. Though he realizes he has no pressing need to exchange anything at the Foundational Cultivator Conference, gifts would be of little value to him. He acknowledges that as a mere foundational cultivator, refusing such an invitation would be ill-advised. Thus, he decides to join in the festivities, mingling with the crowd, hoping to casually trade a few items, not expecting to unearth anything of significant worth. With that, the two set off together, arriving at the conference grounds the day before the event after an arduous journey. Celestial City. This place has been specifically established for the Celestial Opportunity Conference. It is a vast city, capable of accommodating countless visitors, filled with stalls and numerous pavilions designated for the exchange of goods. Brother Su, the conference begins tomorrow. Let us find an inn to rest, Yu Liang suggests. Upon entering the inn, they find the hall bustling with patrons, a true testament to the lively nature of the conference. Individuals from various regions of Southern you can be seen, alongside numerous disciples from various sections. As Suyu sits at the table with Yu Liang, he finds the atmosphere quite engaging, as he seldom hears others boast of their treasures. Even before the conference commences, many patrons are already bragging about their prized possessions. Not to boast, but I acquired this treasure from the lair of a golden dance stage beast. I risked my life and exerted great effort to distract the beast to obtain it, he declares, recounting his supposed cunning encounter with the formidable creature, prompting applause from the audience. Suyu listens, amused by the tales, as others are inspired to share their own stories of hardship in acquiring their treasures. Amidst the revelry, one individual, perhaps emboldened by drink, proclaims, "Silence, your treasures pale in comparison. You have yet to witness true wonders. I possess a relic rumored to be left behind by celestial beings." With that, he reveals a stone, which initially piques the crowd's curiosity. However, as they behold the so-called treasure, a wave of disillusionment washes over them. It is merely an engraved stone, a common artifact in the cultivation world, typically used as an auxiliary tool. Suyu examines the stone, initially intrigued, but discovers it lacks any extraordinary qualities. It merely features a slightly advanced spirit-gathering formation, something he could easily replicate. While the stone does enhance the cultivation efficiency for those at the foundational stage, it hardly qualifies as a remarkable treasure. The stone bearer, noticing the crowd's reaction, retreats, feeling embarrassed. Subsequently, others showcase their items, often exaggerating their worth. For Suyu, this convivial atmosphere, combined with the entertainment of the stories, proves quite delightful. Before long, the time for the Celestial Opportunity Conference arrives. The city outskirts are thronged with attendees, and as the gates swing open, a torrent of people surges forth. Suyu and Yu Liang step into the city, enveloped by the vibrant energy, surrounded by shouting vendors, each stall brimming with various treasures and spiritual herbs. Su encounters many intriguing herbal varieties he has yet to see. He decides to purchase a few. Unbeknownst to others that he intends to plant them in his courtyard. After browsing the stalls, the two have acquired several items. Brother Su. The treasures sold by vendors are not the main attraction. It is rare to find noteworthy items there. The real gems lie within the exchange sessions. There is one happening over there. Let us go and see, Yu Liang suggests. Agreed. Let us see if there are any treasures of use to us, Su replies. They make their way to a pavilion where an exchange session is about to commence. This particular session requires participants to be at least at the 6th layer of foundational cultivation, a criterion they easily meet. After registering at the entrance, they enter the exchange hall, where a diverse assembly of cultivators fills the space, many of whom are at the 9th layer of foundational cultivation, indicating the high caliber of this event. Their arrival does not attract much attention, as others begin to display their treasures. Su Yu's gaze lands on a certain individual's technique, which seems rather intriguing. Chapter 76. The reversal of life and death. Su decided to observe for a while as people continued to arrive, soon filling the loft with attendees. Everyone was scrutinizing one another or admiring each other's treasures. As the gathering neared completion, the organizer stepped forward. Esteemed friends from various regions, I trust we are all here in Xianyuan City with a common purpose, to exchange for treasures that resonate with our desires. Without further ado, I hereby declare the commencement of the exchange fair. At this moment, an elderly man with a goatee rose to speak. Allow me to take the lead. Today, I present a 200-year-old snow lotus, a treasure whose value is well known to all. The crowd gasped in surprise. Such a snow lotus was indeed a rarity, valuable for both healing and alchemical purposes. Su Yu glanced at the first item presented, finding it unremarkable, and his companion Yu Liang felt similarly indifferent. Nevertheless, many in attendance coveted it. One individual inquired, "What do you seek in exchange for this snow lotus? We would like to know if we possess what you desire." The elder surveyed the crowd before responding, "I am looking for a Yunjin pill, or perhaps a mystic-grade longsword. Fire attribute herbs of similar age would also suffice." Upon hearing the elder's conditions, Su Yu considered them reasonable. The Yunjin pill was indeed a rare commodity, capable of enhancing the probability of breaking through to the golden core stage by 10%. While this may seem modest, for cultivators, that 10% can be monumental, especially for those in the late foundation establishment phase. Su Yu had refined this pill before and possessed a few, but he had no intention of parting with them. After the elder's conditions were announced, discussions erupted among the attendees. Most who owned a Yunjin pill were unlikely to trade it, as it was a precious item they themselves needed. Moreover, such pills were not common. For many, the Yunjin pill held greater value than the snow lotus. At that moment, someone produced a fire spirit flower of comparable age. "I have a fire spirit flower and would like to trade it for your snow lotus. What do you think?" The crowd stared in astonishment at the fire spirit flower, realizing how rare the first exchange item was. Seeing no other offers, the elder agreed, acknowledging that obtaining a Yunjin pill was proving too challenging. After the trade, both participants returned to their seats, and anticipation grew for the subsequent exchanges. Several items of lesser value followed, yet they were still superior to those found at outside stalls. Eventually, a mystic-grade longsword emerged, eliciting gasps of admiration. It was an enticing prospect for those in the foundation establishment stage. Everyone awaited the exchange conditions for this longsword. As expected, the conditions included the Yunjin pill, which most deemed too precious to offer. However, the longsword did not lack interested parties, and it was soon traded for other treasures. As the exchanges progressed, weapons, pills, techniques, and demon cores were all bartered. Yu Liang managed to acquire some items he desired, while Su Yu casually exchanged a few of his possessions, participating in the trade as a mere bystander. Finally, the moment arrived when a cultivator possessing a technique spoke up. "Esteemed friends, I too have some treasures. I wish to trade this rhythmic spirit flower for a cloud immortal grass. Does anyone have it?" The cloud immortal grass was not particularly rare, yet no one present had it. Observing the situation, Su Yu produced a cloud immortal grass from his possession. The elder's face lit up with delight upon seeing the grass. Eager to make the exchange, "Friend, my cloud immortal grass is of far superior age compared to your rhythmic spirit flower," Su Yu remarked, realizing the disparity in age. The elder reconsidered the value of his offering. "If you do not mind, you may choose another item from my treasures." Seeing his goal achieved, Su Yu feigned contemplation. "In that case, I would like your technique and that demon core. What do you say?" The elder was elated. He hadn't expected his seemingly worthless technique to be so eagerly sought after, along with the demon core, which, while valuable, still paled in comparison to the cloud immortal grass. He had stumbled upon this technique, named the reversal of life and death, in a secret realm, initially believing it to be a great fortune. However, after reviewing the technique, he found it utterly impractical. The description promised the ability to defy death and break the limits of life, with a chance to trigger a special effect of rebirth in dire circumstances. While this notion excited him, the minuscule triggering probability of merely 0.1%, coupled with a 2.5-year cooldown, rendered it largely futile. The difficulty of mastering it only compounded the feeling of wasted time. As the technique was selected, He felt an inexplicable joy. Very well, since you have taken a liking to these two items, they are yours. Suyu handed over the cloud immortal grass. Satisfied with his acquisition, no one paid much attention to their exchange. The subsequent trades continued as per usual, as this was a common occurrence. Suyu regarded the reversal of life and death technique in his hands, surprised by his unexpected gain. The technique, while seemingly appealing, was unattractive to most, including even the most talented cultivators. Its triggering probability was negligible, and its difficulty rendered it a poor investment of time. However, for Suyu, it was an entirely different matter. With his proficiency, he saw the probability as inconsequential. Chapter 77. Conclusion of the Celestial Fate Conference for the time being. He found no use for the reversal of life and death technique. In the southern region, to be frank, with his current strength, it was uncertain whether anyone could actually harm him, let alone pose a threat to his life. Nonetheless, possessing the reversal of life and death technique provided him with an additional means of defense. After all, the world of cultivation was far from simple. Above it lay the spirit realm, a true sanctuary for cultivators, and there were myriad matters that he could not comprehend in the southern region. Moreover, there existed the legend of ascension to immortality. For now, he could only play the role of an insignificant bystander, gradually uncovering these mysteries, confident that one day he would come to understand them. Since he had acquired the reversal of life and death technique, he found himself disinterested in the other items presented at the exchange conference. All he needed to do was feign astonishment, akin to a mere onlooker, whenever he encountered valuable treasures. As the exchange conference drew to a close, it became apparent that the main attractions often made their grand entrance at the last moment. The much-coveted Essence Gold Pill made its appearance, and when it was revealed, the atmosphere became palpable. The attendees' breaths quickened as their gazes fixated intently on the pill. When the holder of the Essence Gold Pill announced its terms, individuals began to unveil their most treasured possessions in a bid to exchange for the coveted item. It became clear that the quality of one's treasures dictated their chances of acquiring the Essence Gold Pill. Suyu was no exception. It would have been impossible for someone of his foundational level to be utterly indifferent to the allure of the Essence Gold Pill. Nearby, Yuliang shared a similar sentiment. Though the Xintian sect also provided Essence Gold Pills to its disciples, they were not universally accessible unless one was exceptionally gifted or well-connected. Otherwise, one could only exchange for them through arduous tasks, a process that could be quite lengthy. Given the immediate opportunity present, Yuliang was undoubtedly intrigued. Suyu presented a moderately valuable item among the crowd, but it was evident that the holder of the Essence Gold Pill deemed Suyu's offerings inadequate, which was precisely the reaction he sought. Yuliang, too, found himself outmatched, as many individuals present possessed significant backgrounds that rendered them formidable competitors. Ultimately, the Essence Gold Pill was exchanged by a person of notable standing, marking the conclusion of the exchange conference, which left Suyu quite satisfied. Brother Su, we both managed to acquire what we desired. This Celestial Fate Conference was truly worthwhile, remarked Yuliang. Indeed, it broadened our horizons. I never expected the Essence Gold Pill to make an appearance at the end, Suyu replied. Alas, we are disadvantaged in terms of competition. Those with powerful affiliations have a distinct advantage, lamented Yuliang. Let us not dwell on it. Perhaps we can explore the Celestial Fate Conference further, suggested Suyu. You're right. There may be other exchange opportunities where we could find valuable treasures. It would be wonderful if I could stumble upon something worthwhile, Yuliang mused. Suyu regarded him, uncertain whether he would indeed find something hidden. However, he believed that if Yulin were present, he might have had better luck. From that point onward, Suyu's actions mirrored those of a typical bystander, wandering through shops and participating in the exchange conference. Yet, he found no hidden treasures. Much like most attendees of the Celestial Fate Conference, they encountered no melodramatic events, as both were cultivators at the 9th foundational level. Furthermore, as members of the Xintian sect, they would not attract undue attention or trouble in such a public setting. During their time in Celestial Fate City, both men enjoyed their surroundings, as most attendees generally did not leave midway through the conference. Such events were rare, and many harbored the hope of discovering hidden treasures, remaining until the conclusion of the Celestial Fate Conference. Moreover, staying within Celestial Fate City was deemed safe, as fighting was prohibited during the event. Once outside the city, however, the rules no longer applied. As they sipped their drinks, Suyu reflected, this Celestial Fate Conference is drawing to a close. It has been quite worthwhile, even if we didn't uncover any hidden treasures. Yuliang responded with a classic bystander's remark. Indeed, I wonder when the next Celestial Fate Conference will take place. I hope I can acquire some fine treasures then. Suyu raised his cup, observing the vendors passionately touting their wares. The lively and prosperous scene was quite delightful. As the sun set beyond the mountains, Suyu savored the final sip of his drink, marking the end of the Celestial Fate Conference. The two prepared to return to their sect, signaling the conclusion of this gathering for the majority. Yet, for some, the conference was merely the beginning. Indeed, in the world of cultivation, acts of violence and treasure-seeking were commonplace. These individuals awaited the conclusion of the Celestial Fate Conference. Having gleaned information about who had acquired what valuable items, They anticipated the moment when others would emerge, for while one could not act within Celestial Fate City, once outside, the rules changed. Many understood this principle well. The moment they exited Celestial Fate City, they swiftly employed their skills to evade detection, unwilling to draw the attention of those who might seek to exploit them, thus avoiding unnecessary trouble. Siyu and his companion were cognizant of this reality as well. Yet neither had acquired any remarkable treasures during the conference. Coupled with their considerable strength in the garb of the Xiantian sect, they were unlikely to attract any unwarranted attention. They departed without incident. However, those who had secured valuable items were not as fortunate. Shortly after exiting Celestial Fate City, they found themselves surrounded. The individual who had obtained the Essence Gold Pill was similarly ensnared. Those of notable backgrounds often had allies to assist them, while the less fortunate were left to endure the ensuing tribulations. Observing the unfolding scene, Suyu recognized this as the harsh reality of the cultivation world, and Yu Liang noted the situation as well. They exchanged a glance and continued on their way, adhering to the prudent ways of an inconspicuous onlooker. Upon returning to the Xiantian sect, Suyu bid farewell to Yu Liang and entered his courtyard. This journey had proven quite intriguing and had certainly exposed him to many novel experiences. He planted the spiritual flowers he had acquired from the Celestial Fate Conference in his garden. After tending to his planting, he intended to devote time to refining the reversal of life and death technique. As he cultivated the spiritual flowers, he heard Han Ting's voice calling from a distance. "Uncle Yu, how was the Celestial Fate Conference? I just returned and missed it. Such a pity. I wish I could have attended the conference." Suyu smiled and replied, "It was quite fascinating. You missed it this time, but you will have to wait for the next opportunity. What a shame. If I had known, I would have avoided that secret realm. I encountered a golden core beast and nearly had to resort to some of my trump cards. Thankfully, senior brother Ling Jiahong was present." Long Jiahong, you say? Chapter 78. 5 years of cultivation. Siyu held a profound impression of Ling Jiahong. It appeared this young man possessed considerable talent. As for the golden core period demon beasts, it was impossible for them to threaten Han Ting's life. Setting aside the gifts he had bestowed upon her, even the offerings from Yilin were insufficient for a golden core demon beast to endanger her existence. Thus, he felt no anxiety regarding the matter. Missing this opportunity at the Immortal Fate Conference was regrettable, yet unavoidable, fortuitously. "You have arrived just in time to assist me in planting these spiritual flowers." After a brief conversation with Han Ting, she took her leave. Once she departed, Suyu retrieved the reverse fate technique. It was time to cultivate for a while. The years of training passed swiftly, and before he knew it, 5 years had elapsed. While fishing by the lake, Suyu sensed the suppression of the heavenly forces. It seemed the moment had arrived. Today marked the day he would break through to the void refinement stage. This day had finally come. Previously engaged in fishing, Suyu now found himself at the location he had meticulously prepared for the tribulation. He had chosen a desolate area, devoid of any presence for 1,000 miles, and had arranged formations to conceal the disturbances and prevent intruders. Standing within the grand formation, he gazed at the sky, reflecting on the excitement he felt upon arriving in this world, followed by the subsequent despondency. He had not anticipated that he would ascend to the void refinement stage so swiftly. As he looked skyward, he unleashed all of his aura, causing the surrounding landscape to resemble a world on the brink of destruction. Instantly, storm clouds roiled with the ferocity of a tempest, while golden lightning danced through the clouds, akin to dragons of thunder roaring in the heavens. The spiritual energy within 1,000 miles surged as if summoned by the divine, coalescing into a visible vortex above. With closed eyes, Suyu attuned himself to the impending lightning tribulation. His robes billowed in the fierce winds, and he remained resolute. The moment had arrived. He opened his eyes, which shone with golden light, piercing the heavens above. The tribulation was poised to strike. A violet gold bolt of lightning descended upon him. Yet, this strike posed no threat to Suyu, for his training had fortified him beyond the capabilities of an ordinary transformation stage cultivator. The heavenly tribulation seemed to recognize the futility of its attacks against him and ceased its onslaught. Noticing the sudden quiet, Suyu glanced upwards, where countless sword shadows emerged, each infused with the power of thunder, their blades shimmering with electric brilliance. He had no doubt that each of these sword shadows could obliterate an ordinary transformation stage cultivator. How intriguing, he mused. The tribulation seemed to discriminate, aware of his swordsmanship. Resolutely, Suyu unleashed his sword domain to counter the tribulation. As the final bolt of lightning struck, the wind stilled, the thunder ceased, and the dark clouds dissipated, revealing a spectrum of radiant colors in the sky. Suyu stood suspended in midair. During the tribulation, there were also soul-striking assaults, but fortunately, his cultivation included techniques that enhanced his soul, mitigating their impact. Feeling the immense power that accompanied the void refinement stage, he recognized that his strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. Suyu activated his proficiency panel. Character: Suyu Realm. Early stage of void refinement. Talent: 3 spiritual roots of gold, wood, and fire. Cultivation techniques: 10,000 swords. Return to origin. Return to spirit technique. King grade breath concealment technique. King grade sword drawing technique. King grade lifeless sword technique. King grade wandering dragon step. Heaven grade breaking illusion divine eye, reverse fate technique, and more. Divine powers, great void sword technique, treasures, spirit grade superior sword 9, heaven grade superior starry chessboard, heaven grade superior wine immortal gourd, and others. Skills, spirit grade forging technique of wind and rain, grandmaster horticultural spirit rain technique, germination technique, 7th grade array master, 5th grade alchemist, and more. Concepts, formless sword domain, sheen and tint, chess and tint. Indeed, the probability of the reverse fate technique increased as his proficiency grew. If he continuously accumulated proficiency, this would add yet another trump card to his arsenal. As he observed the phenomena above and the chaos surrounding him, he looked down to see a massive chasm had formed beneath him, recalling that the ground below had once been level. Fortunately, he had prepared adequately, otherwise, the commotion would have been overwhelming. Upon entering the void refinement stage, Siyu sensed that advancing to the next realm in the southern domain would be a Herculean task, as the heavens offered little support for ordinary cultivators to reach the subsequent tier. For better prospects, those who achieve the void refinement stage in the southern domain often venture to the spirit domain in search of a brighter future. However, this posed no challenge for Suyu. He required no resources, and with his understanding of the breath concealment technique, he could simply play the role of an inconspicuous passerby. For him, breaking through to the next realm was merely a matter of time. Even if he could not endure the lightning tribulation in the southern domain, he could always temporarily relocate to the spirit domain, complete the tribulation, and return swiftly. The only inconvenience would be his inability to showcase his true strength. But Siyu had never intended to reveal his full power. He was merely an inconspicuous character, after all. Siyu retracted the formation and returned to the Xiantian sect. Over the past 5 years, little of significance had occurred, and the southern domain remained relatively peaceful. Upon his return to the Xiantian sect, he was met with inquiries. Are the preparations complete? Yes, we are ready and await your next command, Sectmaster. Excellent, Chinen. Your dedication to the revival of our demonic clan over the years has not gone unnoticed. Once we conquer the southern domain, you shall be duly rewarded. It is my duty, my lord, all that I have done is as it should be. Indeed, I did not misjudge your character. After 5 years of development, the heavenly demon sect had begun to take shape. Jiangcheng had entered the golden core stage, while Chinen had reached the foundation establishment stage. Aside from Chinen, there were several other foundation establishment cultivators, and they had thoroughly cleansed the nearby sections. Gradually, cultivators began to notice the disturbances in the area and retreated from it. However, these developments were of little consequence to Jiangcheng, as he had prepared the grand formation. At last, we can establish contact with our kin. Jiangcheng approached the grand formation, surveying the offerings and various necessary materials. Let us commence the first step. As the formation illuminated, strange energies flowed forth from it, connecting to other areas inhabited by the demonic clans. On the other side, an individual gazed at Jiangcheng within the formation. I thought it was someone else. How surprising to find you, Wind Spirit Demon Sovereign. You are still alive? Chapter 79. The journey of the unremarkable to recruit disciples. Jiangcheng observed as the grand formation finally connected with the other regions inhabited by the demon race. Gazing at the figures on the other side, he pondered, does that old fool truly wish for my demise? It will not be so simple for you to see the end of Foling Demon Sovereign. He had not anticipated that his adversary could survive the cataclysmic battle between the celestial and demonic realms. Considering the notorious infamy that had drawn the ire of humanity against him, following that catastrophic conflict, his absence had led many to believe he had perished in the southern domain. I employed certain measures to evade calamity. Yet I shall not divulge the acquisition of the Yin-Yang Demon Pearl, he mused. As you can see, I have paid a significant price for my survival. Indeed, my cultivation is lost, and my true form is no more. From your appearance, it seems you remain in the southern domain. Indeed, I am in the southern domain, where I have established a faction. I have been diligently gathering intelligence on the major sects, and I have amassed quite a collection. Do you not wish to retaliate? Are you content to hide in other regions, becoming the subject of mockery? Now, if we join forces, I can gradually infiltrate the southern domain. And when the time is right, you can strike. The absence of the demon race has rendered their lives too comfortable, causing many to forget our existence, which facilitates our movements. Their current disposition lacks vigilance against us. Previously, they claimed to be vigilant, but now they have become somewhat lax, as long as I remain cautious. There should be no issues. Upon hearing this, the demons on the other side pondered. Are those old codgers still in the southern domain? Is there news of their whereabouts? Rest assured, no formidable figures have emerged in the southern domain. I have already investigated those old fellows. They have been absent since shortly after the Celestial Demonic War. They are likely either gravely weakened, departed for the spiritual realm, or ensconced in seclusion within their sections. Presently, the strongest presence in the southern domain is at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. This presents a favorable opportunity for us, and I am confident in my ability to contend with them. Since our departure from the southern domain, we have been ridiculed by other demons. Yet we have cultivated considerable influence in various regions. In light of this, I will reach out to other demons. Once your preparations are complete, we can mount a counteroffensive. Indeed, I still require additional manpower. Please send a few golden core cultivators to assist me. The Grand Formation should be capable of accommodating their teleportation. Higher-tier cultivators may attract unwanted attention. Very well, I shall await your good news. As the other demons vanished, the formation shimmered with radiant lights, and several figures emerged within its confines. Jiangqing welcomed the arrival of the 4 golden core cultivators, satisfied that their presence would facilitate his subsequent actions. Meanwhile, Siyu returned to the sect, whistling as he prepared to impart teachings to the disciples in the service department. This appeared to be his final lecture to this cohort of students. The 3-year period was drawing to a close, but this was of little concern to him. He merely needed to fulfill his role while remaining indifferent to the rest. Upon entering the lecture hall, Siyu noticed an unusually large crowd, suggesting that the final lecture carried a certain allure. As the audience recognized his arrival, they murmured, "Elder Su has come. This is our last chance to listen to his teachings. How bittersweet." Most attendees had yet to break through the 3rd layer of chi refinement, with the majority lacking the prospects of entering the outer sect. After this lecture, most would be assigned to tasks within the sect, though a few might achieve a breakthrough at the last moment. However, these were but a minority. Their faces mirrored a sense of uncertainty about the future, a look Suyu had grown accustomed to over the years. He refrained from offering them any disparaging words. The cultivation world was inherently harsh, and he was no stranger to such circumstances, having become somewhat jaded. Throughout the lecture, the audience remained wrapped in attention. When Siyu concluded his final words and departed, so too did their time together draw to a close. Many were overcome with grief after his exit, yet reality was unyielding. Siyu did not linger. Just as he prepared to leave, he was intercepted by an individual. "Elder Su, I sought you some time ago, but you were unavailable. I am relieved to finally find you." Indeed, he had been preoccupied preparing for his tribulation. "Elder Zhang, what brings you here in such haste? I require your assistance." "Elder Su, many elders are currently in seclusion, and it is time for the sect to recruit disciples once more. Several elders are unable to manage their duties. Thus I have come to ask if you could help gather a couple of disciples near the sect. Rest assured, you will not be sent far, and we will assign you to relatively easy tasks, as you are not primarily responsible for this matter." Siyu agreed, as such occurrences were commonplace. It was not unusual for other elders to delegate disciple recruitment to him. An unremarkable figure like him would typically not refuse such requests, as bringing back capable disciples would yield rewards for the elder who recruited them. Since the task involved only collecting disciples near the sect and posed no danger, it was a favorable assignment. Generally, one would not decline unless there was pressing business. Siyu had little else to do. After all, he was merely an inconspicuous figure, and assisting occasionally was of no consequence. "Very well, I shall represent the other elders in recruiting disciples for the sect." "Thank you, Elder Su. I will notify you shortly and arrange for 2 disciples to assist you." With that, Zhang Elder took his leave. That day, while fishing in the courtyard, Siyu received a message from Elder Zhang, instructing him to visit the service department to collect certain items, as he was to depart the following day for disciple recruitment. Siyu vanished from the courtyard. "Elder Su, you have arrived. These crystal orbs can detect the spiritual root qualifications of others, and these 2 disciples will assist you in your efforts." For Suyu, the crystal orbs were of little significance with his current prowess. He could easily discern the presence of spiritual roots with a mere glance. Nonetheless, he wished to experience the process of disciple recruitment as an unremarkable figure. "Greetings, Elder Su." "Hello to you both." Siyu glanced at the pair, a male and a female, recognizing the familiar pairing from his own experience witnessing the recruitment at Xintian's sect. He mused, "Should I grow a goatee for a more imposing appearance?" After clarifying the details of his assignment, Siyu departed the service department. Early the next morning, Siyu arrived at the service department, where numerous elders had already gathered. The 2 disciples accompanying him were also present, eagerly awaiting his arrival. As Siyu observed the various elders unfurling their flying spiritual tools, each more peculiar than the last, and watched some elders take off with their disciples, he prepared to produce his own flying tool and embark on the journey. Chapter 80. The Disciple Recruitment Conference in the city. Siyu retrieved a relatively common spirit boat from his storage space, though it was of superior quality compared to the average vessel. After all, he was a 9th-layer Foundation establishment elder. He refrained from showcasing anything extraordinary and opted for a modestly better small spirit boat. His wine immortal gourd, to be frank, would also serve as an impressive flying spiritual tool, yet he chose to follow tradition, as many other elders utilized spirit boats as well. Observing the 2 individuals still standing in place, he beckoned, "You 2 may board now." "Yes, Elder Su," they replied. The duo stepped onto Suyu's spirit boat, and he piloted it towards their destination for recruiting disciples. As Suyu glanced at his companions, he noted that the Xiantian sect indeed knew how to handle affairs. Both individuals possessed remarkable appearances. They were the face of the sect for this recruitment endeavor, a detail well executed. Siyu observed that both had attained the 6th layer of chi refinement, which was satisfactory. "I am yet to learn your names," he inquired. Reporting to the elder, "I am Wu Shihan, and I am Lin Yanan." "Excellent. Your assistance in this disciple recruitment is essential," Siyu declared. "It is our duty, and the sect will reward us accordingly," they affirmed. With some time remaining on their journey, Suyu took out his tea set and arranged it on the spirit boat. The two companions remained silent as the fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the air. Suyu gently poured tea into cups. Do not just stand. Join me in enjoying the tea I brewed, he invited, prompting them to take a seat. Elder Su, your tea is truly exquisite, they praised. Indeed, they chimed in. The trio sipped tea and engaged in light conversation, and soon, as Suyu's small spirit boat soared through the skies, they approached their first destination for the recruitment. Setting down his cup, Suyu announced, we are nearly there. Prepare for the task ahead. Yes, Elder Su. Upon arriving above the city, he displayed the Xiantian sect and Apos, S emblem on the spirit boat. As the vessel glided into the city, the inhabitants below took notice. Upon recognizing the sect and Apos, S insignia, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. They were aware that the Xiantian sect had come to gather disciples, a customary event occurring annually. As the celestial beings of the Xiantian sect ascended, people hurriedly sought their children, directing them towards the spirit boat. Suyu anchored the vessel in a spacious plaza and planted the sect S emblem nearby. In no time, a throng of eager individuals gathered. Suyu refrained from using his spiritual sense to scan for spiritual roots, as that would detract from the enjoyment of the recruitment process. He stepped forward to address the crowd, outlining the basic procedures. I trust you are all familiar with the requirements for joining the Xiantian sect. Please form a line to verify your spiritual roots. Suyu emulated the elder from his own recruitment experience, gesturing grandly as several orbs materialized before the crowd. Indeed, this felt quite nostalgic. Following his display, the two accompanying him took charge of testing and maintaining order. Suyu observed, ready to record the results. The line soon formed. And Suyu marveled at the scene before him, reminiscent of his own past. Never had he imagined that he would one day assume the role of an elder recruiting disciples. Before long, individuals with spiritual roots began to emerge, an indication that this city was not typical of remote areas. In his own hometown, years had passed without the appearance of any with spiritual roots, yet here, they surfaced almost immediately. Children gazed in awe at the glowing crystal orbs, their excitement unmistakable. I have spiritual roots. I have spiritual roots. They shouted towards their parents, who beamed with pride. Meanwhile, those still waiting in line looked on with envy. Lin Yanan and Wu Shihan brought a child to Suyu for registration. For element spiritual root, not bad. Please stand to the back for now. After bidding farewell to your parents, you will accompany us to the Xiantian sect. Understood, Elder Su. As time progressed, just as Suyu had anticipated, numerous individuals with spiritual roots were identified. However, he held little hope for those possessing heaven or dual spiritual roots. As the queue dwindled, the disciple recruitment process neared its conclusion. The event proceeded smoothly, with no unruly individuals daring to disrupt the orderly proceedings. Anyone attempting to cause trouble would be courting disaster. When the last individual placed their hand upon the crystal orb, the recruitment conference concluded. Each time, there would be those who, disillusioned, would linger after the event to inquire if one could truly cultivate without spiritual roots. Lin Yanan and Wu Shihan showed no mercy in their responses. No. After allowing the new disciples to bid farewell to their families, the group departed the city, heading towards their next destination. On the spirit boat, Suyu gazed at the 10 newly recruited disciples, pleasantly surprised that the first city yielded such promising candidates. As the newcomers boarded the vessel, they marveled at everything aboard. As the spirit boat ascended into the sky, their exclamations of wonder filled the air. Look, we're flying. We're soaring. The recently recruited disciples leaned over the edges of the spirit boat, reveling in the exhilaration of flight, while Suyu paid them no mind. Some of the bolder youths approached Lin Yanan and Wu Shihan with inquiries about the Xiantian sect. Their curiosity was piqued, yet none dared to engage Suyu, whose imposing presence commanded respect. However, Suyu remained indifferent to their curiosity. Well, it is time to proceed to our next destination. I wonder if we shall encounter any exceptional talents there. Chapter 81. The actions of the demonic clan amid the cheerful banter among the crowd. Suyu savored his tea while observing a few individuals aboard the spirit vessel engaged in discussions about the Xiantian sect. The mere thought of joining the Xiantian sect filled him with excitement. Are you familiar with Brother Yilin from the Xiantian sect? One inquired. I am aware. Brother Yilin's reputation is now known far and wide, even reaching remote areas, another responded. Indeed. Especially after he defeated the prodigies who came to challenge him from various regions. I wish I could have witnessed that moment firsthand. Alas, such an opportunity eluded me. How wonderful it would be to meet Brother Yilin in person during this visit to the Xiantian sect. The admiration on their faces was palpable, even from the two disciples who accompanied him. It was evident that the favored son of fortune enjoyed a treatment that was truly extraordinary. Suyu, on the other hand, was content with his life. Although he could easily gain fame and recognition, particularly in the southern domain, he preferred his current existence, which was free from troubles. After years of navigating through life, he had reached a point where he could afford to be idle within the Xiantian sect. With such a prestigious background, he lived comfortably, observing the growth of young talents without facing any disdain. To others, he appeared as an ordinary individual with some degree of strength, and they had no reason to trouble him. Occasionally, he would play the role of a mere bystander, enjoying leisurely games of chess and drinking with friends. This was the life he desired. He had no interest in being a genius, burdened by endless troubles and throngs of admirers. Recognizable wherever he went. Siyu and Yulin were prime examples of this dichotomy. As Siyu set down his teacup, the spirit vessel arrived at the second destination of his journey. He observed that this city was significantly larger than the previous one and noted the presence of many individuals at the 9th level of Qi refinement, as well as one who had just entered the foundation establishment stage. It seemed likely that these were members of various prominent families within the city, hinting at the potential emergence of individuals with exceptional spiritual roots. As soon as the spirit vessel came to a halt, he was approached by several individuals, including those at the 9th level of Qi refinement and the foundation establishment elder who led the group. Honored elder of the Xiantian sect, we apologize for not welcoming you sooner, the elder said warmly. Suyu noted the difference in treatment in a city supported by a cultivation family. The townsfolk came to pay their respects. We have prepared a banquet in the city for your arrival, elder. Once you have finished accepting disciples, we hope you will honor us with your presence. Suyu, not one to decline, readily agreed, understanding their intentions. He did not wish to be seen as aloof. After all, a mere bystander must act accordingly. He instructed the first batch of disciples to remain aboard the vessel while he, along with Lin Yanan, commenced the disciple selection process, which was once again bustling with eager applicants. The crowd below watched with envy, imagining themselves in the same position. With the assistance of Lin Yanan, the selection proceeded swiftly. The welcoming party remained patiently on the sidelines, awaiting the conclusion of Suyu's endeavors. This time, the number of individuals with spiritual roots was greater than in the previous city, though not significantly so. Noticing the group still standing by, Siyu allowed those with spiritual roots to bid farewell to their families and prepare for departure, leaving Lin Yanan to maintain order until everyone had gathered. We understand our responsibilities, Elder Su. Rest assured, we will manage everything smoothly, they reassured him. Approaching the waiting group, Siyu said, let us proceed. The elder, beaming with delight, replied, please, elder, lead the way. They made their way to an inn, which had been cleared for their arrival. Siyu was greeted by a table laden with spiritual delicacies and fine wine, indicating that his hosts had put considerable effort into their preparations. Elder Su, this is the finest inn in our city, and we have arranged all these delicacies in honor of your visit. After pouring himself a cup of wine and taking a sip, Siyu remarked, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Now, if there is something you wish to discuss, please speak freely. The elder exchanged glances with his companions. We indeed have a request, he stated candidly. Siyu was aware of their intentions, but the formalities had to be observed. The elder summoned several young children who stood outside, introducing them as the offspring of their respective families. We have assessed their spiritual roots, and they all show promise. He explained. Upon inspection, Siyu noted that these children were indeed from distinguished families, possessing commendable spiritual roots, primarily of the 3rd and 4th levels, with one unexpectedly being a dual-rooted individual and unforeseen gain. These children would undoubtedly thrive within the Xiantian sect, requiring no oversight from him, though their families sought to maintain their pride. Please greet Elder Su, the elder urged. The children quickly complied, calling out, Elder Su, your qualifications are commendable. Your future achievements hold great potential, Siyu offered, fulfilling the customary niceties. The children's faces lit up with joy at his praise. Elder Su, having seen their abilities, we hope you might extend your guidance to them within the Xiantian sect. They presented a generous offering of spiritual stones to Suyu. However, he declined, stating, this meal suffices. The spiritual stones are unnecessary. I will mention them to the administration, but if they cause trouble, I shall not intervene. Rest assured, it will not affect you. Elder, they assured him, visibly relieved. After their meal, Suyu instructed, now, follow me. You must study diligently once you arrive at the Xiantian sect, he reminded them. Fear not, clan leader, we will commit ourselves to our studies at the Xiantian sect. They replied earnestly as the spirit vessel ascended toward their next destination. To be candid, with their qualifications and the resources from their families, these individuals did not require his assistance to enter the Xiantian sect. Their primary aim was to forge a favorable connection with the sect, a common pursuit, especially since the next occasion would not involve him in the recruitment process. After all, establishing ties with the Xiantian sect could lead to great success. Suyu's role would primarily involve registering them with the administration, ensuring the elders recognized them, while he would not concern himself with subsequent matters. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng was engaged in his own recruitment endeavors, directing a group of individuals in establishing a sect and enrolling disciples. With the presence of several golden core cultivators, many were drawn to join. Little did they know, they were stepping into a treacherous abyss, as their newfound status came with its own complications. Chapter 81. The recruitment of disciples concludes. Suyu observed the increasing number of people aboard the spiritual vessel. The newcomers had already mingled with the first group to arrive, sharing their aspirations for life at the Xiantian sect. Lin Yanan and her companion were diligently explaining the essential points to the new arrivals, who listened intently. Despite having heard the instructions previously, Lin Yanan and her companion maintained a humble demeanor, showing no disdain for the newly admitted disciples. Among the recruits were some audacious individuals who approached Siyu with inquiries, and as more joined in, a lively discussion ensued. However, There remained those who looked down upon others with lesser talent or background, a sentiment not uncommon in any sect. They refused to associate with those they deemed inferior, preferring to converse only with their peers. Siyu and his companions noted this behavior but chose to overlook it, as long as no disturbances were caused aboard the vessel. Siyu was well acquainted with such arrogance. While pride could be a virtue, it often led to humility after facing the harsh realities of cultivation. His recent travels had exposed him to diverse landscapes and customs, making the journey to recruit disciples a rewarding endeavor. He realized this was indeed a lucrative task. Explaining why elders often sought replacements to undertake recruitment missions. As the recruitment neared its conclusion, it became evident that fewer individuals with spiritual roots resided in the more distant cities, with some having only 1 or 2 candidates. Overall, Siyu's efforts yielded a commendable number of disciples, including one with dual spiritual roots, totaling around 50 recruits. The atmosphere aboard the vessel transformed from its initial calm to a vibrant buzz, as most conversed about their future endeavors within the Shantian sect, boasting of their anticipated achievements. As the spiritual vessel ascended toward the Shantian sect, Siyu's recruitment journey drew to a close. Lin Yanan and her companion engaged the recruits with tales of the sect and shared personal experiences, captivating their audience. As they approached the sect, they occasionally encountered other elders returning from recruitment missions. "Look, there are many people atop that giant sword," a voice exclaimed, drawing the attention of the group. Indeed, numerous disciples, like themselves, stood upon the massive sword, which exuded an imposing presence. Siyu recognized Elder Huang among them, consistent with his flamboyant style. Throughout the journey, they beheld various flying spiritual artifacts, broadening their horizons before officially entering the sect. Upon reaching the Xiantian sect, the group disembarked from the vessel, gazing in awe at the grandeur before them, momentarily speechless, much like those who had arrived previously. "Unbelievable! We are about to become disciples of the Xiantian sect," one murmured. "Let us proceed. You are now disciples of the Xiantian sect," Siyu encouraged, leading them into the sect with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. He guided them to the miscellaneous disciples square, assuring them that others would assist with the necessary procedures. Personally, he accompanied a few disciples to the registration area, where the attendant recognized Suyu's intentions and understood the need for some leniency in processing their enrollment. Given the recruits' promising qualifications, they would likely receive favorable treatment and be taken under the wing of some elders. After ensuring their registration, Siyu departed the area and returned to his quarters. Overall, this recruitment journey had proven fruitful. The sects in Jiangqing were beginning to flourish, drawing numerous disciples who remained oblivious to the darker nature of their new affiliation. Among them, he intended to select those suited for the path of demonic cultivation, while others would serve as mere cover. "Chenin, have you gathered the intelligence I requested?" he inquired. "It is completed," Chenin replied, handing over the information. Siyu's primary objective now was to elevate his cultivation level. To achieve this, he aimed to maximize the effects of his yin-yang demon pearl, absorbing the cultivation and foundational energy of others. He needed Chenin to scout for nearby cultivators of considerable strength. He refrained from targeting members of the Tian insect for now, as prudence was essential. Eventually, he would exact revenge on the Tian insect, but impulsive actions could jeopardize his plans. Holding the information, he resolved, "Come, accompany me on an outing." The two made their way to the designated location, their target being a cultivator at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. This posed no challenge for them. In fact, they could discreetly abduct her without a sound. Upon arrival, they discovered 3 individuals present in the courtyard. Noticing their attire, Jiangqing was pleasantly surprised to encounter members of the Tian insect, an unexpected fortune. Without hesitation, Shadow swiftly lunged towards the trio. By the time the 9th level female cultivator sensed the danger, it was too late. They were swiftly incapacitated. Jiangqing led his companions away, aware that lingering could lead to complications. When the 3 women regained consciousness, they found themselves in an unfamiliar location. "A golden core cultivator? Who are you? We haven't met before, have we?" one queried. "Indeed, we have not, but you need not know my identity. Soon, you will become my sustenance," Jiangqing replied, foregoing further conversation as he seized the 9th level female cultivator. In mere moments, she was reduced to a lifeless husk before the eyes of her companions. The 2 Tian disciples, paralyzed by fear, comprehended that they faced a being of the demonic lineage. Their hope of escaping the clutches of this golden core demon was extinguished, and they realized they would perish on this unexpected journey. As Jiangqing approached them, they understood the true meaning of despair, and soon, they too were drained of life. Under the relentless operation of the yin-yang demon pearl, Jiangqing felt his power surging. An exhilarating sensation. Yet, no secret remains hidden. The unusual occurrences in this vicinity would eventually reach the ears of others. Chapter 82. The Forest of 10,000 Beasts. Disturbance among the demon clan within the Grand Hall of the Thunderbolt sect. A middle-aged man at the late stage of the Golden Core realm stood, listening intently to the news relayed from below. "Sect Master, several sects with Golden Core experts stationed have suddenly experienced upheavals. Additionally, numerous sects have been inexplicably annihilated, and many high-ranking cultivators have vanished without a trace." It appeared that something significant was afoot. However, he retained a measure of confidence in his own power, as there were no infant soul sects nearby. His late-stage Golden Core strength was formidable, and as long as he remained with the Thunderbolt sect, they would face no issues. His Thunderbolt technique was no trifling matter. Yet, it was prudent to send someone to investigate the situation further. He needed to gather intelligence. Find a few individuals to assess the circumstances and identify any anomalies. Yes, Sect Master. It was not only the Thunderbolt sect that had received such news. Many sects had been alerted, particularly those with Golden Core Guardians, who promptly dispatched scouts to gather information. Meanwhile, the smaller sects without Golden Core protectors hastily convened their members, inquiring if anyone had offended others recently. Many began recounting their recent actions, wondering if perhaps they had inadvertently crossed paths with a hidden powerhouse by, for instance, offending an elder by mishandling a pig. Oh no, I recall various peculiar incidents. Enough. Be quiet. Clearly, this approach is futile. You must avoid provoking anyone. Even the stray cats and dogs. Several sects have already sent out investigators. We must keep a low profile. The group understood the unrest and adhered to the principle of maintaining peace. They were so cautious that they would even ride a crooked wildflower by the roadside. Jiangqing was aware that sooner or later, someone would come to investigate. However, he was unfazed, for their superficial operations had been meticulously arranged. The disciples of their respective sects were oblivious to their affiliation with the demonic path, making it unlikely for external inquiries to uncover the truth. He would subtly intervene, refraining from recklessly eliminating the probing disciples, as such actions would only draw suspicion. Upon receiving information from Chunin, he instructed, let them explore freely, but do not alarm the snakes. With such individuals, they will uncover nothing and will eventually retreat. He advised his followers to remain low-key and avoid unnecessary trouble for the time being. You may mislead them if necessary. By the way, have you arranged those trustworthy individuals I instructed you about? Have they ingested the poison pills? Yes, they have consumed them. Each year, they must take an antidote. Otherwise, they will succumb to the poison. Good. Position them within sects guarded by infant soul experts. Their aptitude is commendable, and those sects will not refuse them. They should gather intelligence and instigate certain events to sow discord among others. Although he trusted these individuals, Jiangqing would not gamble on their loyalty. Therefore, he must maintain control over their lives to minimize the probability of unforeseen complications. As for the 8 major sects, now is not the time to act against them. It seemed unwise to disturb those sects at present. Larger matters took precedence. However, he was determined to enhance his own strength. He had no one to blame but himself for that. He harbored another plan, aiming to incite discord between the demon and human clans, thus creating a more favorable opportunity for action. He had already dispatched agents to stir chaos in the southern region. Long Jiaheng of the Xiantian sect calculated the timing. A confrontation with the demons was imminent, presenting an excellent opportunity for him to bolster his strength. His transformation vessel was soon to prove invaluable, though no one had disclosed the cause of the impending conflict with the demon clan. The demons adamantly insisted that it was the humans who initiated hostilities, refusing to entertain any explanations. The surrounding sects and cities suffered considerable destruction, further exacerbating tensions. In his previous life, the individual who acquired the transformation vessel soared to prominence following this conflict. Meanwhile, the demonic faction was beginning to reveal its true intentions. Jiangqing understood he must act to thwart their schemes. Do you think the human clan is courting death by provoking us demons in the forest of 10,000 beasts? A year passed in this manner. So you enjoyed a carefree existence at the Xiantian sect, occasionally venturing out for leisure, disguising himself as an ordinary traveler in various cities, and sometimes teaching at the errant disciples' quarters. As for Yilin, he hardly lingered at the Xiantian sect. Although he was technically a member, locating him there was nearly impossible. If there were no pressing matters, he might not return for 3 to 5 years. Han Shi's life continued at its usual pace. While Han Ting spent less time at the sect, although Siyu still made appearances to maintain appearances. At this moment, a piece of news arrived. Han Shi found Siyu, and the two shared a drink in the courtyard. Brother Su, have you heard? The demon clan has suddenly organized beasts to assault several sects and cities near the forest of 10,000 beasts. The damage is substantial. Reports suggest that it was we humans who instigated the conflict with the demon clan. Targeting such a perilous location as the forest of 10,000 beasts filled with myriad beasts, who among us would be foolish enough to provoke the demons there? The tension has escalated, and the demons continue their rampage, showing no signs of abating. Various sects have dispatched personnel to investigate and sent disciples to assist those affected by the beast onslaught. I am aware of this. It seems this matter will not resolve easily. We should observe for now and see how the sects respond. I wonder if tensions will escalate further. At that moment, Lung Jiaheng was en route to the forest of 10,000 beasts, having volunteered to support the human forces. This was an excellent opportunity for him to enhance his power. He recognized that this conflict was unavoidable, and numerous sects would soon send large numbers of disciples to assist, with many elders and peak masters joining the fray. Fortunately, casualties were not extensive in the aftermath. Jiangqing reflected on the progress he had made. He merely needed to orchestrate certain actions discreetly, allowing him to operate in the vicinity. When others disappeared, they would likely attribute it to the demons, thus diverting suspicion away from him. Chapter 83. The actions of the bystander team. Lang Jiahong surveyed the corpses of several demon beasts strewn across the ground, collecting them into his demon harvesting jar. Indeed, the conflict with the demon race presented an excellent opportunity for him to rapidly enhance his strength. He was acutely aware of the perilous areas where formidable demon beasts lurked and those that were safe, as well as the approximate times when certain beasts would appear. All he needed to do was avoid these threats and focus on improving his prowess. Thus, a year swiftly passed without any resolution to the conflict with the demon race. In fact, a powerful demon in the nascent soul stage had emerged to lead the demon forces. The disciples of various sects were fleeing in disarray, with several elders in the Golden Core stage perishing on this battlefield. News of the Great War against the demon race spread throughout the southern region, prompting many rogue cultivators and sects to join the fray. At this juncture, news arrived from Xuaniangang. The sect announced rewards for disciples participating in the battle against the demons, offering treasures in exchange for the slaying of a certain number of demon beasts. The higher the level of the beast, the more substantial the reward. Furthermore, Xuaniangang dispatched a mid-nascent soul peak master to oversee their designated area. Other sects followed suit. The disciples of the various sects were abuzz with excitement. Not only could they earn rewards for slaying demon beasts, but the corpses of these creatures were also inherently valuable. They need not face the beast alone. They could form small teams for mutual support, thereby minimizing risk. Consequently, a wave of team formation swept through Xuaniangang, with disciples fervently seeking companions for the journey. They sought partners of comparable cultivation levels, for a Golden Core cultivator's prowess would be hindered by being grouped with someone at the Foundation establishment stage. Typically, cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage would pair with their peers, while Golden Core practitioners would band together. Han Shi was soon called upon by others, as he was recognized as a Golden Core cultivator. Meanwhile, Wang Yang and his group located Suyu. "Brother Su, I knew you hadn't left. Our team cannot do without you for this mission," Wang Yang exclaimed. Suyu recognized them. They were his fellow members from the bystander team, with whom he had teamed up on several occasions. However, they had seldom encountered fortuitous opportunities, and their gains had been modest. Now, the strength among the group was relatively balanced. Cautious by nature, they rarely engaged in reckless ventures, which was one of the reasons Suyu was inclined to join them. He led the group to the courtyard, where Wang Yang took a sip of his drink and set the cup down. "Brother Su, you know why we are here, right? With the conflict between the demon race and our human race intensifying, the sect has begun issuing rewards for slaying demon beasts. Most have already formed teams and are on their way to the forest of 10,000 beasts. We must seize this opportunity, though our strengths may be modest. If we join forces, we can handle demon beasts below the Golden Core stage without much threat, as long as we avoid provoking the stronger ones." Suyu did not decline their request. A small team of Foundation establishment cultivators would attract little attention. He was merely a bystander, so as long as he acted accordingly, he would not be in danger. The more potent nascent soul demon beasts were beyond their concern, as the major sects had dispatched experts to manage those threats. "Very well. Brother Wang, I shall accompany you," Suyu affirmed, setting his cup down. The group soared through the sky towards the forest of 10,000 beasts. After a period of flight, they soon arrived at the area overseen by Xuaniangang. They found a city and entered an inn. Among the Foundation establishment cultivators, Suyu and his companions were among the elite, yet in the grand scheme of the impending battle, their strength still paled in comparison. There were 6 of them: Suyu, Wang Yang, and Li Yun, each at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, while the other 3 were no less competent, with the lowest among them at the 7th level of Foundation establishment. Thus, they felt confident that any demon beast at the Foundation establishment level would pose little threat. As they dined, their primary objective at the inn was to gather intelligence, for such venues were often rife with valuable information. They overheard conversations about numerous prodigies who had slain many demon beasts in the ongoing conflict. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated through the room as a cup was slammed onto the table. "I'm not bragging, but our team recently gravely injured a Golden Core demon beast. Though unfortunately, it managed to escape," boasted one individual. Suyu noted that the speaker's highest cultivation was merely at the 7th level of Foundation establishment, revealing a lack of prudence in his claims. Wang Yang, upon hearing the boast, recognized that their team would only be able to flee from Golden Core demon beasts, let alone the speaker's group. They all discerned that the individual was merely a jester, and no one took his words seriously. After gathering some information, the group set off towards the area where demon beasts had been sighted. Upon arrival, they found several teams present, including those from other sections. A team from Lingai sect mocked them. "Are you all here just for show? Look around. Every other team has at least one cultivator in the late Foundation establishment stage. Aren't you courting death if you encounter a formidable Foundation establishment demon beast?" The laughter from the others echoed around them, but Suyu remained silent, as did Wang Yang and his companions. They continued their flight towards the area where the demon beast roamed. A roar erupted, signaling their first encounter with a demon beast. Suyu assessed this mid-Foundation establishment beast, deeming it an ideal appetizer for their team of bystanders. There was no need for Suyu, Wang Yang, or Li Yun, each at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, to intervene. The remaining 3 could handle it. Before long, the demon beast lay lifeless on the ground, and the team efficiently dealt with the corpse before resuming their search in the vicinity. Chapter 84. The Ironback Bear. At this moment, Jiangqing glanced at the corpses beside him. It was time to depart. While the various sects busied themselves, he could take the opportunity to act freely in his original territory. He needed to tidy up some sects on his side. Jiangqing could no longer linger here. With the emergence of Yuanying stage cultivators, any unforeseen circumstances would reveal his presence. During this period, he had significantly enhanced his cultivation. Many disciples from the Heavenly Maiden sect and rogue cultivators had become his targets, making his efforts worthwhile. At that moment, the communication stones of Suyu and his companions received a notification that a sect had been attacked by some Foundation Establishment stage beasts and required assistance. Exchanging glances, they prepared to aid this sect, as they were also in search of Foundation Establishment beasts. Numerous nearby teams, upon hearing this news, hastily made their way there. Transforming into streaks of light, Suyu and his companions ascended into the sky and soon arrived at the besieged sect. This sect was small, with only a few Foundation Establishment cultivators stationed there, and they were already on the verge of collapse. Suyu noticed several Foundation Establishment beasts lurking in the vicinity. Wang Yang and the others had also observed this and refrained from acting rashly. Brothers, look, there are still many beasts hiding below. We should wait for others to arrive before making any plans, suggested one of them. Descending now could lead to an ambush, putting us in danger. The others nodded in agreement. After all, they had navigated the cultivation world for many years and were not reckless. The oldest among them had been in this realm for a century. Before long, others began to arrive, most adopting a cautious approach, though a few charged recklessly into battle. Observing the increasing number of participants, Wang Yang remarked, "It's about time for us to act." They quickly selected a late-stage Foundation Establishment beast, the Ironback Bear. Wang Yang unsheathed his sword, declaring, "I will lead the charge, Qinyun. I will rely on you when the time comes. Rest assured. We have dealt with numerous Foundation Establishment beasts. This is merely a trifle for us," Qinyun replied confidently. "Still, let us remain vigilant. The Ironback Bear's defenses are far superior to those of ordinary beasts." Understood, Wang Yang acknowledged, saying no more. The Ironback Bear continued to wreak havoc within the sect, leaving destruction in its wake. Suddenly, it noticed the 6 figures surrounding it. Standing upright, it emitted a series of roars, causing nearby structures to collapse. Wang Yang, observing the roaring beast, called out, "Prepare for battle." The 6 dispersed instantly, with Wang Yang striking first. Channeling spiritual energy into his sword, it emitted a resonant hum. Its blade enveloped in a crimson glow. In a flash, the sword clashed against the bear's paw, creating a sizable crater beneath Wang Yang's feet. Though he stood his ground, it was evident that his strength paled in comparison to the Ironback Bear, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Its power and defense are indeed formidable, Wang Yang thought. Fortunately, I'm not alone. Otherwise, I might have fallen to you. The other 3, seeing Wang Yang retreat, hurled numerous talismans at the Ironback Bear. Explosions erupted, shrouding the area in dust. As the haze cleared, the bear bore numerous wounds, blood seeping from its body. Enraged, the Ironback Bear unleashed a series of furious roars, slamming its paws into the ground, sending several earth spikes hurtling toward the 6. The group quickly brandished their weapons to defend themselves. Wang Yang noticed the bear charging towards their weaker companions. "You're facing me. Don't even think about escaping," he shouted, swiftly employing his sword technique. Several beams of golden light materialized and raced toward the Ironback Bear, allowing the other 3 to distance themselves. The bear howled in pain from Wang Yang's assault. Seizing the moment, Li Yun recited an incantation, summoning golden whips that coiled around the Ironback Bear. The creature thrashed in a futile attempt to break free, emitting a series of impotent roars. "Suyu, it's your turn," Li Yun called out. Suyu, already prepared, summoned several sword shadows that shimmered with a chilling light. In an instant, the sword shadows surged toward the Ironback Bear. After this barrage, the bear was gravely wounded. Wang Yang immediately sought to deliver the final blow to prevent any unforeseen accidents. Amidst a cloud of smoke, the Ironback Bear fell silent, its life extinguished. Remarkably, none of them sustained injuries. Wang Yang surveyed the lifeless bear. Its remains held considerable value. "All right, let us search for our next target," he said. During this expedition, formidable teams emerged, some composed entirely of 9th-layer Foundation Establishment cultivators, who had slain the most beasts. However, many weaker teams suffered significant injuries, with a few even perishing in battle. After clearing the area of beasts, Suyu and his companions assessed their gains. They had dispatched 3 late-stage Foundation Establishment beasts, along with numerous early and mid-stage ones. Satisfied with their haul and with minimal injuries, they prepared to return for a brief respite before venturing out again. "Everyone should rest up. We'll act again tomorrow. Today's harvest is more than sufficient," Suyu advised as they returned to the inn. "Let us seize this opportunity. We should aim to slay more beasts, ensuring we won't have to seek resources for a while. Indeed, with our efforts, we may enhance our chances of breaking through to the Golden Core stage. I truly wish to experience the Golden Core realm," Suyu mused, setting down his cup. "With today's outcome, our prospects of achieving the Golden Core stage have brightened." The results aligned closely with Su Yu's expectations. They were merely a typical group of bystanders, untouched by the assault of any golden core beasts. Chapter 85. The subtle utility of the broken divine eye. Thus, the day of this ordinary individual came to an end, devoid of any remarkable achievements. They lacked the collective strength to vanquish a golden core stage beast. This was precisely what Su desired. Had they possessed the ability to jointly slay such formidable creatures, he would not have chosen to ally with them. Should they succeed in such endeavors, their renown would undoubtedly flourish, attracting the attention of many. This was not the outcome Su wished to witness. Their current state was quite satisfactory. Within the realm of Foundation establishment, they possessed some level of prowess, yet remained inconspicuous. Initially, others might take note of their group. But soon they would be forgotten, for they were incapable of significant feats. Daily, patrons of the tavern boasted of their exploits, and Su found amusement in their boasts. Recently, the number of demonic beasts had surged. Perhaps you have heard of the astonishing feats of Long Jiahong from the Xiantian sect amidst the ongoing conflict with the demonic race. He has single-handedly dispatched numerous golden core beasts, and it is rumored that he has even slain a late-stage golden core beast. Furthermore, he continues to engage in battle, relentlessly hunting these creatures. His fame has grown considerably. Su was aware of this Lang Jiahong. The lad had indeed encountered favorable circumstances. Nevertheless, through his observations in the tales of Lang Jiahong's exploits, Su discerned that while the youth had some fortune, he paled in comparison to Yilin. Wang Yang and his companions were also cognizant of Lang Jiahong. Although they had commenced their cultivation later, he had already surpassed them in prowess. Upon hearing the news, Wang Yang raised his cup and drank deeply, remarking on the disparity in talent. Despite their years of struggle, they remained stagnant at the Foundation establishment stage, while those who began later had already outstripped them. The expressions of the group grew somewhat despondent. Upon noticing this, Su swiftly adjusted his demeanor, though a hint of melancholy graced his features. Yet, the group soon regained their spirits. While they might envy others, they would not dwell excessively on it. Occasional complaints sufficed. Envy bore no fruit. After finishing their drinks, they each retired to their chambers to rest, preparing for the endeavors of the following morning. In recent times, conflicts with the demonic race had intensified, and even Yuaning stage beasts had entered the fray. Those at the Foundation establishment level could only retreat and deal with the remnants of the beasts. The current battleground was beyond their participation. A careless mistake could lead to their demise, as the battle's aftermath could obliterate those at their level. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng had seized this opportunity to infiltrate numerous sects, and those who refused to submit had been eradicated. Several individuals within Yuaning stage sects had been subverted by him, including Golden Core elders who had been seduced into becoming his spies. Once he achieves a breakthrough to the Yuaning stage, it will be the turn of the 8 major sections. On the battlefield against the demonic race, Su Yu, Chen Yun, and the others swiftly seized the opportunity. A flash of light illuminated the scene as a demonic beast succumbed, and they hurried to collect its remains. The expressions of the group bore signs of fatigue, as they had been engaged in battle with the beast for an extended period, yet their harvest this time had been rewarding. Wang Yang observed the fallen beast and declared, "It is time for us to conclude our efforts. We shall leave the remainder to the Golden Core and Yuaning stages. We can no longer intervene in the ensuing battles." The others nodded in agreement, preparing to rest before their return. At that moment, a tremendous roar echoed from the distant horizon as 2 figures darted through the sky, each strike creating a shockwave. So you recognized the figures? Was that not Long Jiahong? He was locked in combat with a late-stage Golden Core beast. The others also gazed skyward, astonished to witness Long Jiahong in battle. The aura emanating from the clash was palpable, even from their distance. "Look, that is Long Jiahong of the Xiantian sect, engaged in combat with a demonic beast," exclaimed a Golden Core cultivator, his expression one of astonishment. "That beast is at least a late-stage Golden Core entity. It is no ordinary creature." The crowd was equally taken aback. Su Yu perceived that this beast was significantly more formidable than the average demonic beast. Yet he could also discern the likely victor in this encounter. The Xiantian sect had already produced a Yilin, and now another prodigy had emerged. Truly, the sect was fortunate. The movements of the 2 combatants were beyond their comprehension, yet they remained fixated on the spectacle above. Su Yu, however, observed with keen interest, anticipating the imminent resolution of the confrontation. In an instant, Long Jiahong unleashed a surge of sword intent, a development that Su Yu had anticipated. It was only a matter of time before he mastered such an ability. The crowd felt the eruption of sword intent, a glimmer of envy reflected in their eyes. It was not long before the demonic beast that had been battling Long Jiahong plummeted from the sky. The outcome was clear, and those below erupted in cheers for Long Jiahong. After witnessing this, Su Yu reflected on the merits of remaining an ordinary observer. Having concluded their observations, Su Yu and his companions felt no need to linger. It was time to prepare for their return to the Xiantian sect. As they had spent ample time in this place, they had accomplished their objectives and were now poised to return to the sect to claim their rewards and focus on their cultivation. The spectacle of Lang Jiahong's battle had undoubtedly inspired them. "Su brother, let us depart," they said, and without further delay, they transformed into streaks of light and departed. This mission had unfolded precisely as Suyu had anticipated. They encountered no dramatic events. They had experienced the conflict with the demonic race as mere spectators. And in the future, they would possess the tales to regale others about their participation in such a grand conflict. Upon returning to the sect, they received their rewards and, after distributing them, went their separate ways. Suyu found himself in the courtyard, satisfied that there was nothing pressing to attend to. He settled into a chair, pouring himself a cup of his monkey wine. This would allow him to better observe the unfolding conflict with the demonic race. As an onlooker, he would refrain from meddling in the course of the battle. While he might participate, it would only be in accordance with his apparent strength. Thus, he would remain uninvolved in anything beyond that. Now, he could simply enjoy the spectacle of the conflict, with his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Suyu had thoroughly developed his broken divine eye. From his courtyard, he could, whenever he wished, observe the happenings in the forest of 10,000 beasts, even possessing the ability to extinguish the life of golden core beasts from the comfort of his seat. As Suyu sipped his wine, he surveyed the situation within the forest of 10,000 beasts. Oh, what is that?